whatever the hell this thing was. Days later, strange smells, putrid, almost sulfuric odors, wafted through the windows at night. Terrified, I stopped going outside after dark. But even indoors, I couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. Some nights, I'd catch a glimpse of glowing eyes peering through the curtains, or a branch-like arm dragging across the glass while that chilling cry rang out all around. So I decided to have a conversation with Bert, and that is when he told me about the things that lived in the woods around here. Bert was the one who said it was a dogman. Listen, I had never heard of the term, nor had I any clue what they were. Yes, I was experiencing strange and weird stuff, but for it to be a walking wolf? That just didn't make any sense whatsoever. So we go over to his property, and let me tell you, this man has bars on his windows all along the backside of the house. You know how you can get the floodlights from Home Depot? He has commercial-grade lights on the backside of his house and a generator. The place looked like Fort Knox. He goes on to explain to me that these things have been here since he was a kid, and that the reason the house I was in was empty was because the last owner would not listen to his advice. He said there are rules to living with the Dogman. Rule number 1, light is your friend. They are not afraid of the light, but they don't care to walk in the light. Rule number 2, they are animals but smart like a human, been here a long time. They know how we think and they know what makes us scared. So no matter what you hear, you have to decide not to be afraid. The more fear you show, the worse they behave. Rule number 3, if they get out of line, and by out of line I mean they try and come into your house, shoot them in the belly, not in the head, not in the arm, in the belly. That is the weakest point. Most people try and shoot them in the chest. A shotgun blast to the belly. It won't kill them, but it will sure make them think about coming back. Finally, rule number 4. If you see their little ones, leave them alone. They are cute, but they are not a toy. Their parents will kill you if you touch them. Also, don't sleep when it's storming. Never sleep through a storm, stay awake and be on the lookout. Things got quiet after that. Not sure if they had just left the area or they were tired of messing with me. Then one night, it starts to storm. You know that kind of storm where the rain whips and lashes against the windows? The wind howls, lightning strikes, and thunder rumbles the house. That is the kind of storm we are talking about here. It was 9 p.m., I remember, because I was searching for TV shows to watch on the guide menu when the power went out. Then this rancid smell invaded the living room from the windows. I knew they were outside. Was it 1, 2, 3? I had no clue, but I knew one thing for sure. I had enough. The shotgun was always loaded and never out of arm's reach, so I grabbed it and went out the front door. Lightning filled up the night sky, and not normal lighting. It was more like a strobe light behind the clouds, blinking, flashing every 4 seconds. Right there at the end of the driveway was one of them. Now mind you, I had heard them, smelled them, seen their eyes shine, but until now, I had never laid eyes on one. Let me tell you, there is nothing that can prepare you for seeing that. I have read people online saying, I want to see a dog man. Where can I find one? Listen, only a fool wants to find this. It's looking at me, and lighting flashes, and I see movement from my left side, and it's another one, 10 feet away down on all fours. It's looking at me, ear pinned back, ready to pounce. So I fire that shotgun into the ground and wait to see the reaction, and nothing. They didn't react, didn't flinch. So now I point at the one closest to me, and this thing stands up, and it's taller, more slender than the other one. So now I'm thinking, okay, this was a bad idea. However, it's too late, and I could feel it. If I backed down, these things would be all over me. Never a moment of peace, so I pull the trigger aimed right at the one to my left, and you know how it sounds when someone gets hit in the chest? That thud? Well, it sounded sort of like that, but you could tell its belly was full. Not sure if that makes sense. Now let me say this. I have heard people say they are bulletproof. Well, I can tell you for sure they are not, because the way that thing reacted, it hurt, and it hurt bad. It drops back down on all fours and takes off, and as it's moving away, I turn my attention to the other one, and it is now backing off and moving away. I rush back inside, lock the door, and sit with my back against the door. I just knew it was going to charge and break the door down, but nothing happened. The next day, I go and talk to Bert, tell him what happened, and Bert says they were at his house last night too. They stayed in the wood line, and in his words, "Those bastards know I will shoot the minute they get in range, so they leave me alone." He explained to me that as long as I stood my ground on my land, I would be fine. Guess what? Bert has been right. They have been back, but they are not bullying me like they were. According to Bert, they are an alpha predator, but they also have been here a long time and they know how dangerous humans are. So they pick their battles wisely. I have decided I'm not moving and I'm not running. I have lights now on all sides of the house. The renovations are mostly done. Reinforced steel doors on the front and backside of the house. I decided not to do the bars because what I saw was so big, if it wanted to come through a window, there would be nothing that would stop it. I decided to spend my extra money on guns and ammo. For the most part, as long as I don't have a bunch of people over, they mind their business. The one time I had company over, they came in that night to look and see what was going on. Now, do I think they will kill me if given an opportunity? Yes, I do. No doubt about it. Will I make it easy on them? No, never.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Dog Waters, and I'm back with another shorty. It's a short story, and I'm letting it all out here on YouTube for free. But I need to do a little bit of housekeeping and house cleaning. So really, really quickly, for those of you listening, click all the buttons, the like, the share, the subscribe, and comment. Do all the stuff you know you're supposed to do. Don't lay up here and play me like that, man. Don't just be like, "Ooh, I'm going to listen to Dog Waters stuff, but I don't like them, so I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to share, and I'm not going to subscribe, and I'm going to listen to it." Don't be that way. Don't be no selfish fool like that. Now, I struggled with this, and I'm getting over it. You know what I'm saying? I prayed on this because, you see, those of you who've been listening for a long time, you've heard, about State Line, Mississippi. And those of you who are members of the website, you've got a couple of State Line, Mississippi stories. But I struggled with this because I didn't want to put State Line on the map like I kind of put Taylor on the map. Well, there's no kind of to it. I put Taylor on the map with the Siege of Lock and Ranch story. And then all of a sudden you had all these people running around saying they returned to Taylor, went to Taylor, like it's retardation, right? But I didn't want to put State Line on the map like I did that because I know how people are. They're going to run out there and try and go there. But that's not my responsibility, man. And I learned the lesson. And it actually hurt my brand by not just putting out the content because I'm being concerned about people who going to do what the fuck they going to do anyway, baby. So let me be clear with you. Right now, throughout Mississippi, there are Dogman attacks that are being covered up as boating accidents. There are Dogman attacks that are being covered up as people being eaten by packs of wild dogs. There are home invasions that were by Dogman that are being covered up as a regular human being went in there and did what it did. So if your silly ass wants to run over to any of these places and go looking for Dogman, I just want to pack with you, man. Just call me or email me and tell me what happened to you. You understand what I'm saying? Just holler at your boy. Just holler at me and let me know. You understand? All right, now let's get into the story.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy the show.
I used to have a job, but I got laid off. I used to have a wife, but she said she had enough. I used to have a car, but it got repossessed. It seemed the Lord had found someone he likes to test.
You know what I love most about storytelling? It's the knowledge that's passed down from generation to generation. I remember my pop telling me stories late at night when I was a kid. He taught me so much. He taught me that I was a soul experiencing the world inside of a physical vessel, and that there were other souls stranded on this planet. And then there were things and creatures that feasted on those souls. And I think to this day, the most important thing that Pop taught me was that every experience is not a lesson for me, but a lesson for my soul itself. Now, out of all the stories that Pop shared with me, the one that stuck out to me the most and scared me the most was about the soulless ones. And I need to give you a little bit of history. My grandparents grew up in State Line, Mississippi. If you know anything about this area, it's literally like the Taj Mahal of paranormal activity. I remember staying with him during the summers, and he would tell me the wildest stories. Things that his father told him about walking trees and creatures in the woods. Old world things. Imagine this. I'm 12 years old. Grandma had just finished cleaning our plates from dinner. And every night after dinner, Pop would head out to the porch with some coffee, sit down, and read his Bible. Their house was in the woods, so outside it's dark. And the only light out there, this single 100-watt light bulb right above the front door. For me, being outside at night was just spooky. But it didn't seem to bother him, because every night without fail, he sat on that porch, cup of coffee in hand, Bible on his lap, rocking back and forth, reading his Bible. When I talk to you about him reading the Bible, he read it with passion and conviction. And he always started with his favorite Bible verse, Psalms 23. And I tell you, when he read that Bible, you could feel it. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Now that's how that man read his Bible. He would be out there for hours reading it aloud, almost as if he was preaching to the darkness. Now this particular night, I wanted to hang out outside with him. So I'm out there sitting in the rocking chair, and he's reading. When you start to see these dim lights in the woods, they get brighter and brighter as they dance around in the distance. Then the two lights combine, converge, moving in our direction, and it literally looks like someone is walking through the woods with a lamp. Afraid, I said, Pop, do you see those lights over there? What's those lights in the woods? And he replies, yeah, son, I see those lights. And no matter what happens, I want you to sit right there in that chair. Don't you move. Don't you get up. Don't you run. Don't do nothing. I want you to sit right there and be still. Those lights come hovering out of the woods and into the yard. Now he's standing, reading his Bible. And have you ever heard someone use the phrase fear jumped into them? Well, that's what happened to me. But all of a sudden, it was like something jumped inside of my body, and I am afraid. I'm talking about hands shivering, teeth chattering like it's cold outside, afraid. So I closed my eyes, hands now covering my face the entire time. He's still reading the Bible. And you know how when you're a kid and you got your eyes closed behind your fingers, but you open your eyes and all you can see is your hands? Eyes now open, only seeing my fingers. I begin to spread them open and look around. And I tell you no lie, I see standing on two legs at the base of the porch steps, a giant wolf. This wolf is looking past him and looking at me, peering between my two fingers directly into my eyes. Then it drops down on all fours, lowering its head, and slowly proceeds to move up the steps. Now, as a child, I believed that old people were frail and slow, but Pop proved me 100% wrong. As this thing is coming up the steps, he slams his Bible shut, turns it on an angle, and jabs it dead smack in the nose. Now, it's done turned its attention from me, and again, he hits it in the nose, saying, "You have no authority here on my property. You're not wanted here. Leave in the name of Jesus Christ." This time, he lifts his Bible over his head, swings it down, slamming this thing dead smack between the eyes. Understand, this wolf had a head the size of his chest. Now, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, that this thing is about to eat the both of us. But no, it puts its head down, turns, and trots off back into the darkness. As for Pop, he sits back down and finishes reading his Bible. Both afraid and completely confused, I'm sitting there waiting for him to finish reading. And once he does, he looks at me and says, Boy, I want you to always remember something. Evil exists, but it can only do to you what you will allow it to do. That spirit that just came to this house wasn't welcome here, and it'll never be welcome here. You understand? About 10 years later, my Pop died. Right there on that porch, Bible in his hand. Heart just stopped beating. And as for my family, we still own that piece of property. I even go there with my kids. And at night, when it's dark, you can still see them lights dancing around in the woods. But for as long as I've been going there, those lights have never come back on our property again.
Now, I'm not one of these crazy people who go out looking for anything. When I first started researching what I saw on the side of the road and realized that there was a marketplace for this, I was shocked. Now I'm in the insurance business, and so when I talk, I can't help but sound like a salesman, but listen. I was truly shocked that there was a market for werewolves, and then I was completely caught off guard by the behavior of the people. I joined a few Facebook groups just looking for answers and to share my encounters, only to ask questions, and I'm talking about immediately I was attacked, people saying that my description didn't fit the description of Dogman, and I'm like, whoa, what kind of crazy shit is this? So if I go back and forth with them saying, listen, you are not gonna tell me what I encountered. I know what the fuck I saw. Now, if you don't believe me, or if it does not check all your boxes, tough, but this is what happened. It was like I was swarmed by a freaking beehive, so I go silent and just watch. Another person comes in and they jump all over her about her encounter, tearing it to shreds, looking for inconsistencies, saying she is lying. It's the most insane thing I've ever heard. So I back off and I'm like, fuck it. I didn't want to see this shit, don't care to talk about it. One day I have a client come into the office. Guy owns an Amazon distribution hub. You know, the vans that deliver packages. And he is talking about a driver that had a wreck and how the driver claims this werewolf thing ran across the road, scared him, and he wrecked. Nothing major, just hit a guardrail. And he is joking like, does the insurance cover werewolves? And I'm like, hey, I would like to talk to that guy. I saw something similar one night when I went out to help a client with a flat tire. So he puts us in contact, and this guy is like Dogman crazy. He listens to Dark Waters, Vic Cundiff, all these people, and I tell him my story, and he says, man, you should do an interview with Vic Cundiff. And I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna be the insurance man talking about werewolves, screw that. Then he suggests, well, if you want your story told but don't want the backlash, give it to Dark Waters. He has the best stories, and he tends to be real bullish about people messing with his witnesses. So he sends the link to an interview we listened to on the computer while I'm putting in the claim for the accident. And I explain to him that I have this client, right? Sweet 65-year-old lady, she's been with me for 10 years. Her husband died, and he was the one who took care of all the insurances and stuff. Well, after her husband's death, she decided she wasn't going to cut back, try and skimp on the expenses, came into the office when I was not here and got rid of her roadside assistance, trying to cut corners, save money. But she is 65, and she needed it. Listen, I'm at home. It's 8:30, and my cell phone rings, and it's Jean, and she says she is on the side of the road. It's dark, and she has a flat tire, and they are telling her she does not have roadside assistance. So I log in, check, and she does not have it. I explain to her that she canceled it, and she has a meltdown, crying, asking what will she do. She needs help. So I tell her, listen, hold tight. It's a 15-minute ride. I will come and change the flat, and then in the morning I will just add the roadside and pay for it myself. So I head out of the house and drive over to where she is, and it's pretty dark and spooky. I can see why she was having a meltdown. She has her hazard lights on, and where she stopped was right in the bend of a turn, so someone speeding would not be able to see her until the last minute. So I'm like, listen, Jean, we are gonna drive on this flat a little ways and get out of this turn so we don't die out here. I leave my car, drive her out of the turn and up to the front side of this house that sits just off the road, and start to change the tire. She is thanking me and saying how much she loved that I would do this, talking about her husband, and she just slips in the conversation that she saw something with red eyes over in the woods in that turn, and how it scared her. Then just keeps talking. The homeowner comes outside with a flashlight, helps out, and we get her situated, and she is like, okay, let me turn around and bring you back to your car. And I'm like, no, it's fine, I will walk. It's not more than 100 yards. She insists, and I'm like, no, go home and call me when you get home. She pulls off, the homeowner goes inside, and I walk back to my car, and fuck me, it's spooky as shit out there. I remember laughing, trying to brush off the nervousness, and then hearing a limb snap to my left in them woods. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It didn't sound like no freaking twig. Dude, this was a tree limb. So now I'm looking, and as I look, a car passes by and lights up them woods, and I see them big eyes reflecting red, and those teeth for a split second. It looked like this thing was grinning at me like it was smiling over there in the dark. I run, full speed, angling into the road and haul ass to the car, cranking it up before I get there. And when I get in to pull off, another car is coming around the curve and I can't pull off. It lights up the woods again, and that thing is coming up this embankment towards the passenger side of my car, and bro, I floor it. Tear off down the road. He is listening to my story and he says, yeah, fuck that. People gotta hear that one. That is some scary shit, bro.
So I heard Dark Waters talking about the courts of heaven, so I started studying it, got books and read the Bible and realized it was real. I followed the steps to get there and found myself having an out-of-body experience. Understand, I had taken DMT trips, but this was nothing like that. I was in a giant courtroom and there was a judge so big I could only see his foot. I tried to look up at his face, but it was too bright. Then I looked to my left, and there were these dark presences there, pointing at me, accusing me of being a bad person. Then I saw my dead mother standing, looking up, talking to the judge, pleading with him on my behalf. This scared me so much I snapped out of it. I haven't had the nerve to go back since.
Jackson, Mississippi is where I live, and digging graves is what I've been doing my entire life. In fact, after I dropped out of high school as a teenager, it was the only job I could find. Now, doing this job out here in the cemetery, I've seen my fair share of scary things. Ghosts, shadow men, hellhounds, and for a long time, I thought I had seen it all. That was until early one summer morning. I'm prepping for a funeral. The grave had already been dug, and I was just setting up chairs and decorating. Understand, dealing in the business of death is tough enough. Watching families cry and suffer over and over, day in and day out, takes a toll on you mentally. Listen, me sharing with you the mental stress of my job It's no way an indictment on my mental health. I am sane. I'm not crazy. I don't take any meds. My life is good. Anyway, so I'm there. And the cemetery is nestled into the woods. And by that, I mean you have to drive through the woods to get to the cemetery. It's one of the older black cemeteries in Mississippi. And so you can understand what I mean by old. There are literally dead slaves buried in a section of this cemetery. No headstones, no nothing. Picture this, the sun is rising, but there's this mist still hovering above the ground. And looking to my left, I see something moving so fast that it smears this mist, just like an artist painting with a paintbrush. At first, I'm thinking to myself, look, it must be one of the spirits out here moving around. Nothing to be afraid of, nothing to worry about. No smell of sulfur or nothing like that. So I'm thinking it's a ghost, not a demon, and I get back to work. Then again, out of the corner of my eye, I see this thing dart through the mist. So fast that the only sign it was there was the movement of the mist itself. The next thing I hear is this growling, and then the sound of this impact on flesh. Let me explain it to you. Have you ever tenderized a steak and you're sitting there and you're punching it and beating it? You know that kind of wet, plopping sound that your fist makes when it meets that meat? That it was that exact same sound, but so loud that it had an echo. And let me tell you, after that, all hell broke loose. There was this low-pitched humming sound, followed by these growls so strong like nothing I ever heard, combined with the sound of metal twisting and bending. Keep in mind, all of this commotion is going on in the mist about 50 to 60 yards away from me. Then I see this thing that looks like a freaking monster from a sci-fi movie. Triangle head, this blackish gray metallic skin, long claws. This thing comes flying out of the mist about 6 feet above the ground like Hercules had just slung it, and slams into a tree. And I lie to you not, the only way to describe this is it was like something out of a movie. It hits the tree so hard it takes a chunk out. Hits the ground, bounces back up. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Dog Waters. I'm hoping that you enjoyed this story so far. It really is a good one. I'm getting back in my bag, in my production bag like I used to be. So you guys got some really good stuff coming. Head on over to the website iamdogwaters.com to check it out and listen to the entire story. And for those of you who are new to my channel and hearing this for the first time, head on over to iamdogwaters.com to become a member.
More than half of the country will feel the effects of a heat wave over the next 24 hours.
By the weekend, at least 14 states are expected to break temperature records. CBS News weather producer David Parkinson joins us now to talk about this heat wave. So just how bad is it expected to be, Dave?
It's bad, and it is expanding in scope. So here's the situation. It was primarily contained to sort of the plains states on Wednesday. It expands today further east into the Ohio River Valley. By the time we get to tomorrow, it's throughout the East Coast. So by and large, when we take a look at the number of people that we're being impacted here with, we're looking at 150 million people under heat alerts. By the time we get to Saturday, 250 million people will actually be seeing high temperatures above 90 degrees. So it's a really, really uncomfortable situation.
And it's not just the heat, it's the humidity?
That's right. The old adage is absolutely correct. So let me explain what's going on here. Basically, you've got transport of Gulf moisture. You also have Barry's moisture. All of that together is making things exceptionally humid. You're getting all of this moisture on the ground. So you're getting these insanely high dew points. When we take a look at what the dew points are in some of the central sections of the country, we're looking at a dew point of 84 degrees in Mankato, 80 in Waterloo, Iowa, and 78 in Oshkosh. What that translates to in terms of when we look at the numbers, the high temperatures aren't that bad. It's 90 in Waterloo, 91 Mankato, 93 in Oshkosh. But look at those feels-like temperatures. 104 in Waterloo, 110 in Mankato. That's what an 84-degree dew point does to you. So the reason why I bring that up is it is a rinse and repeat situation throughout the country.
Let me start here. I've had a hell of a lot of Dogman encounters, but at the time I was having those encounters, I wasn't sure what was going on. It all started on one of those blazing summer days. I remember it clear as day, because all over the news they were talking about this heat wave. Dutch, my German Shepherd, had just bolted out of the back door. Now pause, let me tell you a little bit about Dutch. Dutch is my best friend. Hell, he's my only friend. And around my property, which is 22 acres, Dutch roams freely. That particular day, we were on the backside of the property fixing some fence posts when Dutch takes off running into the wood lines, quickly backs out, and then starts jumping up and down playfully. Then he takes off into the woods. Now, listen to me. Him taking off into the woods, again, it's nothing new to me. It didn't even cross my mind as being a threat. Time passes, and by time passing, I mean just enough time for me to realize that he's been gone too long. So I start calling him, Dutch, come here, boy. Dutch, come here. Now, looking back on all the events that have happened, I believe right now at this moment is when I had my first encounter. Because I hear this running through the woods, quick, heavy, bipedal footsteps. These footsteps are loud, louder than any human footsteps in the woods that I've ever heard. But get this, the next thing you know, the footsteps stop and Dutch comes running out of the wood line. He pauses, takes a look back into the woods, then walks over to me. Now, over the next few days, Dutch's behavior started to change. It was almost like he was working on shifts or something. He would be going into the woods for 30 minutes, then he'd come back. Then he'll leave me going for like 40 minutes, and he'll come back. Listen to this. That Saturday night, we're sitting on a sofa watching TV, when Dutch walks over to the window, stands there, and just starts looking out. Then he heads to the back door and starts whining and whimpering. Now, I'm thinking, okay, maybe the dog has used the bathroom, so I open the door. He takes off running full speed into the darkness. Again, in retrospect, I should have known something was off, because that night he came back with blood all over his body. I check, and it's not his blood. He wasn't hurt, he wasn't injured, just his whole body was bloody. The following day, I head back to the backside of my property to finish working on the fence and find a dead deer carcass, head ripped from the body and partially eaten. Now listen to this. That very same night, Dutch starts crying and whining at the back door, trying to leave to go outside, but I refuse to open the door. Head into the bathroom, and when I come back, my back door is open and he's gone. Now, look, I'm freaking out because I live in a small town, the kind of place where you don't have to lock your doors. My closest neighbor is 3 miles away. Dutch ain't opening no doors for himself. So I grab my rifle, head outside, and start circling the house looking around. Now, this is when I believe I first laid my eyes on Dogman, but I did not know what I was seeing. I have this small garage/workshop that I have about 25 yards away from my house, right? Mounted on that structure is this small motion sensor light. The light comes on, and for a brief second, I see this thing running. It's on 2 legs, tall as the garage, and fast. By fast, I mean it's very fast. It runs past, and the next thing you know, there's Dutch chasing behind it. But not like he was trying to attack it or try and kill it. It was this playful jumping and leaping, chasing behind this creature. So now I'm standing there in the darkness calling him, Dutch, come here, boy. Dutch, come here. It takes a few minutes, but soon I see him running in my direction. He runs past me up to the back porch and starts drinking water. Now, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself right now, this guy's full of shit. There's no way he saw that and didn't freak out. Listen to me. I'm not telling you that I wasn't afraid. I'm not telling you that I wasn't in shock. I was completely confused by what I saw. But again, Dutch is my best friend. And if there was a real threat, I figured Dutch would have been behaving as such. But he wasn't. Get this, Dutch and I go back inside, and the next morning, there's a hog. I mean a 250-pound hog right on my back porch. Its neck is broken, but other than that, it's a perfectly good hog. So I take the hog, skin it, take the guts, throw it over in the woods, slap it on a grill, and start cooking me a meal. Now, that particular day, Dutch didn't go into the woods. He just stuck around the house, munching on this hog with me. Now, the next thing that happened, was freaking creepy and very, very scary. Nighttime comes. I'm in the kitchen. I hear the back doorknob turning, then something pulling on the door, but it's locked. Now Dutch is at the door, whimpering and whining, trying to go outside, but that night, I forced him to stay inside. The activity goes on for about a month. Deer, hogs left at my back door. Dutch running off into the woods. The doorknob shaking in the middle of the night. And I figured whatever this thing is, had to be harmless. Because based on what I saw and everything that it did, if it wanted to hurt me, it could have just ran through the walls of the house and got me. If it wanted to free Dutch from inside of the house based on the size of what I saw, it could have ripped the door frame off. Now listen to this. Just as I'm getting comfortable with the new dynamics of what's going on around my property, suddenly, one day, it just stopped. No more hogs, no more deers. Dutch wasn't whining or crying to go outside at night, and he seemed sad and depressed. That depression lasted for about a week, then he went back to normal. Now, listen to me. I know what people say about these dogmen. They're horrifying, mean, terrible killers. But that wasn't my experience. And that wasn't Dutch's experience either. I believe he made a friend. And in turn, I made a friend. Never once was this thing aggressive. It seemed to me like it just wanted to play. Okay, so this Randonautica app is crazy. Let me start by saying this. If I was you, I wouldn't try it. Because I did, and it led me directly to a freaking Dogman encounter outside of Taylor, Mississippi. Now, like many of you, I saw this app online and decided to give it a try. The way it works is you download the app, answer a few questions, tell it how many locations you want, and then you turn around and focus your intent on what you want. So I start off Hattiesburg, Mississippi, pick 4 locations. It tells me to focus my intention on what I want, so I start thinking about all the Dogman stories I heard. And I think about the video I saw out of Fort Pierce, the photos. And after a few seconds, these random coordinates pop up. Now I watch a lot of these videos, and the majority of the people who use this app encounter something creepy, but on a scale of 1 to 10, it's more of a 3 or a 4. In extreme cases, I've seen people with 9s and 10s. Now, there was absolutely no reason at all for me to believe that I was going to find Dogman. I just figured, hey, it's Saturday, I ain't got nothing to do, let's go on an adventure. So now I'm driving, following the directions, and it leads me to this parking lot. Just a parking lot, a few cars parked there, nothing more. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is some bullshit, nothing to worry about. That's until I noticed one of the trucks in the parking lot, decal on the back window. A simple silhouette of a wolf head with the words, "Bad Wolf." I say to myself, okay, that's strange, but it's not Dogman, so I head to the next spot. The next location, 18-20 miles away, small road right off Highway 49 in Sanford, Mississippi. I get there, get out of the car, and nothing's going on. Everything seems normal. Get back in the car, going to the next point, and it tells me to drive to Carrollton, Mississippi. Now, this drive to Carrollton ain't no short drive, but like I said, it's Saturday. I have absolutely nothing to do, so I'm driving, listening to the radio. When I get to Carrollton, directions take me down Grenada Road to Highway 100, and it tells me to stop in front of these people's house. A random house on the side of the road, and the point of interest is on the back side of these people's property. Now, this is Mississippi, and in Mississippi, you don't just be wandering on the people's property. And there was absolutely no way I was about to knock on these people's door, tell them that I want to go onto the backside of their property because I'm following an app that's leading me to a freaking werewolf. That wasn't happening, not doing it, so I get back in the car and proceed to the next spot. And right here is when my Dogman encounter really starts to get interesting, because the next point on this map is literally right outside of Taylor, Mississippi. Remember, I started in Hattiesburg. This is a lot of freaking driving. Now I'm headed down these back roads to Taylor, Highway 35 to Chadstone, then Highway 32 to 315, and I get to number 4 Club Road. And it stops me right along this right-of-way directly underneath the power line next to this body of water. Understand, I get out of the car, it's still broad daylight, but it is creepy as hell in this look. Listen, I'm less than a mile from that Highway 315, but you can't hear any cars. I'm alone on this right-of-way. And if you don't believe me, pull up Google Maps and look it up yourself. The app led me directly to that spot. As I get out of my car, I'm saying to myself, okay, this is definitely Dogman territory. And it was creepy, like I said, but nothing was happening. So I started walking around. I get about 40 to 50 yards away from my car. Driver's side door left open, car still running. Then shit starts to move in the trees. And when I say move in the trees, I mean something up in the trees starts to move. I ain't talking about like a squirrel running around in the trees. No birds fluttering around in the trees either. The top of the freaking trees starts swaying back and forth and moving. Standing there looking at the trees moving back and forth like something is jumping from tree to tree, saying to myself, holy shit, what did I get into? Now turning, moving back in the direction of my car, the freaking driver's side door is closed. I know I left it open. I did it on purpose in case I needed to run and get in my car. The son of a bitch is closed. Now seeing this, I start to panic and I'm running full speed to my vehicle. Behind me, I can hear the trees rustling and shaking as if whatever it was in the trees was jumping from tree to tree to tree, paralleling me as I ran back to my car. When I get to my car door, the fucking door is locked. Again, I left this car door open, the car running. There was no reason for my car door to be closed or locked. Now I'm there, yanking on the door handle, panicking, when I realize, holy crap, I have the electronic key to my car in my pocket. Listen to me when I tell you, I damn near broke my thumb hitting that button trying to get the car door open. Once I got into the car, foot on the gas, spinning around, damn near slammed into the transmission pole, trying to get the hell out of there. When I finally got away from the area, pulled over on the side of the highway just to get my wits about myself. Now, looking back on what happened, the one thing I can tell you is I am freaking glad that I did not make the mistake of going to that very same spot after dark. Because I'm not sure that I've been able to get my ass back up out of there alive. Listen, I've been in Louisiana my whole life. You know the show Swamp People with Troy Landry? To hell with that. We've been doing the same thing for the past 6 generations. So when Hurricane Ida was on the way, we knew we had to evacuate. No doubt about it. Why? Because I've been on this property my whole life. And when that water starts coming in, it's best just to get the hell on out of the way. So my neighbor and I caravan north to Monroe, Louisiana to sit it out. Now the issue after a storm is always getting back home. They have the emergency evacuation orders. The National Guard, they are trying to keep you away from your house. But like I said before, I've been in Louisiana my whole life, and I know how to work my way around these type of things. So when we come back from Monroe, we tell them, listen, we're here to help you guys on search and rescue. We got our boats. Anything you need, just let us know. And it always goes the same damn way. When you show up at first, they tell you, no, we don't need your help. We don't need your support. We got it under control. And eventually they realize they don't have enough manpower, they don't have enough boats, they don't have enough gasoline, they are in need of assistance. And that is where my game plan always kicks in. You see, I'm from Louisiana. We help each other. I don't mind helping my neighbor if they're in trouble. But in the process of helping out, I always go home and check on my property to make sure it's not being looted. Listen to me, now that you understand my plan of action, let me go ahead and tell you exactly what happened. After the storm passes, Timothy, my neighbor, and I leave our wives up at his camp in Monroe and head back down. Now, when we get to the interstate that leads down into the area where our property is, the National Guard is there, is completely flooded out. We make our offer for assistance, and of course, they tell us no. So we leave, wait 24 hours, long enough for them to realize that they actually need help. And when we go back, the local government is begging for assistance, and that's how it is. The minute the federal government gets involved, everything gets completely out of control, and it's hard to do anything. So now, our local government has asked for all civilian assistance. Tim and I are in the boat. Now, the objective for us is to go check on our properties, but you can't just do that because there are people waiting in the water, families stranded on their roofs. It's really freaking bad. So we spend the majority of the day ferrying people back and forth to dry land. Listen, by 3:45 p.m., we helped over 30 people, and so we head on over to our property to check it out. And just so you can properly understand the situation, our houses are raised 13 feet above ground and the water is at 12 feet. We arrive at my house first and it's totally fucked up. A 3-square section of the roof is completely and totally missing. The boards that I had put on my windows have blown off and the house is slightly leaning. And looking around at the devastation, 2 of my other neighbors' properties have completely collapsed and the only thing that you can see protruding out of the water is the roof line. So the 2 of us quickly hop out of the boat, go into the front door, climb up to the roof from the inside of the house, and put a tarp over the wide open section. Now listen, I know there's some folks out there who believe that us people down in Louisiana who live in these swamps get what we deserve, that we should pick up and move. We know where we live, and when we get hit by a hurricane, you feel like your tax dollars are being wasted. Well, let me say it to you like this. When a snowstorm passes, power goes out, winds are ripping and roaring, knocking over trees. You don't ever hear us saying no bullshit like that. We wish you well, and if there's anything we can do to help you, we're willing to do it. So naturally, you're trying to figure out why in the hell am I putting a tarp on the roof of a house that's about to collapse. The reason why is because if you don't close that house up, the insurance company is not going to pay you any money. They're going to say that you didn't do anything to mitigate the damage on the inside of the property. Therefore, they won't be paying for it. How do I know? Because I live in Louisiana and I've been through this hundreds of times. So, like I said, the 2 of us are on top of the roof, placing a tarp, understanding and knowing that there's no way in hell that this tarp is going to hold if we get a strong wind gust, but at least we tried. Therefore, the insurance company can't deny any damn thing. From there, we get in the boat, head about a half a mile down to Tim's place, and that's when shit starts to get really crazy. You see, his house is still standing, but because of the floating debris that was congregated around the stilts of his property, we had to come in around the back side of the house. So now we're riding along the left side of the house, moving branches and tree debris, and that's when I noticed what looked like something or someone moving on the inside of his house. Let me paint the picture for you. I'm steering the boat, Tim is at the front end, we're coming around the back side of his house, turning the boat while he grabs his back porch and pulls us along. And when we get to the back side of his house and take a look at his back door, oh, you can tell some shit done went drastically wrong. Everyone knows exactly what a door frame is supposed to look like. You've probably walked through 10 door frames today alone. Well, we're there on the boat looking at his door frame, and the right-hand side of his door frame is broken. And what I mean by that, it's almost as if something just took the right side of that door frame and pressed and folded it in. Now, remember, I just saw something move inside of the house through one of Tim's windows. Now we're on the back side of the house, and it looks like the Hulk has tried to push his way into the back door. And the first thing that comes to both of our minds is, okay, either somebody done broke into Tim's house and they're taking refuge from the storm, or somebody done broke into Tim's house and they're trying to loot the house. Boat tied up, climbing out, shotguns in hand at the ready. We're just about to go in that door and we get this whiff. The smell of dog. And it's not a normal smell of a dog. It smells like 14 to 15 damn wild dogs are in Tim's house. Now understand, Tim did have 2 Labrador retrievers, but those Labrador retrievers are up in Monroe with his wife. So us going through that back door smelling dog wasn't exactly a tip-off as to what the hell we were about to find next, because it seemed somewhat normal considering the circumstances. I go in first. His back door is connected to his laundry room. From there, you go to the right and make a left into the kitchen. Well, my pants legs get caught on the edge of his dryer because shit in that laundry room is jostled and moved all over the place. And that's when we hear movement in the house. And I'm not sure if Tim noticed this, but that's when it hit me that door frame is bent and fucked up as well. Now picture the scene. Tim has already turned the corner, going into that kitchen. I'm pulling my pants leg, which is caught on the edge of his dryer, and I hear him say, "What the fuck is that?" Now, loose from the dryer, I'm coming up right behind him, and that's when I see a black wolf. This animal is literally the size of his sofa. It's on all fours in this man's living room, lips rolled up, teeth showing. It's backing away from us. Tim raises his gun. I'm staring into this wolf's eyes as Tim raises his gun to shoot. And I try and talk sense to Tim, saying, listen, these guns that we got not going to do anything for that right there. We need something way bigger for that right there. Listen, so now I'm pulling Tim by his shoulder back into the washroom, putting a wall between us and it. He is absolutely furious, wanting to shoot this thing. And that's when the entire house starts to shake. I'm telling you, I thought it was going to collapse. It literally sounded like a freaking wrecking ball was hitting the front of his house. Listen, I know this sounds crazy, but this is exactly what happened. Peeking around into that doorway, the animal is going through the front wall of the house. I mean, it's literally knocked down the front wall of the house, and it's gone. We're talking about a 10-foot section of Tim's front wall is missing. Now, a section of the roof is starting to collapse. Walking over to the front of the house where that section of wall is missing, we can see this thing swimming in the water, and it doesn't swim like a dog. It swims like a man, arms reaching forward, stroking through the water. Pay attention to what I'm about to say to you. Everybody down here knows about the roof. People call it a legend, a myth. But if you've been in these swamps at night, and if you've heard and seen the things that I've heard and seen, you know that it's not a myth, it's not a legend, it's absolutely and totally real. And when I say to you, the two of us were stunned at what we were seeing, standing there, looking out of this gigantic gaping hole in the front of the house. I mean, we were stunned. And quite frankly, looking around at the house after this happened, there wasn't a damn thing we could do to secure his property. Nothing. So Tim goes into his bedroom, grabs some extra clothes, grabs some things out of his safe, and we leave. Now fast forward 30, 45 days. And get this. So you know how insurance companies are, right? The adjuster comes out to Tim's place, takes a look around, and accuses him of tearing out the front wall of his house for insurance money. This adjuster is a slick-talking motherfucker from California. And he didn't realize that he was down in the middle of the swamps. And understand, the waters have long receded. I'm standing there with Tim as he's talking to the adjuster when he says, "Sir, don't you think that if I wanted to commit insurance fraud, I would have just taken all of my stuff out of the house and not actually done any physical damage to the house? Look at all my shit. It's molded. It's disgusted. No, I don't think so. So you're trying to tell me that I committed insurance fraud, intentionally destroyed my entire life for the possibility of you giving me a check." Now let me pause right here in the story for a minute and say something. Us finding a rougarou in the house was absolutely terrifying, but it made sense. I believe that it was just seeking shelter. When we came into the house, it was cornered, we surprised it, and it escaped. That makes sense to me down here in these swamps. But the way the insurance company treated Tim, oh, that shit didn't make any sense at all. Because that insurance adjuster didn't want to pay for the damage to the front wall. And by denying the damage to the front wall, he denied the damage to the collapsed roof, which in turn denied all of the moisture and mold damage throughout the entire freaking house. Listen to me when I say this to you. This storm is past. It's over with. It's done. And Tim is still suing the insurance company, trying to get paid. It just don't make no damn sense to me. And I'm going to be the first one to say it. I feel sorry for my buddy Tim. You got a hurricane. You got evacuation expenses. You got a damn rougarou in your house. And on top of all that shit, the insurance company won't pay you for none of the damages. Listen to me when I say this to you. Everybody around here done started repairing their properties. But Tim is still up in Monroe. That's just not right at all. They say that Satan whispers in your ear, but who are they? Hell, I don't know. I heard that when I was a child. I can tell you one thing for sure. It was not Satan whispering in my ear that day I saw what looked like a walking wolf. You see, that entire day was weird. From the moment I woke up in the morning, things just felt off. You know how it is when you wake up late, iron your clothes, fix breakfast, and you're almost ready to walk out of the door. Then stupid stuff happens. In this case, you spill your coffee. It splashes off the counter, all over your clothes. And now you have to start all over, ironing everything again. And then you finally head out of the door. And if that wasn't enough, I realized that my son used my car the night before, and the tank is empty, only 35 miles of gas left with a 45-mile ride to the job site. So now I'm headed to the gas station. And when I get there, it's like everyone else needs to get gas at the exact same time. I remember sitting there, feeling this frustration come over me and looking over at the pump. I watched this mother smiling at her kids, waving into the back seat as she was pumping gas. This warm smile, pure joy on her face. And for a split second, all that aggravation and frustration was gone. It brought me back to my childhood days, remembering my mother doing the same thing. Then all of a sudden, this a-hole lays on the horn. I'm talking about bang! Snaps me completely out that perfect moment of peace and drives me right into anger. Why in the hell are you blowing the horn at this woman and her kids like this? We all have to get gas. You are not the only person who needs to get gas for his vehicle. Now fast forward a few minutes later, I have gas. I'm on my way to the construction site. I had a meeting with our surveyors to walk the land. And this is where things started to get weird. I'm driving down this 2-lane highway, and the company that I was part owner in had just acquired everything along this roadway, all the frontage property. Our plan was to slowly develop it, but we needed an anchor, a place that would bring people to the area. So we decided to build a shopping mall. I'm driving along the road, coming around this sharp turn, and something tells me to slow down. Not like a loud voice screaming in the car, slow down. Just this small, still voice says, hey, slow down. And I listen, tap on the brakes. Well, I come around that turn, and there is a pickup truck turned over on its side in the middle of the road. You can see the driver squirming around in the front seat. Now I stop, get out, and this guy is screaming for dear life. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Help! Help! He's kicking the windshield, going crazy. Now I'm panicking, trying to figure out what I can do to help him. So I race back to my car, get my emergency glass breaker, and that's when I hear him shooting. Imagine a scene. I have my whole upper body inside of the driver's side of the car, reaching over to the glove compartment to get the glass breaker, and I hear these gunshots, thinking to myself, what in the hell did I just happen upon? Now he climbs through the front window, stands up, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but this guy is massive, 6'8", 6'9", 320 pounds, and I'm not talking about a fat 320 pounds. We talking about WWF wrestling 320 pounds. And he's looking at me, then looking around at the woods, looking at me again, then looking around at the woods. And it was right there in that moment that I hear that voice again saying, he's fine, leave him. And as I'm hearing that voice, he's saying, mister, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here. Now I offer to call him an ambulance. And as I'm talking to him, he reaches into his pocket, takes out his phone, and again he says, listen, I have got to get out of here. With this panicked, paranoid look on his face. Now my mind is racing. Maybe this guy's got drugs in the car. Maybe he just killed somebody. I don't know what the hell he has going on, but I don't want nothing to do with it. That's when he starts to walk around to the passenger side of my car, trying to pull on a door handle, insisting aggressively that I give him a ride away from the scene of this accident. First of all, I'm looking at Hulk Hogan thinking to myself, dude, there's no way you're about to fit in my car. Second of all, you're hurt, you're in shock, and you need help. We're not going anywhere. So I tell him, listen, you're in shock, you're panicking, you just had an accident, I need you to calm down, we're going to get the ambulance here and get the police here. Now he is off on the side of the road, pacing back and forth, saying, you're not understanding what I'm saying, it's dangerous here, we need to go right now. And again, that small voice speaks to me saying, leave him now. This time, that voice comes along with this feeling, a heaviness so thick that even in broad daylight, it made my skin crawl. I looked down for a quick second, and you know how it is when you want to say something to a person, but you're thinking what to say, you look away from him for a second to gather your thoughts. But in the process of looking away from that person, you know without a doubt that you're about to tell a lie, so you really can't look at him as you're about to talk to him. That's what was going on. And when I looked back up, my intention was to ask him his name and try to calm him down and tell him, listen, sir, help is going to be on the way. I'm late for a meeting. As all this is going through my mind, my eyes lock onto this massive frame of a man. When I look, there's something else, something standing behind him. I mean, a giant black wolf is there, standing out in the open. And this thing made him look small. It made him look puny. And looking back on it all now, I think it was the look on my face that let him know that something was going on. Because he sees the panic in my eyes, and without hesitation, he turns and tries to shoot. Now stop right here and let me ask you a question. Do you remember those cartoons when we were a kid, where a person would get snatched from behind, and the middle of their body would go first, and their legs and their arms flung forward as their middle torso was pulled away? Well, that's what happened to this guy. Except for he was turned slightly sideways. At the moment, he was snatched by this thing. You could hear bones cracking as his head whipped in my direction. And he looked like one of those crash dummies, the way his head and shoulders swung under the force of this thing grabbing him. I remember his screams, the sounds of the tree limbs and twigs breaking, and the sight of his body being dragged off into the brush. And that voice again saying, leave right now. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't quite remember if I saw it again or not, or if I just felt like whatever that was coming back. But I got into my car, made a U-turn, and sped away. Had I called 911 and alerted them to what was going on? Yes, I did that while I was on the scene. But get this, 20 minutes later, they called me back and asked me if I had seen the driver of the vehicle when I passed by this accident. Now, I didn't want to lie to them, but I also didn't want anything to do with this. So I told them he had a gun and he went into the woods. The next 4 days, I had anxiety, panic attacks, and nightmares. My wife and kids thought I had gone crazy, lost my mind. Get this, after that day, I never heard that voice again. But that day, it was clear, crystal clear. I don't like the majority of the people in my Facebook group. And I've been in that cryptid group for about 5 years. Let me tell you something. 80% of the people in those groups are crackheads. And I don't mean crackheads in a negative way. Well, I kind of do. They're not addicted to drugs, but they're addicted to cryptids and monsters. Every day it's a new picture, a new video, and a new freaking argument. Now, when I first came into the group, I told people that I saw other things in the woods with Dogman, and I was shunned. I mean, completely ostracized. Everyone said that Dogman was this natural flesh and blood creature. But from my experiences, that was only partially true. Yes, I saw the flesh and blood version of a Dogman, but also I saw things that looked like little aliens poking their heads out of the trees. I saw other weird, crazy anomalies as well every time that I saw Dogman on my property. Well, the apprehension and the craziness in the group kind of drove me away for a while. But when I decided to come back, I befriended this one guy, and he was pretty cool, or so I thought. We talked on the phone, he seemed normal, everything was good. Over time, we got to know each other. I told him I was in Tennessee, he said that he was in Alabama, and he was a part of a research group. Eventually, they invited me to go out on an expedition with them into the woods on this private property in Alabama. Understand, I'm kind of stoked about the whole situation. I'm thinking that, all right, we'll go out into the woods, we'll go to a Dogman area. It's 6 people total. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, fast forward. I drive 2 hours from Tennessee down to Alabama. We get to the location. Everybody's parked. We do this tailgate meeting where we're talking about the direction we're going to go in, and we head off into the woods. We get 350 yards into these woods, and I start to see those little things in the trees. The first one I saw had a head shaped like a light bulb. It had 2 black eyes, and his face was protruding out of the tree. Now, mind you, I shared with everyone in this group during the tailgate meeting that I had seen these things. I shared with everybody in the Facebook group that these things do exist. And from my personal experience, when you start to see these other entities in the woods, it means that Dogman is nearby. But furthermore, what it means is that that particular Dogman, that's close. But furthermore, what it meant to me was that if you saw these things, that meant that the particular Dogman that you were about to encounter wasn't nice whatsoever. Now, I know you're saying to yourself, well, how did you come to this conclusion? Let me pause right here, rewind, and take you back to my own Dogman encounter. My property, 4 years ago, I'm walking in the woods, and I see the exact same thing. It's got a head shaped like a light bulb, it's got black eyes, and it's protruding out of the leaves. I see it, I know it's there, it watches me and turns its head as I'm walking by. About 50 yards later, I encounter a Dogman. This thing is all black, it's down on all fours, it is gigantic, and in the daytime, its eyes are giving off this red, glistening eye shine. Now, if you've heard any Dogman encounters, then you know they're supposed to have big yellow eyes with a big black pupil. Nope, no sir, no ma'am. This thing had red shining eyes in the daytime. Stop right there, fast forward a little bit more. I go back out onto my property again. This time I'm moving along collecting firewood, and I see another Dogman. This one is hidden in the brush. You can see its eyes. They are regular yellow and black eyes, and it seemed as if it was hiding from me. Fast forward again. I'm back on my property, out collecting wood again, and I see another one of those bobblehead creatures. This time I see that same Dogman, down on all fours, red glistening eyes. It's extremely aggressive. So much so that I dropped all the wood that I collected and ran back to the house. That night, I start to hear it circling around outside of my house, growling, making all kinds of noises. So when I sit here and I tell you that there is some significance to seeing these things in the trees and then seeing a Dogman, I know without a doubt there is a connection. All right, now back to the story. So we're all 350 yards into the woods. I'm looking around and I see one of those bulb head things. And I'm saying, listen guys, we need to turn around and go back because we're about to have an encounter with something that's not good. They shoo it off like, okay, whatever, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. We go another 50 yards into the woods, and now I see 4 of these things. One is in a tree, one is in another tree. There's 2 more inside the leaves. And the one that really caught my attention was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It is part of his face is blended into the tree. The other part of his face is blended into the tree bark. and it's looking directly at me like you know better than to be here right now. And that's what I make an executive decision. I say, listen, guys, I'm not going any further. Can't do it. I don't feel safe. I'm not going any further. So I turn around and start heading back to my vehicle. Now get this. I get back to the car. I'm waiting around. 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes pass, 15 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass, 35 minutes pass, and I got to take a leak. So I crank the car up, head up the road to the gas station. So I crank the car up, head down this little service road up to the gas station, go take a leak, grab a bag of chips, grab a soda, and I'm on my way back to where they were. Now I'm driving down that little service road, and one of these guys comes running out of the bushes. Now forgive me, I'm not going to say this guy's name because he's still in a Facebook group. Now if he or anybody else in this group wants to disclose their name, that is fine with me, but I'm not doing that to you guys. Nonetheless, he comes barreling out of the woods onto the road. Understand, now he's running along the little service road that runs parallel to the highway. And when I tell you it was kind of funny, imagine the scene. I'm driving the vehicle along. I'm steering with my knees. I got my bag of chips in my left hand. I got my soda in my right hand. And I look over and he is running like a little girl, arms flailing in the air. He's breathing all hard. He's got scratches all over his face. He's breathing all hard. He's got scratches all over his face where blood is pouring down. And he looks over at me. I put my chips down and roll down the window and say, hey, buddy, are you okay? What's going on? And he just keeps running. Hey, do you need a ride? Are you okay? And he keeps running. This running goes on for about 5 minutes. It's almost as if he does not realize that I'm riding in the vehicle right next to him. Finally, he breaks out of the trance and I said, hey, are you okay? What's going on? He stops running and looks at me with this look on his face unlike anything that I've ever seen. And he says, it's you, and leaves this long, awkward pause. I say, buddy, are you okay? What's going on? Where's everyone else? Now, I'm not sure if he was going through post-traumatic stress or shock or whatever the hell was happening in his mind, but he literally runs around in front of my car, hops into the passenger seat, and starts screaming at me, telling me to drive. I'm telling him, where am I driving to? What is going on? He says, I don't care where you go, just drive. Now, in my mind, I'm going right back to where we all parked our vehicles because clearly something had gone wrong. So I hit the gas and head right back over to where everything started. But when I get there, there's not a car parked anywhere in sight. So now I'm asking him, okay, man, hold on. What happened in those woods? But he won't answer me. He steps out of the car, looks around, and he starts to say, they left me. I can't believe they left me. They left me. He says this over and over again for like 3 minutes. And then I say, listen, man, what happened? And that's when he starts to tell me. He says that they went past, and that's when he starts to break it down for me. He tells me they kept going through those woods, and they got to the point to where they started to feel like something was there. They couldn't see it, they couldn't hear anything, but it was just this intense feeling of fear, like something was watching them. And then according to him, a dogman came down the tree, not jumped down the tree, not slid down the tree like a fireman coming down a fire pole. It literally climbed down the tree like those demons and ghosts do on the horror movies where they climb down the wall head first. He says this thing came down a gigantic tree and started to growl at them, jumped off the tree, lunging at one of them, and they all scattered and took off running. Now pause right here and let me say this. I was not there. I did not experience this. I did not see this myself. I can't 120,000% vouch for what this man was saying. But what I can vouch for is the emotions and the look. But what I can vouch for is what I saw in his face and in his eyes. This man experienced something that he was not prepared for. And then my sense of smell kicked in, and I realized not only had he urinated on himself, but he had defecated on himself. And then I got a whiff of this smell, and I realized in between the time he got out of my car and he started standing there, not only did he urinate on himself, but he defecated on himself. Now here's the craziest part about the situation. It took a solid 20 minutes for him to calm down. And that's when he came to the realization that not only the person from the Facebook group that he came here with had left him, but he had an hour ride all the way back to his house. And the two of us had a serious problem on our hands. because I wasn't about to have him sitting in my car smelling like pee and poo. So I told him, listen, you got two options. You can get on your phone, you can call your friend that you rode down here with and see if you can get him to come back, or you can give me some cash. I'll leave right here. I'll run to the store. Or you can give me some cash. I'll leave you right here. Run to the store, get you a change of clothes. I'll be absolutely happy to drive you back where you came from. Now get this. Now he's on the phone dialing the guy Glenn that he rode down here with, right? And he won't answer. He's sending him to voicemail. He gives me the guy's phone number and I call him and he starts to send me to voicemail. And you know when somebody's sending you to voicemail. The phone rings once or twice and then it goes straight to voicemail. It was clear that this man was sending us both to voicemail. Now he starts to call other people in the group. One other person sends him the voicemail and everyone else's phone just keeps ringing. That's when he really started to panic. So much so that the man just started to walk off, telling me that he was going to walk home. And I'm not going to lie to you, at that point in time, I really felt guilty about the situation. There was no way I was going to let this man walk home, smelling like pee and poo, after having an encounter with something like that in the woods. So I made another executive decision. I went to the trunk of my car, got an old t-shirt, laid it on the back seat, told him he could sit there and I would drive to the nearest Walmart, go in and get him some clothes he could change, and then I would take him home. Now get this, it was an hour ride to his house. And this man said absolutely nothing. For an entire hour, he didn't say a word. He just sat there, staring out into oblivion, with tears rolling down his eyes. Now, with that being said, this is what brought me to the full conclusion that people in these groups are crackheads for cryptids. Do you know that 45 days later, that same man, the same one who peed and pooped on himself and was left in the woods by his quote-unquote friends, called me back and said that they all were going on another expedition and wanted me to come. Now, listen, I don't know about you, but I've never been slow. I've never been a slow reader, a slow writer. Nothing about me has ever been slow in any way, shape, form, or fashion. There was no way in hell that I was going anywhere near the woods with those people. You know, there's something about hearing children laugh and play. To me, it's one of the most beautiful sounds on the planet. But you know what's the exact polar opposite of that? The sound of a terrified child. These events happened when I was working as a lifeguard at one of the local swimming pools. You see, in my county, there's 2 publicly owned swimming pools. The one that I worked at was the largest and had the most traffic. And during the daytime, you could have 50 to 60 kids all in the pool at the same time, thrashing around, fighting, trying to drown each other. At times, it gets completely and utterly ridiculous the number of times that I have to blow my whistle and tell them to stop horseplaying before someone dies. Nonetheless, kids will be kids. I'll never forget the day that this happened. And let me paint a clear picture of the layout of this pool for you. This particular pool is on the outskirts of the city, and it's a part of a larger playground development. There's baseball fields, football fields, soccer fields, but the pool itself is nestled right along this wood line. Now, it's enclosed and surrounded by an 8-foot-tall metal fence, and that happened 2 years ago because some wild hogs came charging out of the woods and literally jumped into the swimming pool. Nonetheless, this particular evening when this happened, the pool was in the process of closing down. And one of the other lifeguards, Emily, had brought her little sister to the pool that day. Emily's little sister, Claire, had been hanging out with us and she stuck around as we started to close things down. As we're going through the process of closing down the pool, checking the restrooms, picking up trash, rearranging the chairs, doing all the little things that we got paid to do by the city, Claire is playing right along that fence line close to the woods. Now, I had my back turned to her on the opposite side of the pool, stacking chairs, when I hear this scream, this blood-curdling scream. And if you ever heard a child scream in fear, you know it's nothing like it. Looking over my shoulder in that direction, Claire is in the process of jumping the entire space from that fence into the pool. How that was possible, I do not know, but all I see is this little girl flying through the air. As the motion of her body is going through the air, my eyes hone in on something on the other side of the fence in the wood lines. And at first, I could not believe what I was seeing, because I'm telling you, this looked like a giant wolf head about 9 feet up in the air. but it's blending in to the trees. A few seconds later, her body splashes down into the water, and I hear this growl. I'm talking about a loud, deep, guttural growl that felt like the vibrations hit me in my stomach, went through my intestines, hit my liver, and came out the other side. A growl so loud that Emily herself came running out of the women's bathroom, looking around. So now, imagine a scene. My body is now fully turned in that direction. Claire is swimming full speed across the pool, coming in my direction. Emily is on the far end of the pool by the bathrooms, looking around, trying to figure out what is going on. And now the treetop begins to shake like this thing is climbing up the tree. Now let me stop right here for a moment in the story and preference some things that I probably should have said before I started telling you this. Now let me stop right here and preference a few things, and I probably should have told you this at the beginning of the story. I did not know that Dogman existed, knew nothing about it, had no prior knowledge of it, no prior understanding of it, nothing whatsoever. At that point in time in my life, all I know is what my eyes showed me. A giant freaking wolf head there in the trees, and then I saw the top of the tree shaking back and forth like something was climbing up the tree. Claire is not climbing out of the pool on the side that I'm on, screaming, "It's a monster, it's a monster, it's the monster, it's a monster, it's a monster, it's a monster," grabbing me by my waist. Then she pulls me by the arm and starts trying to drag me away from the pool. Again, Emily is at the far end of the pool looking at the situation, and she takes off running. Now, if you're wondering how the entire situation ended, it ended with all of us running out of there, headed to the parking lot, getting in our cars and leaving. Not closing the pool down, not locking the gate, not doing anything. When I got home, I called the director of the facility and told him exactly what happened and told him that it would be a good idea if he was to go over there and close the pool up. Now, if you want to hear the crazy part, here it is. The following day, we come back to the pool. The director is there, and he pulls us into the office and starts to question us, not about leaving the pool unlocked where another kid could have went in there and drowned to death. None of that. But he starts to question us about what we saw and where we saw it. After that, the pool was closed for a week, and when we finally returned back to work, that wood line that was close to the fence was completely cut back 50 yards. They had removed every tree and grinded the stumps down.
Welcome to the depths
It was
of
nothing.
dark waters where the mysterious and the uncanny converge. So settle in, unwind, perhaps pour yourself a glass of wine, tackle those dishes, or let the soothing stories accompany your gardening. And for those navigating a long road trip, you've found the perfect companion. But a word of caution, each narrative is crafted to take you on a mental journey, immersing you in the terror and fright that our eyewitnesses have faced. Brace yourself as you step into the unknown, experiencing the spine-chilling tales that unfold in the dark corners of existence. However, fear not, for this is just a ride, a mental roller coaster through the unknown. When the journey concludes, you'll safely disembark and resume your normal life. So fasten your seatbelt or perhaps grab another sip of that wine as we dive into the enigmatic depths of dark waters. Enjoy the thrill, and remember, it's only a story. Or is it?
Reddit. What is the creepiest true story someone has ever told you? When I was about 11, some friends and I were having a slumber party, and we all snuck out of the house in the middle of the night and went to a park about half a block away. We had been there at least an hour or so when I thought I saw a large shadowy figure about 100 feet away, lurking in the shadows under some trees. We all turned to look and stared in the shadow's direction for about 5 minutes trying to make it out. Right about when we had decided we were seeing things, the figure started running at us at top speed. We jumped up and ran back to the house as fast as we could go and locked the door. We could hear someone moving around the outside of the house, and then it began tapping on the windows. We couldn't wake anyone up since we would have had to admit we had snuck out. We spent the night huddled together in the middle of the living room, waiting to be murdered. Luckily, we weren't.
As a kid, one of my favorite things to do was to take a road trip. I still remember my father behind the steering wheel, the sweeping turns of country back roads, the smell of fresh pine trees slithering in open windows. This particular day, we were heading to my grandparents' house. 45-minute ride on the back roads. Father hated using highways. Said the only people traveled those highways were fools in a rush and lazy people who wanted to stay in bed too long and didn't know how to manage their time. It's a sunny day, not a cloud in the sky. I remember the sun was that bright yellow, not like this scorching white-hot sun we have these days. We're riding along the road and see a man standing there waving us down. He's got hunting clothes on, olive green vest, brown pants, green cap on his head. As we approach, he steps into the road. Father slams on the brakes, and then I notice he's bleeding, blood running down his sleeve, his wrist, onto the hood of the car. "Help me! Help me!" This look of dread in his eyes. I never seen a man look like that before. Father jumps out of the car. He grabs him, pushing my father back towards the driver's side door, telling him we needed to go. As the two of them are tangled up in this tussle, him trying to force himself and my father back into the car, a rifle comes flying out of the wood lines. Remember the old school wooden boomerangs? That angle that they were created with? Well, that's how this rifle was bent. It comes flying out of the wood lines, spinning right over the hood of the car, and clocks this man on the side of the head. And right then and there is when I first saw Bigfoot. It's standing right outside in the open, huge chest, no neck, muscular shoulders, slim waist, looked like a giant human mixed with a freaking baboon. It's bleeding from its waist and has this huge wound. Then it decides to roar and scream so loud that it hurts my freaking ears. Understand, when this happened, I'm a 9-year-old child. I remember closing my eyes, the car door closing, us speeding off, my father's breathing. It was so heavy. Can't say how fast we drove because I had my eyes closed, but it was above the speed limit for sure. And secondly, we had to be going super duper fast because I remember the car sliding to a stop in my grandmother's driveway. Father getting out and pulling me out of the car, taking me into the house. Then my grandmother on the phone with the sheriff, him coming to the house about an hour later. They're all standing outside talking. I'm upstairs listening through an open window. And the sheriff saying, "Yeah, we went out there and found the rifle, but there's no body there. All we found were bloody drag marks across the road." "You think it took him?" my grandfather says. And the sheriff replies, "Well, if he shot it or heard it, yes, sir, it probably did take him. Not much we can do about that. But it's hunting season." "Yes, sir, but what can we do? We still don't even know who the hell he was." Now, when all of them come back inside, I questioned them, asking them about the sheriff, and they refused to talk to me. It wasn't until about a week later when I decided to draw what I saw through that window that my dad explained to me what it actually was. A Bigfoot, the woodsman, this giant race of people that lived in the woods of Kentucky. He told me, if I ever see one of those things, I need to carry my ass in the opposite direction, just like he did. Man, listen to me when I tell you I didn't believe that Dogman existed. In fact, there is nothing that you could have ever told me prior to seeing this that would have made me believe that werewolves were real. Why? Because I came up in a Southern Baptist household. Now, in my mind, demons existed, but werewolves? That was something out of Hollywood movies. That was until I was forced to stop in the middle of the night for gas in Silas, Alabama. The reason why I was on the road is because my long-distance relationship with my girlfriend in Montgomery had taken a turn for the worse. So I decided to hop on the road and surprise her so she and I could have a conversation, as opposed to us just breaking up over the phone. Understand, it's 12 midnight. I pull up to the gas station. The inside is closed. I hop out of the car, take my debit card, swipe it, pull the pump, and start pumping gas. Standing there, leaning on the car, cell phone in hand, scrolling, looking at our photos on Instagram, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? If you're going to break up with me, you're going to have to see me before we break up. I'm not going to make it easy on you just to dump me and move on to the next guy. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there immersed in my thoughts when I hear what sounds like someone kick over a metal can around the side of the building. But looking in that direction, there's no one there, so my attention turns back to my cell phone. A few seconds later, my attention is diverted to the gas pump itself as I realize that it's costing me damn near $60 to fill up my tank. And that's when I see movement out the corner of my eye. Now, I don't know about you, but every time I found myself in a situation similar to this, I'm always thinking it's a carjacker or a robber. Never, ever, ever would I believe that it was a freaking werewolf. Now, opening my driver's side door, reaching into the side panel, drawing my 9mm, I say, hey, listen, I don't know who you is or what you want. I just need some gas. It don't need to be no shootout out here. Let me get my gas and go on about my business, or we gonna get to shooting. Just then, as the word shooting comes out of my mouth, I hear the pump clicking, signaling to me that the tank is full. So now, imagine the scene. I'm taking the nozzle out, putting it back where it belongs, closing my gas tank, and sliding my body back into the driver's seat. When my butt cheek hits that seat, I hear the noise again, except for this time, it's coming from behind me. And honestly, now I'm afraid because I know this is not happening by accident. So I quickly crank my vehicle up, pulling off onto the roadway. And that's when I see it. You know how at the gas stations, they have the little panels up above the pumps where they do the marketing where it says Shell or Exxon. Those huge metal bars with the signs attached to it. Well, I'm looking through the rearview mirror and I see what looks like a freaking hyena. But this ain't no little bitty hyena up on top of that metal. And listen to me when I tell you this. The level of fear and adrenaline that flushes through your body when you see something like that. Oh my God, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Now listen to me when I explain this to you. The most terrifying thing of it all is that this happened at the height of the coronavirus outbreak. Everybody was afraid. Nobody was outside. The roads were empty. And looking back on it now, had that thing decided it was going to take and eat me, the only thing they would have found was my car. My black ass would have been a goner.
I never would have imagined that this would happen to me in the twilight years of my life. My wife dies. My sons abandon me. My money is almost gone and my health is failing. How did I get to this point? Mistakes. Many mistakes. Now I find myself alone on my family land in Kentucky. Hard to believe that I used to be one of the most powerful men in the state. When I tell you I have nothing, I mean I have nothing but this house and the property that my grandfather left me, 65 acres. And at my age, it's hard to maintain that type of land. Now, the first time I realized I was not alone out here in these woods was the day I decided to smoke some chicken. I placed 4 whole chickens in a smoker, went inside, took a nap, came back, and 2 of those chickens are missing. Understand, my smoker is an iron box, and you literally have to use your hands to open it. Understand, as I'm standing there confused, all kind of thoughts run through my mind. I know for a fact I put 4 chickens in this smoker, but I could not come up with any kind of explanation for why 2 of them went missing. A week later, I'm sitting on the porch, drinking coffee, and reading my newspaper when this feeling overwhelms me. The feeling that someone is in the wood lines watching me. You know that feeling. You know when you're being watched. But looking around, I don't see anybody, so I let it go. That same night, at 3:45 in the morning, I hear someone walking around outside. Then I can hear the doorknob on the back door twisting and turning. Now, when I get up, get my shotgun, and venture to the back side of the house, I don't see anything. But then things continue to get weird. A few days later, I have to go get a new battery for my truck. You know how you can tell when your truck is about to go dead, it's struggling to start? Now, coming back home, pulling into the driveway, I catch a glimpse of what I thought was a gray tail. And what I mean by tail, it looked like a dog had just turned the corner on the backside of my house. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, somebody's dog done got loose and is running around on my property. So I drive around the backside of the house and I see what looks like a large, gray, skinny wolf. And by skinny, I mean meat and bones, starving, skinny wolf, walking on 4 legs, limping back into the wood line. Now, honestly, seeing this wolf was kind of comforting to me, because at least I had a way of explaining what happened to my chickens. Never mind the fact that this wolf would have had to open the door. Listen, at that point in time, I just justified it all away. Never mind the fact that the wolf would have had to open the iron door and get in there and get the chickens. It just kind of all made sense to me. So I justified it away, saying, look, you left the door to the smoker open, went inside, took a nap, the wolf hopped up there, grabbed 2 chickens, and went on about his business. So now, I'm aware that there's a wolf on my property. The following weekend, I fire up the smoker and get to cooking again. Except for this time, I take half of a raw chicken, toss it into the wood lines for what I thought was just an old wolf. I need you to understand my thought process here. I'm alone. This wolf looked old and sick. And I figured, look, we old guys need to stick together. A few hours later, I walk over, check that spot, and the chicken's gone. So over the next few weeks as I cook, I toss some food in the exact same spot. Every time I go over and check, it's gone. Now listen to this. One evening, I'm on the back side of my house, and I see someone walking on my property. I holler, trying to get his attention. The man looks over his shoulders and keeps walking. Now, if I was a younger man, I would have chased him down because he had no right to be on my property, but I'm 72 years old. The only thing I'm running to right now is the bathroom. Listen, that very same night, about 11:30, 11:40 p.m., I hear what sounds like someone kicking my back door. Again, I'm alone out here. By the time I get to my shotgun, the door frame is cracked. Door is wide open, and I can see this man wearing all black, mask on, 6'3", about 200 pounds, coming into my house fast, raising a shotgun, pulled the trigger, and the damn gun is not loaded. Why? Because I cleaned it the other day and forgot to load the freaking gun. Him seeing me with the shotgun forces him to hesitate. But as soon as he realizes it's not loaded, he begins to walk in my direction. And I'm thinking to myself, this son of a bitch didn't break in my house in the middle of the night wearing all black and a mask to play a game of cards. I am fucked. There is no way I can fight this man. But you know what? I'm going to try it. If he gets close enough to me, I'm just going to kick him in the nuts. But things didn't go the way I planned. Within seconds, this man done knocked me down to the ground. He's climbing on top of me and has a hammer in his hand. But before he can raise his arm, we hear a growl. Now listen to me. When I tell you that this growl was loud, Jesus God, this was loud. Do you remember being a kid playing 1, 2, 3 red light? And as you played that game, everybody just froze in whatever pose you were in? Well, that's what happened. Me, frozen, my arms covering my face. Him, frozen, reaching his arm back. I peep around my hand. Nervously, these words come stumbling out of my mouth. That's my dog. If you don't get the fuck out of here, he's going to eat you alive. Listen, I don't have a dog, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. Then it growls again, but louder, and that growl morphs into a roar. I swear to you, it sounded like a freaking dinosaur. He jumps up, turns around, and runs out of the door. Now, pause for a moment right here and allow me to take my time and paint this picture clear for you, because that's when it happened. Have you ever seen the Discovery Channel when one of those great white sharks does a surprise attack on a seal? They just explode out of nowhere, hitting the seal, and it's gone. Well, that's what this animal did to him. As he's running out of the door, you see his body running out of the door. The next second, it's like he's got hit by a wrecking ball. I watch as his body is literally in one smooth motion picked up and shifted straight to the right, out of sight. And by the time I get up, move to the back door, peeping out, all you can hear is him screaming and hollering in the woods. Now, to make sure you understand exactly what I'm saying, this happened fast. So fast that all I saw was a quick glimpse of gray fur. Listen to me. There are no words to articulate what I was feeling and thinking in that moment. Was I afraid? Yes. The adrenaline pumping through my body was giving me a headache. My heart was racing. My eyes literally felt like they were going to burst out of my head as my brain tried to process this shit that I saw. The only thing I could think to do was to close that back door, go get a 2x4 and nail it shut. Then I got in my truck, left, and ended up spending the night sleeping in my truck in the Walmart parking lot 18 miles away. Listen to this. The next morning when I get back home, all I find is his shoe. Understand, I'm still scared out of my mind, so I call my oldest son and I literally beg him just to come over and sit with me. I couldn't tell him what I saw over the phone because he would think I had lost my mind. But my child hangs up the phone in my face. At that point in time, I told myself the only thing you can do is try and get back to normal. But I just couldn't shake it. Something took this man. For the next 14 days, I did not leave my house at night. And when I moved around in the daytime, I was completely paranoid, checking doors, looking through windows, but absolutely nothing happened. So finally, I'm comfortable and I'm trying to get back to normal. And I tell myself, listen, you got to get back to your routine. Let's get out here, turn this smoke on, start cooking these chickens for the week. And I go right back to doing what I had been doing before. The only difference is instead of leaving a half of a chicken in the wood line, I left a full chicken in that wood line. Now, when I tell you what happened next, I will never, ever forget. I mean it. On my desk bed, this will probably be my last memory. I had just closed the smoker, turned around, and see this skinny wolf standing on two legs next to a tree watching me. I started to get the feeling that it wanted me to see it, like it was revealing itself to me, because it stood there for a solid 2.5 minutes just looking. Now talk about being shocked, surprised, and amazed. It was standing on two legs. But then somehow it takes 2 steps back, was into the shade of the trees, and disappears. Now to be clear with you, this wolf was great. I still should have been able to see it, but it was there and then it was gone. But in that 2 minutes I realized something. That wolf had made a conscious decision not only to show itself to me, but to protect me. And instantly all the fear and anxiety just drained away. The following weekend, I'm out there smoking chickens again. I'm expecting to see it, right? Head on over there, put the chicken in the wood line, head back to the smoker, get it started, smoke the rest of the chickens. Head inside. I turn around looking, but it's not there. Head inside, get a glass of water, come back out, walk back over to the area, and that chicken's gone. Now listen to me when I tell you this. I have not seen it since, but you could still feel them watching you. But not in like this creepy, paranoid, stalking kind of way. It's kind of like when you were a kid and you went to the park with your parents. You may have ran 20, 30, 40, 50 yards away from them. You're not even paying attention to your parents. But you just know, you can feel them watching you. Now, as I move around my property, it's a lot like that. I know it's watching over me. It all started with my mom fussing. Boy, didn't I tell you to take that damn trash out? Nah, my mom wasn't one of those new school moms. She was straight up old school. I'm talking about take off the belt and whoop your ass old school. So I put down the Nintendo, grabbed the trash, head outside, down the steps, into the parking lot, over to the dumpster, and in the direction of the dumpster on the far side of the lot. Now, as I'm walking along, I start to hear this breathing sound, but not a normal breathing like a man breathing. This sounded more like someone breathing and gargling water at the same time. and this fear jumps inside of me. I'm talking about the feeling that you need to run and get back inside of the house. So now I'm sprinting towards the dumpster, garbage bag held close to my chest, jumping, shooting that entire garbage bag like Kobe Bryant over the fence into the dumpster, landing on the ground, turning around, sprinting back in a direction towards my front door. And as I glance over to the wood line next to the apartment, that's when I see it. 8 feet tall, naked, pale skin, body like a man, no male genitals. And the most insane thing about what I saw was that this creature had a head that was enormous. Back then, we used to make fun of people and say that they had water heads. But no, this thing's head was the size of 3 normal man's heads. Listen to me when I tell you, I'm running full speed, head turned, looking in its direction. And you know those little concrete blocks that they put in the parking lots? They're normally sprayed yellow. The ones that they put in place to keep your vehicle from moving too far forward? Well, I trip over one of those, slam into the wall, hit the ground, roll around, and when I stand up and look in that direction again, it's now moved from the tree line and is halfway across the parking lot coming in my direction. Afraid, confused, and scared out of my mind. Now my hands are on the wall trying to climb back up, and as I turn that corner headed towards my front door, I see my next door neighbor Marshall. He's standing outside, leaning on a brick wall, smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, dude, get inside. There's something in the parking lot. Come on, hurry up. Get inside. Now listen to me. I felt like that was all the warning I needed to give him. I didn't need to explain to him what I saw. From that point in time, I dart into the apartment, close and lock the door, and head directly to my room. A few moments later, and I mean a few moments later, I hear glass shattering, and I hear Marshall outside screaming. Again, my mother is saying, boy, go outside and see what the hell is going on out there. But I already had some kind of idea of what was going on outside. And I wasn't opening that front door under any circumstances. Now, tiptoeing over to the front window, moving the blinds, looking out, I see Marshall standing there with a bat in his hand, eyes wide open, and he looks like he just saw a ghost. He sees me looking at him through the window, signals for me to come outside, and I begin to move my head right to left, saying, no, not coming out there. That's not going to happen. Again, he signals for me to come outside. And this time I mouth to him, no, I know what's out there. I'm not coming outside. Finally, now he's screaming at me saying, hey man, come outside. You need to see this. So timidly, I walk out of the front door. And as I approach, he starts to explain to me what happened. You see, when I went inside the house, that 8-foot tall thing turned the corner right behind me. Scared the hell out of him. So he goes to his car, grabs his bat off the back seat, and takes a swing at it. Now get this, he tells me, when that bat made connection with its flesh, it began to absorb the bat itself. So much so that he had to literally yank the bat from inside of this creature's body. He swung at it again, hitting it in its head, and that's when it turned around and went in the other direction. Now listen to me. Back in those days, we lived in a very small town, and I had never ever heard of anything paranormal happening. In fact, I have never heard of anything paranormal happening in that town. But it was just my luck. And that figures because I've had bad luck all my life. And it was just my luck. I run into a big, gigantic, pumpkin head monster.
Have you had an encounter with the elusive cryptid known as Dogman? At huntdogman.com, we document sightings and expeditions searching for proof that this beast exists. Share your story and listen to chilling Dogman accounts from others who have glimpsed the creature. Learn about upcoming outings you can join to hunt for evidence. Uncover the truth about Dogman at huntdogman.com.
Do you crave adventure off the beaten path? At erieexpeditions.com, we take you on guided tours of the world's most haunted, cursed, and mysterious locations. Visit castles, asylums, murder sites, and more on our one-of-a-kind excursions into the dark unknown. Meet expert guides and use state-of-the-art equipment to hunt for paranormal activity. Voyage into the eerie and macabre at erieexpeditions.com. The journey begins now. I am darkwaters.com. Enter the realm of the paranormal and unknown if you dare. Here, the chilling true stories told in Dark Water's own gripping voice will keep you up at night. Tales of shadowy figures, strange creatures, and disturbing entities that lurk in darkness. Become a member for exclusive access to the full archive. Visit IamDarkWaters.com and remember to leave the light on.
I'm home alone when the power suddenly goes out. I light some candles, but quickly blow them out when I hear a chilling laugh echo through the darkness. Heavy footsteps grow closer as I scramble to hide. A hulking figure looms in the doorway, eyes glowing red. This monster has me trapped.
Dark Waters is not your typical fast food joint for paranormal stories. It's a 5-star establishment. Each story is meticulously prepared, much like an award-winning chef crafting a meal for discerning guests. The decision to revisit past episodes isn't about recycling content. Rather, it's an opportunity to savor the richness and depth of these tales. Just as a chef might bring back a beloved dish, these reruns allow listeners to relish the intricacies and nuances of the stories. It's about delivering a premium experience, ensuring that every narrative is savored like a fine dining experience rather than consumed in haste. So when you encounter a rerun, consider it an encore presentation of a masterpiece, inviting you to rediscover the flavors and thrills that make Dark Waters a paranormal feast for the senses.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
America is home to a centuries-old legend. A hominid creature, known by many names: Sasquatch, Yeti, the Woodsman, and the most popular name of all, Bigfoot. Tonight, on the Dark Waters channel, we travel into the world of Bigfoot, where Bigfoot truth seekers combine forces to share stories and encounters from around the world. Tonight, we proudly present the Bigfoot Bonanza.
My farm is located just south of Shreveport, Louisiana, and I inherited it from my grandfather 5 years ago. Since that day, I've grown the business to another level. One of the only commercial farms here that does more business than mine is Mahaffrey. And Mahaffrey is one of the powerhouses of Louisiana's farm-to-food industry. Here on my farm, I grow everything: pasture-raised chickens, pork, beef, vegetables. I employ 32 people and have over $4 million worth of equipment here. Needless to say, I was very nervous when all this activity began to happen. It started about 3 months ago, when Jordan, my guy who manages everything to do with poultry, came into the house. He had this weird look on his face. Jordan is responsible for making sure everything goes well with my chickens, that the eggs are collected on time, that they get out and get exercise. He told me that as he let the chickens out for the day, he was walking around the fence line and noticed something strange. He said that he saw these tracks that looked canine, and that the tracks circled the perimeter of the fence, and then led back into the woods. According to Jordan, these tracks were huge, and whatever it was must have been a big dog on all fours. Standing in front of me, Jordan was clearly disturbed by these prints, and insisted that I come take a look. So we drove out to the spot near the chickens and walked the fence line. Initially, when he said big dog prints, I thought he was just talking about a big dog. But these prints were massive. This was like nothing I'd ever seen around my farm before. I now understood why he was so worried, but there was absolutely nothing I could do. And being crazy enough to try and track an animal that size into the woods, just looking for trouble. A few days passed, and Jordan forgot about the prints, and I turned my attention to this upcoming inspection that I had with the Department of Agriculture. You see, 6 months ago when I was going through my divorce, I fell way behind on paperwork. And luckily, I was able to talk to the inspector into giving me a re-inspection, allowing me more time to submit the proper documents. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, the day of the inspection, and I had been working all night to get the reports finished and the paperwork filled out for the DOA when I heard a ruckus out at the cow pasture. See, my farm is wired for video and sound, so I went to my little video monitoring room to see what the deal was. What I saw on that camera I couldn't believe. My cattle were all herded up against the western fence line, 300 of them, huddled together in fear. And at the eastern side of the fence was some kind of creature. Its eyes glistened this green color on the camera, and it was huge. This thing was moving in and out of the view of the camera as it would back up to the wood line and then charge the fence. Based on its thing's size, it could have easily jumped over the fence or even ran through it. But it was like it wanted to scare the cattle. It was toying with them. Trying to figure out what to do, I decided to grab my cell phone and to open up the video app that allowed me to monitor the cameras mobily. Then I went to my closet and I grabbed my shotgun. This creature, whatever it was too big to confront. But I figured if I just went out back and fired a few rounds into the air, it would leave like any other animal would. Boy, was I wrong. I stepped out of the back door with my shotgun, pointed into the air, and fired while I was looking at the camera. This thing stopped, turned its head in the direction of the gunfire, then it starts heading in my direction. Only then did I get a full look at this thing as it jumped the fence and ran through the cow pasture coming straight towards me. I don't know if you ever seen that movie Underworld, when those creatures are running on all fours. That's exactly what I saw. It was unreal. I rushed back into the house, locking the door and headed into my office. It was now 3:35 a.m., and I would only be alone for another 10 minutes. The morning crew of workers, including Jordan, would be pulling up any minute. As I sat there with my shotgun, I watched this thing circle the house, sniffing, and somehow it pinpointed the very room that I was in. That's when I heard the scratching and banging on the walls. I can't express to you how terrified I was. For the next 9 minutes, all I thought about was that I was going to die. This creature was going to break down the wall and eat me. I looked at the camera as this thing on all fours kept banging against the wall with its shoulders over and over and over again. And the scratching. Oh my God, it was something out of a nightmare. Looking back on it all now, this thing had to be trying to intimidate or scare me. Because it didn't make sense. If it wanted into the house, it could have just ran through one of the glass doors or broken down the front door. It seemed like it was forever, but finally my watch beeped 3:45, and I could hear the trucks begin to pull in the parking lot out front. Jordan and his crew were always the first there in the morning. I watched on camera as this thing looked directly at the light of the trucks. Then with speed and agility unlike anything I'd ever seen before, it ran off towards the back of the farm. Jordan and his men were walking around the side of the house when I came out the back door. My face must have given it all away, because Jordan's first question was, "Did you see it?" All I could do was nod my head yes. That's when he told me about the Dogman and how it had been seen all over the United States, especially in Louisiana. Jordan had me listen to several shows, and that's how I found you. We've been using the powder that your guys recommended and have gone as far as to maintain a perimeter around our farm with it. I haven't seen this creature since we made the changes. However, I'm starting to hear rumors that other farms in the area are having similar problems, except for they've lost chickens and cattle. I'm even hearing about more than one of these things appearing at the same time. I hope this is my one and only time ever seeing Dogman. I'll never forget my first time seeing a Dogman. A Black Southern Baptist, and I can never forget that day. It was at a revival service. Back in those days, Christian revivals were held outdoors, inside tents. And to paint a clear picture for you, if you can imagine being outside on a hot summer day with a huge white tent set up, rows and rows and rows of chairs, a makeshift stage, and people were heavy in the worship. This is my first time going to a revival. Although I've been dragged in and out of church every Sunday my entire life, I thought it was interesting. The way people worship out of the church was completely different than the way they worshiped in church. It was much more intense. And I could never forget the sounds of that day. The revival had started at about 3 o'clock and had gone on for hours. And right as the sun began to set and the pastor started doing the altar call to save souls, something weird started to happen. From my position on the right-hand side of the back row, I started to hear the strange sound coming from the woods, but I wasn't sure what it was. You could hear it faintly, just above the sound of the singing. Then as the singing and the clapping stopped, I could hear it clearer. Something was growling, and growling loudly. Initially, I thought I was hearing things until my grandmother started looking in the same direction as the sound. Then others in the congregation began to look that way too. And out from the wood line stepped something I had never seen before and hoped to never see again. This thing was massive, 9 feet tall, with the huge head of a wolf. Its fur was black, jet black, and his upper body had more muscles than anything I had ever seen. It just stood there, showing his teeth and growling. The people in the congregation finally caught on to it and began to run. The pastor grabbed his Bible and began to pray, repeatedly saying, "Get ye behind me, Satan. Get ye behind me, Satan." Until one of the deacons grabbed him by his collar and pulled him, yanking him off the stage. Everyone ran back to their cars and fled the area. I never knew exactly what that was that I saw until I heard you on Coast to Coast AM talking about the Dogman. I'm sure that not only did I see a Dogman, but 200 other people.
When I was told by my friend that you were not critical of him when he told you about his Dogman experience, at first I was skeptical. However, after speaking with you, I realized that you are the real deal. This encounter I'm going to share with you can be verified by my 19-year-old son. Both my son and I are what you call Cajuns here in Louisiana. I spend the majority of my free time hunting and fishing in the bayous of southeast Louisiana. Per our agreement, I am not disclosing exactly where this happened. I still have to live and work in this area, but I will do my best to paint a clear picture of the surrounding. It was early August and my son and I had spent the entire day fishing. I have an 18-foot Alumacraft boat with a Yamaha 40 motor. On the front I mounted a trolling motor. It is a Minnesota Cota 45-pound thrust battery-powered setup. The max speed on this motor with 2 people on my boat is 12 miles per hour through calm waters. It was just turning dark when our encounter began. The Yamaha 40 motor on my boat was noticed also. My son and I always tried to get out of the bayous before dark. As expected, the Yamaha 40 was stalling and slow to crank up. As I pressed the ignition, she wouldn't turn over. We didn't want to flood the engine, so instead we began using the trolling motor to travel along the bayou to head home. It was no big deal, we had done this many of times. It did mean that a 20-minute drive through the bayou would now take an hour. We were rounding a bend near the levee when everything went quiet. My son brought it to my attention. "Papa, listen," he said. "Everything is so quiet." There was not a sound, no birds, crickets, no fish splashing. The only sound was the steady hum of the trolling motor. In order for you to understand what happens next, I have to explain the area we were in. The levee is for storm surge protection. It's 12 to 15 feet tall in spots along this waterway. The levee is on our left-hand side. On our right-hand side is primary forested wetland. The bayou.
didn't say when, but at least I got her on the phone.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Dog Waters with another episode of Out of Left Field. And for those of you who are new to the Dog Waters channel, to explain to you what Out of Left Field is, it is a storytelling format that I came up with that's real free flowing. It's very free flowing. It's not like the highly produced stories with the music and the sound. Well, it has music, but it doesn't have all the background sounds and everything else. It's essentially the same thing as when I do a radio interview. The same concept. It's just me telling you guys a story, not live, but as close to live as possible, right? So it's one of the fan favorites. Hadn't done one of them in a while. And just so you'll know, the reason why I end up doing these is because there's time periods where I go through, like call after call after call after call from people. And if you don't know the way the stories, there's two ways stories appear on the Dog Waters channel. One is these are stories that my friends tell me that are very close friends of mine. And then there's other stories that are kind of submitted verbally to me through members of the Dog Waters family, where they call my phone number and I talk to them over time. So there's three ways. And then the third way is that some of the stories from Phantoms and Monsters blog, which we have a monetization agreement with, are put on the channels as well. So some of them are super high format, like Bigfoot Expedition in Alaska, Killing Bigfoot, or Siege of Lock and Ranch, or then it kind of dumbs down to 3 scary stories, 4 scary stories, blah, 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 blah. And then you get Out of Left Field, which is this. So Out of Left Field, that's an explanation for you. Boom. So I've been talking to, you guys got to forgive me for the kind of heavy breathing, but it's kind of stuffy. I've been talking to a number of people, and I had a couple of encounters that I think are just insane, right? As you guys know, I do not like dealing with the demon possession, whole demonic thing. But I did have the occasion of running into a young lady who I grew up with. She was older than me. She's definitely older than me. I think she's 4 years older than me, maybe 5 years older than me. But her brother and I used to be childhood friends. So I ran into her at Mardi Gras. The most random thing on the planet. And I almost didn't recognize her because she had so many tattoos and 4 or 5 children with her. And she told me that her brother was in federal penitentiary. So she says, hey, give me your phone number. My brother would like to speak to you. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I'm not giving you the guy's name. I give you one of his aliases. His alias is Magnolia Red. Or one of his aliases is Magnolia Red. So I give her my number. Come home. A couple of days pass. My phone rings. I get a call from a correctional facility. If you've ever had a phone call from a correctional facility, you know that call is a collect call. And so I take the call. And it's this guy that, I literally grew up with. We played football in the lot across the street from my house. And so we're just talking, And he's like, man, what you've been up to, how you been. And I'm telling him that I'm sorry that, you're in this situation. I didn't even know that he had gone up. I didn't ask him what he went to prison for because I kind of got an idea already, because based on how he was as a kid, I can imagine some of the things he did. But anyway, moving forward. Phone call 1 is just kind of us just chopping it up. At the end of that call, he says, hey, man, do you mind if I call you because it gets a little lonely in here? Do you mind if I write? Would you write back, or would you send me a letter? Boom, boom, boom. Can you send me some magazines? Just he trying to get stuff. And I'm cool with it, because he's not the only friend I have in there. So he calls back 2 days later. And he's really interested in what I'm doing. So I tell him about, the Dog Waters channel. I tell him about my real estate investing. I tell him about, a couple other business ventures that I have going on. And he's like, man, I'm real proud of you. You always been real smart. The whole shebang. And he says, well, I got a story for you. And I'm like, well, what kind of story you got for me? Now, I didn't know that Red's grandmother was into voodoo. I didn't know that at all. I met Red's grandmother a number of times when we were kids, but I didn't know his grandmother was into voodoo.
And so Red goes on to tell me that he moved out of our old neighborhood a couple of years after I moved out. And he moved to another neighborhood uptown. Now, this was his choice because he could have stayed where he was, but he wanted to move out and go with his half-brother, where his half-brother lived. And his half-brother lived in a very, very rough neighborhood. He moves uptown by his half-brother. And his half-brother is a dope dealer. Not just a regular dope dealer. You know, like there's dope dealers. There's guys who sell, there's guys who sell weed. You know, they might sell you an ounce of weed. You know what I'm saying? And then there's guys who's got weed, but they got like garbage cans full of fucking weed at their house, right? You know, like garbage cans, like the kind that you pick up leaves with. You know, there's guys who sell heroin. Then there's those guys that have kilos of drugs. Well, these are the type drug dealers that, and over time he gets into these battles with people. His half-brother gets killed. And then 4 of the other people that he's working with get murdered. So basically, his enemies are closing in on him. And Red makes a deal with the demon. Which, now guys, let me pause right here. Because when he's telling me this on the phone, I'm like, why are you telling me this? Like, why would you even tell me this? He's like, well, man, you doing stories. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you my story. He makes this deal with a demon. I will not repeat the name. Y'all know I don't play that foolishness. But he makes this deal with this demon. And his deal was that he would be able to run the drug trade in exchange for his soul. While I'm talking to this dude, I'm like, dog, like, because, I guess he didn't expect me to believe him, guys. I guess he didn't expect me to just be like, yeah. I guess he expected me to be like, nah, bro, you crazy, and hang up the phone. But my first reaction is, what's the purpose of that? Like, revenge and money. When somebody say, I run this, I'm the shot caller. So in his mind, he was going to be the shot caller. He the one calling shots, taking people out, and making sure that he ran the streets. Well, he got what he wanted. He got what he wanted for 5 years. He was on top. Then on the 5th year, the 5th month, the 5th day, is exactly how he described it. He was sitting in a car outside one of the little corner stores, and he had just opened what we call a Hawaiian punch. I don't know if y'all ever had a Hawaiian punch. He had just opened a Hawaiian punch and started drinking. And a 13-year-old little boy that he knew walked up to him and shot him. He said the kid was scared, so the kid didn't hit him in the chest. The kid hit him in the stomach, like on the right side of his body, towards his stomach, towards his liver, and hit him in the leg. And he pulled off. He said he drove off. He was trying to drive himself to the hospital, passed out. Bam. He hits a telephone pole. Of course, emergency services come out, police, ambulances, because he's been shot and all the rest of this stuff. He got all kind of shit on him that he don't need. He got drugs in the car. He got unregistered firearms in the car. Goes into the hospital, recovers from being shot, ends up going to trial and going to prison. What he told me was this. He said, yeah, man, I made that deal and I got what I wanted for a limited time. But I never thought that I would spend the rest of my life in prison. And it was heartbreaking for me. It really was. It was heartbreaking for me because I've said so many times that, a lot of stuff that goes on in this world is spiritual warfare. And unfortunately, to have somebody that, I know this brother, crazy. But needless to say, Red, I did your story. I don't even know if you're going to be able a chance to hear this. There's no way for me to kind of reenact your story. But Red, I did your story, man, and hopefully you'll hear it. All right. The next person I talked to, and I'm only really doing 2 of these. The next person that I talked to, this lady, when we first started talking, it took a little while for me to start trusting her because she started off telling her story, and she was excited about telling her story. And when it comes to this particular topic, which is Dogman, I find that when people are excited to tell me the story, you're normally a little bit off, right? But it turns out that's just how she is. She's just an excitable person. And considering her circumstances, I think it's amazing the type of personality that this woman has because this woman's blind, right? And like I said when I first started talking to her, when you first start talking to a person on the phone, you have no freaking clue they're blind. The fact that she's blind comes out when she's telling me the story. Now, the Dogman encounter happens to her when she's out with her son, and they're on a walking trail in Arkansas. Early in the morning, she's walking behind her son, and she's 20 yards behind him. He always keeps her in eye shot where he can look over his shoulder and see her,
and he'll get ahead of her and slow down, let her catch up with him. He wants to make her feel independent. I've spoken to her and her son. 7:30 in the morning, the sun is out, it's not foggy. To describe this trail that they're walking on, as you're walking around, you kind of circle around the park, and then on the outskirts of the park, there's just these woods. So, you know, while you're walking around the park area, pretty wide open, but when you get on the outskirts of the park, which when you're taking your larger loop around, you kind of go into the woods, and then you come back out, and you come back out on the other side of the park. So they walk around the park, and then they get to the part of the trail where they're going into like the little wooded area. But it's not like woods like some spooky, Sleepy Hollow type TV show woods. It's just walking through some freaking woods. But it's a trail that a lot of people use. As they're walking, he looks back and he notices that she stopped, like dead in her tracks. And so he's standing there looking at her, and he's saying to himself, well, you know, what is she doing? She normally just keeps walking and keeps up with him. From her perspective, at the same time this was happening, she told me that she was starting to hear this low rumbling growl from her left, which is pretty much the wood line that leads into the woods. They're on a trail to the wood. On the left side, it leads deeper into the woods. On the right side, there's like trees, but if you get on the other side of those trees, you're right back in the park. Well, from her left side, she's hearing this low growling sound. And she's thinking it's a dog, right? She's like, oh my God, I got a dog up on me right now. In her mind, the best thing to do was stop, try and get a sense of where it was from the sound. And she knew that if she stopped, her son would eventually turn around and see that she stopped. The growling was low, but it wasn't strong. It sounded like a regular dog. So she starts walking again. She's like, okay, well, at least if it moves, I'll know what I can do. So she starts walking. She hears whatever it is moving along the tree line, paralleling her. And then she hears a growl again. But this time, it's strong. I mean, it's loud. Simultaneously, her son, who's ahead of her, hears the growl. So he starts running towards her because he's like, I don't know what the hell this is. From the son's description, he sees this gigantic head, freaking dog head is what he said. He said it looked like a big German shepherd head, poke out from behind a tree to where you could see it on a trail. And the head was looking at his mother. Now, from her perspective, she heard the growl. She said, I got this sense. And she's like, I couldn't see what it was, but I felt it. She's like, I felt its intentions. And I felt like whatever this thing was, it was evil. And it was right there in front of me. So you got this head sticking out of the trees, and it's in between her and her son. Her son is jogging back towards her, and he's no more 20, 30 yards away. He sees this head, and he starts screaming at it. Hey, like screaming, trying to get its attention, because he's thinking whatever this big dog is about to freaking eat his mom. The thing turns and looks at him. And now you got to keep in mind, this is this man's mother. This is how afraid he was. And he stops running. He said, man, this thing looked at me like it was going to kill me. He was like, dude, I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. Of course, it's the mother who ended up running this thing off. She takes her walking stick and she just starts swinging it and screaming. She said, it didn't matter. I just knew it wasn't going to take me without a fight. His son says when she starts doing that, it looks back at her and it stares at her like, what the hell is this woman doing? The insane thing about this whole encounter is, as she's swinging that stick, and being as brave as you can expect a person to be under those circumstances, this thing looks at her and backs back into the wood line. And he says he watches this thing back. It doesn't turn around and walk away. It just keeps stepping backwards into the wood line. He grabs his mother by the hand. They cut through the trees, because you got to walk around the path to get back to the park area. They cut through the trees, across the park, to the parking lot, in the car, and they leave. And they haven't been walking in that area again. To me, the story was just like, almost was like, I thought it was an not even exaggeration, to be honest. I thought the story was a lie when I first heard it, based on how exciting and how excitable she was when she was telling the story. But what I've discovered about this woman, and I alluded to this earlier, is I've discovered that although she's blind and has to have a walking stick, and she's probably the most happy person that I've ever talked to. I mean, the kind of person that when she calls me, it's like, hey, Dark, what's going on? like raises my spirit. So I can say that I'm truly honored and blessed to be able to share her encounter. I believe her encounter is 100% true. I'm happy that it worked out the way it did. And, you know, guys, I kind of stray away from Dogman because I think that a lot of the stuff that comes with Dogman lately has just been straight up bullshit. I'm going to be honest with you. And then with the overreaching people, they won't call it Dogman, but they call it werewolves. And then they just put out 1,000 fucking stories that are just insane. I'm very, very selective now on the Dogman stuff. And I have a lot of good Dogman stuff that I'm holding on to. But this one was one that I promised her that I would tell. And so, my lady, that's your story, and I hope you enjoyed it, because I enjoyed talking to you. And as you know, you can call me anytime. All right, guys, those are the 2 stories that I wanted to share with you guys for the Out of Left Field. I hope you enjoyed them. What's coming up next is I'm doing some Bigfoot Bonanza. That is pretty much done. Then we're going to go to some stories that I got about pterodactyls, or I don't even call them pterodactyls. I would call them thunderbirds. Some thunderbirds. And then I'm not sure what comes after that, to be honest with you guys. You know, I'm toying with doing my very first, where you take kind of like the top 5, blah, blah. You know how people do the top 5, blah, 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 blah. Well, taking one particular topic and taking a documentary format to kind of explain the details of what's what, along with the stories, and blending them in. I'm toying with doing that. I started to try and do it with Dogman, but I just decided I don't even want to do it. And so I'm thinking about doing that with these vampire stories that are here. The problem I have with the vampire stories is some of the stories that I have are so true, and they've been vetted so much that even to put them out, I'm afraid. I'm not afraid, but I'm scared. Fuck it, I'm afraid to put those stories out. And if I can wrap them in and weave them into something else, I will feel a lot more comfortable. You know, I really will feel a lot more comfortable. So, yep. But anyway, that is it for Out of Left Field, ladies and gentlemen. I'll do a little editing to this. Not a lot. I'll add a little music to it. And then you guys will have
I see that you are back to swim in the dark waters, but I am warning you, Dark Waters is very angry today. I went to go and check on him, and his eyes were fiery red. You see, some of you have been running your mouth, but it's better for me to let him say it than I say it to you. Yes, follow me, we will go find him. Dark Waters, what is going on with you? Your nose is flared wide like a bull. Your eyes are fiery red. What has happened to you?
address something. If you've been listening to this channel for a while and you pay attention to my community tab, then you know the type of stuff that I talk about. Like those are people who actually swim in the dark waters. They're not visitors. So the other day I posted about the shooting that happened at the Galleria in Houston, which is an upscale shopping area. And if you paid attention, then you know that I've had friends who were murdered there. Not only was my partner DJ murdered there were two police officers from NOPD who were shot there in Houston. DJ was going there for, I want to say, a football game. Yeah, I think it was a Saints game. He went to the Saints game and got murdered. Now, initially we all thinking, it's a hit, bada bing, bada boom. Turned out it was just a fucking gang of motherfuckers that was robbing people at the Galleria. And I referred to the whole defund the police movement. What you need to fucking understand when I talk about this kind of shit is, prior to 2 years ago, there was none of this bullshit going down at the Galleria. The violence was nowhere near where it is today, and these people were not doing the shit that they are doing today. All of this shit transpired once, overall, segments of communities, especially liberal communities, start running this defund the police bullshit. And what I find very peculiar about this, and actually disgusting, is that the people who run this shit don't live in none of these communities. You don't. You're nowhere near the gun violence, nowhere near the drugs, nowhere near none of that shit. But then when I talk about it, you want to come over here and talk to me? Like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? Man, you lost your fucking mind. Period. So here's what I want you to do for me. Unsubscribe and get the fuck from around me. I mean, all the way the fuck from around me. Because I've lost people to this shit. I've seen children with their brains blown out on the fucking wall since this shit has went down. There are elderly people that I know who had their fucking head blown out since this shit went down. And you have no clue about the fucking real world. Your life, your world is the fucking internet. And you think that the shit that you say and read on the news and deal in the internet, it's the real world. It's not. And what's going to happen is, very soon, because you are so motherfucking stupid and not grounded in reality any way, shape, or form, you are going to learn what everybody in the hood fucking knows. Because this shit is coming for you now. It's coming to your neighborhood. It's coming to your fucking house. And I don't want that. I don't want that for anybody. What I like is for everybody to fucking run around and do what they need to do. In my perfect world, teachers would get paid $100,000 to teach children shit, to teach children math and science so we can have well-educated children. I don't give a fuck what race, shape, or color you are. And police officers get paid $100,000 to make it worth them risking their lives to protect people. And then they would get $200,000-$300,000 worth of training to make sure that we don't have no dumb shit. With police running around shooting motherfucker in the back of the head that's running away. But that's not the world we live in. We live in a world that's influenced by a bunch of loudmouth punk ass pussy motherfuckers who never experienced shit, never been in shit, never will. But your mouth is so fucking big, you talk so much shit that you scare everybody. Bitch, I'm not afraid of you, your fucking opinion, and I don't give a fuck about your fucking feelings. Get the fuck from around me with that dumb shit. And honestly, I don't give a shit if YouTube turn my shit off today. Because that's how much I've lost. That's how many friends have died. Get your stupid ass on. As a priest, kids come to me for help. And over the years, I've intervened in violent households where kids were being abused, molested, and lived in environments that no child should ever live in. Understand that most people think that the decadence and evil is confined to big cities. But as a priest in rural South Carolina, I can tell you evil is everywhere. One day, this 12-year-old kid comes in the church and just sits in the pews. I'm there sweeping and cleaning up, and the poor kid starts crying. I mean, tears streaming down his face. And then he decides to ask me for help. We sit and talk, and that's when I learned that this poor kid's mother died, and that his father leaves him at home for these long extended time periods alone. He goes on to explain to me that his father works 12-hour shifts, and when his dad works the day shift, everything is fine. He says, however, when my father works overnight, then he hesitates and just stops talking. I tell him, it's fine, son, whatever it is, it's okay, you can share it with me. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, some kind of family members coming over, messing with the kid. I never anticipated what he was going to say to me next. But he goes on to explain to me that at night when he's alone, this animal comes, scratches on the windows, beats on the walls, messes with the doors. And it does it all night long. Scares him so much that he hides in the only room with no windows, the bathroom. And tells me that he falls asleep in the tub with a pillow and blanket. I ask him if he talked to his father about the issues he was having. He says yes, but his dad does not believe him. So I continue to probe, asking questions, trying to figure out what's going on. And I continue on asking him, has anyone ever come to the house, touched him in any ways? Because I know that child molestation is directly correlated to demonic activity. And when he tells me no, that his father loves him and the only thing his father does is work, I ask for his father's phone number and tell the kid I will call his dad and talk to him. Well, he sticks around another 15 minutes and then leaves. The next day, I get his father on the phone. He's at work. Tell him I really need to speak to him, but he tells me he cannot talk until 2 p.m. 2 p.m. rolls around. I call him back, telling him that his son came to the church and was perplexed about being at home alone, and that he was frightful and fearful. And I asked his dad if he knew anything about it. The man goes on to explain to me that his son has not been the same since his wife passed away, and that he chalked everything up to the kid having an overactive imagination. Well, during that conversation, I suggest that the father give his son my cell phone number. That way, if he's at home alone and he's afraid, he can call. At least he'll have someone
to talk to. And he agrees. Fast forward a week. It's 10 p.m. I'm at home watching the news and my cell phone rings and it's this little boy. Sounds scared out of his mind and he's mumbling, "It's outside. It's outside. I'm scared. It's outside." So I'm trying to calm this kid down. Listen, it's 10 p.m. I'm trying to calm the kid down, just thinking he's afraid. I'm on the phone telling him that there's nothing to be afraid of, and this kid is insisting that what's going on is real. I hear him getting up out of the tub, opening the door to the bathroom, then open another door, and you can hear this growling unlike anything I've ever heard. I'm on speakerphone, and it sounds like the growl is in the room with me. He tells me that this thing is at the window growling so loud that the window pane itself is shaking, and I can hear what sounds like a window shaking. And when I ask him to describe to me what he's seeing, he says it's a werewolf. Then I hear the sequence of him slamming a door, running down the hallway, slamming another door, breathing hard, body sliding back into the tub, and then the kid asks me to come to his house. Now pause right here, because here's where the problem came in for me. I offered my help to this family, never thinking that what this child was encountering was real. So I hang up the phone, call his dad at work, telling him his son is freaking out, and ask for his permission to go to the house and check on him. And understandably, with everything that's going on with the church, his dad is absolutely hesitant, but he gives me permission to drive over to check on him, but I could not go into his house, and that was fine with me. I tell him, listen, I'll go over there, sit in the driveway, talk to the kid on the phone so he doesn't feel alone. And I explained to his father that I will call him when I get there. Next thing you know, I'm throwing on jeans and a t-shirt, head out the door. They live about 10 miles away. When I get there, I realize why this poor child is scared. The house sits off the road, surrounded by trees. And I mean, from the side wall of the house, there's a space about 10 feet, and then there's nothing but dense trees. Imagine seeing, now I'm outside, in the car, calling this kid from the phone, and he's not answering. So I hop out, knock on the door, and there's still no answer. Now I'm worried, so I back my vehicle back down the driveway a bit, turn on a bright light so I can see, get out, go around the side of the house to do an inspection. There's no claw marks, no scratch marks, no nothing. So now I'm thinking to myself, for sure, this kid has an overactive imagination. Again, I'm knocking on the door, but there's no. So I go back to the car and call from my cell phone. I'm there in the car, the phone is ringing, he answers saying, "Turn off the lights, it's outside." Again, I'm talking to this kid, trying to calm him down because he's literally hyperventilating. And it's important that you understand the mindset that I was in when I was holding this conversation. I am of the belief that this child has an overactive imagination. And just because a child has an overactive imagination doesn't mean that you disregard the child's fear. So I say, listen, let's pray and it will make you feel better. That's when this thing growls and I hear it myself, the most ungodly sound I have ever heard. Remember, the bright lights are on. I'm about 30 yards away from the house, have a clear view of the place. Then I see this head on the side of the house. No, that's not accurate. I see a head up high about the height of the gutter at the right side of the house, and these eyes are reflecting red from the lights of my car, and it's literally at the height of the gutter. Listen, as a man of God, I pride myself on watching my language. But for me, this was a what the hell moment. It was almost as if this thing wanted me to know it was there. Then it steps back around the side of the house. The whole time while I'm looking at this, the kid is on the phone saying, "It's out there. I'm telling you it's out there." Then there's this awkward 20 seconds of silence because I don't know what to say, nor do I know what to do. But there was one thing I had made up in my mind, and that was that I wasn't leaving this child. So I tell him, listen, stay where you are. I'm hanging up. I'm calling your dad, and I'm going to call you right back. I call his father, tell him I'm outside of the house, and there is definitely something here. You can hear the construction equipment in the background. And I tell him, listen, I refuse to leave this child here alone after seeing what I saw. Is there someone in your family I can take him to be with? That's when his dad goes on to explain to me that the only family member that this child had was his auntie, who lives 20 miles away. But the two of them don't speak, and they haven't spoken much since his wife died. I go on to explain to him that after what I saw, it is better for this child to be with her than to be in this house alone. So I ask him for his permission to take this child from the house and bring him over to his auntie, which leads to me begging and pleading with this kid to open the security gate for the next 20 minutes and just come outside and get in the car. My plan was to drive all the way up to the steps, and all he had to do was jump in the car. The two of us could pull off, but understandably, the kid is too scared. So I have to leave the safety of the car to go get him. Now, before I get out of my vehicle, I say a prayer asking God to protect the both of us. And this is why I'm sharing the story, because what happens next was nothing but God himself intervening. I pulled all the way up to the house, bumper almost hitting the steps, get out, bang on the security door. The kid opens up, and I tell him quickly, come outside and let's go. But he's hesitating right there in the threshold. Pull him out of the door, closing the front door and the security gate, take him to the driver's side of the car, open the back door, literally shoving this kid in the vehicle, closing the door behind me. And that's when he screams, "It's behind you, it's behind you." And when I turn around, this thing is 10 feet away from me. 9 feet tall, standing on two legs, and it smells like death. And by death, I mean like a rotten corpse. Listen, it's there, one leg in the air like it's trying to step towards me, but it's frozen. And when I tell you I get a clear look at it, I get a clean, clear look at it. People describe them as hairy wolves, but nope, what I saw looked exactly like the monsters from the movie Underworld. Hardly any hair, just these patches of hair on his chest, and it was muscular to the point of striations. Its muscles actually had muscles. And imagine the scene. It's literally there suspended. Then I got a quick glimpse at what was holding it. And then I got a quick glimpse at what was actually holding it. And for a split second, I saw what looked like a giant hand wrapped around its neck. Just a gray, smoky hand, literally the size of my car door. That's when I hopped in the vehicle and backed away. When we get on the road, I call his dad and tell him that he has to leave work. I do not care what his bosses say, and meet me at his auntie's house. Well, by the time I get to this woman's house, the dad is already there. The two of them are outside arguing. When this child sees his father, he hops out of the car, runs full speed, jumps into his arms crying. The auntie sees the fear in his kid, and her heart begins to melt. That night, we go inside. I explain to them what I saw and what this child has been dealing with, and she agrees to watch him. Then I force the two of them, the father and the auntie, to come to me for counseling, explaining to them that their differences are nothing compared to their obligation towards this young child. 3 days later, we're in my office at the church talking, and I walk them through the entire encounter, step by step, explaining to them that their differences are nothing. Turns out that they both were angry and scared. He was struggling with the death of his wife and doing everything he could, and she was caught up in regret and didn't know how to express it. She wanted to do more, but something was holding her back. That day, the two of them agreed to work together to raise this child, and I insisted that he had to move the child away from their house. The church had money, and we would do anything we could do to help. So they stayed with the auntie while we found them a better housing arrangement. Now get this, 2 months passed. I get a call from the dad telling me to meet him at the old house. And when I get there, the metal security door is ripped off. The front door is gone. And when I say gone, I mean it's missing. You cannot find it. The man has tears in his eyes, and he explains to me that he was coming home from work and he decided just to drive by the house to see what was going on. And after seeing the condition of the house, he came to the realization that had I not intervened, he potentially could have lost his son and his wife. As of right now, as I speak to you, the father has another job, thanks to one of the members of the church who owns a residential construction company. He doesn't have to work nights anymore. And that child is joyful and full of life. I see him at church every Saturday. And I want to leave you with something. Evil is real. It exists, and it takes many forms. Listen, I've been listening to the Dark Waters channel since I met James in the airport in Houston. I've watched, prayed, and counseled him when he went through demonic attacks. I watched people attach themselves to him and try and use him. And more importantly, I've watched God shift and move people in and out of his life. And I believe that people need to know and understand what's going on, especially right now. And I urge you and your families to be prayerful and be safe.
I had never heard of Dogman. Never thought about a werewolf until this day. And I never want to see anything like that again. My girlfriend and I at the time were having problems. You know how some women can be. When they need attention, instead of saying so, she liked to nag me. And my mother used to nag me when I was a kid. Aggravated the hell out of me. So I leave out of the back door to smoke a cigarette. I'm standing there. And you know how the trees sound when the wind is blowing, right? Leaves shaking, rustling. Well, I'm standing there in the darkness, hearing that. And because I'm so damn aggravated with her, it takes me a few minutes to realize that there's absolutely no wind blowing. It's a full moon outside. There's no way of mistaking it whatsoever. Then, that's when I hear this thud, like something heavy landing on the ground, accompanied by a growl. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Now, before I get to telling my story, I want to be clear about this. I'm not a woman that believes in female independence. I played that part, been down that road, and it ended in disaster for me and my family. 5 years ago, I went through a divorce. And out of that divorce, only thing I was left with was me and my dog. I'm a hairstylist. I do hair for a living. And when my husband and I separated, the judge forced us to sell everything. So I get a condo in Dallas, right off Highway 75. Now, I'm not sure if you've ever been through a divorce or a separation. You know, you have an idea of how things are going to go. But when you literally have your life torn apart and ripped apart, the person that you've been with for years is no longer there. You quickly come to the understanding and the realization how much they actually did help and the things that they actually did do. Moreover, you come to the realization about how much free time you have. So I found myself spending Saturday nights after work with my friends, going out for drinks, heading home about 10, 11 o'clock, curling up on a sofa with a blanket and watching a movie. And truthfully, every Saturday night was the same. Wash and repeat. Hang out with my girls, head home, sit on a sofa, and watch a movie. Now, let me say this to you women who are thinking about going through a divorce. Men, they sacrifice their lives for their family's happiness. Looking back on it now, I realize that I sacrificed my family for what I thought was happiness, and I'm not happy. And I haven't been since the divorce. But this story is not about my life and about my divorce. This story is about what happened before I moved out of that condo. It's October 2023. My friends and I come back from going out to dinner. I head inside, pop a bag of popcorn, take a shower, sit on the sofa, have popcorn and wine. I'm relaxing my nerves when there's a knock at the door. I get up, walk over and look through and nobody's there. So I sit back down. 5 minutes later, there's another knock at the door, except for this time it's much harder. So I get back up, go over, open the door, and no one's out there. 5 more minutes pass, and I'm standing in the kitchen next to the microwave, waiting for a bag of popcorn to finish popping, when there's a banging sound on my front door. Now pause right here and let me say this. These condos that I live in are very expensive. This is not a place that you rent. This is a place where people purchase and live. And so in my mind, it's somebody drunk knocking on the wrong door. But when I walk over and swing the front door open, before me stands 2 little boys. I would say no more than 10, 11 years old. They both have their head down. And the weirdest thing about these boys is I can't quite remember what the ethnicity was. Their skin wasn't black, it wasn't white, just this kind of tannish color. Their hair wasn't curly, wasn't too straight. It was like everything about them was a perfect blend, the perfect amalgamation of what a kid should look like. I remember the anger draining out of my body and me looking at them and saying, hey, are you guys okay? Have you lost your parents? And them not responding and not looking up. Then I remember the sense of panic coming over me. Like something's wrong with these kids. Somebody's missing their children. Maybe it was the fact that in the divorce I had lost my children. And that sense of panic and urgency was personified because in the back of my mind, I'm thinking if my kids were out and about and lost, I would want somebody to help them. But then these two guys look up at me and they have these black eyes. And I'm not talking about like black eyeballs. I'm talking about black voids for eyes. Like you can stick your finger inside of these things for eyes. And right there in that moment, looking in their eyes, I started to black out. And that's the best way I can describe it to you. It was like I started falling forward into them, and I can't tell you if they killed me and God brought me back. I can't tell you if this was a trance or a hallucination. I cannot determine what this was. But I was someplace else, and it was full of darkness, and there was all this screaming, all these voices, people calling my name, people sounding like they were being tortured. And then there was this light. But the problem with this light was, as it shined on me, it didn't make me feel safe. It seemed like this light itself was fake, like it was false light. I felt like one of those moths or bugs going towards one of those bug traps where there's this bright light, and as soon as you get close to it, you get zapped, zzz, and you're dead. That's what I felt like. And I remember turning and running as fast as I could away from that light, screaming at the top of my lungs. Now, I can't tell you how long I was in this place, but what I can tell you is this. When I finally came through, I was still standing there at my front door, and no one was standing in front of me. And my neighbor up the hall looks at me, and she says, Karen, why are you outside in the hallway screaming like someone's chasing you? Are you listening to me? Do you understand? As I'm looking around, these kids are nowhere to be found. Talk about being messed up. I close the door, lock it, go inside, sit on the sofa, and try to figure out what the hell happened to me. And since that day, I haven't been able to figure it out. So I decided to present it to you.
I will never forget when God showed me a person placing a curse on me. They went to a graveyard, found a headstone with my name on it, took graveyard dirt from the grave, and cast a spell with the intent to kill me. Why? Because their feelings got hurt. The funny thing about casting spells is that a curse without a cause cannot stand. So now, this guy at my job goes around spreading rumors, turning people against me, trying to create a cause for his curse to work. I pray to Jesus, and he says, do nothing, be still. This goes on and gets worse and worse, everything to try and get me to fight, be offended, so his curse could land, but nothing. Jesus says to me, son, I paid the price for your sins, so he is not cursing you. He is cursing me. I will deal with him.
Truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the one-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
When I was 24 years old, I got a job working as a bouncer at a strip club. And I would always get off work real late. And by late, I found myself getting home at 4:30, 5 a.m. Now, since I live with my parents, I moved into the basement. That way I could use the basement door to get direct access to my bedroom and not wake them up every time I came home. I had gotten off work at about 4 a.m., drove home, and I remember it being quiet as I pulled up outside of the house. The only sound I could really hear was the squeaking of the front right wheel on my truck. Opened the door and got out. And as I went to close the door to the truck, I heard this guttural growling sound coming from the passenger side of my vehicle. When I looked over, I saw this 9 to 10 foot tall creature standing in a creek in front of this old oak tree. And I couldn't see every detail because it was dark, but what I could see was this kind of glimmering glisten of green eyes. And also I could see a silhouette. It was massive. Then this thing growled. Man, I took off, running towards the basement door and jumped into it. Didn't use a key. I broke the door and the lock and everything else. Closed it behind me and moved my dresser door in front of it. The next thing I know, I hear this thing outside throwing shit. My dad's barbecue grill, chairs, the umbrella, tables. It was like this creature was having a temper tantrum. My parents came running downstairs, asking me what did I do. And when my dad looked out the basement window and saw this thing, he didn't seem surprised at all. He just told us to be quiet and it'll go away. It would pace left to right, then stop. Stand there, rocking and swaying back and forth, looking at the house. Next, we heard this loud yell coming from far, far away, way louder than possible for any human. And then the creature took off back into the woods. I begged my dad to call the police, but he said no. He said they would only make us seem like a bunch of fools, so we let it be. Now, my mom doesn't like being at home alone anymore, and she's begging my dad to sell the property. But Dad won't. He grew up here. In 2003, I was driving along Highway 190 in Louisiana, just outside of Reeves. It was early in the morning, 6:30 a.m. The sun had just risen. You know how it is when that sun shines right in your eyes through the windshield and almost blinds you? That's how it was. And so I was letting my sun visor down. And I noticed something standing up ahead on the side of the road. It looked like a big person. And with me being partially blinded by the sun, I slowed down, not wanting to hit a pedestrian. But as I passed by and got a better look at this thing, this was no human. Its shoulders were as wide as my driver's side door on my Honda Accord. And it was now walking away from the roadway down into a ditch. The craziest thing was, even though it was down in the ditch, its head was still above the roof of my car. I sped off because I didn't want nothing to do with that thing. I drove on for about a mile, stopped and got out, and decided to walk down into the ditch to see exactly how deep it was. I took 2.5 strides downhill to get to the bottom. Now, I didn't have a measuring tape with me or anything, but I say that this ditch was at least 5 to 6 feet below the road surface.
That would have made this thing 12 to 13 feet tall. Once I realized that, I got the hell out of there. I can't tell you how many times I've warned people about going up into the hills and hollows behind my house. Where I live in North Arkansas, there are a lot of strange creatures in these woods. But about 6 miles at the back of my property, it's a clan of Bigfoots. Me, I've known about the woodsmen my whole life. My granddaddy used to warn us about them. Tell us stuff like if we were not careful, they were going to get us and eat us. He and I would go hunting and kill deer. He would dress the deer and leave the rest in the woods for them. You see, my granddad had a good understanding of these creatures, and he passed that down to me. It was not too long ago that one of them Bigfoot research groups came by my house asking questions. They wanted to know if they could go to the backside of the property and search for Bigfoot. Now, I tried to warn them. I told them that clan of Bigfoot in the woods was aggressive. They ain't like outsiders in the area. That these things didn't even like me back in the woods, and I've been around them since I was a little boy. But they didn't listen. They asked for permission to park on my property and head into the woods. I figure, oh hell, if you're going to go out into the woods, I should make some money. So I charged them $200. The following morning, they came back, a total of 7 men. And it was funny. You could tell none of them really had any outdoors experience. They had on these fancy backpacks, and some of them had on shorts. They looked like a bunch of city boys taking their first trip out into the wilderness. I remember exactly what time it was. It was about 8:30 when they pulled up. As I sat on the porch watching them, I figured it wouldn't last long. Hell, most people back there don't last long. You see, it'd take them about 45 minutes to walk into the first area, where you could find the signs of Bigfoot. You'll see tree breaks, tree structures, all kind of crazy stuff. If that didn't scare them, when they ran into Big Daddy, he would. Big Daddy's the name I came up for the Bigfoot I saw in them woods back there. He's 11 feet tall, every bit of 800, 900 pounds. Now, Big Daddy is the alpha, and it was many times that he escorted me out of the woods, throwing tree limbs at me. Other times, he'll just show himself to me. And I can tell you, it's a frightening experience to look at an 11-foot tall, 800-pound creature staring down at you. So those cupcakes headed into them woods didn't stand a chance. Right about 11:30, I'm standing in the kitchen fixing me a sandwich when I start to hear screaming and hollering. And I know it's them. I couldn't help but laugh. I walked out of the back door, and there they were, running to their vehicles. One car drove straight past the side of my house and onto the road, damn near hitting a tree. And the other one stopped right at my back porch. This was the guy who paid me the $200. When he gets out, he don't have shoes on. And his arm, it's got a big gash in it. He's got his t-shirt wrapped around him. And he's in shock. I didn't think they were real. I didn't think them things was real, is what he said. The other 2 men in the car looked petrified. Damn city slickers, I couldn't help but smile. I invite the guy in the house to try and help patch him up a little bit before he can go to the hospital. That's when he tells me, about 20 to 35 minutes into the woods, him and his friends come upon this tree structure. Now, these idiots decide that they're going to push it down and knock it over. And then this guy, the one who's bleeding, he decides he's going to take a piss on top of the logs. After that, they move forward into the woods about 800 feet or so. That's when they started hearing noises coming from all angles surrounding them. He said then a tree fell over right behind him, and it separated him from the rest of his friends. The other 6 guys got scared, started running back, leaving him behind. And as he tried to climb over this huge tree to get back towards his friends, then another tree fell, almost hitting him. Finally, he thought to himself to look to see where the trees were coming from, and that's when he saw it. His description was 12 feet tall, black and muscular. He said it had hair on certain places, but sparse hair on his chest. And I knew from the minute he started, he was talking about Big Daddy. He said as he stood there in fear, it reached down, picked up a rock the size of his hand. He just knew it was about to throw it at his head, so he started to run. That's when he felt this painful impact on his right arm. He saw blood, and he continued to run out of there. Now, I gave this guy a few gauzes and some tape, told him he needed to head up to the hospital and get that stitched up as soon as possible. Then I escorted him out of my house. These clowns had went up there and did some of the most stupid stuff I'd ever heard of. And I didn't want them in my house because I didn't want Big Daddy coming over here looking for them. I don't know, maybe people are hearing about my property on the internet,
But I had about 5 other groups of people come out this way. Each and every one I warn about Big Daddy. Then I charge them money to park on my property. Out of the last few groups, only one is lasting the entire day back there in the woods. And when night fell, them boys came running out of there like bats out of hell. My best advice for anybody who's encountering Bigfoot or going into the area is give them the same respect that you would want to have. Attention all members of the Dark Waters family. I'm proud to announce to you guys that the Dark Waters channel t-shirts are now for sale. Many of you have asked me before, hey Dark Waters, why don't you have a Patreon account, or why don't you do Super Chat? That's because I believe in earning my profits. I don't believe in taking any donations or taking any gifts. So if you really want to support me and the Dark Waters channel and the effort that I'm putting forward, the best way to do so is to buy the t-shirts and the products that will be rolling out over the next couple of months. I'm very excited about the products that are going to be hitting the market. Get your Dark Waters t-shirt today. While supplies last, it's only $25. That includes shipping and handling.
First of all, it couldn't be your fault. When this life of mine would fall, it will always be my fault. Trying to throw this shade on me, like they all hate on me. Don't bring that rage on me. Why they throwing shade on me, like they ashamed of me? I thought, what age are we? It's warm outside, and we all want shine. Bet you nobody in the city could stay in the crib this time. Whoa, got pics on the way like a vacay. Shoot photo with an AK. Got friends by my side, trying to have a great day. And I wonder why they throw shades. Yeah, but it's all on me. Let them roam free like a
Now, you know, in every hood, all around the country, there's some wild ninjas. I'm talking about next level, crazy, wild. See, down in Houston, where I'm from, that wild ninja, we call him Thanos. Now, understand, he got this name for a reason. Because he was known for fucking people up. And this shit started with him when we was kids, whooping everybody ass in the neighborhood, including grown men. And then he hits this massive growth spurt. We talking about 17 years old, 6'6", 6'7", 235 pounds, all muscle. And you combine his size with the crazy wild shit that happened to him in the hood between age 13 and 17. We talking about his father in the dope game, murdered right in front of him, bled out in his arms. Then after that, his mama gets hooked on drugs, cracked out. Negroes in the neighborhood is selling this man's mama crack right in front of him. And understand, I done known Thanos since we was kids. All the stuff that happened to him started to change him. He basically raised himself. And I need you to understand, when you raise yourself in the hood, you got two choices. Either you gonna be the victim or you gonna be the aggressor. And that's why we started calling them Thanos, because it got to the point to where this dude went so far beyond the boundaries of what normal hood niggas do that it was completely and totally terrifying. Now let me pause right here. No snitching. So I'm gonna skip a few things, but I'm gonna get some points across to you at the same time. Than, as I call him, took his first scalp at 17. Then he kept scalping people. And then by age 22, he had consolidated. Now, if you understand what I'm saying, you understand what I'm saying. But if you lost, just stay over there where you are and just be lost and follow the rest of the story. Now, after this consolidation at age 22, he's really, really, really different. Listen, I'm out here in these streets fucking around, get caught on a probation violation. So now I got to go sit for a year. And by the time I done came home, this Negro done took over everything. And at that point in time, there was only one other person in Houston that can even touch him. And straight up on some hood shit, just so you'll understand, that other person is literally considered the Black Don of Houston. Now listen, I need you to hop in a car and ride with me, and I need to explain some things to you. Take you on a tour around the hood. Now, if you're from the streets, you understand everything I'm about to say to you. But if you were lame and you was over in the wilderness, now come out, get in the car with me, and I'm going to explain it all to you. You see, as you get bigger and bigger in the game, you can't live in the hood anymore. It's too dangerous. You got to get outside of the hood. And on top of that, just like everybody else, nobody want to be living in the hood, man. Rats, roaches, crime. Everybody want to get out the trap. So now my dog is living in the vicinity. And the reason why I say vicinity, because I don't know who's going to be listening to this, the vicinity of LaGrange, Texas. Now, I get released. He got somebody to come over, pick me up, and take me over to his house. Listen, when I say my man got a spread, my dog got a spread, man. He done came a long damn way from living in the hood. He's got acres and acres of land. The shit that people from our neighborhood dreams about. Now, when I tell you I'm impressed, man, I'm impressed. To get to his house, you got to drive through this gate. He got one of them long driveways with a beautiful manicured front lawn. And listen to me, once you inside the crib, it's massive. Now, the only thing negative I can say about it at all is with all this money that my man's done made, he still got that ghetto-ass taste in furniture. But fuck it, we can work with that, right? Look, we sitting in the crib on a sofa watching a big flat screen TV, talking, smoking weed, and he's like, listen, York, I got you, man. You my oldest and most loyal friend. And no matter what you need, I got it for you. You need a place to stay, you got a bedroom upstairs. You need a whip, you got a truck in the garage. Money, don't worry about it. Clothes, don't worry about it. Listen to me. He gets up, walks over to the cigar case, opens it up, gives me $5,000 and like, yo, go buy you some clothes, get your shit together. You understand? Me and this dude go way back. I'm talking about holes in your shoes, sharing food off the same plate, far back. And for me to see him doing this well, honestly, I was just overwhelmed because niggas in the game don't get this far. You either in prison or you in the grave. So we grab a set of keys, head to the garage, and when he opens it up, damn, this nigga done bought me a Ford F-150 Raptor, black on blue. Now, talk about a fly truck. I'm walking around, they looking on the inside. But when I get to the backside, I look at these bumper stickers, NRA bumper stickers, don't tread on me bumper stickers. I'm like, yo, hold on, nigga, why we got this shit on the back of the whole deal? Why is this here? Dan looks at me and says, man, when you in Rome, you do what Romans do. Baby, we not in the hood anymore. We ain't riding around being profiled. We got to blend in. You going to keep that shit on that truck. Ain't nobody going to pull you over, and we going to do what we do. Man, listen to me. When I tell you the next few days are the best days of my life, shopping, hanging out with beautiful bros. Listen, me and this nigga even went hunting. And listen, you got to understand something about my boy. He's hood. I'm telling him, look, nigga, we can't go in the woods with you smoking weed, talk about we going to kill a deer, because the animals can smell you before you get there. Nonetheless, we spend about 2-3 hours walking around in the woods with the rifles, knowing that we ain't going to kill shit. Now, on the way back to the house, we see his neighbor out on the roadway. He stops and introduces me to this dude named Chris. Look, I'm in the truck, the two of them talking, and I'm listening to the conversation. I'm like, and I'm saying to myself, damn, you done missed your calling. Because this Negro should have been an actor. We from the hood. We don't have no country accents. Look, he's sitting here talking to his man Chris, and he goes from talking hood to having that country twang. I'm sitting in the car looking at him like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But unbeknownst to me, these two really do have a good rapport. These two fuckers out there talking politics, the NRA, bump stocks, all kinds of stuff. But when he gets back in the truck with me, his personality changes and he's back talking hood again. Now, you got to forgive me a little bit here because I don't remember the exact timeline. And once you hear what I'm telling you, understand why, because it was pure chaos. I'd say it was about 2.5 months after I got out of prison that all the crazy shit started happening. One night, we in the crib chilling, windows open, smoking, watching TV, when we start to hear gunfire off in the distance coming from the direction of his homeboy Chris's house. And up until this point, I didn't really understand that Dan and Chris was cool like this. But he's like, yo, listen, we need to get up and go check on my man Chris. Somebody over there shooting. So we ride over, pull down the driveway, knock on the door, and his wife comes to the door looking like she just saw a freaking ghost. And again, I need you to realize, I didn't know he was this close to these people. Saying, Jennifer, y'all all right over here? What's going on? She looks at him, eyes wide open, and says, no, Chris is off in the woods in the back of the house, shooting at something, and I'm worried. So now Than is scrambling back to his truck, grabbing a rifle, and he takes off running around the side of their house into pitch black darkness. And now we hear the sound of Chris firing shots again. Than is a little ways ahead of me, and I hear him screaming, Chris, it's Than, where you at? Chris, it's Than, where you at, man? Pause here for a second. Let me give you an insight into what I'm thinking at this point in time. Now, I'm not as invested into this shit that's going down right now, but he's my man. We go way back. So if he making a move into the darkness, I'm making a move into the darkness. And it takes us a good 35 to 45 seconds to hone in on the direction that these shots are coming from. But eventually, we close in on Chris. And when we finally find him, he's down on one knee, headlamp on, crying, kneeling over his dog. And we ain't talking about just regular tears rolling down your eyes. We're talking about that ugly cry, saying, those motherfuckers killed my dog. They killed my dog. Again, I need you to hop back in the car with me and imagine what I'm saying to you, because I need you to understand what I'm looking at. Standing there, looking at this dog, it's laying on the ground. It's literally been sliced in half. I'm talking about wounds so deep that you can see this dog's spine. Now, look, I know Chris is all emotional about his dog, but for us, in the car, on the outside looking in, this looked like some straight up X-Files bullshit. So I said, Chris, what did this to your dog? Still crying and sobbing tears, he says, it was wolves. The wolves did this to my dog. I'm going to get these motherfuckers. Now, let me tell you something. One thing you learn growing up in the hood is how to think when there's chaos. Now, I don't know about you, but as for me, I done seen the Animal Planet. And wolves, they go for the guts. Wolves don't slice animals in half. And let me explain something else to you. I done did time on the inside. Real prison. There were 5 cuttings per day in the prison that I was in. You do the math. That's 1,800 motherfuckers getting sliced and cut up per year. So I know exactly what a motherfucking slice and a motherfucking cut looks like. This dog had been fucking sliced in half. Wolves do not slice and cut dogs in half. They chew and gnaw and eat on shit. Whatever this was that did this, slice this fucking dog in half. And so I know without a doubt this is some X-Files bullshit going on his property. So understand, Than is my man, $100,000. I don't fucking know Chris. So now I'm trying to sway the situation back in our favor. We don't need to be out here in these woods. Whatever the fuck did that. So I say, Than, listen, we need to grab this dog, get Chris back up to the house, man. Let's get it and let's go. But Chris is still there on the ground, crying, sobbing, and mourning over his dog. I look at Than, he looks at me. I look at Than, he looks at me. And I'm giving him that look like, nigga, this ain't our problem. We need to go. But he tells me, look, head back on up to the house and check on his wife. I'm going to get him, I'm going to get the dog, and we'll be up there in a minute. So now I'm jogging back towards the house, through the darkness, into the lights, up the steps, knock on the back door. His wife opens the door, this beautiful woman with this look of concern on her face saying, hey, what's going on? What can you tell me? Now, I have no way of explaining to this woman that her husband is out in the woods having an emotional breakdown over a dog that was sliced in half by something from the fucking X-Files. So I just say, listen, Jen, I was sent back here to make sure you're okay. I'm going to sit out here at the back door. They're on their way. As she and I are outside, standing safely in the light, peering out into the darkness, we start to hear more and more gunfire. Now, standing there next to this woman, you can tell she's not just a trophy wife. She's not just a beautiful woman. Because when most women hear gunfire, no matter how far away it is, they flinch and jerk. But she didn't move. She just stood there, staring and peering into the darkness. 30 minutes pass, and now we see that headlamp walking towards us. Than and Chris approaching. Chris, tears in his eyes, holding that dog in his hands. The only reason why the two halves of his body staying together, because he's literally holding and hugging it, blood running all over his body. His wife sees the dog, breaks down into tears, and me, I'm just standing there because this is some shit that I don't really understand. For me, growing up in the hood, dogs were dogs. We used to fight pit bulls, we used to beat them up, we did everything. But for white folks, dogs are more like members of their family. And I'd never seen a human being grieve over a dog like they had just lost their child. Look, Chris is safe, the dog is recovered, his wife is fine. I'm thinking that we finna roll the fuck out, right? But no. Than starts to help Chris dig a hole in the yard to bury the dog. And then he forces me to stand there with them as they say a prayer over the dog. Then, and only then, do we get in the truck and head back home. Now we're sitting in a driveway, and I'm like, listen, dog, you know the rules. Sharing is caring, and nigga, you not sharing everything with me. You gonna have to explain some shit to me because a lot of this shit that's happening right now don't make sense to me. He looks at me with attitude. It's like, well, nigga, what you talking about? What you want me to share? The man just told you that some fucking wolves attacked his dog. I don't know what you want me to explain to you. Now, listen to me. You got to understand something about my man, Than. He's a master at playing mind games. And the only way to break through the mind games that he plays at times is to be purely aggressive. So I tell him, nigga, you got us running around in the woods like Scully and fucking Mulder on some X-Files bullshit for a motherfucking neighbor that you don't really know? You must think I'm boo-boo the fucking fool. It's some shit you not telling me, Than, and I need you to fucking tell me why the fuck we was in the middle of the woods with that white boy and we don't fucking know him. Leaning on the armrest, he shifts his body to the driver's side door and says, man, my bad. I forgot who I'm talking to, homie. Chris is our connect. Huh? Yeah, he's our connect. Nigga, why you think I'm out here living in these woods? Look, the last time we had a connect, a motherfucker swooped in and took him. Next thing you know, they out here in these streets looking for us. So when I made this new connect, I'm not taking no chances. I move in right next door to him. I'm making myself an essential part of his life. We not losing this connect. And on top of that, Chris and Jen are good fucking people. I don't have no fucking problem with Chris and Jen being good people. I don't know them motherfuckers. But what gets under my skin is when you fucking try and hold back information from me like I'm a fucking fool. I'm not stupid, Than. All you got to do is lay it out for me, baby, and we make it do what it do. And that little mini argument between me and him ends with him sharing a tidbit of information with me that tomorrow morning they're going out into the woods to try and track the wolves that attacked Chris's dog. But listen to me. Again, I know for a fact that wolves don't slice other animals in half. So I tell him straight up front, nigga, I'm not going out there in them woods looking for whatever did that because that is not a fucking wolf. I'll go over to his house and watch over his old lady and make sure nobody do nothing. But I ain't going into them woods looking for that shit. I'm telling you, and you shouldn't go in them fucking woods looking for it either, man. I know he all connected shit, but he getting paid. We giving him his money on time, right? If he getting his money on time, that's all he need. We don't need to be going out in these woods looking for none of that shit. But in this case, as old friends do, we agreed to disagree, head into the house, and go to sleep. Sure enough, the next morning we head over to Chris's house, and it's like 5 trucks out there, white boy trucks. And I'm talking about real cowboy hat wearing motherfuckers is at his house. And when we pull up and hop out, they looking at us like we crazy, and we looking at them like they fucking crazy. Within an hour, Than, Chris, this Mexican dude, and one of them cowboys are off into the woods. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I was nervous being around these dudes. And at the same time, I didn't want there to be no misunderstandings because Chris's wife is absolutely beautiful. Now she's inviting me into the kitchen to have coffee, and they're looking at me while I talk to her. So to make sure there's no motherfucking confusion about this man and his woman, I say to her, Jen, I'm going to take my coffee and head out to the porch, sit down and relax. I tell her, listen, I'm going to leave the front door open. If you need me, just holler at me. Now, outside, sitting down, drinking my coffee, out walks this big motherfucker. I mean, Gravedigger WWE wrestling big. He's got one of those black cowboy hats on, jeans, cowboy boots, and then this t-shirt that says slow is smooth and smooth is fast. He looks at me and says, I done seen everybody else around here, but I ain't never seen you before. So before I explain to you what happens next, I got to break it down for some of the lames that's listening, those over there in the woods. Some of you might have a hard time understanding this because this is true alpha male shit right here. Yeah, this bitch was in the process of testing me. So I repeat his words right back to him. Fuck you mean you ain't never seen me around here before? I ain't fucking never seen you around here either. Listen to me. I ain't nowhere near as big as this motherfucker is, but the one thing I know is he ain't coming out here punking me. That shit ain't gonna happen, and he needs to know that that shit ain't finna happen. Now, let me tell you, this catches him by surprise a little bit, but you see his brain click on, his eyes light up. Now, he goes into alpha mode himself and says, oh, so it's gonna be like that, huh, boy? Boy, you must be out your motherfucking mind. You big cornbread eating, hog chasing, deer hunting ass motherfucker. I ain't your motherfucking boy. This shit about to escalate and it's about to get popping. When Jen comes walking out of the front door and this sweet country voice says, now y'all fellas play nice out here. Big Todd, this is York. York, this is Todd. Todd is Chris's childhood friend, York. And Todd, York is Stan's childhood friend. We're all on the same team. There's no need for you boys to fight. Y'all calm it down and bring it down a few levels. Then, like a true boss bitch, she turns around and walks right back into the house. The situation goes from level 100 back down to level 5, and he says, you down with Than. Than is a good dude. We really like him around here. He's smart, quiet, and he keeps his word. So if Than is like that, I'm assuming that's how you are. That leads to me and him sitting there for a few hours holding a conversation. Turns out he was locked up in Seagoville, Texas for like 5 years. And I had some folks that was locked up in there with him. And once we found common ground, Todd and I started to get along extremely well. Now, by sundown, the four of them are back from tracking this thing into the woods, and that's when all the confusion starts. And first of all, I would like to remind you that I told him before he went that this was some X-Files type bullshit. So they found a blood trail, they found tracks, but they all freaked out because they followed those tracks to a section of the woods and they could tell that whatever they were following clawed its way up into a tree. On top of that, they found even more tracks in that section of the woods. And the little dude that they took out there with him, who was an expert tracker, tells them, listen, we need to leave right now because what I'm looking at are bipedal canine tracks and quadrupedal canine tracks. While they're standing there in the woods, he goes on to explain to them that wolves don't walk on two legs, and what we have stumbled upon is something completely different and utterly terrifying. Now, picture this. We're all sitting around in Chris's living room, and he goes into explaining to us his entire background. He starts off by saying he's been tracking his entire life. This has been his job since he was a little boy. And the only other time he has seen tracks like this was down in Mexico. And what him and his friends ended up running into in Mexico was absolutely deadly. His advice to us was to leave this thing alone and hope that it didn't come back. And nonetheless, he went on to share with us the story of what he saw. Now, before I tell you the story, I need you to read between the lines because everyone inside this room is in a dope game. Santeria del Sol, Mexico, drylands. He said he's hired to track down a man who stole some product and tried to go and hide. They go to the house where he's supposed to be and find this man's woman. Now, this woman is not only afraid of them, but she's pissed off at this dude because he left her. So she tells him that he drove off, headed west, trying to get away. Him and his crew head outside, find the tire tracks, and so now they're tracking him westward up into the mountains in the direction of another small town called Galos Blancos. Before they left, she told him he was about 45 minutes ahead of them, so they take off speeding in his direction. Moving uphill, it goes from dirt roads to trails, and the higher and higher they get, the harder and harder to drive it. And by the time evening rolls around, they pull up and find his empty vid. Hopping out, doing an inspection, the motherfucker had ran out of gas. Looking at the distance between the footprints, they can tell he's now running towards the west. So they hop back in their vehicle, riding along 10 to 15 miles an hour, keeping their eyes on the footprints. They've been riding for a while, moving back down that ridge. Sun is going down, making it harder and harder for them to see those tracks. But up ahead, illuminated by the headlights, they see what looks like blood on the ground. He instructs them to stop the vehicle, gets out, and inspects this blood on the ground, which turns out to be bloody bipedal canine footprints. They turn, now following the direction that the tracks had came from, and there he was, laying on the ground, chest torn open, leg ripped off, arms gnawed on, and guts torn out. As he finishes his story, the room falls completely silent. He says these creatures belong to El Diablo. Don't follow them, don't shoot them, don't do anything. Leave them alone. Now, have you ever seen one of those movies where a person makes a dramatic exit, like they just walk the fuck out? Well, that's exactly what this motherfucker does. He walks straight out the front door, doesn't even close that motherfucker behind him, hops in his truck, and pulls off, leaving each and every person in that room looking around like, what the fuck is going on? Look, this wasn't a surprise to me at all. I could tell by looking at this little man that he was telling the truth. He looked like one of those miniature MS-13 cartel motherfuckers. Tattoos all over his face, all over his hands, all on top of his bald head. Those type of people don't have a reason to lie, and they don't give a damn about impressing you. And as far as I was concerned, it was time for me to head home. I tell Than to give me the keys. I'm going home. If anything else goes down, all you need to do is give me a ring and I'll be right back over. He stays over at the house with them for a few hours and then comes back home. Now, for the next week or so, shit is all good. Nothing crazy happens. Then one evening, I'm out on the back porch, chilling, talking with my man Ski on the phone. It's about 4:30 or so. And I see some shit moving over there in the woods on the backside of our property. Big. So big that it's trying to hide behind the trees, but it can't freaking hide. And listen to me when I tell you I know what I saw, because I'm on the phone with Ski for like 15 minutes watching this big, black, hairy thing moving back and forth in the tree line for like 15 minutes. Through the phone, he detects that I'm distracted and asks me what's going on. And I say to him, nigga, have you ever seen the movie The Land Before Time? When the white folks went down into that big hole in the earth, and when it came out on the other side, there was dinosaurs and shit like that. Ski, nigga, I swear to you, that's the type shit we got fucking going on around here right now. Now, after 15 minutes of that, I had seen enough. I get off the phone, head back inside. Than had left the house earlier that day, and I figured by the time he gets home, it's going to be dark, so I need to call him and tell him what I saw in the woods. I give him a holler. I'm like, yo, listen, when you come in the crib, man, you better be careful because I see something big moving around in them woods in the back. So make sure you come in the front door. Don't fuck around on the back side of the house. That's when he tells me, look, I'm out here right now getting some new toys just for them motherfuckers. I'll be home in about an hour. Then we going out there and we going to deal with them. We? Bitch, you crazy. You going out there. Listen, I'll fight 100 motherfuckers with you. But that shit out there in the woods is some shit we don't need to be messing with. The little Mexican dude with all them tattoos told you to leave that shit the fuck alone. Them things belong to the devil. Why in the fuck do you want to go out there and mess with them things? We need to leave them things alone, Than. You tripping. Now, I guess me objecting to his plan pissed him off because he just hangs up the phone. About 2 hours later, this bitch comes home with these shotguns. And understand, Than is a motherfucking felon. So I can't explain to you how or where the fuck he's got these guns from. But he got 2 AA-12 shotguns, big snare drums on the bottom of them. And you can tell whoever sold these to him spent time educated him on them because he's all excited. See, yours has got the flashlight. It's got the A-frame sight on it. But this bitch right here is mine. It's got that fixed rail with the scope. You ain't got no scope on yours. You're going to have to use that A-frame, but you're going to be all right. But see, I got this here scope. Oh, yeah, we going to dump on these bitches. Then he digs into the bag, pulls out ammunition, and goes off again. And on top of that, nigga, we got that dragon's breath. Man, I'm telling you, nigga told me you hit anything with this, it's going to start dancing like Michael Jackson when that Jerry curl caught on fire. We finna head out into these woods. Let's go. And this is where he and I disagree again because I tell him, look, nigga, I done told you. And I don't know how many times I got to say this to you. I'm not going out there in them woods fucking around with them devil things. I'm not going. I'm not doing it. Remember, I told you how manipulative this dude is, and he knows there's no way that he's going to drag me out of that house into them woods. So he starts to compromise, and he says, look, listen, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to go out there to the woods to the edge of the tree line. All I need you to do is take your gun and have my back. You ain't even got to go into the trees. I'm not even going to go into the tree line. You can stay 20, 30, 40 yards behind me. Make sure nothing sneaks up behind me. I'm just going to go out to the tree line and take a look. Now, if I see something, I'm dumping on it. But if I don't see nothing, we're going to come back to the house. That's all I want to do, y'all. Can we agree to do that? Let's just go out there. You ain't got to go all the way out there, baby. Just have my back. Make sure these bitches don't sneak up behind me. Look, so now we go outside, right? He gets up to the wood line. I'm about 30, 35 yards behind him. I kneel down on one knee. And to this day, I really can't explain to you why I did that. Maybe it's some shit I saw on TV. But I'm there, kneeling down, that shotgun laying across my knee. Now remember, this motherfucker done told me that he not going into them woods. He gets to the tree line and this bitch walks straight off into the woods. And I'm saying to myself, motherfucker, I knew you was going to do this. So now I'm moving to the edge of the wood line and I'm pissed off. And I can tell this bastard has literally, now I'm at the edge of the woods screaming, bitch, you done seen too many motherfucking movies. You are not Arnold Schwarzenegger. Bring your ass back out of them woods right now. But no response. Dog, bring your ass out the woods, man. Come on, you tripping. No response. Now, like I told y'all, I've known him since we was kids. He a master at playing mind games and playing with your emotions. So I say, look, motherfucker, you tripping. I'm going back to the house. Turn around, and I start walking away. As I'm walking away, him saying, all right, look, I'm coming back. Chill for a second, man. I'm coming right now. Now I can hear his footsteps coming towards me. And you can see the flashlight bobbing up and down as he's moving towards me in the woods. Then suddenly that light turns and disappears. After a few seconds, you hear that shotgun. Then you see this burst of flame shoot straight up into a tree. And I hear him screaming, there you go, motherfucker. I see you. Then another shot and another burst of flames. Standing there, I can see this huge mass jump down out of the tree, hit the ground, and dart off. But what his crazy ass did not realize is that there were two more of these things out there in the woods with him. So now imagine this. I'm running full speed into the woods. My eyes have spots on them from seeing those flames in the dark. And I'm screaming at him, yo, we gotta go. They got more of these things out here. Now, as I'm closing in on him, I know he hears me. I'm thinking to myself, okay, that ought to be enough. He hears me telling him that there's more of them out here, but nope. Now he's just shooting in every direction. Boom, 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 boom. And as I told you, those dragon breath rounds are like mini flamethrowers. So now shit is starting to catch on fire all around him. Trees are catching on fire. Leaves on the ground are catching on fire. Listen to me, if Smokey the Bear was in the woods with us right then and there, he would be one pissed off motherfucker because now the whole shit is going up in the flames. And understand, I don't want to run up too close to him while he's shooting this shit, because if he fucks around and shoots that shit in my direction, I'm literally going to be bleeding smoke. So I come to a complete standstill, and now I'm screaming to him, yo, Dan, stop shooting, man, we need to go. And that was the first time I really got a good look at one of these things. It's off in the distance, looking at him, 9 feet tall, standing on 2 legs, eyes glistening this red and yellow from the flames of the fire. It's standing there right next to a tree, just looking at him. These big shoulders rolled forward, breathing hard, and it had these huge thighs, creepy, freaking fucked up legs and shit. You could tell this thing is smart because Stan is over there wilding, shooting in any direction, flames going off everywhere. I done seen the other 2 run off. But this one had already flanked him. It was standing there right next to a tree, looking, watching, observing him like it was making a decision. Now, I tell you, I know animals are smart and shit from watching the Animal Planet, but this is a whole nother level smart, because this thing is standing there, head cocked to the side, looking at him, and you can tell it's trying to decide if it's going to go over there and fuck with this crazy ass nigga. That's the impression that it was giving me, like it was saying, wait, should I go over here and fuck with this crazy motherfucker shooting fire everywhere? Or should I leave his crazy ass the fuck alone? This big wolf looking motherfucker was confused. Then it looks over in my direction, locking eyes with me, and I'm telling you, it had that straight up Scooby-Doo impression on its face, like what the fuck is going on? I look at it, it looks at me, I look at it, it looks at me, Than starts shooting again, and then this thing drops down on all fours and takes off running. Now, at this point in time, the woods is on fire. I'm talking about California wildfire, flames fucking going up trees, the grass on fire. He done spit that dragon's breath shit all over the place. And this crazy son of a bitch is still out there in the fire, choking and coughing. And I'm like, nigga, if you don't bring your ass on. Listen to me. A few seconds later, his crazy ass comes walking back in my direction, flames going wild in the woods behind him. I swear to you, he looked like Lucifer himself walking out of hell. The fire is now spreading through the woods in the direction of Chris's property. And I'm like, yo, Dan, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dog. You done set everything on fire. What is wrong with you? Now, there's literal devastation and destruction going on in the background. And he says, man, fuck all that fire shit. Them bitches not gonna punk me off my land. They not gonna bring their ass back around this motherfucker no more. Watch, I promise you, they not gonna bring their ass around here no more. Now, I don't think the sheer level of destruction set in on his mind until we got on the back porch, turned around and looked. When he starts to wipe his mouth and says, man, that's a lot of fucking flames, man. We need to call somebody to do something about that shit. What you think we need to do? Nigga, we need to call the fire department. It's what the fuck we need to do. 15 minutes later, the fire department is out there on our property and Chris's property. Now, we in the house. They outside fighting the fire. And he's like, look, listen to me. We're going to tell these motherfuckers that this fire started because we was having a bonfire back there in the woods and the shit got out of control. And I'm like, dog, that shit not going to work, man. These people going to know that ain't from no fucking bonfire, dog. All the fucking trees on fire, man. The top of the fucking trees burning. That shit not going to work. So enough, when one of the firemen comes up to fill out the paperwork, he's like, well, tell me how this fire got started, sir. And Than's crazy ass, he tries to tell this fireman. Now listen to this. He tries to tell this fireman, a man who fights fires for a living, that all that shit started from a bonfire. And that fireman looks at him and says, well, I've never seen dragon's breath shotgun shells at a bonfire. Now, it's been months and months and months since that happened. And we ain't seen no more of those Dogmen. We ain't heard from them, not a peep. One night, we're sitting in Chris' backyard, sitting around a fire talking, and Big Todd says, you know what, Dan? I bet you confused the fuck out them things. They probably used to people being scared, taking off running. But I bet you, when they saw your crazy ass out there in the woods, shooting around, setting shit on fire, about to burn yourself up, they probably decided we don't need to fuck with this motherfucker. If he willing to kill himself to kill us, oh, we don't need to fuck with him at all.
Do you find yourself obsessing over things that go bump in the night? Are you losing sleep, battling with near-success syndrome, and pouring sugar on your haterade in the kitchen? You might be suffering from Dark Waters derangement syndrome. But fear not, we have a breakthrough solution for you. Introducing MEOB, the revolutionary treatment for Dark Waters derangement syndrome. MEOB stands for Mind Your Own Business, and it's the remedy you've been waiting for. Our patented formula helps you redirect your energy towards your own success and well-being. Say goodbye to sleepless nights, erectile dysfunction, and the constant need to discredit the Dark Waters channel.
Since I started taking MEOB, I've been more focused, successful, and I've finally stopped obsessing over things that don't matter.
With MEOB, you'll experience a 100% turnaround in performance, success, and overall mental fitness. Don't let Dark Waters derangement syndrome control your life. Take charge with MEOB. Mind your own business, because your success matters.
It all started when old face Larry, my friend, came running down the road saying, man, I don't know what the hell I just seen, but whatever it was, man, that shit not right. Listen, we call him Old Face Larry because he looks like an old man even though he's aged 18. Larry played basketball, so he would go out on these long 5-mile runs on the back roads between Lumberton, Mississippi and Poplarville, Mississippi. Well, he had just finished one of those runs, and honestly, I've never seen Larry breathing this hard. That's when he says, man, there was something out there running in the woods while I was running on the road, and it looked like a fucking werewolf. We laughed, thinking he done lost his damn mind, right? But Larry insists that he's not joking, so I foolishly suggest that we take the pickup truck and head back up there. Understand, my oldest brother Ross had this beat up red pickup truck, so we all pile up in that pickup truck and head back up the road to the location. Now, when we get to the spot, you can see a towel, a bottle of water, and keys. And that's when Larry starts screaming, saying, yeah, right there is where I saw it. Scared me so much, I dropped everything and just took off running. So we all climb out of the truck, get his stuff, and we're just standing there, staying close to the truck but looking around. Now get this, I'm scanning the trees and the bushes, but I'm looking low to the ground. When I turn and look in Larry's direction, he has this look of fear on his face, man. And yes, Larry is staring straight into the woods. So my eyes trace his eyes, and I realize that he's looking up at the branches of the tree. We're talking about 10 to 13 feet in the air. And it was hard to see at first, but when you took a close look, you could see these huge yellow eyes staring back at us. And by huge, I mean big as the bottom of that water bottle. Those yellow eyeballs darting back and forth, looking at each and every one of us. That's when Larry says, do you see it? Do you see it? Now, listen to me. As much as I wanted to think that Larry had lost his mind, nope, not at all. I saw those giant yellow eyes. So we all pile in the truck and get the hell out of there. Larry is sitting there in a cold sweat. And that's when he reveals to us that he saw a second one on the opposite side of the road while he was climbing back into the truck. Now, imagine the scene. There's 3 of us sitting in my brother's red truck, parked in a driveway, when Ross comes out of the front door, and I guess he could tell that something was wrong. Because he says, what the hell is wrong with you boys? And when we try to explain to my older brother what we experienced, he just starts laughing at us. Boy, y'all stupid. I can't believe y'all went down there. You know what you saw. You know what you saw, right? We're like, no, what was it? He says, that's the Wolfmen. They've been around here since before these towns was built. Your stupid ass is lucky it didn't eat you. Give me my keys and get the hell out of my truck before you get it messed up. Now, as we're climbing out of Ross's truck and I'm handing him the keys, he says, listen, y'all might as well go ahead on and take off all those clothes, including your underwear. Put them in a brown paper bag, take them out back, and burn them. That way them wolfmen don't come over here to our house. We don't need that kind of shit over here at our house. Go ahead on and burn it right now. And guess what? Within the next 30 minutes, we had changed clothes and burnt everything that we had on, including my Nike tennis shoes. Now let me explain something to you. I got to give Old Face Larry all the credit in the world. He's a brave, brave man. Because me, I never went anywhere near that area again. But you see, Larry had ambitions of being a college basketball player. And this crazy fool went running down that same road the following week. When I asked him if he had seen anything crazy or strange or felt anything weird, Larry said no. He prayed about it and he took off running. Looking back on it all, Larry's efforts paid off because he got a full basketball scholarship to the University of Arizona. As for me, I ended up working at a chicken plant.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
Listen, I know people say Dogman is bad. And I guess in some cases it can be. But in my case, he was a savior. This happened when I was 19 years old on the outskirts of Jackson, Mississippi. I was living there and doing the wrong things. Ended up stealing money from a very, very dangerous man. It's 9:30 p.m. I'm headed home, walking through this alley, and out of the blue, they attacking me, hitting me, slamming me against the fence, punching, kicking, blood pouring out of my mouth. My lips burned as they swelled up. The only thing left to do was to curl up on the ground, trying to protect my head. That's when I hear this growl, and the beating stops. Looking up, I can barely see what looks like a giant black wolf on the other side of that fence. They take off running, and I black out. Hours later, I wake up, drag myself home, not sure exactly what the hell happened. But get this, 2 days later, I get a visit from the same dudes who beat my ass, asking me to call off my dog, saying that dog had been following them around. Look, to this day, I'm not sure why Dogman did this, but I'm glad it did. But a month later, I had to leave Jackson because word on the street was murder. They were going to kill me over $3,000. So I fled.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
Somewhere along the way, it became cool to be a single mother. But for real, it's not. Having to deal with all the bullshit alone, bills, sick children, men seeing you nothing more than sex, it all gets old very quickly. When my husband and I were together, things weren't perfect, but it sure as hell wasn't the way it is right now. Anyway, my 9-year-old son and I are forced to move after the divorce. See, the judge told me and my husband, or my ex-husband, that we had to sell the house and split the proceeds. So with my portion of the proceeds, I bought a small 2-bedroom home. It was nice and cozy, and I loved the sound of the rain pattering on the tin roof. Everything was good until one night at 2 a.m. I wake up startled, looking around and see nothing. But when I walk down the hallway, headed to the kitchen to get a glass of water, there were these 2 little girls standing at the end of the hallway. You know how in those movies they have those demonic looking twin girls? Well, they gave off that very same vibe. I stood there for a moment in complete shock, and then they just faded away.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
When you want a hot meal without a big deal, what are you gonna pick? Hot Pockets!
Dog Waters, you asked me to write my encounter down, so here it goes. I'm a ranch hand, and I work in East Texas. For the past 24 months, my employment situation has been a little shaky. I worked odd jobs here and there, but nothing real steady. So when I heard that the Rogers Farm was hiring, I decided to give it a shot. Now, there were these rumors going around about the strange occurrences on that farm, but based on my situation, I really had no choice but to go after this job. And regardless of whatever I found out there, even if I managed to only stay there for a few weeks, it was way better than what I was doing at the moment. So I headed to the property. When I arrived there, I parked and got out of the truck and looked around. This was supposed to be a farm, but in actuality, it was nothing more than a house on a huge plot of land. Overgrown grass, dilapidated fences. It was a mess. I walked up to the front door and knocked, and that was my first time meeting the old man Roger. He was a pretty cool guy, but he was old. He invited me into the house and to his kitchen table, set me down, and started to explain to me what he needed done around his property. Poured us a cup of coffee as we sat there and talked. He explained to me that all the grass on his property needed to be cut, and that a number of his fences were broken and needed to be welded. He also told me that once that was done, there was a job painting the house, rebuilding the chicken coops. His list went on and on and on. While he was talking, I looked around and noticed the family photos all around the house. And I asked him, "Excuse me, sir, it looks like you have a pretty large family. Is there anyone else who stays here with you?" That's when Mr. Roger told me that he had 2 sons that would come by and check on him, but no one other than him stayed at the property. He went on to explain that his wife had died of cancer and his daughters had moved out of town, and all he had left really was just his farm. Now, I really didn't like the idea of negotiating compensation with an old man, but I needed the money. So I asked him, "What rate are you paying?" And in true form of any negotiation, old man Roger threw the question right back at me. "What rate would you like?" Now, for most people, this situation is a bit of a conundrum. But not me. I needed to pay my light bill, I needed to pay my cell phone bill, and I definitely needed to pay my car note. So I told him, "How does $35 an hour sound to you, Mr. Roger?" And to my surprise, he quickly agreed. Now, looking back on the situation, that should have been the very first clear sign to me that something was wrong. But again, I was in need of money. I really wasn't paying attention to those kind of things at that point in time. We shook hands, I took my coffee, and headed out to the truck. The first thing I needed to do was get a true assessment of the property. So I drove my truck around the side of the house and onto the back side of the property. His farm pretty big, a good 12 to 18 acres. Just cutting the grass alone was going to take some time. And I had to cut the grass before I could even see what was going on with the fences. As I drove around his property, I started to notice little small things, like his chicken coop was knocked over, and one of his barn doors looked like it had been broken or taken off the hinges. Again, looking back on it, these are all signs that something crazy and weird was going on, but I was blinded by the money. After I had taken time and driven around the property, I decided I would take a shot at cutting the grass. So I drove my truck up to the barn, parked it, hopped out, and headed in. When I walked in, there was this strange smell. It wasn't quite like any animal that I had ever smelled before, but I didn't think much of it. I hopped on a tractor and tried to crank it up. I had to tinker with the fuel line a bit in order to get it started, but soon I was off and running. I had been cutting the grass for about an hour and a half and was really feeling good about myself. For once, I felt like things were turning around for me. $35 an hour was good money, and for the first 2 days, really all I was going to be doing was cutting grass. All was well, at least till I got to the very back side of the property. In that area, there's this thick row of trees and bushes. So thick that you can barely see through it. And as I was driving the tractor back in that area, I started to get this strange feeling. Like eyes were looking at me from every angle. And all the rumors that people said about something being weird with the property came rushing back into my mind. So, to try and block it out, I plugged in my earbuds and popped on some music on my cell phone. I continued to cut for another 10 to 15 minutes, and then a tractor hit something, and this thin white cloud of dust started shooting up in the air. When I stopped the tractor, got down and take a look, there were these bones everywhere, but it was covered by all the thick grass and brush. And as I took a closer look, it was cattle bones, but not one or two. It looked like someone had slaughtered 20 to 30 different cattle and left them right here in this area. Now that was weird. And the next weird thing was, as I rode down the western fence line, I started to notice these claw marks on the trees. High up on the trees. 10 to 12 feet in the trees. None of it made sense. So I finished that day out and headed back to the house to talk to Mr. Roger about getting an advance on my pay. I figured I could talk him into at least 3 days of advance pay. That way I could pay my truck note. And again, to my surprise, he agreed. Not only did he agree to pay me 3 days, he paid me 5 days in advance. And as I was walking out of the front door headed back to my truck, I said, "Hey, it looks like a bunch of your cattle died on the back end of the property. There's nothing but bones there. What do you want me to do about it?" The old man looked at me square in my eyes and said, "Leave that area uncut and stay away from there. Let's just focus on the front side of the property and getting it squared away." And that was how my first day at my new job ended. It was rather uneventful. But the next day, oh my God. I arrived at the property at sunrise. I needed to finish cutting the grass, and my to-do list was long. I had to fix the barn door, purchase lumber to build the new chicken coops, and get started on the first section of the fence repair. When I walked into the barn, I was assaulted by the strongest scent of urine I've ever smelled in my life. It made my nose run and my eyes watered. It smelled like 100 dogs had taken a piss all over the place. The tractor seat itself was soaked. And when I say soaked, I mean there was a puddle of piss just sitting there. What the fuck did this? I think I even said it to myself out loud as I walked out of the door, headed to the house to get the garden hose. That's when I noticed for the very first time that there were bars on every window and door of the house. And not just regular bars. These were custom-made metal bars. I grabbed the hose, drug it back to the barn, washed down the tractor, and was off to work. By 12 noon, I had finished cutting all the grass and turned my attention to fixing the barn door. But the thing was hopeless. The entire door needed to be rebuilt. It looked like someone had ran into it with the tractor. While I was standing there making a list of all the materials I needed to fix it, a man came walking out of the tree line, climbed the fence, and introduced himself. He said, "Hi, my name is Sam." Now, this Sam guy was a little shifty. His eyes kept darting left to right, and he was avoiding questions. I said, "Sam, you from around here?" "Yep, smell that urine. It's all over the place, real strong." "Well, what was it? Is it dogs?" "Yeah, this farm has been through a whole lot of tragedy." It was like this dude was hearing a different question than the one I was asking him. "So you do live nearby. How long have you lived in this area, Sam?" Then he said some real crazy stuff. "It all starts when you smell the piss.
By tomorrow, they'll be all over the place. They? Who are they? If I was you, I'd be looking to get on down the road and stay away from here. Then this dude Sam just walks away back into the tree line just as suddenly as he came. This completely threw me for a loop. But by the evening time, I had gotten the barn door fixed and the place was looking much better. I went around to the front of the house and knocked on the door to tell the old man I was leaving, but he didn't answer. So I walked around the back side of the house, but there was no sign of him. When I thought about it, there was a car that had pulled up during the daytime, so I figured the man had taken off somewhere for a ride to get groceries or something. When I got in my truck and started to drive off, I couldn't help but think about what Sam said. What the hell was he talking about? Who were they? The following day, I would certainly find out. The next day, I arrived at the farm a little bit later than normal and went straight to work. You see, the day before, I wasn't able to get to the fences, so I began walking the fence line, looking for places that needed to be welded. And as I'm walking, I start to hear this movement up in the trees. It was about 50, 60 yards away, but it definitely was a sound coming from up in the trees. And as I continued to walk, the sound seemed like it was paralleling me as I went along. It's like something was there just out of my eyesight, and it was stalking me. I started to feel real crazy, that the hair started standing up on my arms. I got a lump in my throat, and I started sweating. I felt like I was in danger. And I decided the best thing for me to do was go get my truck and bring it back to the spot where I was working, just in case there was some type of wild animal I could hop in and pull off. It took me about 30 minutes to get all my equipment ready and set up in the bed of the truck, and I decided to park creating a 90-degree angle with the fence line. And as I'm there welding the first section, things are going good. I get to the second section, things are going great. I get to the third section, and it's right before the sun goes down. And I start getting that crazy feeling again. But this time it's way more intense. I take off my welding hammer and put it in the bed of the truck and just start looking around. And I start picking up the pieces of metal pipe so I can get out of there. I had just picked up the very last metal rod off the ground, turned to put it in the bed of the truck, when I felt and heard this growl. Man, this wasn't a dog, this wasn't a cougar, this wasn't anything I'd ever heard. It was so loud and so strong. You know how you have the surround sound set up in your house? You turn it up real loud, and then there's this growling roar, and everything in the house vibrates? That's what it was like, except for this wasn't a movie. The metal pipe I had in my hand began to vibrate, and I felt this vibration in the palm of my hands. I didn't want to turn around. Honestly, I wanted to run and get in my truck, but something made me look back behind me. And I wish I would have never done that. Had I not seen this thing, I probably could have kept working there. But when I turned around, this creature was standing 30 feet away from me. And this thing was huge and had a colossal sized wolf head. It stood there staring at me, showing its teeth, and then those eyes. His eyes were this yellow color with this huge black pupil. Once I made eye contact with this thing, my mind was telling me to run, but it was like there was a disconnect between the signal in my brain and my body because I couldn't move. This thing's chest expanded and contracted as it breathed, and for a second I thought it was a prank. And I don't know if it was fear or my nerves or what, but somehow I dropped that metal pipe out of my hand, it hit the bed of the truck, and then rolled to the ground. That's when I heard a footstep coming from my left side in my blind spot. And I thought to myself, fuck it, I have to go. So I scrambled into the bed of my truck, up over on top of the cab, and I slid down right in front of the driver's side door, hopped in and pulled off. As I'm driving away, I looked through the rearview mirror. That's when I see another creature. It's smaller and more slim, but it still looks like a dog and it's walking towards this bigger one. Man, I drove straight to the local bar and got me a drink. And when I walked in and sat down, the bartender Everett just looked at me and said, "We've been wondering how long you gonna last out at that property. Looks like you finally saw those things, right?" Everett went on to explain to me that what I saw was dogmen. Never heard about this shit in my entire life. He said that they had a bet going on exactly how long I would last out there at that property. Then he went on to tell me the old man had actually left the property and went to his daughter's house. And that this old man had been hiring people to work on that property for years and then leaving. Oh, And Sam, the crazy dude that walked up to me, according to Everett, that was his way of warning me about what was out there. When I learned about all this, I was pissed off. I didn't give the old man his money back, and I damn sure didn't go back out to that property.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
So I had no damn clue what Dogman was, right? I had never heard of it, never seen it, never saw a story about it, nothing like that. And to be clear, I'm not one of these sycophant cult members who listen to Dogman shows and harass people on the internet. I'm just a guy who lives off the land. My place is very secluded in the woods of Indiana. So deer season rolls around. And as always, I go out hunting for deer so I can pack my freezer with meat so me and my family can survive. This deer season rolls around. Normally, there's deer everywhere in these woods. Hell, there have been times when I walked out of my front door and was able to shoot a deer from my porch, and my 12-year-old son has shot a deer out of the living room window. But this particular season, I had to go out searching for deer. And what I mean by searching, I had to go over 5 miles away from my property just to find deer. I want you to pause for a second. I need to explain something to you because you see there's this hollow about 5 miles away from my property. I've never been there. Frankly, no one goes there. I don't know why people don't hunt there. Nobody's ever told me. But I decided to head on over to this hollow. So I drive over there and I position myself at the top of the ridge line looking down, right? And I swear to you, it was like magic. I've been there no more than 10 minutes and out walks a stag. I mean a nice stag. But it was a little small. I said to myself, let's let him live. We'll catch him next year, right? But in my mind, I'm like, fucking right. We got deer here. Something else is coming. So I wait about another 30 to 45 minutes. And out of the thicket dashes this 2.5-point buck. And this thing is hauling ass. Now, from my position, it was running from right to left, which gave me about a solid 300 yards to take a shot at this thing before it hit the other side of the ridge and started heading upwards. I'm there watching it dart from tree to tree. And to be honest with you, the way these animals move is so graceful. It's beautiful. You damn near hate to want to shoot one. So I'm there, positioning my scope. And I'm anticipating that this deer is going to hit this small clearing, about 30 to 45 feet. I should be able to get a shot off, right? And then I hear something else tearing through the brush. And when I say tearing, I mean violently tearing through the brush. I lower my scope and try to locate it based on the sound. And then all I see is this flash of dark fur come busting out of the thicket. At first I figured, yo, this has got to be a black bear, right? But the way it moved through the trees, it didn't have this up and down loping motion like a bear would have. This thing's motion was more fluid, like a dog. And its strides were long. I got a chance to scope it a little bit and I caught a glimpse of his fur. It was black with gray tips. And this thing was fast, man. I'd never seen anything like it. That deer had not even got to the top of the ridge line and was heading over when whatever this was hits the base of the ridge. And it's hard to explain, but as a hunter, you expect animals to move and run in a certain way. And this motion was just alien to me. I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, what is this? Now it's headed up the ridge and I get a chance to get it in my scope one more time. I got a clear glimpse of his ears. They were big, black hair on the outside and gray hair on the inside. And also a glimpse of its back. It had this large muscle mass or bone or something right behind the back of his head. Now I tell you, 45 seconds after that thing hit the top of the ridge, I hear the deer scream. And then silence. And what I mean by silence, I mean the entire area goes silent. It's like whatever happened scared everything in the area. What really messed me up is This happened just 5 miles away from my house. Now, that season, I only was able to take 3 deer. Normally, I would take 8 to 10 deer. You know what else was weird? I'm gonna tell you. Normally, there are bears everywhere. Guess what I didn't see that season? Not one damn black bear. Hell, I didn't even see any of the farm cats that wandered the woods. Now, I can't tell you for sure that this was Dogman, but can you tell me what the hell it was? Because I've been hunting in the woods my whole life, and I ain't never seen nothing like this.
You don't understand. I've got proof. They need proof. I've seen it. I've seen it happening. They've got to tell people.
Tell them what?
The ocean's dying. The plankton's dying. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people. They're making our food out of people. Next thing, they'll be breeding us like cattle for food. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them.
Promise, Tiger. I promise. I'll tell the exchange.
You tell everybody. Listen to me, Hatcher. You gotta tell them. Silent Green is people. We gotta stop them somehow.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
Never go full retard. I had never heard of Dogman before I moved to America. I went through a series of YouTube videos, and out of all the people talking about Dogman, I decided to call Dark Waters. Down in Australia, we have our fair share of strange cryptids, and I went out adventure seeking trying to find a few of those. I had 1 or 2 close calls, but nothing significant. So when Dogman hit my radar, I figured I would give it a try. Now, I should have known it was the real deal based on the reaction I got when I called Dark Waters. Admittedly, I was aggressive in my pursuit of him. I called him every day for 15 days. And on the first day, I received a text message saying, "Hey, this is Dark Waters. What's up?" We text back and forth. Then I asked him if he could tell me where Dogman was. After that, I didn't get a reply. A few days later, it's early November. I call. No answer. I keep calling day in and day out. Then the day before Thanksgiving, he answers the phone, and he's like, "Dude, why in the fuck are you calling me every day? I don't want to hear your story." I politely cut him off and said, "No, I don't have a story for you, but I would like to go out and find Dogman. Can you tell me?"
I used to have a job, but I got laid off. I used to have a wife, but she said she had enough. I used to have a car, but it got repossessed. It seemed the Lord had found someone he likes to test. I've lost all the man could lose, that's why I sing the blues. I used to have a home that burned to the ground. I used to have a dog, now there's nowhere to be found. I used to have money to buy what I need. Now the only thing I got is an alimony bleed. Got nothing but bad news, that's why I sing the blues.
Now let me get this off my chest. I want to start off by saying, fuck Bigfoot and everything about him. For years, them damn Bigfoots have been nuisances on my property, killing my dogs, stealing my chickens, fucking my cows. Bigfoot and I have had such a contentious relationship around my property that I've shot him, I've tried to burn him, I've used bear traps on him. You name it, I tried it. It wasn't until these Dogmen showed up that them Bigfoot bastards decided they was going to leave. And you know what? I'm happy that Dogman is around. Now, before I go into my Dogman encounter, which is creepy and scary, let me tell you about my Bigfoot experience. The one that pushed me over the edge last year. You see, my septic tank at my property got clogged, right? It caused feces to back up and overflow all into my house. So I call out a treatment crew. They dig it up, open it up, and they get to work on a Friday. That evening, they left the tank open and placed a solution in it to dissolve the clog, and they said they would be back Monday. So the entire weekend, my property smelled like shit. Now, I'm out in the woods rabbit hunting. And if you know anything about Bigfoot, you know that they leave these markers. Areas where they break trees, they break limbs, all kinds of stuff. And me personally, I have my own markers in the woods. I found it to be the best way to stay out of the area. So I tie ribbons on trees to give me an idea of where they are and where they're not. So I guess I must have gotten too close, right? So I hear this bastard tearing through the woods, coming straight at me. Now you gotta understand, I've been dealing with these things for years. And I know it's not the one that's coming directly at you that you have to worry about. It's the other one that you don't see or don't hear that you need to be concerned about. So I take off running, heading back to my house, and I'm hauling ass through the woods. I hit the clearing onto my property, and when I look back over my shoulder, there's two of these fuckers closing in. Now, these creatures don't move like you see in the movies. Their motion is a little bit different. Yes, they can run on two legs like a man, but also they can gallop forward on all fours, similar to like a gorilla. Now, one is running, and the other one is galloping. And I know I can't make it into my house. So guess what I have to do? I jump into the open septic tank. And yes, I dive into a big pile of shit. And when I finally stand up, one is looking down at me with his forearm covering his nose. And the other one is circling the tank. I was forced to stay in that shit for about 25 minutes until these bastards decided they were going to leave. That day I had enough, and I decided I was going to go buy the biggest dogs I could find. I ain't talking about regular dogs. I got 2 Neapolitan Mastiffs. These weren't pets. These were guard dogs. Very expensive. The first day I let them loose on the property, a Bigfoot came around. And together, they were successful scaring them off. But a week later, the 2 got separated, and I found one of them dead, neck broken and lodged in a tree. After that, the other dog decided he was going to stay out of the woods. And hell, I couldn't blame him for doing that. So a couple of weeks passed, right? I'm out there working on my truck. I got it jacked up, and I'm up under it. And I see my dog go into the edge of the woods. He's sniffing around and kind of just being nosy. When I peek my head back over, there's another black dog over there with him. Almost the same size. From a distance, it looked just a little bit bigger. Next thing I know, these 2 are gone, off running through the woods. I'm thinking, hey, he done found him some doggy coochie, you know, this is a good thing for him, right? It never occurred to me. What the hell was this other big-ass dog doing around there? And where did it come from? I was so engulfed in the work, I just didn't think about it. Nighttime comes, right? And I'm thinking, oh shit, them Bigfoots done got my other dog. But he comes running out of the woods, all excited and happy, and lays down on the back porch. And I say, you a bad mamma jamma. You went inside them woods and they didn't even get you? After that, I headed inside, take a shower, put some dog food out for him, and I go to bed, right? That morning, I hear him barking. And I mean, he's going crazy. It's like 2:30 in the morning. When I head out of the back door with my flashlight, he's right at the edge of the wood lines. And as I shine the light in the woods to see what he's barking at, oh my God, I see this set of eyes shining. And I swear to you, they're about 10 feet in the air. And I'm like, oh fuck, this is a big one. So I'm telling him, here boy, come here. Here boy, come here. I'm calling the dog and he ain't coming. He just yapping, barking away. And I'm thinking, this Bigfoot about to grab you and break your neck. Here boy, come here. Come here boy, come here. And as I'm trying to inch closer and closer to him, I'm steady calling him, here boy, here boy. I'm struggling to keep the light on this thing. Then I hear these heavy breathing and these steps coming up behind me. And before I could turn around, these two humongous black wolves, dogs looking things. I mean, these fuckers are big. They're zooming past me, so close that one of them brushes against my shoulder. Yes, I said it brushed against my shoulder. I'm fucking 5'9". These things were big. And that's when shit went bananas. Those two things jumped straight into the trees, and it sounded like nothing I'd ever heard before. Bigfoot screaming. My dog is going crazy. These bastards are tearing the woods up right in front of me. I was able to catch these little glimpses of the fight by the flashlight. I saw my dog attacking the Bigfoot's leg, and then I saw one of the other ones. I can't call them dogs because dogs don't stand up. I got a glimpse of this thing standing up, trying to bite Bigfoot on the back of his neck. I would say this went on for about 5 to 10 minutes. Trees are breaking, shit is flying. I mean, trees are falling over. And then I heard them all run deeper into the woods. I'm standing there like, what the fuck is going on? I was so shook up that I went inside and opened a bottle of whiskey. I was standing there taking a drink, and I'm thinking to myself, it's fucking Jurassic Park around this bitch. I thought to myself, I want to call somebody and tell them what's going on, but who in the world would believe me? The next morning, I went outside, and my dog is laying on the back porch asleep. He had a huge chunk of flesh missing from his shoulder, scars on his face. And when I took him to the vet, she asked me what kind of dog had he been fighting, assuming that I was into illegal dog fighting or something. Now, I couldn't tell her what really happened, so I just kept my mouth closed. A few days later, animal control comes over to my house. They want to ask questions. And I tell them, listen, he ran off into the woods and he came back just like that. You're welcome to go into the woods and figure out what did this to my dog, but I don't know. To which they replied, no, sir, we just wanted to make sure you're not endangering the animals. So these two clowns walk around my property like I got hundreds of dogs tied up and I'm Michael Vick or something, right? Then they leave. Now, since that incident, I haven't seen Bigfoot at all, and I'm fucking happy. I do see Dogman from time to time. And me and my dog, haven't had any problems out of him. The worst thing I've encountered is I shot a deer and they decided they was going to take it. But hey, that's a small price to pay to have monsters guarding your house. I grew up in the Black Belt of Alabama. Now, if you've never heard of the Black Belt of Alabama, it's the historical agricultural center of the state of Alabama. And when I was a young man, our family raised corn. We didn't grow corn. That's what my grandfather taught me. We don't grow corn, we raise corn. And what he meant by raising corn was that we gave the proper care and attention to the crop that was needed in order for us to raise up a good crop from the soil. And that same crop that raised up from the soil was a crop that would raise up the lives of the citizens and people all around us. When I tell you that the lessons that I've learned from my grandfather throughout my life were phenomenal, they were lessons that carried on through my relationships, through my friendships, through my marriage, and even down to my children. But there's one thing that I want to share with you about my grandfather and our job of raising up corn. You see, my grandfather understood that in the Black Belt, when you were raising up that corn, there were certain times that you didn't go in the cornfield. I didn't understand it as a kid, but I learned this lesson the hard way. Now, I'm not sure if you've ever been into a cornfield at night, but it's spooky and it's scary. Well, I have been. And I'm just going to tell you the quick story of how I got to that point. I was 14 years old, and I spent a lot of time with my grandparents because my parents just weren't doing right.
my parents were alcoholics on a level that embarrassed my grandparents throughout the whole entire town. So I spent a significant amount of time with my grandparents. Fast forward 14 years old. I have some friends come over that day. We've been riding our bikes up and down the property through the roads that are cut through the cornfield. And one of my best friends, John, comes up with this idea that we're going to play hide and go seek in the cornfields at night. Now, mind you, my grandfather had told me hundreds of times, son, there's no reason for you to be out in the cornfields at night. The corn raises up on itself. All we do is take care of the soil, and there's always creepy crawlers and critters in the cornfield. Don't go out there at night. But this particular night, it's me and 6 of my friends, and we decide we're going to play hide and go seek. The cornfields were so big, we had to confine the area under which we would play hide and go seek. So we confined it to the left-hand side of the property, which was the left-hand side of the road that was cut through the middle of the property where we grew our corn. On the far left side of that corn was a wood line. And beyond that were just woods that led up to a small mountain ridge. So now that you understand the sun is going down, we start the process of playing hide and go seek, and it's my turn to go seek them out. So I walk into the cornfield, gently, stepping, listening to see if I can hear anything. And the one thing I knew for a fact was that the darker it got, the spookier it got, the more chances that they would start moving and be ready to run. So I'm literally moving at a snail's pace, trying not to make a sound, listening carefully to see if anybody's breathing. When I start to hear one of my friends giggling, I hear him giggling, take off running in that direction, and me coming towards him startles him, so he starts to run, making a loop, turning back towards the road, and he was slow. As soon as we came out of the cornfield onto the road, I gun him down and tag him. Now, the way we play hide and go seek is once you got caught, you now were seeking the rest of the people. So now the 2 of us go back into the cornfield looking for everybody else. Remember, it is 6 of us total. That leaves 4 of us left. We progress through those cornfields until it's 5 against 1. And when I tell you we are struggling to figure out where the hell John is, we have worked that entire left-hand side of the cornfield. And we can't find him anywhere. So now we decide we're going to call the game off, and we telling him, hey, John, we quit, John, we quit, man. Come on, let's go. It's over. It's done. We can't find you. You win. But there's no reply from John. Again, John, listen, it's over. You won. Come out. You won. No reply from him. And so now we all head back up to the house and tell my grandfather that John is missing in the cornfield. And this look comes over my grandfather's face, unlike any look that I've ever seen in my life. It is a look of fear, worry, and concern that is unparalleled. He tells us to ride up to John's parents' house and get John's dad and tell him that his son is missing in the cornfields. So we get on the bicycles, ride up to John's house, knock on the door, ask for his dad, and tell him we were playing hide and go seek in the cornfields and John is missing. And that same look of panic and fear comes across his dad's face. Now, mind you, my grandfather told me he didn't want us in the cornfields at night, that there were creepy critters, crawlers, things that would be there to get you. But he never explained to me exactly what the things were that would get you. That night, I was about to learn that there are things that will take you in those cornfields. Because 15 minutes later, there are 20 men with flashlights and guns going into my grandfather's cornfield, and they're all looking for John. So the rest of us are trailing along behind them, looking for him as well. I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe this motion to you. You kind of remember in the Jurassic Park movies where the raptors were running through the weeds and bushes, how fast they move and the weeds and bushes would move and you would get a glimpse of them? Well, this thing that was out there in those cornfields, that's how it moved. It moved so fast that you got a quick glimpse of black fur as it shot through those corn stalks. And as the men spread out and lined up and walked through the cornfield, you can tell that they were pushing this thing further and further back into the cornfield. Imagine a scene. We're screaming John's name. John, where are you, John? Where are you, John? And at the same time, we're hearing this running and this noise as this thing is darting around in front of us. Nowhere to be found. I mean, nowhere at all to be found. And that's when the men start to work their way through the woods on the back side of the property and for our left side. I'm with my grandfather's working our way through the woods on the left-hand side when I get a glimpse of something up in the tree. You know how it is when someone's walking with a flashlight, they take a step and the light bobbles up? Well, when the light bobbles up, I see what looks like John way up in the tree. And so I scream, Grandpa, Grandpa, I think John's up in the tree. When he shines the light up there, now listen to me, when he shines that light up into the tree, John is 30 feet up in the air, and you can see he's literally pissing his pants. There is urine dripping down from where he is, and he just points in a direction. Now remember that I told you there were creepy, crawly critters and things out there that get people in the night in the dark. Well, this was the first time I saw what he called a creepy, crawly critter, and this wasn't no critter. This thing looked like a malnutritioned wolf standing on its hind legs, and its snout was crooked, and it had its tongue hanging out of the side of its mouth. It looked like someone had been beating on it and mistreating it. And the craziest thing about it all was that it was standing there looking up at John. Later on, my grandfather explained to me that while we were looking for John, it had to be looking for him as well. Fast forward, we get John out of the tree and back home. 2 days later, we're talking about what happened. John explains that as we were playing hide and go seek, he was laying on the ground and something grabbed him by his leg and started pulling him. When he turned, he saw that thing, kicked it and threw dirt in its face and then took off running. When I explained to John, well, why didn't you scream or why didn't you make a noise? He said, I got dirt in its eyes it couldn't see. I didn't want it to know where I was going. And so John ran into the woods and climbed a tree. And that's where he had been ever since. The people here don't really talk much about what goes on. But I saw that same thing 17 more times before I made age 30. The exact same thing. Listen, I never got the memo that these creepy clowns was a thing. And I mean it. Like, nobody in my hood told me that people were dressing up like creepy clowns. So you can imagine my surprise in the lower 9th Ward of New Orleans when I come outside in the middle of the night in the dark and it's a dude standing on a corner dressed up like a clown with a red balloon. And when I say you can imagine my surprise, I truly mean that I was surprised, dumbfounded, befuddled, and caught aback by the whole entire situation. Now, let me say this to you. In my mind, to come to the hood dressed up like a clown holding a red balloon means you want a death wish. So when I come out of my front door and I see this, the first thing I do is hook a left, go 2 houses down to go see some of my partners who I know are sitting on the porch. Now,
who I know are sitting on the front porch. Now, I know these nicknames are going to sound funny to you, but these are truly their nicknames, Skittles and Twix. We've been calling them Skittles and Twix since we were little kids because their favorite candy was Skittles and Twix. Now, Skittles. Now, with that being said, I want you to understand something. Skittles is 6'5", 245 pounds. And Twix is 6 foot and a solid 180 pounds all muscle. So although their names are sweet, these men are not sweet whatsoever. So like I was saying, I hook a left, head up the block. I know they're always outside. And I tell them, I say, hey, man, you got to come see this foolishness going down out here in these streets, bro. They got somebody dressed up as a clown on a corner. Now, I don't know if you ever been to the Night Water in New Orleans. If you've been in New Orleans at all, you probably went to the French Quarters or downtown or something like that. But here in New Orleans, we have front porches. And when you're sitting on your front porch, in order to see up the street, sometimes you got to lean forward or come to the edge of the porch. So they come over to the edge of the porch, lean forward and look down the street, and they can see this clown dressed up on a corner. So now the three of us venture down to that corner and confront what we thought at that time was a person dressed up like a clown. Now listen, I'm not sure how clowns are perceived in your mind, but in my mind, if you dressed up like a clown, you here to act a damn fool. So the first question out of my mouth is, say, bruh, why is you out here in these streets dressed up like a damn clown? What you out here doing? And just so you understand what we were looking at, this guy wasn't intimidating or imposing in any way, shape, or form. He had to be about 5'7", 5'8", 180 pounds soaking wet. He wasn't a big person. He had white face paint on, red lips, big bubbly red nose, and red around his eyes. Again, we start to interrogate him, trying to figure out what the hell he's doing in our neighborhood and what's the purpose of him being there. But he says nothing. And it goes a lot further than him not just doing anything. His eyes aren't moving. He's just staring straight ahead. It was then and only then that I decided to look into his eyes. I mean, really bend my head down and look deep into his eyes. And from the moment I did that, the shit freaked me completely out because I sarcastically turned my head to the side to look into his eyes, and one of his eyes blinks sideways. Now, to be clear with you, we as human beings, our eyelids go up and down, up and down. It had, and I'm saying it had human eyelids, but then on the inside of its eye, it blinks horizontally, left to right. Talk about some of the freakiest shit I've ever seen. Scared the living hell out of me. So much so that I jumped 3 steps back and I'm like, whoa, what kind of bullshit is going on out here? Now understand, I'm the only one who's seeing this. Twix and Skittles don't see it. And so they start to press the little clown, telling them, listen, man, you need to get up off our block, get up out our neighborhood. We got kids around here. We don't have time for that. And they go to put their hands on. I'm saying, listen, stop, leave this thing alone. We need to go about our business. And they looking at me like I'm crazy and I'm afraid, but they don't understand what I just saw in these eyes. So I say, listen, bro, leave him alone. Let him go about his own damn business. We need to go on about our business. Nope. They keep pressing him. Pause right here and let me say this, right? Everybody's seen a Mike Tyson fight. And everybody's seen how Mike Tyson throws those lunging hook punches. Well, Skittles throws one of those lunging hook punches directly at this thing. And I'm calling it a thing because in my mind at that point in time, that ain't no human. I'm talking about lands flush on the cheekbone, knocks it flat down on its back, and the two of them start to celebrate. And that son of a bitch gets right back up. And I need you to understand what I'm saying to you right now. From a completely defenseless position, it eats that punch. 100% of the force, lands on its back, and then gets right back up. I'm not talking about rise up like Dracula. I mean, it just gets up from the ground.
And so now the two of them starts to lay a hell of a beat down on this thing. And that's when we hear this laughter. Listen, I ain't never seen a human being get their ass whooped and laugh about it. And when you find yourself in a situation where you watching two dudes who you grew up with, who had knocked out plenty of people throughout your whole life, beating on a clown, and the clown is laughing, it's not bleeding, nothing's going on, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, I freak out, I draw my pistol, and pow! Shoot it dead in the leg. And this right here is where shit fucked me up completely and totally for the rest of my entire life. I shot this thing in the leg and didn't no blood come out. Not an ounce of blood splatter anywhere. Now listen, I know the average person listening to this story ain't never shot, stabbed, or beat nobody. And that's fine. So you can't really 100% relate to this, but you can relate to a movie. You know, in every movie you ever seen, when somebody got shot, blood squirts somewhere. Imagine in your mind for a second, I shoot, pow, bang, boom. You see the bullet hole, but there's no blood. When we all come to the realization that there's no blood, we all take off running. And I'm telling you, I'm a grown-ass man. I run back to my house inside and lock the doors because that shit right there didn't make any sense. Now watch this, watch this, watch this. We have one nosy neighbor named Miss Georgia. Anytime Miss Georgia gets a gunshot, she calls the police. 10 minutes later, the police are there, and he's still standing on the corner. And so the police, New Orleans Police Department, approaches him, and they're trying to talk to him. Mind you, there is a hole in his leg as they are talking to him. Skittles comes outside and walks up to the police and says, yo, this dude right here been standing on the corner for an hour. We laid a beat down on him, and it didn't work, man. I think y'all need to be careful. He's 15, 20 feet away from the cops. And so the cops go to arrest him, put him in handcuffs. We watch as the police drive off with him in the back of the police car. Understand, they put the handcuffs on him behind his back. And as he's driving away and we're looking at him, he raises his hands up in the air and he's no longer handcuffed at all. And then he points to Skittles. Now, I know this shit gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna keep it 100% real with you. I knew at that point in time that was a bad sign. 3 months later, Skittles dies in a car accident. And it ain't no regular car accident. My man Skittles gets rolled over by an 18-wheeler. His whole vehicle ran over by an 18-wheeler. Smashed it like a freaking pancake, bruh. I ain't know that this creepy clown stuff was this real out here in these streets. In my mind, it was some white boy shit, you know, but this shit here is real, man. Now, before I get to telling my story, I want to be clear about this. I'm not a woman that believes in female independence. I played that part, been down that road, and it ended in disaster for me and my family. 5 years ago, I went through a divorce. And out of that divorce, only thing I was left with was me and my dog. I'm a hairstylist. I do hair for a living. And when my husband and I separated, the judge forced us to sell everything. So I get a condo in Dallas, right off Highway 75. Now, I'm not sure if you've ever been through a divorce or a separation. You know, you have an idea of how things are going to go.
But when you literally have your life torn apart and ripped apart, the person that you've been with for years is no longer there. You quickly come to the understanding and the realization how much they actually did help and the things that they actually did do. Moreover, you come to the realization about how much free time you have. So I found myself spending Saturday nights after work with my friends, going out for drinks, heading home about 10, 11 o'clock, curling up on a sofa with a blanket and watching a movie. And truthfully, every Saturday night was the same. Wash and repeat. Hang out with my girls, head home, sit on a sofa, and watch a movie. Now, let me say this to you women who are thinking about going through a divorce. Men, they sacrifice their lives for their family's happiness. Looking back on it now, I realize that I sacrificed my family for what I thought was happiness, and I'm not happy. And I haven't been since the divorce. But this story is not about my life and about my divorce. This story is about what happened before I moved out of that condo. It's October 2023. My friends and I come back from going out to dinner. I head inside, pop a bag of popcorn, take a shower, sit on the sofa, have popcorn and wine. I'm relaxing my nerves when there's a knock at the door. I get up, walk over and look through and nobody's there. So I sit back down. 5 minutes later, there's another knock at the door, except for this time it's much harder. So I get back up, go over, open the door, and no one's out there. 5 more minutes pass, and I'm standing in the kitchen next to the microwave, waiting for a bag of popcorn to finish popping, when there's a banging sound on my front door. Now pause right here and let me say this. These condos that I live in are very expensive. This is not a place that you rent. This is a place where people purchase and live. And so in my mind, it's somebody drunk knocking on the wrong door. But when I walk over and swing the front door open, before me stands 2 little boys. I would say no more than 10, 11 years old. They both have their head down. And the weirdest thing about these boys is I can't quite remember what the ethnicity was. Their skin wasn't black, it wasn't white, just this kind of tannish color. Their hair wasn't curly, wasn't too straight. It was like everything about them was a perfect blend, the perfect amalgamation of what a kid should look like. I remember the anger draining out of my body and me looking at them and saying, "Hey, are you guys okay? Have you lost your parents?" And them not responding and not looking up. Then I remember the sense of panic coming over me. Like something's wrong with these kids. Somebody's missing their children. Maybe it was the fact that in the divorce I had lost my children. And that sense of panic and urgency was personified because in the back of my mind, I'm thinking if my kids were out and about and lost, I would want somebody to help them. But then these 2 guys look up at me and they have these black eyes. And I'm not talking about like black eyeballs. I'm talking about black voids for eyes. Like you can stick your finger inside of these things for eyes. And right there in that moment, looking in their eyes, I started to black out. And that's the best way I can describe it to you. It was like I started falling forward into them, and I can't tell you if they killed me and God brought me back. I can't tell you if this was a trance or a hallucination. I cannot determine what this was. But I was someplace else, and it was full of darkness, and there was all this screaming, all these voices, people calling my name, people sounding like they were being tortured. And then there was this light. But the problem with this light was, as it shined on me, it didn't make me feel safe. It seemed like this light itself was fake, like it was false light. I felt like one of those moths or bugs going towards one of those bug traps where there's this bright light, and as soon as you get close to it, you get zapped, zzz, and you're dead. That's what I felt like. And I remember turning and running as fast as I could away from that light, screaming at the top of my lungs. Now, I can't tell you how long I was in this place, but what I can tell you is this. When I finally came through, I was still standing there at my front door.
and no one was standing in front of me. And my neighbor up the hall looks at me and she says, Karen, why are you outside in the hallway screaming like someone's chasing you? Are you listening to me? Do you understand? As I'm looking around, these kids are nowhere to be found. Talk about being messed up. I close the door, lock it, go inside, sit on the sofa, and try to figure out what the hell happened to me. And since that day, I haven't been able to figure it out. So I decided to present it to you. Let me start off my story here. I consider myself to be a wilderness expert. I have such a deep understanding of being outdoors, bushcraft, and survival that there are very few men who can rival the knowledge that I have. And I know that sounds arrogant for me to say something like that, but I'll say this to you. I spent over 100 days in the wilderness during wintertime in a shelter that I built myself. No tent, no nothing. So when I was approached by a TV producer with the idea that he wanted to film a show with me in the woods of Alaska for 40 days, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. In fact, when I discussed it with my wife, she encouraged me to do it. Now, pause right here and let me say this. I'm not sure if you ever met a person and you got a bad vibe from them, but then you decided that you were going to ignore the bad vibe. That's the situation I found myself in when I met Chester. I'm not going to say his last name because I don't want to put this guy all the way out there. He's still in the business. But when I met Chester, I had a bad vibe about him, a bad feeling. Just the look in his eyes. Nonetheless, I wanted to be on television. I wanted to be a star. Since then, that desire to be on TV and to be a star has been completely bled out of me. I could freaking care less at this point. But back then, I really wanted it. And so when he came to me and he pitched his idea, 40 days in the wilderness of Alaska, me and the cameraman all alone, and I start off with just the basics, I was excited. I'm not going to lie to you. I was extremely excited and ready to go. And the first time that Chester was on some BS was after the negotiations. Now, I negotiated that I would get $10,000 for being in the woods for those 40 days. That was all I was going to get compensated, but the rights to the show were completely his. I didn't want anything to do with the show at all. I just figured if I'm going to be out in the woods anyway, I might as well get paid for it. Well, we come to an agreement, sign paperwork, and he mails me a check. And I go to deposit the check, and the check bounces. Now, imagine a scene. My wife and I are sitting there at the kitchen table when we come to the realization that the check has bounced. And I'm not sure about you, but, you know, when you get money in, you tend to spend that money. So we thought we had $5,000 come in, so I let my wife go shopping. Well, that $5,000 hits the bank, and then the check bounces, and now we got a major problem. So now I'm calling Chester, telling him, listen, I don't know what kind of shiesty business you're on, but you're going to need to get me my money. He goes on to explain to me that the funds were coming into his account from a larger producer from a TV station and that the funds came in delayed. I explained to him, well, he should have written the check to me once the money cleared. I told him I needed another check or I wasn't doing anything, and this time I needed a cashier's check.
Now, to be clear with you, the man overnighted the money to me the next day. It seemed like it wasn't going to be a problem, but I should have known right then and there that that was an issue. That was immaturity on my part, and more than just immaturity, it was just me being greedy, me going after that money. Fast forward, we're getting prepared to start the show, and he introduces me to the cameraman, a guy named Benjamin that they call Bud. Bud himself was an outdoorsman. I mean, this guy really understood what it meant to be out in the woods. He had been hunting, fishing, hiking his entire life, and he had worked on a whole bunch of major TV shows. I mean, a whole hell of a lot better about the situation. The two of us, Bud and I, spent a week together in my hometown getting to know each other because we're going to spend a significant amount of time out in the woods. He and I go into the woods together and go on a 3-day camping trip, and I really get to like and understand this man. Now, while we're out there, he starts to talk about Chester. And he says, you know, I did a couple of these with Chester before, and I'm hoping that this one actually works out. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you hope that this one works out? He goes on to explain that Chester has been pitching these shows to TV stations for years. He always pays the money, but when it's time to get it across the finish line, it never gets across the finish line. If I go and explain to Bud, I say, listen, man, I frankly don't care. You know why? Because I'm getting my money. And he reinforces my mindset and thought processes when he tells me, no, you did the right thing getting paid the money up front because you never know how it's going to go with these TV producers. Fast forward, we're taken to Alaska. I'm going to say some things to you and explain quite a few things to you. The show was supposed to be pitched like I was in the Alaskan wilderness. But the location that I was brought to was nowhere near Alaska. It was Northern California, yes. Did it get cold? Absolutely. But it wasn't Alaska. And when I asked Chester about it, he said, well, you know, at the end of the day, it's television. You know, they have no clue of knowing where you are. I didn't like the plan, but I had already accepted the money, so I went along with it. The first compromise. And after that, it was compromise. We get to the location, we got the whole TV producer thing rolling. Me riding in the truck, cameras inside the truck, cameras on the windows. They want me to talk and anticipate what's going to happen. And I realized more than anything, he's asking me, a man who knows about survival, to be more of an actor than a survivalist. And so I'm just talking to the people, explaining to them my process, looking at the layout of the land, trying to decide where I'm going to be and what I'm going to do. When I get dropped off, all I have is my rifle, an axe, a thermal blanket, and a tarp, which quite frankly was more than enough for what I needed to do. So I head into the wilderness with the cameraman, Bud, right behind me, recording it the entire way. I also have a handheld camcorder for me to document my emotions and feelings. It takes me about 2 hours to find a suitable location. And the real challenge was there was a lake on the map. And I wanted to be close enough to the lake to where I can hike down there and get water. But also I didn't want to be too close because when it became cold and the lake snow effect kicked in, it would be horrendous. So I made camp 2.5 miles away from that lake. And I get clearing the land, cutting down trees, and building me a shelter. The shelter for the first night was 100% pure garbage, just enough to get me through the night. I got firewood, I have everything set up, and I'm positioned. The first night, it's cold, but it's nothing I've never felt before, and I'm fine. Over that first week, I am hustling and bustling, trying to make sure I have a firm structure. And by the time we get to the 4th day of that week, I have a structure. I have something built that can withstand cold weather. And more than that, I have an area enclosed to where I don't have to worry about predators coming in or anything like that. I'm really getting hungry and I turn my attention to food. And so now I'm going hunting. And to me, the easiest source of protein was wild birds. Now, when I was hiking into my location, I ran across a couple of wild turkeys. But more than anything, I noticed that there were quail everywhere. So the very first piece of protein I got was quail. That day I killed 5 of them, took them back,
and started the process of cleaning and cooking them, and then decided that I was going to smoke some of the meat. So now I had my hunger needs met, and I needed to make sure I had enough water. Now, mind you, one of the things that I always carried with me, and it was non-negotiable, was a small canteen for water. My canteen could be put on a fire and it would boil water and everything would be fine, but I needed a larger source of water. So I set out to hollowing out a wood log that I could take down to the lake, get water, and carry it back. But mind you, it is a long walk to the lake, so I needed to make sure that when I got there and got water, I came back with enough. And that was just my plan for starters. My larger plan was that I was going to kill an animal, hollow out their stomach, and use their stomach to carry water back. Now, mind you, the entire time I'm out there, Benjamin is out there as well, and he's recording everything that I do. And I'll tell you, now listen, let me say this to you. The hardest part about this challenge was, as I was there hustling and bustling for everything, Benjamin had containers of water. He had everything that he needed. So the person right next to your camp had everything that they needed and everything that you needed. But technically, you were supposed to be out there on your own. Now, it was the second time that I went down to the lake to get water when I noticed something odd. And what I mean by something odd is, on the far side of the lake, it looked like a person was bending down, scooping up water and drinking it from their hands. It looked so much like a person that I waved my hands at them and screamed, "Hello." The figure looks up at me, turns, and walks back up into the woods. Now, to paint a picture for you, on that side of the lake, it's not flat land, it's a ridge where you walk straight up. And this person walks up that ridge like it's no problem. Me looking at that ridge that they walked up, I'm saying to myself, okay, dude, I could not do that at all. But nonetheless, now I'm scavenging around the lake to see what I can find. To make my life a little bit easier, I find one plastic bag, but it has a hole in it. But I can still make use of it. As I continue to scavenge, I come across an area where clearly people have been camping next to the lake, and I find an old antifreeze bottle. You know those big yellow antifreeze bottles? And I'm like, thank you, Jesus, this makes water carrying so much easier. So I fill it up with lake water and head on back to my camp. 2 days later, it's nighttime, probably 10 o'clock at night. That's the first time that both of us heard something weird. Because off in the distance, we start to hear this whooping sound. Whoop, 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 whoop. Now, pause right here and let me say this. I spent a lot of time in the wilderness. And I've been around Bigfoot. And I know what Bigfoot sounds like. That was Bigfoot. Now, typically, when I've been out and Bigfoot's been around, they haven't bothered me whatsoever. Honestly, they haven't. And so I didn't anticipate us having any problems whatsoever. Didn't scare me, didn't frighten me, nothing. But let me say this to you. When I finally went on a real hunt to get some real meat, all hell broke loose. Imagine the scene. I'm out hunting, walking along, when I find some wild hog tracks, wild pigs. And I'm saying to myself, man, if I can take me a deer, a turkey, or a pig, this would be absolutely phenomenal. So now I'm following the prints, stalking this pig, when I come upon this little clearing. And in the clearing is no pig, it's a deer. And I'm saying to myself, man, if I can take this deer, not only will this meat go a long way, but its bladder will go a long way, its stomach will go a long way, and its hide will go a very long way. So I take the shot and drop this deer, throw him on my shoulders, and I carry him back. When I get back to the camp, I go through the process of cleaning them and preparing them and getting everything ready. And then I have me a phenomenal meal. We're both happy and relaxed and chilling. Then the sun goes down, and no sooner than it's dark outside, these Bigfoot start to lose their mind.
Now, I'm not sure if it was because they were hunting the same animal as I was, or if they were just pissed off because now I was taking real resources from the area. But man, when I tell you they get the whooping, they get the howling, and trees get the falling over in the area, then the grunting starts. And I'm not sure if you ever heard a Bigfoot grunt, but it's not really a grunt, it's more of a huff. And it's loud and it's absolutely terrifying. That bud comes from where he is and comes into my shelter, which is way more sturdy than a tent. This goes on for the entire night, and we feel like we were surrounded by these things. And the following morning when the sun comes up, we both go out and take a look around, and there are prints all over the damn place. I'm talking about gigantic footprints. The stuff in his tent has been rummaged through. Stuff spewed all over the place. And the craziest thing about it was we didn't go to sleep. We were up and we did not hear them rummaging in his tent. How they did that without us hearing it completely baffled us. Now, the next night it only gets worse. And let me say this to you. I have listened to a lot of people do interviews where they talk about having Bigfoot encounters and they are lying to you because they don't describe what these things do at all. Let me tell you what they do to you when they have you alone in the woods. They do run-bys. And I'm pretty sure you know what a drive-by is when somebody drive-bys a car and starts to shoot. They run by your camp. And it sounds like an elephant running past. Doom, 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 doom. Then they run from another direction. Doom, 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 doom. They do run-bys. And those run-bys throughout the night are the most terrifying thing that you will ever encounter. And the strangest, weirdest thing about the run-bys is they don't make any noise. They just run past and you feel the ground shaking. Imagine you're sitting there in your shelter and they are running triangles around the area you in. It's not one of them, it's multiple running triangles. It gets to the point where Benjamin is so afraid that he wants to leave. And quite frankly, I'm scared out of my mind as well. So we get on the phone and we call Chester. And he tells Chester that he needs to pick us up. Now, mind you, we're supposed to be out here 40 days. We have been out here nowhere near 40 days. We are on like day 16, maybe day 17, and we're both ready to go. And Chester tells us that he's coming to get us. 1 day passes, no Chester. 2 days pass, nothing from Chester. On the third day, we call him back, and he finally answers the phone, and he says that he thought that we needed a few hours to think it over. And I'm telling him, listen, you son of a bitch, I don't need time to think anything over. There are monsters out here, and they're gonna kill us. If you don't get your ass up here and get us right now, if I make it out of here alive and I see you, I'm going to kill you. Then I hand the phone over to Bud, Benjamin, and Benjamin reiterates the exact same thing to him. Listen, another entire day passes before he calls Benjamin back and tells him that he's at the extract point where we came in at. And so we leave. And when we get there, do you know that this man is angry? He calls himself being pissed off and upset because according to him, we blew his opportunity at a big TV show. And he said, I'm not paying you the rest of the money. My exact words to him was, Chester, you know what? You can fuck off. You can keep your money and you can fuck off all the way directly to him.
Now, I have to admit straight up that this story is secondhand. Hell, this may even be a third-hand story at this point. So to call it true is a bit of a stretch, but it's certainly interesting. Back in the 1990s in New Orleans, there was this debate about bringing a NASCAR racetrack to New Orleans East. The proposed project was to be a huge economic development for the city of New Orleans. Now, this was prior to the construction of the failed Jazzland theme park, which is there now. In those days, New Orleans was going through its usual corruption, pay-to-play bullshit that makes New Orleans special. And out of that turmoil spawned this idea of building this racetrack. And this was an audacious idea back in those days, especially for New Orleans. The investor came in town and went to the city council to discuss the project. He did all the right things, greased the right palms, spoke to the right people. And this project had some legs under it, right? Wrong. In comes Dogman, or the rougarou as we call him down here. Now, what I'm about to tell you next, I cannot verify 100%, which is why I warned you up front about this. But the rest of the story goes like this. This billionaire out of Atlanta comes to the city of New Orleans, and he wants to buy the land to build the racetrack. He goes to the closing table to actually close the deal, and in walks a man from the Department of Wildlife Management. He says, listen, you can't buy this land. There are several indigenous species of animals that migrate through the area. In any other city, this would have meant the death of this project. Shut down, finito, done. But the deal is pushed up the ladder and gets approval. An investor says, before I buy this land, I want to fly over it, take a look at the animals that this guy is talking about is on this piece of property. So they schedule a helicopter flight, and a week later he comes back in town. They fly over the first section of land. They see deer, squirrels, nothing very special. They've been up in the air for a while, and they're discussing how they're going to lay out everything when the winds pick up, and they're too strong for them to continue to fly. So they plan to head back out the very next morning, right at sunrise when the weather is calm. The next day comes, they're in the helicopter, and they head over to the other section that they hadn't had a chance to see yet. And that's when the whole deal falls apart. They see what they thought were 3 wolves among the trees. Now, I need you to understand something. We don't have wolves here in New Orleans. Then the creatures stop, stand up, and start looking at the helicopter. I quote the exact words of the developer. What the fuck is that? To which the pilot, a coon-ass from Chalmette, replies, well, sir, I believe that down there is what we call a rougarou. Nasty sons of bitches. The investor instructs the pilot to turn around again. He says, hey, let's go back. I want to take a closer look at these things. And when they return to the area, the creatures are now climbing up the trees towards them. Again, I quote the developer's words, get me the fuck out of here. I ain't buying this shit. Y'all got monsters running around in New Orleans. Now, the official story, for those of you who want to go back and read through the news, says that the developer pulled out because of tax credits or some bullshit like that. But those of us on the inside know exactly why that racetrack wasn't built. Dogman and his crew live in that area, and ain't nobody making them move.
11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
As the clock strikes midnight and the world quiets down, a different life stirs. Dark Waters channel reigns supreme over the late-night domain on YouTube. With every tale, a masterpiece of shadows and whispers, we craft the night with the art of storytelling. Be part of our kingdom where the night is never just darkness but a canvas for the extraordinary. Dark Waters channel, where late night is our kingdom.
Professor, hold on just one moment. I've got my connection back to CNN's Anderson Cooper. Anderson, what's the water and food situation there?
It is very bad. I mean, there basically, as far as we know, is no potable water. There's no electricity for pumps, and a lot of the people have been evacuated. We found a couple of people just kind of stumbling around and just kind of looking for something. They don't have electricity. They can't cook up their food. It's rotting. Some people have been encouraged to try to barbecue whatever food they have in their refrigerator, but you know, there's no ice. It is really miserable for people here right now. We've seen a bunch of people lined up for some ice just to get a cool drink.
Anderson, barbecue how? Rub two sticks together?
I'm sorry?
How do you barbecue? How do you tell the people to barbecue food? They have no electricity, they have no water, they have no home to go to. Barbecue how? What do they mean?
Well, I mean, you know, that's the thing. All you can do is build a fire and try to cook up what you have. I mean, it's a survival technique, you know. I mean, it's really gotten down to that, and it's hard to sort of, you know, we're all comfortable in our regular lives, and it's hard to imagine how quickly you can be just taken out of your life, living your normal life, and you know, being brought into survival conditions, and that's what people are in right now, Nancy. You know, darkness has fallen. People got nowhere to go. It is really, it's miserable, and it's just going to get worse. There's no end in sight, really, for these people.
It's hard to explain to people who didn't live through Hurricane Katrina how difficult it was. Truthfully, I'm not even going to try to. This story is not about Hurricane Katrina. It's about what I saw in the aftermath. Now, there are some simple facts that you need to know. In January 2006, the city was still empty. Very few people had moved back here. A second fact that you need to know is there was absolutely no public utilities active. And yeah, they had some power in the French quarters in the CBD, but for us in the neighborhoods, there was absolutely no streetlights. So when night fell, you were either downtown in the quarters or you were inside. And to define what I mean by inside, I mean a small FEMA trailer. And yeah, the same FEMA trailers that we all learned were toxic. Remember, formaldehyde poisoning, causing cancer and other health problems? That was home. My wife and I were living in one of these death traps in my neighborhood of Lakeview, not too far from City Park. For those of you who don't know, City Park is at the heart of the city of New Orleans, hence the name City Park. She and I had just had the most terrible argument. I don't know if it was the stress of being in such small quarters or PTSD from living through such traumatic events, but we had a knockdown, drag-out argument, the kind of fight that it's best to walk away from. And as it was nothing outside but darkness, I, being the man, was the one who had to walk away. So I stormed outside, hopped in my truck, and pulled off. As I was driving away, the exchange of words just replayed back in my head like an old broken record. My wife Karen's words stung and hurt. I'm pretty sure mine did too. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been so zoned out and angry that nothing, absolutely nothing exists outside this mental bubble and haze? All your senses are shut off and you're completely inside your own head? Well, that's exactly where I was that night. I didn't even realize that the gas light on my truck was on until the damn thing stopped. So now, I'm stranded on the side of the road, and there are very few gas stations around. And none of them, absolutely none, were anywhere near me. So I started walking, headed back home. And honestly, man, I can't tell you how long it took me to get to the area of City Park. But as I was walking down the side of the road, I do remember the moon being bright. Bright enough that I felt comfortable in a situation that otherwise I shouldn't have been comfortable in. And with everything going on in the city, I shouldn't have been my ass out there at all. As I walked, I felt this breeze blowing against my face. It was cold and strong. So cold that it forced me to pull my black hoodie over my head. And that's when I got my first whiff of this smell. Rotten meat, wet dog, blood. Definitely blood. And it was strong. Strong enough to stop me in my tracks. Now, nothing in that park should have smelled like that. And as I stood there on the side of the road, I noticed something moving ahead of me. This thing was no more than 50 yards away from me. And it walked out onto the roadway from a row of trees. And what I saw I still don't believe to this day. I could see this dog-like head, wide shoulders, and whatever this thing was, its body tapered down to its waist. It was hunched over at first. Then, as its feet hit the concrete, it stood straight up. This thing was 6 to 7 feet tall. Man, I stood there in absolute disbelief. And what it did next was confusing. It kind of skipped forward, then leaped onto the neutral ground. After that, it took one more leap, and it was off the neutral ground and crossing into the park. Now you have to understand, the minimum distance from one side of a neutral ground to the other in New Orleans is about 40 to 50 feet. And this thing jumped it with no problem. And I heard about the rougarou from my family, mostly Cajun and coon asses. But it being here in the heart of a city, man, this had me shook up. So I quickly turned and started walking back to my truck. In my mind, I'm hoping and praying that this creature was alone. I had been walking about another 10 minutes, and I saw a National Guard truck heading down the road. I stood there in the middle of the roadway, arms straight up in the air, waving, trying to flag them down. But these bastards just drove straight past me. And I know they saw me. They had to. That walk home was the scariest thing I had ever experienced in my life. Just the thought of something like that being out there completely messed my head up. When I got back to the trailer, I was so shook up, my old lady just asked me what happened. And as I started to tell her what I saw, she didn't seem surprised at all. And she believed me 100%. From that day forward, whenever I left out of the house, I was on guard. The rougarou out in the swamps, man, I could see something like that happening. But here in the city of New Orleans, to this day, that still blows my mind.
When the world turns to sleep, the masters of the night come alive. Dark Waters channel, where storytelling is perfected and the late night is our realm. Our tales are spun with threads of shadow and light, designed to captivate, terrify, and enchant. Rule the night with us, where each story is a masterpiece waiting to be unveiled. Dark Waters channel, the masters of late night storytelling on YouTube.
The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a Dogman, molested by a Bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the Men in Black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
America is home to a centuries-old legend. A hominid creature, known by many names, Sasquatch, Yeti, the Woodsman, and the most popular name of all, Bigfoot. Tonight, on the Dark Waters channel, we travel into the world of Bigfoot, where Bigfoot truth seekers combine forces to share stories and encounters from around the world. Tonight, we proudly present the Bigfoot Bonanza.
My farm is located just south of Shreveport, Louisiana, and I inherited it from my grandfather 5 years ago. Since that day, I've grown the business to another level. One of the only commercial farms here that does more business than mine is Mahaffrey. And Mahaffrey is one of the powerhouses of Louisiana's farm-to-food industry. Here on my farm, I grow everything: pasture-raised chickens, pork, beef, vegetables. I employ 32 people and have over $4 million worth of equipment here. Needless to say, I was very nervous when all this activity began to happen. It started about 3 months ago when Jordan, my guy who manages everything to do with poultry, came into the house. He had this weird look on his face. Jordan is responsible for making sure everything goes well with my chickens, that the eggs are collected on time, that they get out and get exercise. He told me that as he let the chickens out for the day, he was walking around the fence line and noticed something strange. He said that he saw these tracks that looked canine, and that the tracks circled the perimeter of the fence and then led back into the woods. According to Jordan, these tracks were huge, and whatever it was must have been a big dog on all fours. Standing in front of me, Jordan was clearly disturbed by these prints and insisted that I come take a look. So we drove out to the spot near the chickens and walked the fence line. Initially, when he said big dog prints, I thought he was just talking about a big dog, but these prints were massive. This was like nothing I'd ever seen around my farm before. I now understood why he was so worried, but there was absolutely nothing I could do. And being crazy enough to try and track an animal that size into the woods, he's just looking for trouble. A few days passed, and Jordan forgot about the prints, and I turned my attention to this upcoming inspection that I had with the Department of Agriculture. You see, 6 months ago when I was going through my divorce, I fell way behind on paperwork. And luckily, I was able to talk to the inspector into giving me a re-inspection, allowing me more time to submit the proper documents. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, the day of the inspection, and I had been working all night to get the reports finished and the paperwork filled out for the DOA, when I heard a ruckus out at the cow pasture. See, my farm is wired for video and sound, so I went to my little video monitoring room to see what the deal was. What I saw on that camera I couldn't believe. My cattle were all herded up against the western fence line, 300 of them, huddled together in fear. And at the eastern side of the fence was some kind of creature. Its eyes glistened this green color on the camera, and it was huge. This thing was moving in and out of the view of the camera as it would back up to the wood line and then charge the fence. Based on its thing's size, it could have easily jumped over the fence or even ran through it. But it was like it wanted to scare the cattle. It was toying with them. Trying to figure out what to do, I decided to grab my cell phone and to open up the video app that allowed me to monitor the cameras mobily. Then I went to my closet and I grabbed my shotgun. This creature, whatever it was too big to confront. But I figured if I just went out back and fired a few rounds into the air, it would leave like any other animal would. Boy, was I wrong. I stepped out of the back door with my shotgun, pointed into the air, and fired while I was looking at the camera. This thing stopped, turned its head in the direction of the gunfire. Then it starts heading in my direction. Only then did I get a full look at this thing as it jumped the fence and ran through the cow pasture coming straight towards me. I don't know if you ever seen that movie Underworld, when those creatures are running on all fours. That's exactly what I saw. It was unreal. I rushed back into the house, locking the door and headed into my office. It was now 3:35 a.m., and I would only be alone for another 10 minutes. The morning crew of workers, including Jordan, would be pulling up any minute. As I sat there with my shotgun, I watched this thing circle the house, sniffing, and somehow it pinpointed the very room that I was in. That's when I heard the scratching and banging on the walls. I can't express to you how terrified I was. For the next 9 minutes, all I thought about was that I was going to die. This creature was going to break down the wall and eat me. I looked at the camera as this thing on all fours kept banging against the wall with its shoulders over and over and over again. And the scratching. Oh my God, it was something out of a nightmare. Looking back on it all now, this thing had to be trying to intimidate or scare me.
because it didn't make sense. If it wanted into the house, it could have just ran through one of the glass doors or broken down the front door. It seemed like it was forever, but finally my watch beeped 3:45, and I could hear the trucks begin to pull in the parking lot out front. Jordan and his crew were always the first there in the morning. I watched on camera as this thing looked directly at the light of the trucks. Then with speed and agility unlike anything I'd ever seen before, it ran off towards the back of the farm. Jordan and his men were walking around the side of the house when I came out the back door. My face must have given it all away, because Jordan's first question was, "Did you see it?" All I could do was nod my head yes. That's when he told me about the Dogman and how it had been seen all over the United States, especially in Louisiana. Jordan had me listen to several shows, and that's how I found you. We've been using the powder that your guys recommended and have gone as far as to maintain a perimeter around our farm with it. I haven't seen this creature since we made the changes. However, I'm starting to hear rumors that other farms in the area are having similar problems, except for they've lost chickens and cattle. I'm even hearing about more than one of these things appearing at the same time. I hope this is my one and only time ever seeing Dogman. I'll never forget my first time seeing a Dogman. To Black Southern Baptist, and I can never forget that day. It was at a revival service. Back in those days, Christian revivals were held outdoors, inside tents. And to paint a clear picture for you, if you can imagine being outside on a hot summer day with a huge white tent set up, rows and rows and rows of chairs, a makeshift stage, and people were heavy in the worship. This is my first time going to a revival. Although I've been dragged in and out of church every Sunday my entire life, I thought it was interesting. The way people worshiped out of the church was completely different than the way they worshiped in church. It was much more intense. And I could never forget the sound of that day. The revival had started at about 3 o'clock and had gone on for hours. And right as the sun began to set and the pastor started doing the altar call to save souls, something weird started to happen. From my position on the right-hand side of the back row, I started to hear the strange sound coming from the woods, but I wasn't sure what it was. You could hear it faintly, just above the sound of the singing. Then as the singing and the clapping stopped, I could hear it clearer. Something was growling, and growling loudly. Initially, I thought I was hearing things until my grandmother started looking in the same direction as the sound. Then others in the congregation began to look that way too. And out from the wood line stepped something I had never seen before and hoped to never see again. This thing was massive, 9 feet tall, with the huge head of a wolf. Its fur was black, jet black, and his upper body had more muscles than anything I had ever seen. It just stood there, showing his teeth and growling. The people in the congregation finally caught on to it and began to run. The pastor grabbed his Bible and began to pray, repeatedly saying, "Get ye behind me, Satan. Get ye behind me, Satan." Until one of the deacons grabbed him by his collar and pulled him, yanking him off the stage. Everyone ran back to their cars and fled the area. I never knew exactly what that was that I saw until I heard you on Coast to Coast AM talking about the Dogman. I'm sure that not only did I see a Dogman, but 200 other people. I've been living on the U.S.-Mexico border my entire life. As a kid in the 60s, before things got crazy, my friends and I would cross the border all the time to fuck off and come back. That was long before the drug cartels became what they are today. Also, that was during a time when Americans were still tough people, not today's watered down wimps who stay inside, talk shit from behind computers all day long. Now, as an adult, living on the border, it's more like working a full-time security job than actually having a life. If it's not enough to have to even deal with the illegals themselves, it's even worse having to listen to this crap on the news. Migrants is what they call them. They try to make it seem like the only people crossing our border illegally are Mexicans. Let me tell you something. I shot a Chinese man who was stealing eggs out of my chicken coop. I was awakened one morning by 2 African Muslims singing Allah Akbar and doing prayers. Then, these 2 fuckers had the nerve to talk shit about me slow cooking pork on my own property. Now listen, even with all that stuff going on, I can deal with the people. But these damn walking wolves, or dogmen that you call them, those things need to be stopped. I first became aware of their presence about 3 years ago. See, 2 illegals had showed up on the backside of my property. One of them was in a world of hurt. His stomach was pretty much opened up with his guts spilled all over the ground. And the other one was sitting next to him covered in blood, mumbling. And I know this is going to sound messed up, but my primary concern was to make sure that they didn't die on my property. Now, years ago, I probably did everything in my power to save them. But nowadays, when you deal with this kind of stuff, they got more rights than we do. Now, these 2 guys were about 15 feet across my property line. So I dragged one of them back over, and I walked the second one and set him down next to him. And then I called the police. While I was standing there on the phone with the police, one of them kept on saying, Lobo Camanite. Lobo Camanite. And he kept on saying that these walking wolves had taken the rest of their family last night. Again, I know this is going to sound pretty messed up, but I just thought Lobo Camanite was the name of some drug cartel that, these guys must have messed over, or they was responsible for smuggling them into the city and they didn't pay them. Really, it's none of my business. I just didn't want none of the crap on my property. Turns out it took every bit of 25 minutes for the police and ambulance to get there. One of the men died, and the other one, I'm really not sure what they did with him. But when it came time for them to question me, the first question out of their mouth was, why didn't I do more to help? To which I replied, I did everything I was supposed to, which is call you. You were late. I'm not going to lie to you. Later that night, I was feeling bad about the whole situation. But you got to understand, I'm torn. You see, the last time I tried to help, I took in 2 women. I was completely unaware of the fact that these 2 women were being forced to smuggle drugs into the country by the cartel. And that shit ended bad, real bad, with multiple shootouts. And guess whose ass the police were on? Mine, not the cartels. Nonetheless, I'm not a heartless bastard, so I'm feeling down about the whole situation. These were human beings just like me, and I would want somebody to help me. I was in this mindset as I walked out of my back door to take a smoke. And as usual at night, you could see flashlights everywhere. It's the illegals walking around and moving in the dark. On nights like this, when I can't sleep, I like to get my night vision goggles, sit on the back porch and smoke. You see some of the wildest stuff going on out there. So I'm sitting there, smoking my cigarette and looking through these goggles, when I see what looks like 2 big wolves running across the backside of my property. And by big, I'm talking about 400 pounds big. It was crazy because they closed in on this group of people. One of them circled around the front of the group, positioning themselves about 50 to 60 feet ahead of them. And the other one circled around behind them. Then the one in front rushed them and flushed them all to run towards the one behind them. They did this thing where they ran these people back and forth for like 10 minutes. It was almost like they were toying with them or trying to scare them. It seemed like it was all fun and game for these creatures until someone took a shot at them. That's when shit really got bad. Both these things, I call them things because they weren't wolves, because wolves don't walk. They stood straight up and started walking. Completely ignored everyone else and let them run away. But that person who shot at him, let's just say you can call him Kibbles and Bits. Now I'm sitting there, and because I had those goddamn goggles on, it didn't feel real to me. But that's when it dawns on me. This ain't no damn TV show I'm watching. Something just tore a human being into pieces. And then it didn't run off anywhere. They stayed right there for an hour. And that was my very first time seeing these dogmen. But it wasn't my last.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Dark Waters checking back in with you guys. Now, listen to me carefully. You know, I'm going to do some inside baseball for this particular story, but that story is nowhere near over. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this guy, though. I've been talking to him for about 3 months now, and when I tell you that, first of all, he initially comes off as like he's not racist, but not bigoted, but he just comes off as like old, you know, frontier American kind of guy. You know, ain't a fucking politically correct bone in this dude's body. To be honest with you, like the shit that comes out of his mouth is insane, but he means no harm by it. He's just speaking the truth and telling it like it is. So when he reached out to me and he started talking about Dogman and how he was having Dogman encounters on his property combined with encounters from people who were crossing the border, illegal aliens, and then he spazzed out about what an illegal alien is versus a migrant, and like he completely flipped out, which it was funny to me because he's a cool guy. And he started sharing all this information with me. He was like, you know, I want to do an interview with you and I want to tell people what's going on. I'm like, great, well, let's start with doing a story. And now that I've heard all of his stories, which are about 6 of them and 6 different encounters, I think you guys are really, really, really going to enjoy these as they come down the pipeline. You really, really are. So in the story, I try as much as I can to capture his personality, but by no means do I want anybody to think this guy's some kind of racist bigot. He just is fucking non-politically correct. I mean, he's like people used to be when I was fucking growing up. They would say whatever the hell they had to say, and if your feelings got hurt, fuck your feelings, right? So that's how he is. On another note, I know some of you are saying, hey, man, where the hell have you been, Dog Waters? You know, it's been 30 days, 45 days. Well, guys, if you recall, the last time I was on and I was doing the live streams, I kept on saying to you guys, hey, man, I'm testing the YouTube algorithm to see what's going to happen by doing A, B, C, D, E, F, G, putting out stories, doing live streams, doing long-form streams, doing this, doing that. I threw everything at YouTube that I could throw, and it was ridiculous. I mean, it was like I threw like, I want to say like 40 hours worth of content at YouTube, and from a monetization standpoint, when I balanced it out, it was like $7 an hour when I did it, right? And that's when you combine the time that I was actually on air talking and the time on the phone and on the time recording. It was ridiculous. It made no sense. So I took a step back and reorganized and restructured. And I'm proud to announce that, and especially if you've been on Facebook, you've seen this already. I'm proud to announce that IamDarkWaters.com is open right now and available to you. Now, what's going on over there? For $3.99, 13 cents a day, you will have access to exclusive Dark Waters content on that website. Now, somebody's going to say, well, are you going to stop posting on YouTube? Somebody else is saying, well, is the same stuff on the website going to be on YouTube? No. 2 completely different forms of content. YouTube's content will still come, but I can tell you guys it's not going to come as frequently as it was 30, 60 days ago. It's not finna be that way. So you can head on over to IamDarkWaters.com, sign up, $3.99. Now, let me explain to you why it's important that you guys sign up now. So multiple reasons why it's important that you sign up now, but number one reason it's important is because I want to make sure that I can push this to another level. 3.5 months ago, right when YouTube decided that it was going to change this monetization because of the conservative movement, people like Alex Jones were just destroying everything. And it's like, oh, we're just going to kill a monetization because these guys are making too much money. That's really what it boiled down to. And they said the advertisers pulled out. But anyway, it was a whole bunch of bull. We had just pushed the channel to the point to where it kicked off enough revenue to start doing other major things. Well, that killed that. And other major things, I spoke to you guys about doing animation. And there were so many things in the pipeline that I wanted to do, but it killed it. So now that we reset up to where we can kind of get the financial energy that we need in order to move forward, IamDarkWaters.com, I promise you, just as I've dominated YouTube and dominated when it comes to content, not necessarily subscribers, but I have the best horror narration content out there. I'm sorry if somebody else disagrees, fuck off. It is. I mean, I've been told it by millions and millions of people all over the world. My intentions is to dominate the paranormal world, but we need a strong foothold to get started. It's almost like buying some kind of war bonds, because that's what I plan on doing, which is going out and completely dominating the paranormal world. And what I mean by that is animated shorts, animated movies, syndicated talk shows. And you guys already had an opportunity to see how the talk show format sounded, because I was experimenting with it. You heard Kirby. You heard people call in and tell their own stories. So you guys know the level of entertainment that you will experience here with me at Dark Waters Channel and Dark Waters Family. So I need you to go on over and sign up right now. I mean, if, 10%, not 10%, yeah, hell, if 10% of you signed up, of the subscribers signed up, I mean, it would really, really ignite this thing and allow me to push it to another level. It really, really would. And another reason why you should sign up is because as of right now, if you get in now, your price is going to be grandfathered in at $3.99. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. It'll be grandfathered in at $3.99. Now, when the animations and other things start hitting the table that actually add more value, then the price won't be $3.99. If there's an animated short movie on there that costs $5,000 to produce, but you get to go in there and listen to it, it's not going to be $3.99 and jump to get access to all that content. But if you're in now, you're grandfathered in for the future, and I can see the price shooting up extremely, extremely high based on some of the things we got going on behind the scenes and some of the people that we're talking to. So head on over to IamDarkWaters.com. IamDarkWaters.com. Sign up. It's $3.99. There's content there for you now. There will be constantly and consistently uploaded with content. And if someone says, well, you haven't uploaded content in the past 30 days, how I know you're going to upload now? What I will tell you is this: go back to the prior 30 days and look at the amount of content I was able to create and put out. So if I was able to do that then, and it was an experiment, then please realize and understand and recognize that I'm the best, and the best is not going to leave you short. So IamDarkWaters.com today. Head on over, sign up. I really, really could use you guys' support. And I know the Dark Waters family is going to support me, so I'm not really worried about it. $3.99, exclusive content. One of the vampire stories has been released today. More of them are releasing Monday and Tuesday. So, I mean, everything that you're looking for is going to be there. Everything. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. I got other videos I got to put in some work because there are people who signed up and they're expecting content. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
Do I believe in the Dogman? To be perfectly honest with everybody, the answer is no. I believe in the paranormal? Yes, absolutely. And I have a very healthy respect for it all. Which is why you rarely hear me have any stories about ghosts or demons on this channel. Frankly, I'm afraid of them. So when the reports of Dogman sightings came in from Taylor, Mississippi, and I found out that there was actual TV news footage talking about the problems that the people in Taylor were having, I jumped at the opportunity to talk with Skip, the lineman in the story. To give you some background, Skip is a friend of a friend. A guy named David Dunbar, who I've known for a few years, contacted me when he subscribed to the Dark Waters channel. David and Skip go back 20 years. So in my mind, it was all good. I trust David. David trusts Skip. It was a real simple solution to the problem. I can talk to Skip. So Skip and I had a Skype conversation when it was time to talk about his experience. He presented it. We went back and forth, and I had many questions, and then I created the Mississippi Dogman video that you all have listened to. By the way, if you haven't seen it, take a look in the description below, and the Dogman video is there. Talking to Skip, he claims that I nailed it 100% when it comes to his experience. The sounds, the exact layout of what happened, I was able to accurately paint a picture of what he experienced. So for you guys who haven't listened to that, go ahead and take a listen. Anyway, in that Skype conversation, Skip left an invitation for me to come to Oxford, Mississippi, then travel to Taylor, Mississippi with him right before sundown. My encounter starts with that invitation. Like I said, I was not a true Dogman believer. I acknowledge that people are having encounters with something, but I have to see these things for myself. So I left on a Friday, headed to Oxford, Mississippi, and 5 cigars later, I was checking into the Super 8 motel. Yes, this is a low-budget operation, more of a micro-budget type thing going on right here. I checked the mattress on the bed for bugs, looked under the bed for dead bodies, and went straight to sleep. I was meeting Skip for breakfast that next morning, so I needed some rest.
We met that morning at a place called Big Bad Breakfast. He was a few minutes late, but nothing to be upset about. I was excited and was on my third cup of coffee by the time he arrived. We talked and talked, ate breakfast, and at first the conversation was kind of slow. You see, Skip is a northern Mississippi boy, and I'm more of a city boy from New Orleans. So it took a little time for he and I to gel. However, once we started talking about the Dark Waters channel, Skip really opened up. He wanted to know about many of the encounters that I have on the channel, and he wanted inside baseball on how I met these people. 20 minutes later, Skip and I were sitting there laughing like old childhood friends. And things were going well until the conversation pivoted towards his Dogman encounter and how we were going to visit the site. Skip's body language immediately changed. He started to get real tense, and he kind of clammed up, and I asked him, I said, "Are you okay?" He strained through his teeth saying yes, and we set a time for us to meet later that evening. I returned to the Motel 8, talked to my girlfriend on the phone, watched a little TV, and took a nap. We were supposed to be meeting at 3:45. Skip arrived at 4 o'clock, and we started the 15-minute ride down to Taylor, Mississippi. Old Taylor Road is a 2-lane highway. 1 lane going north, 1 lane going south. This roadway is kind of spooky in the daytime, so I can imagine how it was at night for him. The trees and bushes kind of overhang to the side of the road, to the point to where if you stuck your hand out the window, you can actually touch one of the tree branches. We rode along the roadway very slowly, and it was pretty much no traffic. The only thing that passed us was a funeral procession, and in true Mississippi tradition, we pulled to the side of the road and let the funeral procession pass, paying our respects to the dead. We talked as we rode down the road, and we even stopped at private properties where people had recently had Dogman experiences. We didn't go in and talk to anyone, but we stopped and looked over the property. Right at about 5:45, we made our way to the section of road in which he had his encounter. To describe it, at this point, there's a slight bend in the road as it makes a sharp curve about 200 to 300 yards up ahead. We stood there in the middle of the road talking about his experience and him telling me about some other things that he heard about that happened down at Sardis Lake. The sun was starting to go down behind the trees, and it was just starting to get dark. Now, guys, Dark Waters, I am not an outdoors man at all. The most I do in the woods is go to the gun range with my friends who are Marines and kind of fire a few rounds down range. But as far as hanging out in the woods, that's not something that I do. However, my senses are very acute, and I like to believe that I have a very, very, very good radar when it comes to danger. Standing there in the road as the sun started going down, I did start feeling that it was a dangerous situation, but nothing had happened that really made me nervous thus far. We stood there talking, and I watched the sun fall behind the trees. Skip was talking a little bit more about his encounter as the sun set behind the trees and it turned dark. I don't believe that Skip noticed that everything had gone quiet. Prior to things going silent, the area was very lively. There were crows on the power lines squawking. There was a dog in the background. You could hear him barking a ways off. And just the normal sounds of the forest. But things went deadly quiet. When I say quiet, deadly quiet. Almost like in a vacuum. Skip didn't seem to notice it at first. He just kept talking and talking and talking. Up on the power lines were 2 black crows. Could barely still see them as the sun set behind the trees and it got dark. They just sat there staring off into the woods, almost like they were looking at something. Looking up at the birds, I got an ominous feeling. I turned my attention back to Skip to continue to listen to what he was saying. That's when the 2 crows took off flying away, squawking like they were crazy, almost as if to warn us that something was coming our way. By now, Skip was feeling it too, because he started backing away and moving towards a truck. That's when we heard it. The sounds of something running through the brush. And when I say the sound of something running through the brush, when we initially heard it, it had to be far away, but it was loud. Skip called it. He said, "They're coming. They're headed our way." I said, "What's headed our way?" They are headed our way. He quickly started walking back towards the truck as the sound got louder and louder. Now, to describe this sound, guys, I have a cousin who played professional football in the NFL, and I've been to the combine. One of the most interesting things about being at the NFL combine is to watch the linemen run, because these guys are big 300, 400-pound men who run the 40-yard dash in like 5.5 and 5.1 seconds. But as they run, their feet make a tremendous amount of noise as they run. The sound that I was hearing was the sound of maybe 4 or 5 of those NFL offensive linemen running through the leaves of the woods, but it was far off. It still was loud. Skip quickly walked back to the truck, positioning himself inside the driver's side door, 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot in the truck. The sound was coming towards that driver's side, so I circled around to the passenger side, opened the door, and stood there. Looking back, I should have put 1 foot in the truck like he did, but I didn't. The sounds got louder and louder and louder, and you could hear limbs and branches breaking. No breathing, no nothing, but we knew something was coming. Skip started to call a distance. 300 yards away, we could hear the sounds. 150. What I hadn't noticed was that he left the truck running the entire time we were there. 100 yards, 50. The sound stopped. Skip looked over the truck at me and said, "You need to get in." Just as I started to put my foot in the open door, we heard the howl. Now again, like I said, I'm not an outdoorsman, so I can't 100% say that this wasn't a pig or it wasn't something else, but this sounded like a howl of a werewolf on the Sci-Fi Channel. It was loud and it was powerful, and it actually scared the shit out of me. I stood there frozen. My brain wanted me to get in the truck. It told me to hop in the truck and get in, but I was frozen. I stood there, guys. I stood there staring directly into the woods. It was almost like the sound made my nervous system reset, and the signal wasn't going from my brain to my body to move. So I stood there. To be honest with you, I'd never been that afraid in my life. I've never been in a situation where I panicked and just could not move. As I stood there, I saw the truck pulling off out my peripheral vision. Out the corner of my eye, I could see Skip speeding down the road with the passenger door still wide open. Within seconds, he rounded that curve and was out of sight. Now, I'm standing alone in the dark on the opposite side of the road from whatever these creatures are, with nothing there but space and opportunity. For those of you who don't know, Satori is a time when your mind, body, and spirit all are one. Athletes experience this, and people who are in danger experience it as well. It's a sensation of time slowing down. That is exactly what I was caught in. Satori is something I'm very familiar with from being a bodybuilder. However, this time I was unable to take advantage of it. Time was going slow, and I was standing there. It felt like forever as I stood there staring across the road, wondering if something was coming out of those bushes. Now, I'm a big guy. I've had a few too many hamburgers in my life at this point in time, so running is not an option. I know this. My brain told me that we can't run. I looked down the road to see how far Skip had gone, and his taillights were no longer in view. He had clearly made that turn. So I was alone, standing on the opposite side of the road from what I assume is a Dogman. I did not see it, but I heard it. I heard the howl, and I heard it coming through the bushes. Standing there was nothing for me to do, so I raised my fist as if punching the Dogman was going to be an option. But fuck it, what am I supposed to do? Time passed, and I couldn't tell you how long it was, and I started to hear the sound of the pickup truck screeching to a halt. In the back of my mind, I was like, good. Skip has figured out that I'm not in the goddamn truck. And then I heard the tires squealing as the truck turned around, and I could hear the engine revving as he was coming back towards me. The headlights from the truck lit up the street and the brush across from me, and something big and black moved from left to right. Skip slammed on the brakes, stopping the truck right in front of me, yelling, "Get in, get in." But I wasn't going around to the passenger side. I hopped into the bed of the truck and he pulled off. The conversation that happened after that was very, very heated. I was pissed that he left me. He was pissed that I was chicken shit enough to stand there while he left me. We argued back and forth for a few minutes, and then actually we started laughing because both of us were scared out of our mind. When we got back to my motel room, we just sat there and had drinks. And I told him, I said, "Man, I'm not sure what the hell that was." He said it was the Dogman. You heard the howl. You heard it coming through the bushes. I told him I didn't see it, though. He said, "Did you want to see it?" I really pondered this question for a few minutes before I answered. Truth is, I don't think I really wanted to see what that was. Based on what I heard, the little flash of blackness that I saw, and the size of the whatever it was moving from left to right, I don't think I ever want to see a Dogman. Ever in my life. Okay, guys, so that was my Dogman experience that I had out in Taylor, Mississippi with Skip. Just to give you guys a little inside baseball and let you kind of know a little bit more about what happened. I'm never going there again. Like, that experience kind of made me question the whole visiting the site of incidents that people claim have happened. Did I expect something to be there? Yes, I did. But did I expect something to come running through the bushes sounding like the refrigerator Perry, knocking over trees? No, I did not. And it's kind of difficult to explain to you guys the sound of the howl. It's very, very difficult to explain what it does to your body physically. I've watched some Dogman videos where they talk about infrasound and growls and roars and what they do to you. It freezes you. It's almost like getting hit in the back of the head with a stick and you're foggy is the best way to describe it. And what I'll say to you guys who listen to this channel who say, "Hey, I want to go out and go look for the Dogman," I would say don't. I would say leave that the hell alone. I'd rather see you go ghost hunting or exercise a demon or go skydiving or deep sea spear fishing and looking for giant octopuses than going out and messing with this damn Dogman. Because I can imagine that had something stepped out of those bushes within that probably 2-minute time span that Skip was away from me, it could have easily came across, killed me, and drug me off, and he would have never found me. So I just want you guys to be careful. It's not all fun and games. Some mean shit out here in these streets. And don't forget to comment, like, subscribe, and also share this video with your friends, because sharing is caring, and we all care. And I will see you guys on the next episode. I'm working diligently to get out these next set of videos. I have 3 Bigfoot encounters coming. Then I pivot back to some real crazy horror stories that I got from a gentleman here locally. So I'm trying to keep it working and keep you guys happy and make sure that you have enough content to keep you scared all night long. I'll see you soon.
Third time I saw Dogman, it was equally as dramatic. But the next one I saw wasn't the same as the other creature. It was bigger, way bigger. Colossal is probably the best way to describe this thing. think it had been about a month and a half since I had my incident at the front gate. And at this point in time, I was fully aware that these things were roaming back and forth on my property. So I called one of my friends who's a sheriff, have him come over for a sit down. After about 20 minutes of fluff conversation, I started to share my experience with him. During this conversation is when I learned not only was he aware of these things, but that the best way to keep them away from your house was to keep it well lit. And the craziest thing about this conversation was he said everything so casually, like it was nothing to him. He recommended that I get in contact with an electrician named James, have some lights put up around the house, and he guaranteed that things would be okay. The following day, I did exactly what he said. I hired an electrician to wire 240-watt super bright floodlights, put them on 4 poles around all corners of my house. The electrician, James, took about 2 days to complete this job, right? And when he was finally done, we sat on the porch and had a glass of lemonade. We talked about his wife, his kids, his family, and he wanted to stick around until dark to fire up the lights to make sure they had no issues. So he and I are sitting right here on my porch talking, when he kind of just slips this into the middle of the conversation. He says, you know the lights will keep these things away from the house, but there's not much you can do to keep them off your property. He said they come and go as they please. And in a few months, they'll go back across the border and they'll be gone. Like I said, he was referred to me by my friend who's a sheriff, but I didn't know that he was aware of these creatures himself. So I played coy. They? What do you mean by they? And after I said that, that's when he kind of got a little bit of an attitude with me. He said, what do you think, I'm stupid? I saw the prints. Do you think you're the first person that the sheriff has hooked me up with to do this kind of job? You just need to be cool. If these creatures were after you, they would have gotten you a long time ago. They're not here for you. It's mating season. As long as you don't bother the alpha, none of them will bother you. Now, at this point in time, I probably shouldn't have continued to play coy, but you got to understand something. I was uncomfortable talking about this. The first reason was I'd already gained the reputation of being this old hard ass who lived in the area. Then, the shootout with the cartel, having problems with the Border Patrol and the FBI, I just didn't want any more attention drawn to myself. And the last thing I needed was him going out to people saying that I'm the crazy old man who thinks that he's got werewolves on his property. But then James went on to share something with me. He said that he had seen this happen many times over the past 10 years. These creatures would move across the border, roam in about a 20-mile radius, back and forth, causing havoc. They mate, then they return back south to the border. That was all the information I was able to get out of him. But when the sun set, he flipped the switch, and wow, let there be light, bright lights. After that, James hopped into his truck and looked me dead in the eyes and gave me a stern warning. He said, let this storm pass. Don't shoot these creatures, don't look at these creatures, and if you don't bother them, they will not come into the light. You can freak out all you want, but don't shoot them. I'm telling you, it'll end bad for you. Now, at this point in time, I didn't have the nerve to tell this man that I'd already taken a shot at one of these creatures. So I just nodded my head, told him yes, and went back inside. The next few days and nights were quiet on my property. I had finally started to relax. And yeah, it was weird knowing you had monsters just outside of your walls, but I was dealing with the whole situation. I would say it's about 8:30 at night. I'm walking down the hallway headed to the kitchen, and for some reason I glanced upwards through the security bars on the back door, and I saw these eyes looking back at me. This kind of dull yellow eye shine about 9 feet in the air. I walked up right up on those bars, and I could see this thing standing right at the edge of the light. Massive shoulders that taper down to a slim waist. Huge, thick thighs, and this thing looked pissed. It was breathing heavy like it had been running or something. And it was just kind of moving back and forth, pacing, like it was thinking. I noticed things saw me standing there. And then it let out this roar. Not a growl, a fucking roar. Turned and walked away. Later that night, I looked out of the door again. And I saw what looked like about 15 or 20 of these things stampeding across my property. The speed and agility at which these things move is unbelievable. They moved in a single file line and had eye shines that ranged from orangish red to red itself. And at the front, those big yellow eyes. When I was standing there, I couldn't help but wonder if that yellow-eyed one had come to pay me a visit because I had shot at one of the other ones. And maybe, just maybe, me installing those lights had saved my life. After seeing yellow eyes, that was the last time I thought about pointing a weapon at these things. They moved about my property for the next 5.5 weeks. And then just like that, they were gone. Now, the very next time I saw Dogman, it was way too close for comfort. You see, I left home for the weekend and went to visit my sister in Dallas. Now, I rarely leave my property unattended for more than 2 days at a time. And that's another lesson I learned the hard way. I had gone away for a 4-day trip to Florida, only to come back and find my window smashed in and my house completely a mess. So, now don't get me wrong, I had insurance and they made me financially whole. But the emotional scars of having someone in your home just like violating your shit, they never really went away. But back to the story. I was in Dallas having fun with my sister, and I got a call from one of the local officers. He said he was up at the backside of my property and had to chase a few illegals away from going to the house. It was good to know that he was looking out for me, and it made me feel at ease. So the following day when I got home, it was dark. You see, my property has these huge front gates. The only issue I have with my gates is they're slow. It takes about 45 seconds for both these gates to swing open completely so I can drive my truck through. It's dark. I'm parked there. I've hit the button. I'm waiting for the gate to swing open. But I need you guys to imagine something for a moment, just so you can understand what happens next. You personally know what it feels like when you pull into your driveway at night and you kind of fumble around with your keys and how instinctively you kind of check that rearview mirror. It's natural. You're alone in the car, and that's what you do, right? And if you were honest with yourself, you would say you're a little bit paranoid when in that situation, because you know in all actuality, you're kind of vulnerable. Our vehicles give us this false sense of security. I don't know why, but they do. I'm sitting there, waiting for the gate to open. And when I look in that rear view mirror, I see this thick, black, furry thing moving. So I physically turn my head around and look, because I didn't understand what the hell was going on. And that's when it dawned on me. This was a tail of some sort. A tail, T-A-I-L. And this thing was long. You know how your brain takes a few seconds to process things? Well, my brain was moving slow that night for some reason. And I guess the whole T-A-I-L in your rearview mirror was a problem for my brain. Like, where did this come from? But then my eyes shifted to the driver's side mirror. And what I saw freaked me completely the hell out. You know how in your side view mirror there's that little writing and it says objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. I remember reading those words and then seeing this dog head. It looked like a freaking jet black German shepherd, that long snout, ears sitting on top of his head, twitching. This thing was hunched down, its claw on the bed of my truck, and I found myself locking eyes with this creature through that mirror. Large black pupil, yellow iris, I'm talking about huge eyeballs. I ain't had no weapon, and I wasn't expecting this. I panicked for a second. I'm gonna be real, I really did. Something about those eyes. I started to feel flush and my skin burned. I guess it was the adrenaline and the blood flowing through my body, the fight or flight syndrome. And I remember thinking to myself, holy shit, it's one of them things. Then I hit the gas driving into the gate. Now, this thing was close. It was so close that I saw the dust kicking up from the tires and hit it in his eyes. The dust caused it to stand up and I was pulling off and into the gate. Now it's about 100 yards to my front door from that gate. And honest to God, I had to be driving 80 to 90 miles an hour. And when I got to my house, I drove all the way around to the back porch, hopped out and ran into that back door. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm some kind of superhero or a Rambo or anything like that. But I was in the house for about 15 or 30 seconds before I gathered the courage to go back outside and figure out what this was. So I went to my closet and
and I got my AR-15, and I went out of that front door. There was still dust in the air when I walked off the front porch and searched for this thing. I would say I walked about 30 yards from the front door and into the darkness when my instincts started to kick in. And by instincts, I mean like something told me that maybe, just maybe, this thing wasn't alone. And you really have to understand this. 30 yards away from my front door is pitch blackness. It's not like in the big cities where there's street lights. There's no street lights around here. The only light I have is the light from the moon, and she wasn't shining too well that night. So I've turned on the tactical light on my weapon, and that's when I hear this growl coming from ahead of me. Understand, growls of normal animals last about 2 to 5 seconds. This growl was long, 15 seconds, 20 seconds long, and the vibrations, I felt them physically going through my body. That growl pretty much told me it was time for me to get my ass back inside. And again, it reinforced my thought that maybe, just maybe, this thing might not be alone. Now, I didn't want to turn and run, because even a freaking small house dog would chase you down if you turn and run. So I let a few shots ring off. And if you ever been shooting outdoors with no earmuffs, then you know the sound echoes real loud. So now my ears are ringing. And I realize again, not only did I go back out of the house looking for this thing, and it may be more than one, but my silly ass shot my gun, and my ears are ringing, and I can't hear, and it's pitch black out here. I'm fucking up all kinds of ways. The only thing I really could rely on in that darkness was my hearing, and I didn't even have that anymore. So I started backpedaling backwards like an NFL player. And when I got into the light, I stood there for a moment. Kind of made me feel safe. But then I thought I need to get in the house. Now that particular night, I didn't sleep a wink, because that thing I saw could have ran through my front door or even through my front wall if it wanted to. I stayed up on the sofa watching TV all night, the rifle laid right across my lap. And then the next morning at sunrise, I drove back up to the gate. Now, a big part of me wanted to believe that I was hallucinating the whole situation. Maybe it was jet lag. But then I saw them. These prints, huge canine prints, leading right into my front gate and then tapering off to the right, heading around the side of the house. After seeing those tracks is when I realized that I personally was going to have a problem with these creatures. Not just the illegals, not just the police, not just the cartels, but these creatures were going to be a big freaking problem. The truth is out there.
It is one of the world's greatest mysteries, Scotland's legendary Loch Ness Monster. So does the lake creature actually exist? Well, if you ask one man, he'll tell you it is in fact no myth.
Every day it's flaunted in front of your face.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads.
You just choose to ignore it.
Belief can be a powerful force. No one knows that better than the people who are sure they've seen Bigfoot.
Real accounts.
He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
From real people.
Hundreds of people turned out tonight for the unveiling of a very controversial statue.
Yeah, it really is. The Satanic Temple of Detroit revealed the 1-ton bronze statue.
It's time for you to take a swim.
I'm just excited to see my Lord and Savior Baphomet represented in such glorious Italian stone. I do hope his eyes gaze upon me, and that my allegiance is recognized.
In the dark waters.
The Dark Waters channel is for entertainment purposes only. Although information in these stories can be traced back to relevant and true sources, Dark Waters strongly discourages its viewers, listeners, and subscribers from visiting the site of incidents and encounters discussed or revealed on the show. In other words, we will not be held responsible if you are attacked by a dogman, molested by a bigfoot, bitten by vampires, chased by chupacabras, abducted by aliens, accosted by the men in black, investigated or arrested by the local law enforcement, CIA, FBI, NSA, EPA, BLM, or another alphabet group, whether on U.S. soil or abroad. Thank you for tuning in, and enjoy the show.
I've been a realtor for the past 15 years. Got my start in San Diego. Made a shitload of money. After I made my goal of $3 million, my wife and I retired to a small town, 150 miles away from the U.S.-Mexican border. But I couldn't just give up my love of real estate. So I continued to take listings and sell properties. The only difference was that in this area, there were no beaches or high-rises. Here, there were nothing but broad swaths of land. And selling ranches is the name of the game. It took a while for me to get my first listing. I was a newbie in the area and people around here are not so trusting. But after 4 months of hanging out and a few political donations, I got my first listing. A 30-acre ranch that was bank-owned. Truthfully, I didn't need the money. I just loved the rush of working the deals. So when I got the information on this property, I was surprised. The place was damn near brand new. At least the house, I mean. It was built 5 years ago, and the property went into foreclosure 23 months after the permanent loan was put in place. So I'm thinking to myself, man, this should be an easy sale. And I decided to head up to the property to lay my eyes on it. I need to visualize myself selling this place. In order to get to the actual house itself, you had to turn off the highway onto this dirt road and travel a little less than a mile to get to the front gates. While on that dirt road, I realized that whoever built this house was a serious recluse. I mean, they must have wanted privacy. One of those off-the-grid types. There was no way I would have spent the type of money they did to live in such a desolate place. When I arrived at the front gate, I had to hop out and unlock it. This gate was massive, 9 feet tall, made of steel, and was beautiful. This family spared absolutely no expense on this house or this property. From the gate, I could see the house about 250 yards away. I drove right up to it, pulling up damn near at the front door. Typically, I do a walk around the property and take measurements. But there was a recent appraisal on a bank package, so luckily all I had to do was just go inside and see it for myself. Just as I was putting the key in the door, I heard what sounded like another vehicle coming up the road. Remember I told you about how desolate this place was? So I knew the only way somebody was coming down this road was they were headed to the property. I finally was able to see the vehicle. It was a cop car. The vehicle pulled in the gate, and it's this female officer. She parks, exits the vehicle, starts eyeballing my real estate sign on the side of my car, then starts to ask me what I'm up to. To be honest with you, this was a tense moment, because she had her hand on a weapon the whole time. It took a while for her to relax. Then she started telling me about the place. She said it was owned by a man named Kevin Shields and his family. They built the place as an off-grid location. Then she goes on to tell me about the underground bunkers and all kind of other little crap that's associated with this property. It was during this conversation that I learned that Mr. Shields died from some kind of wild animal attack. He tried driving himself to the hospital and had a wreck on the roadway, flipping his vehicle over and dying. Then she goes on to tell me good luck with selling the place and explains how there's lots of weird things that happen in the area. People are always reporting strange lights in the sky, hearing noises that sound like broken tornado sirens, and about these very large wolves. Diana, the officer, goes on to tell me that she was called out to the property one night when Mr. Shields was away on business. His wife and older sons were home alone. She said that when she arrived, they told her they thought a person was stalking the house, but whoever it was had run off. So she drove around the property in her vehicle to take a look around. And that's when she saw this huge wolf on all fours, walking a dried up creek bed that runs along the west side of the property. She said other officers had been called out as well and witnessed these same large wolves. At this point in time, I'm starting to get freaked out, and I want to change the subject. So I asked her if she wouldn't mind joining me as I did a walk around through the house. As I walked into the house, I realized that it was still furnished. I mean, this family clearly had just picked up and left in a hurry. There were still plates and dishes in the cabinets. And Diane, she looked disturbed as she walked around inside the house. At that point, I started getting the feeling there was way more to the story than I was being told. 20 or 30 minutes had passed, and then she said something real freaky. She said, "We need to be out of here by dark." And that's when I noticed this panicked look on her face. So I took her advice, and we left. The property sat on the market for 3 months before I got one phone call. And this call was from a man out of Texas. And this guy was weird. He was an oil man. Said he needed a place to prepare for the end of days. I mean, he seemed like a real smart fellow. But he thought the apocalypse was coming like next week. 2 days later, I found myself out at the property with this guy we'll call Big Tex. Now, normally, I like to show properties in the morning time. But this particular case, we were forced to do it around 4 p.m. because he came into town late. By 5:30, we had gotten through the house itself. And he still wanted to see the bunker and food storage area. And the barn that was towards the back of the property. I Tried my best to get him to agree to start again in the morning, but he had plans to get back on a plane that night. Now, this property has no utilities turned on, so when the sun went down, we were just working with the headlights from my car and handheld flashlights. But luckily the sky was clear, and the moon provided good light. So we headed into the bunker and walked around a bit and then came out. I started getting that itchy feeling like I can get this deal closed. So we were standing right in the front of my car. I had the contract in my hand, $2.5 million at 6%. I'm talking about $150,000. If I can get Big Tex to sign on a dotted line, I get that money. And just as I handed him the pen, we hear this growl. I mean, this thing was loud and deep. Tex looks at me and said, "What the fuck was that?" Now, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, Diana was serious about these wolves. They got wolves out here. Then it growls again, but this time, the sound is coming from directly behind the vehicle. Tex and I jump in the vehicle and I start to pull off. By the time I made a complete U-turn and headed back towards the front gate, Tex has damn near jumped out of the front seat of the car and into the back seat. Now, I didn't see anything at that moment, but based on his reaction, I floored it, getting up to about 55 miles an hour, headed back to the front gate. When I arrived at the gate, Tex's upper body was in the back seat and his feet and legs were still in the front seat, and he was screaming. I hopped out of the car and swung the left side of the gate open, and when I turned around, that's when I first laid my eyes on these creatures. Back about 150 yards away and moving towards us was what looked like an animal running on two legs. Its motion was fluid. It wasn't labored at all. And this thing had a spring to its step, kind of like it was bouncing. For a few seconds I watched as this thing bounced back and forth, moving in my direction. Then I hopped back in the car and drove off, damn near ripping my bumper off as I hit the gate. Once we hit the highway, I found the gas station and pulled over. And I asked Tex if he was alright. But the look on this man's face let me know two things. Number one, I wasn't getting this commission. And then he saw something so bad that it probably was going to scar him for the rest of his life. After a few seconds of silence, Tex told me that as I was turning the car, he looked out of the passenger side window, trying to see what made the noise. And this creature he describes as a giant wolf had his face pressed right up against the glass. And it moved as the vehicle turned and kept pace. He was locked eye to eye with this thing for the entire time. He said the eyes were this yellow color, with the largest black pupils he'd ever seen. And as it bared its teeth, its nose and snout wrinkled and saliva dripped from its mouth. He demanded I take him back to the hotel. I absolutely knew there was no way I was going to be able to sell this property to him now. I showed it several other times after that and made sure that I did it in the daytime, and I've never seen those creatures again. However, another realtor went out to the property at night against my advice. Kelly is a young, ambitious woman. Dare I say, she's a true bitch. A country girl who wants to be like folks from the city. RB started when she tried to backdoor me with the bank and get the listing once it expired. Now, if you guys remember, I told you about this rush that I would get from doing real estate deals. Well, this is what I was talking about. All-out warfare, combat, protecting what's yours. Even though in this case this property was infested with walking wolves, I wasn't letting Kelly take the damn thing from me. Turns out, she wasn't able to get the listing. But what she did get was approval to do an open house. For those of you who don't know what open house is, imagine a party with lavish food and great drinks, all for the single purpose of selling the house. With this move, Kelly got her foot in the door, but she was trying to jam a damn arm in as well. And in true bitch fashion, Kelly calls me to gloat about it. Did Robert from the bank inform you that we're having an open house at the property, she said. I felt my blood pressure rising as she talked, and I played it cool, responding, "Congratulations, heaven knows it's a big deal for a young upstart realtor like you." Yeah, I know how to verbally punch back. But in my head, I was thinking, fuck you, bitch, I hate you. That's when she tells me she's turning utilities back on and going to have a nighttime open house. I couldn't help but smile. Started spinning in my office chair. Really? That's going to be amazing. Please be sure to send me an invite to this. And that's how that conversation ended. A day later, I'm at the coffee shop and I bump into Diane, a police officer. And she asked me why I'm having a party at the Shields' house. I told her, Diane, I have nothing to do with it. It's another realtor. She looked pretty upset and said, they are doing it at night. Why at night? Did you tell them about what happens there at night? Honestly, at that point, I had said nothing to Kelly. I was pissed. I wanted her to fail, but Diane managed to make me feel guilty. After all, she really was a good person, and she insisted that I warn them. The open house was set for a Saturday night, and it was Monday. I called her that evening, and then I called her Tuesday morning, then I called her Tuesday night. Finally, she answered the phone on Wednesday morning, and I think she was playing games, ignoring me, because when I finally got on the phone, she had a bit of attitude. Kelly, I need you to reconsider doing this event at night. How about we move it to the daytime? And that's when this bitch completely flipped out on me. You just don't want to see me succeed. Don't worry, you'll still get your 3% commission when I do what you couldn't do, make a fucking sale on this house. I was silent for a moment. Now, I knew we had tension between the two of us, but her words were filled with venom. I mean, this woman really hated me. And for what? I didn't know. This was bigger than just competition. This was personal. So I turned around and made it personal. Listen, you little country, backwood, pencil skirt wearing whore. I'm trying to help you. The property is not safe at night. And if you don't believe me, ask Diana, the police officer. She'll tell you. As for my commission, the bank had the property on their books before I even moved here. If you were any kind of fucking saleswoman, you would have known how to find it and had it sold before I even moved into town. You are not on my level. And not even in my league. Fuck, you're not even on the same planet as me, bitch. I'm a Martian. You're a fucking cave woman, scared, trapped in a cave because you're afraid of your own shadow. Yeah, I spazzed out on her just like that. And it felt good. And then I hung up the phone. Thursday, I see Diane again and we're having coffee. I tell her, look, I did my best to warn Kelly. And I would be at the property all day. By nightfall, I was leaving. And Diane volunteered to go to the property with. She said she was off duty that day. And when Saturday came, I met her at the coffee shop and we headed to the property. When we arrived, I quickly realized that Kelly had went way overboard with this whole damn party thing. When we pulled into the gates, there were catering trucks, flower trucks, a temporary generator, an outdoor movie screen. She went all out trying to get this sale. And I must admit I was impressed. But none of that shit was going to get me to stay at this property until after dark. When we entered the house, it was just a bustling with people, setting up flowers, cleaning crews, mopping and dusting. She even baked cookies to make the house smell like home. Kelly was doing her thing. It was hard for me to admit it. But if people showed up and things went well, we both were going to make some money. I first around and found Kelly upstairs on the balcony in the master bedroom. And we locked eyes for a moment. She looked dazed and confused. Like her mind was somewhere else. That's when she looked at me and said, "You think I went too far? What if no one shows up? I just spent $12,000. She was worried about the money, and I could understand that. I had been there before. Without thinking, I can't even explain why I did it. I just blurted out, "I'll split the cost with you." Right after I said it, I realized it was a moment of weakness, and I thought to myself, what am I doing? That's when Kelly smiled and apologized for the arguments we've had over the past couple of days. And just when we were making up, Diane walks in, making this awful, awkward entrance, tripping her way into the doorway. But she went straight to it. "Kelly, I'm a local officer. Are you aware this place is dangerous at night? Why are you doing this?" That's when Kelly looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I thought you were just being a hater." From there, I went on to tell Kelly my experience, and Diane shared hers. Wasn't sure it was the fact that Kelly had invested so much money into this event, or she was just a skeptic, but she didn't listen. In 2 hours, guests would be arriving. It was kind of late to turn back now. So we moved off into the house, and Kelly disappeared among a crowd of people working and cleaning. The very first guest arrived at 4:30 and was greeted with champagne and began to walk around the property. By 5:45, there were 45 people walking around. The sun was about to set, so I headed out to my car, only to discover that I had been blocked in. And by blocked in, I don't mean like one car had me hemmed in. All the cars in front of the property had me blocked in. Diana, who was clearly smarter than me, had parked on the side of the house. So I went inside and offered to trade cards with her so I can get the hell out of there. She just laughed at me and said, "You're going to stick this out with me, buddy. Put your big boy drawers on and let's see what happens." So the sun sets, and things are actually going very well. The generator kicked in, and the property was well lit. I felt safe. In fact, I felt so safe that I started trying to help sell the property. That's when I ran into Robert, the gentleman who runs the foreclosure department at the bank. Now, for some reason, Robert was nervous. He was sweating and looking around, and he was drinking like a sailor. Robert cornered me and asked, "You think you guys gonna get this property sold today?" And during this conversation is when I discovered that the bank actually fronted the money for this event, not Kelly herself, the dirty heifer. But anyway, he seemed so nervous. I knew something was wrong. So I decided to ask him straight up, have you seen the wolves on this property? That's when his eyes got big. Wolves? No, I ain't seen no wolves. But I've been here before and I've heard the sirens and seen the lights. So I pulled him into the bathroom and I asked, what the fuck is the deal with this place, Bob? What are you not telling me? That's when Bob began to spill the beans. He said it's Navajo lands. Navajo Indian lands. The bankers owned this property for years. Our founders took it from them. In the back 10 acres were their burial grounds with mounds. All I could think was, you disrespectful mother. Talk about pissed off. I went to locate Diane. I wanted to tell her about this new piece of information, but she was nowhere to be found. That's when you started to hear the sound coming from outside. And this shit was creepy. Walking out of the front door, the sound was coming from the sky. And at first I thought I was going crazy, figuring I was the only person hearing this. But when other people came outside and started to join me on the porch looking up at the night sky, it was clear that everyone was hearing this. There were no clouds in the night sky, and looking around, there was nothing to indicate where the noise was coming from. Just as suddenly as the sound started, it stopped. A few people took that opportunity to leave, but most of them just went back inside. So I went back to searching for Diana. When I found her, she was in the master bedroom on the balcony. What's wrong? I asked. She had her back turned to me, staring at the back of the property. Just look, she said, towards the back of the property. I could see movement. They're coming in, she said. They're coming in. For me, there was no need for an explanation. I could see it with my own two eyes. It looked like animals on all fours, 5 of them to be exact. They were moving slowly, hiding behind a brush, taking cover. Stalking is what they were doing. They were stalking to get closer to the house. Now, at this point, I have to say, I ain't nobody's hero. In fact, I'm a bit of an asshole. But so judge me how you choose to, but I needed to get out of the situation. I remember Kelly had left her keys in the master bathroom on the vanity. I noticed it early while she was talking that day. So I took him and head downstairs to the front door. Bob grabbed me by the shoulder and stopped me right about 10 feet away from the door and said if I can get this place sold, he would up the commission to 12%. If not, they were going to have to donate the land. For a second, I started to punch him in his face. He knew all this shit was going on his property, and he still let me come up here anyway. And that's when shit went crazy. The power went out. From upstairs, you heard 2 gunshots, and the damn siren sounds all returned at once. I was pushed out of the front door by people trying to exit the house, and I rolled down the steps. And panic set in. People were jumping over cars, falling over each other, trampling people. When I recovered from my fall, I made a beeline for the side of the house where Kelly parked her car. Got in, cranked it up, and when the lights came on, 2 of these wolves were standing right by the power generator. I may have possibly damaged a few vehicles getting out of there, and I possibly might have bumped a person, 2 or 3 or maybe 4 on my way to the front gate. But I got out of there. Hours later, I got a call from Diana. She was worried and said she searched everywhere for me. Diana explained that it seemed as if the wolves didn't want to harm anyone. They just wanted to run everybody away from the property. They never even entered the house or went near anyone's cars, but they growled and they howled from every direction. More people got hurt running than anything, she said. Then Diane explained to me there were only 2 cars left there. Bob, the guy from the bank, and mine. And no one had seen Bob anywhere. 48 hours later, Bob was found, wandering on the back 10 acres of the property. He was severely dehydrated and delirious, according to Diane. He claimed that the wolves dragged him away to that area and wouldn't let him leave. 2 days after Bob was found, that property was donated to a nonprofit associated with the Navajo Nation. I lost out on $175,000. Truthfully, I don't give a shit. I'm just glad that it's settled. Bob offered me another listing, a ranch closer to the border. I politely told him he could kiss my ass. I'm in full retirement, and if I want to sell real estate, I'm moving back to California.
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
Yes, I see you guys are still here listening. But I noticed that you have not hit the like button. What the hell is wrong with you? Why won't you get the likes to equal the number of viewers here? Hit the like button immediately, or I will chop off your head and mount it on my wall.
Are you feeling the mysterious influence of witchcraft in your life? Is the supernatural world taking a toll on your peace of mind? Well, we've got the perfect solution for you. Tune in to Dark Waters Radio every night from midnight to 4 a.m. for powerful prayers against witches and witchcraft. Join us in the battle against the forces that seek to harm. Dark Waters Radio brings you hot prayers to ward off the effects of witchcraft and protect your life from the mystical unknown. Whether you're facing spiritual disturbances or just seeking an extra layer of protection, our prayers are here for you. Tune in on the TalkStream Live Paranormal app or download the Dark Waters Radio app for an immersive experience. Don't let the shadows linger. Arm yourself with the strength of our prayers. Dark Waters Radio, where the battle against witchcraft begins.
A Dogman encounter happened early one morning. You see, as a trucker, I spend very long hours on the road. And oftentimes, I tend to push myself a little bit further than I need to when driving. This particular day, I'd been driving and started to feel sleepy. So I stopped at Love's truck stop, just off Highway 10 and 90. I got the truck backed in and situated, then climbed to the back seat and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was about 6:45 a.m., so I headed into Love's, grabbed a shower and some breakfast, coffee, and got back on the road. I was headed to Sierra Vista. As I got on the roadway, the sun was just rising. One of the best things about being a truck driver is the views. Since I was a little kid, I've absolutely loved taking long road trips, and I was always fascinated about the terrain and how it changes across the U.S. I turned taking 90 south, heading towards Sierra Vista, traveling about 65 miles an hour. And just as I'm passing Cavern State Park, I see something leaping across the roadway on my left-hand side. As I got closer to it, this thing was standing in the median, looking at my truck. Then it takes one leap and clears the entire roadway. Now this is a 2-lane highway, 15 feet per lane at least, and about 8 feet on each side as a buffer. So this thing jumped damn near 40 to 50 feet. And when I say leaped, you should have seen the trajectory of this thing. It jumped up, and had I been closer, it would have easily cleared the hood of my rig. And what it looked like a giant black wolf is all I can tell you. Everything happened so fast, and I know this sounds crazy, but while it was in the air, I could have sworn as this thing took a quick glance at me. Freaked me completely the fuck out. I've heard people on these talk shows saying they go out looking for these creatures. Well, I'll tell you what. What I saw, no one should be looking for. The muscle mass on this thing was ridiculous. Its arms and shoulders, and I guess you would call it its thighs, were massive. And the speed at which it moved, like nothing I've ever seen. I did tap on my brakes and look through my side mirror once I passed that spot. And this thing was just walking off the roadway. It seemed like my presence didn't faze it at all. Nor did the presence of my truck. I'm not sure what it was or where it comes from, but I don't ever want to encounter that thing again. In my early 20s, I worked for a company that had a contract with the U.S. government at the border. And no, I was not a Border Patrol agent. I worked as part of a maintenance program. My job was to maintain the border fences and manage crews of workers. Now, this job was intense. Not only did you have to contend with the weather, but there was a constant flow of illegal aliens and contraband across the border. The illegals posed a minor threat. Most of the times they would hide from you or run away. But the cartel and drug smugglers were a whole nother story. They would kill you at any moment. Although the job was dangerous, our company didn't permit us to carry firearms. However, my crew and I always carried a weapon because we figured our lives were more important than any job. I remember going through the safety training class and how the instructor would joke saying that we should stay in pairs of 2s and 3s. He would say 4 eyes are always better than 2. While in class, A few rumors began to circulate about reasons why this contract had such high turnover. There were some guys that got killed by the cartel, and other guys started seeing strange things in the sky at night. I pretty much heard it all over coffee and smoke breaks. Outside of the cartel business, I believed everything else was bullshit. But there was one exception. Nowadays, you call it Dogman. They didn't call it Dogman around the office, though. They called it DX587. So when people initially talked about it, I figured it was some kind of experimental weapon or a freaking robot that they used to patrol the border. We would have tailgate meetings in the morning, and our supervisor would say stuff like, there are DX587s working in Zone 6. I want you guys to stay clear of that area and work Zone 4. They talked about it real casually, so I figured, hey, don't worry about it. Besides, most of the guys I work with had never seen it. That was until one afternoon. Two of my crew members and I were out in Zone 6 repairing the fence. Some illegals had taken a blowtorch to the fence, cutting through the 3 feet metal rods and creating a hole that you could simply drive a truck through. Until that day, I'd never seen DX587. Hell, to be honest with you, by that time, I figured it all was some bullshit. I figured the cartel had paid our supervisors to come up with this story about DX587 just to keep us out of the areas where they'd be trafficking the drugs through. I never actually imagined that DX587 actually existed, and it was a real threat. Back to what I was saying. We're in Zone 6, and I'm working a spider crane trying to replace the metal that had been damaged. Sandy and Brent, the other 2 guys with me, are trying to hold on to this rod and guide it into its foundation. That's when we see a group of people running towards us. It had to be 30 people, most of them men. They were running north towards the U.S. border. Now our viewpoint was elevated, so we had a damn good view of this. Sandy, one of the guys who had been working this area the longest, was one of those slow talkers, and he said, them people getting chased by something. I'm not sure what it is, but they running for their lives. It's time we get moving. The crowd was still a good distance away, and we decided we should start loading the truck. But that's when we started hearing screams and growling sounds. We all just stood there frozen, and it started to sink into us that this was DX587 at work. This creature actually fucking existed. Through my binoculars, I could see what looked like 2 huge dogs chasing these people. At first, I just figured they were being chased by a pack of wild dogs. Very big dogs, but yet just wild dogs. That was until I saw one of the dogs stand up on his 2 hind legs. For a second, I thought I was tripping. So I threw the binoculars to Sandy, telling him to take a look and not telling him exactly what I saw. And at first, he thought it was funny. He said, look at them dogs, having a field day with them. Then he went silent and said, what the hell? That ain't no dogs. That's when he tossed me the binoculars and started tightening the straps on the truck, and we left. When we returned to the yard, it was dark, but our manager was still there in the office. This is where the strange part really starts to happen. He apologizes to us and said, you guys should not have been in Zone 6 today. He went on to explain that he made a mistake in his morning briefing. He then said, what you saw today was DX587 that we've been trying to avoid. I'm happy you guys are safe, but I'm going to have to let you go. Now, at this point in time, I'm completely pissed off. I asked him, first of all, how did you know what we saw today? Because none of us told him what we saw. Secondly, how are you going to let me go because I saw something? I was just doing my job. That went absolutely nowhere. And yes, we were fired because of what we saw. I was given a $13,000 severance check the very next day. And when that finally calmed down, I approached my supervisor like a man and said, hey, what the fuck is all this about? And that's when he tied it all in this neat knot. He simply said we would never get any work done if people really knew what was out there. In other words, we were paid off to be silent and go away, so they can keep their government contract and have a steady flow of workers. Ain't that a bitch?
Blood-curdling, spine-chilling, heart-racing fear. You are now listening to Dark Waters Radio.
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
Your heart, keep it in your pocket for safekeeping. Don't ever let nobody be the reason you throw it out, you stop caring about it. Don't let your head get in the way, can't be defined by your mistakes. You know you try really hard, but sometimes you fall, yeah, sometimes you fall.
My whole life I've been petty. Picked up the trait as a kid. You see, growing up I was smaller and I got bullied. But I was smarter. So I would outthink the bullies. Get them to fight each other and then sit back and watch. I remember one of the kids that used to bully me had an accident on his bike. You see, he and his friends built a ramp and this fool decided to jump it. And all of the kids were standing around watching him. He made an outfit with a cape and all. And understand, my generation is long before any of the safety equipment that the modern generation had. There were no safety helmets, no knee pads, no elbow pads, none of that. So he's there on his bike about 20 yards away from the ramp and he's hesitating. Remember, this is the kid who used to bully me. So I start to cheer him on, getting the other kids to cheer him on as well. Putting gas in his tank. Now, looking at the ramp, the angle, the support, it was way too high. Definitely, absolutely, no way in hell he was safely jumping this ramp. And sure enough, this fool takes off riding full speed, hits that ramp, the bike shoots straight up in the air, flies from under his legs. He falls from 8 feet in the air, slamming, landing on the back of his head. Now he's on the ground bleeding and screaming. All of his friends take off running and leave him, and I'm the only one standing there. He's saying, help me, please help me. Remember, I told you that I was petty. So I reach out my hand pretending like I'm going to pick him up, and when he reaches for my help, I jerk away and tell him, listen, you should have thought about all this bullshit before you decided to bully me. Now, a few days later, I see him at school. His head is swollen. He's got stitches. He's angry because I didn't help him. And remember, he's bigger than me. So that day, he whooped my ass. And I didn't see it as a problem. Yeah, he was punching on me. I blocked a few of them, curled up into a ball. But at the end of the day, his head was cracked open, and all I had was a few minor bruises. Anyway, I was 18 when I had my Dogman encounter. I'm on my way home from school. Springtime. It was right before sundown, and the road I had to walk home had train tracks on the right and woods on the left. That evening, a train had stopped on the tracks loaded with these gigantic logs. I remember for the first time feeling like there was no escape as I walked down this roadway. And I don't want to confuse you, there was no reason for me to feel scared at the moment. It just dawned on me that if someone came speeding down that roadway, my only option was to run off into these deep woods or to try and climb up a train cart full of logs. Anyway, I'm walking along, right, when I suddenly get the feeling that I'm being watched. Then I hear this quick scratching sound like something climbing on top of those logs. And this werewolf literally comes flying down onto the road, looks at me as it's landing, and I'm terrified, standing there frozen in place. It squares up to me, stretching out his chest, his arms wide open. Look at me like, boy, if you don't get away from me, I'm gonna kill you. Listen to me, everything inside of me wanted to run. But I knew growing up in that area that you never ever run from a predator. And all I could think to do was to bow. So I bowed my head in submission. And it slowly walked away. Now fast forward, I get home, tell my mom what happened. She thinks I'm crazy. I try to tell my dad, but he's watching a football game. So I go to bed with no dinner, scared out of my mind. 2 days later, I'm walking down the same road. Keep in mind, this time there's no train, but I'm terrified, and I hear this truck coming up behind me. Looking over my shoulder, it's my sworn nemesis, the kid who cracked his head like an eggshell. He has this Ford pickup truck full of people, and as they pass by, they throw small rocks at me, cursing me out, calling me a wimp. He's hanging out of the driver's side laughing, calling me a loser. His girlfriend is in the passenger seat, egging him on. Now once they get past me, I grab the biggest rock I could find and chuck it at his truck. Now I threw it not thinking that I was actually going to hit someone, more as a way of making myself feel better about the situation. But I ended up hitting one of the boys riding in the bed of his truck. Now they stop, put the truck in reverse, and head back my way. So I take off into those woods, running my tail off, jumping over down trees, tripping, falling. And I can hear them running behind me, following me through the woods, screaming, "We're gonna beat your ass when we catch you." Now, understand, I was taught that the shortest distance between two spaces is a straight line. So in the woods, I started running zigzags, just random zigzag patterns, hoping that they wouldn't catch me. And it was doing one of these zags that I noticed the claw marks on the tree. These huge, long claw marks. And instantly, I stopped. Because now I'm remembering what I saw going into these woods. I have a decision to make. So I'm saying to myself, do I take this ass whooping, or do I keep running into these woods and possibly run into that creature that I saw on the road? I tell myself, no, we're not going any further. We're just going to have to take this beating. So now I've turned around and I'm making a beeline straight for their direction. My plan was to scream and just keep running past them. Well, that plan didn't work because I get tackled by the same guy that I hit with the rock in the bed of the truck. Now I'm being held down while he's screaming for the others to come over in his direction. Looking at me, he says, "Boy, you got to be stupid. You ran straight into me. What the hell is wrong with you? You know we about to beat your ass." So I try to tell him, there's something in these woods worse than you think. And I believe that we're in its house, so we need to go. But he punches me in the face, laughing at me, and calls for the others to come over. When the rest of them arrive, he says, "This limp dick bastard right here believes there's something in these woods." Now, imagine a scene. I'm laying on the ground. He's got me pinned down. They have me circled like hyenas, and they're laughing at me. Understand, I'm there pleading with them, saying, "Listen, I know we don't like each other. I know y'all gonna whoop my ass. That's fine. But whatever you do, please, let's get out of these woods and get back to the road." And no, just like a pack of rabid hyenas, they're just laughing at me. So I'm squirming on the ground, break loose, try to get away, only to be kicked in the head. Now I'm dazed, got white spots in my vision, and they think it's funny until they hear the growl. And I know for a fact they heard that growl because I heard it, and they started to curse and swear, saying, "What the F is that?" So now all of their attention turns from me into the woods. And to be clear with you, we were deep into these woods. I ran at least 400 to 450 yards before I saw those claw marks and decided to turn around and run back in that direction. And these woods themselves, if you keep going further back, they connect to this ridge line that goes up and down towards a river. On the far end, close to that ridge, is where the logging operation was going on. Now, back on my feet, I step away, getting out of the circle they had me in, and say, "Look, man, for real, let's go. We can sort all this out another day. I'm scared. Let's go." Now pause right here in the story. Was I scared? Absolutely. No doubt about it. But it was one thing I knew. One thing I knew for sure about my bully, and I knew him better than he knew himself, was the fact that he could not stand being afraid. And he couldn't stand the fact that anybody around him would think that there was something that he was afraid of. So when I said that I was scared, deep down inside, I knew that that would push him to go deeper, move further into those same woods. And exactly as I predicted, he did it. Now, him and his crew have completely turned their attention away from me, and now they're moving deeper into the woods, trying to figure out what made the growl. Stepping further away from them, I said, "Listen, I wouldn't do that if I was you." But nope, they're not listening. So now I'm putting more space between me and them. 50 yards, 60 yards. They're back over there by that tree with the claw marks on it, talking. And I'm steady backing away, when out of the corner of my eye, I see that same werewolf thing down on all fours. It's circling around them to get behind them. And I'm like, oh shit. It takes this quick glance at me, but keeps moving closer and closer to them, low to the ground, almost like it's crawling, head swaying back and forth, left to right. Now I'm angling myself 45 degrees away from everything. I want to turn and run, but it's too soon. So I slowly back away till I'm damn near 120 yards away from them. And you can barely see bodies through this thick brush and trees. Then I turn and run, hauling ass back to that roadway, pick up my school bag, and as I'm standing there catching my breath, I hear screaming. Even from that distance, as deep as they were into those woods, you can tell whatever the hell was happening wasn't good at all. So I run as fast as I can all the way home, get inside, go straight to my room. 6 hours later, the sheriff is at our front door. My parents are pissed and he's asking me questions about what happened in the woods. So I tell him the exact story. I'm walking down the roadway, they pull up, throwing rocks and cursing at me. I grab a rock, throw it at them, run into the woods. They chase me into the woods. I see these giant claw marks on the trees. They surround me, beat me up. Then something growls. I take off running, get back to the road, get my school bag. I hear them screaming like something is murdering them, and I run home. So now the sheriff is pissed, asking me why I didn't call and tell him what was going on and try and get the kid some help. And I tell him, listen, it's none of my business what happened to them, because had the shoe been on the other foot, I promise you, these kids would have done nothing to help me. Angrily, the sheriff tells me that if there's any criminal charges that he can press against me, he will, and demands that I come with him down to the station and file a report as to what happened. So my dad and I get in the car, follow him back to the police station, and that ride to the police station is a whole nother story because my father is pissed off. He tells me that I embarrassed him because the sheriff came to his door asking questions about an incident that he knew nothing about. And I try to remind him I had just tried to explain that whole situation to them a few days before when I came home scared out of my mind, and neither him nor my mother believed me. So there was no reason for me to tell him anything else because he didn't believe me the very first time. And there was no reason for me to call the sheriff and tell the sheriff that a werewolf had attacked kids in the woods because he would have thought that it was a prank call. The only logical outcome was to let it play out, and if the sheriff came, explain all of it to him then, because now he would have evidence of the situation. Keep in mind, I got my level of intelligence and logic from my mother and not my father. One of the many things that my father resented about having me as a son. Anyway, now we get to the police station, hop out, follow the sheriff inside, and when we walk into the station, guess who's sitting in the lobby? Mr. Egghead, my nemesis. And you can tell looking at him that whatever happened in those woods, oh boy, it had to be bad. Moments later, the sheriff, my father, go into the office to talk in private, and I sit down right next to him. And I say, man, are you okay? But he's gone. I mean, space cadet gone. This blank stare in his eyes. And that's when he tells me what happened. He starts by saying, you know, this is all my fault. Had I just left you alone, drove past you, none of this wouldn't have happened. We would have never been in those woods. She would never be missing. He would never be hurt. Nothing would have happened. Now get this, after I backed away from them, they were all standing there, staring at the claw marks on the trees, making fun of it, trying to figure out what it was. And he says the next thing he knew, his friend Eddie. Now pause. Eddie was the guy I hit with the rock. Eddie was the guy who tackled me and punched me in the face. That's Eddie. The next thing he knew, Eddie was flying through the air, and a giant wolf was biting his arm, trying to pull him off into the woods. He takes this long, awkward pause and says, blood, man, blood was everywhere, man. He says that's when he took his knife out, ran over, and tried to stab it. But the wolf let Eddie go and then stood up on two legs. Now, according to him, from that moment on, he just remembers bits and pieces of what happened, taking off his shirt, wrapping it around Eddie's arm, getting up only to see that everyone was gone. Now, according to him, from that point on, he just remembers bits and pieces of what happened next, taking off his shirt and wrapping it around Eddie's arm, then getting him up and trying to get him back to the road only to see that everyone else is gone and hear his girlfriend screaming in the distance, him running full speed in the direction of the screams and never finding her. Honestly, for the first time ever, I felt sorry for him because he was having a full mental breakdown, saying, had I just left you alone, man, had I just left you alone and been nice to you, none of this would ever happen. It's all my fault. All I had to do was just be nice. It was right then and there in that moment that I noticed the blood all over his shoes, all over the lower parts of his jeans. But honestly, what do you tell a person in a situation like that? A few minutes later, I'm called into the sheriff's office. He's sitting behind his desk. My dad is sitting on the other side, and I sit down next to my father, and he asks me if I want to press charges for being kicked in the head. Now, my father presumes to speak for me and says, no, Sheriff, we don't want to press charges. We want to do everything we can do to get out here and try and find this missing girl. But I interject, and I tell him, yes, I do want to press charges. Now, the sheriff is looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I repeat it, yes, I do want to press charges. They chased me down into those woods, put my life in danger. He kicked me in the head, and they all admitted it to you. I want to press charges. That's when the sheriff puts down his pen and says, son, that boy who kicked you in the head is 2 towns over in the hospital. He's probably going to lose his arm. Don't you think that losing an arm is a big enough price to pay? And I tell him no. They've been harassing me and bullying me my entire life. I'm pressing charges. That's when my father looks at me like he's disappointed, gets up, and walks out. And when it's time to leave, I go outside and realize that he's left without me. So I turn and go back inside and ask the sheriff for a ride home. He's pissed and says all his deputies are out looking for the girl. Now I have to walk back home. It's 10 p.m. and I gotta walk down that same damn road. Was I scared? Absolutely. Scared out of my freaking mind. But I walked it. And when I get home, my dad is sitting on the sofa. He's like, I figure since you're a man now and you know it all, you could find your own way home. Listen, I knew he was trying to get a rise out of me. But I also knew that being 18 years old, it was my decision to make. So I didn't respond. I just went upstairs to my room. Days went by. I mean, 5-6 days. And there was no sign of her. Listen, the school was in an uproar. There were rumors that she was raped and murdered. It was getting all the way out of hand. But by the time graduation rolled around, she was declared officially missing. And people seemed to forget about the whole situation. But I was never able to forget about it because my father stopped taking me places. I had to constantly walk down that same road to and from school every day. And I want to be clear with you, I never saw it again after that. But every now and then, I would get that feeling that I was being watched. And when I felt that way, I showed respect to this thing. I would turn to the wood lines, bow my head, and say, listen, it's just me. I'm on my way home. When I graduated, I left that town. And my mother and I still speak, but my father and I are estranged. According to him, I'm to blame for what happened to those kids. But the truth is, I was a trapped baby. My mother got pregnant before they were married, trapping him in the relationship. By her being pregnant, that forced them to get married because in those days, that's just what people did. My father resented me. To him, I symbolized nothing more than one giant mistake in his life. And then the fact that I took the intelligence traits from my mother as opposed to the athletic traits from him really made the situation worse. Now, that was my Dogman encounter, and truthfully, it was my life story. Today, I have my own family, and my son knows he's loved, and so do his siblings. As for my nemesis, he was never the same. That day in the woods changed him forever. We actually were at college together for a while. I helped him with books, and he helped me meet my wife. Then, One day, the poor guy just had a mental breakdown, took a ride on a crazy train, and never got off.
I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eyeshine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off, but since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her, saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm gonna take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're gonna test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods, when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. I have never understood the obsession people have with Dogman. As an eyewitness myself, I don't think it's entertaining in any way, shape, or form. It's downright terrifying. And when you add in the fact that if you decide to share your encounter, you will come under the scrutiny of hundreds of people, there is truly no incentive to even talk about it. When I reached out to James, my primary concern was the safety of my wife and young son. The concern was not from dealing with Dogmen, but the people, the crazy people who take this to the extreme. So let me say this. I'm sharing this with you not because I care what you think or if you believe I'm credible. And I totally agree with James that credibility in this little thing is fluid and based on opinions and not fact. However, I worked in law enforcement for 22 years, retired, and bought my dream home. The town I'm in is not rural. It's on the outskirts of a major city here in Arkansas. However, our land butts up to a river and a national forest. At the time I was purchasing it, I was thinking that it would make for good hunting, fishing, and hiking. Never did I think that I was literally buying trouble. We closed on the land and started the process of building our home, and all was well with no signs of anything strange. While the home was being built, my wife and I stayed in our 2-bedroom house, which was closer to the city but outside the danger zone for the criminals and gangs here in Arkansas. Life was fantastic for us. I felt like I was truly a blessed man. Fast forward, we move into the new house, and the first freaky thing that happens is one night I'm in the kitchen. To paint a picture for you, the wall facing outside when you are in our kitchen is all glass, with these huge sliding doors. I'm in the kitchen and I see what looks like a full-blown Indian man walking across the backside of our house dressed in tribal garments. This guy has no shirt on and a war bonnet, feathers and all. He has leather pants on, and he is barefoot, just walking in plain sight. So, I rush outside, and when I get close, he just vanished before my eyes like smoke, drifting away. That was the first strange thing that I saw, then it just got progressively worse. What was strange was that at first all the activity seemed like it was focused on me. To give you a timeline, for the first year it was just weird stuff that I personally was witnessing. For example, one night I'm out back prepping the riding mower in the shed, when I hear what sounds like men running up on the shed. You could hear them talking, and you could hear the footsteps coming in my direction. So I grab a sledgehammer and head out the front door of the shed, and there is no one around me. What made that night extra spooky was the fog that rolled in at the same time I started hearing them. It came from the woods, no wind blowing at all, just this dense fog low to the ground. And then the hair stands up all over my body and the fear kicks in, the adrenaline starts to pump. My body is sensing danger. I'm all too familiar with that sensation. It's the same feeling you get when you have a car pulled over at 2 a.m. and there are 3 passengers. The plates come back with warrants and you just know this is dangerous. You know that feeling, that sense of danger. That is what I felt in that moment. So, I decide that I'm going inside for the night. Not out of fear, but out of caution. It was a few days after hearing those men running outside and not seeing anything at all that I started to experience stuff inside the house. Again, my wife was experiencing nothing. It was just me. Looking back on it all, after talking to Dark Waters, it makes sense that I was the initial target. As he explained to me, when it comes to spiritual attacks, Mark chapter 3, verse 27 in the Bible is how they start. No man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Back then, I had no clue that this presence was in the process of trying to bind me into fear so that it could take over my house. I was just going along with life. Next, my wife and son are away at her mother's house, and I decide to watch TV and sleep on the sofa. Well, I fall asleep and I feel like I'm moving. When I open my eyes, the sofa has been moved 10 feet across the carpet. I can see the drag marks on the carpet, and now I'm starting to freak out. There is no one home with me, and the house is big, 5,700 square feet, so I'm thinking, okay, an intruder. Wait, pause. To be clear, I'm telling myself it was an intruder because if it was not, then I had a larger problem. I remember getting my shotgun and clearing my house room by room and finding nothing. No one is there. Again, when I say now that I was being targeted intentionally, I am saying this in hindsight. During that time period, I had no clue what was going on. It was just overwhelming. I felt like I was going crazy, so much so that I decided not to tell my wife about what was going on. It was better in my mind that she not see me that way. You may be asking yourself, "What do you mean?" Well, frankly, like a crazy person who was losing his mind, seeing, hearing, and experiencing invisible things. This, what I call paranormal activity, goes on for over a year. Then all of a sudden, the real stuff kicks in. Pause right here. Let me say this. When you have been under a barrage of supernatural encounters and you finally detect something physical, it's a release. I know that doesn't make any sense to you, but imagine for a moment you're in my shoes. There is nothing to actually fight. Nothing you can shoot, stab, or kill. It's just invisible forces. I had no clue when the physical activity started that things were only about to get worse, way worse. The first sighting, and to be clear, I had no clue what I was looking at in that moment, was a set of giant eyes. That morning I'd gone to the store, and on the way I dropped my wife and son off at her best friend's house for a play date. Well, I come home and I see that Indian again. This time, he is standing in the tree line looking at me. What stood out to me the most was the darkness in that area. Of course, there is shade in the trees as the leaves block out the sun. But this was different. It was more like a black void that he was standing inside of, and directly behind him was this set of eyes, just above his right shoulder in that darkness. He stood 7 feet tall, and these eyes were 10 feet in the air. All I saw were those eyes, and they were terrifying. This was the point where the eye shine started day and night, and this was the point where my wife started to take notice. She woke me up one night and said that she had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and when she looked through the glass, there were giant eyes staring at her from the woods. Stop. Pause. This was, in a sense, refreshing to finally have her see something strange and weird, but at the same time I was perplexed. What did it mean? Why all of a sudden was my wife seeing this when all along she had seen nothing? This goes on for a month, us both seeing these eyes watching us day and night, and it gets to the point where I need answers. The footsteps, the Indian, the eyes, I needed to find something out about it, or find a way to deal with it. So I head up the road and start knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. The first person is a woman, Elizabeth, she told me to call her Liz, a sweet little black lady, 82 years old. Her husband died a few years prior, and her grandson was living with her. Looking at him, he seemed like the loser type, staying with grandma, stealing money out of her purse. We sit down and talk, and she tells me that she loved the new house and would have come down to introduce herself, but she has trouble getting around. We get to talking, and she lays it on hard, and next thing I know, Liz has me outside changing light bulbs on her floodlights. I came to her house to get information, and the woman put me to work. Nonetheless, I was happy to help, and that is when I noticed something that opened the door to what I really wanted to know. Liz had floodlights on the back side of her property, but they faced both the woods and her house. When I asked her about it, she said, "You will think I'm crazy." I tell her, "No, I won't. Try me. Why do you light up the woods?" Liz, and I quote her words, says, "There is an old evil in these woods, older than men, older than this town, this city, this nation. There are old spirits and old evils in these woods. My husband Frank was able to hold them off. But since he is gone, all that keeps them back is the lights. They hate that light on them." Imagine the scene. I'm standing there looking into this woman's eyes. You know how it is to look into the eyes of an elderly person. Their eyes tell a story. In her eyes, I saw pain, fear, but also this strength. Like iron or steel, like nothing was going to scare her. When I told her I think I have seen the evil you speak of and told her about the Indian, she laughed and said, "That's one of them ghosts, them spirits. They are just lost. They ain't gonna harm you. They will try and scare you, though." Liz goes on to explain to me that I can come back anytime I need to talk, but she might ask me to do some work because her grandson doesn't help much. When I ask her about the eye shine, her whole demeanor changes and she says, "Now that is the old evil. They come around to test the hearts of men. They tested Frank, tried him good. Every day and night they would come. Every day and night my Frank would meet them head on, showed them no fear even when they showed themselves to him. He never backed down, not once." As she is talking, her grandson interrupts and starts to talk over her. saying that his grandmother Liz was old and didn't know what she was talking about. Liz, quick as a whip, the words flew off her tongue like an arrow. "Shut your lazy ass down and shut up. If you knew what your grandfather faced, you would piss your pants, boy. Go inside." He looks angry, like he wanted to do something, but turns and walks into the house. As he is walking away, she says, "You're gonna find out what your grandfather dealt with when I'm dead and gone, and you are alone in this house. They will test you too. They're gonna test your manhood and your spirit. You just wait." She then turns to me and asks, "You got a Bible?" I say, "Yes, I have one." She says, "Start praying Psalms 91 every morning. Go outside and read it aloud. That will give you some peace for a while, but these things will show themselves to you. They have the right to try and make you afraid. Do you understand?" I'm looking at her, and I know I have a look of confusion on my face because I say, "No, I don't." She says, "You always have a choice who you're gonna fear in this life, son. Are you gonna fear God or something else?" Liz says, "I'm tired of standing. Can you help me back into the house?" I take her inside and help her sit down in the reclining chair. Then she says, "Come back anytime. I'm gonna take a little nap." I leave, and on the walk back home, the conversation plays over in my mind. Her words echoed, "They're gonna test you." Little did I know that test would come later that night. Now, when you think of a test, what comes to mind? Probably a sighting, you know. They jump out of the bushes or tree line. That's what I thought Liz meant when she said they were going to test you. Well, I'm here to tell you that any preconceived notions as to what they can and will do should be thrown out the window. Understand, these things are not robots programmed to move a particular way. They don't care what we as humans think about them. They just are. This was the first lesson I learned that night. Imagine the scene. It's 10:30 p.m. My son is in bed asleep. My wife and I are in the process of snuggling, talking about her father who was struggling with prostate problems, when we hear this tink, tink, tink sound like metal tapping on glass. You know how it is when it's dark in your house at night. You sit up in bed, moving your head, tuning into the direction the sound is coming from. We realize that it's coming from downstairs, and my wife calls it. She says it sounds like someone is tapping on the glass doors downstairs. This fear comes over her, and all the color drains out of her face. As a husband, there's something about your wife being brought into fear. Those of you married understand what I'm saying. It makes your blood boil, knowing that she is afraid of something or someone, that they have put fear inside of her. This was the first night that I was actually angry about what was going on. So I get up, get the shotgun, and as I head down the steps, I resolve in my mind that no matter what I see, person, ghost, monster, I'm shooting it. Imagine the scene. I come down the stairs, turn right, all the lights are off inside the house. So looking out those glass doors, I can see clearly. The floodlights are on outside. Listen, this really messed me up. Looking out that door, it's Liz. Well, this thing looked like Elizabeth, my neighbor. However, she is old. We're talking about can't walk up a flight of steps, old. This thing, and thing is the word I will use because no human moves like this, is right up on the glass, tapping, and then it steps backward in this freaky jerking motion. What threw me off was that anatomically all human motion starts with our legs. No matter what you do, if you intend to move in a direction, your feet and legs move first. This thing's motion started with its upper body. When it backed away from the glass, it threw its arms backward. Then its legs went back, one at a time. It was almost like something that had never been human pretending to be human. Anyway, it backed away to the middle of the yard, and then, I know this sounds crazy, it starts to pull its flesh off. Stop. Pause right here again. I want to inject something here. When you find yourself in a situation like this, it's not like in a movie. There is no audience watching you. There is no background scary music. There is nothing. Just the insane stuff that is unfolding before your eyes. I told you I had decided I was shooting, and when the flesh started coming off, I opened the door and hit it with a blast of that Mossberg, and things go flying through the air and hit the ground. Oh shit, I say. That's your ass now. I fire another shot. Now it's crawling, trying to get to the tree line, and this is when it just becomes too much for me to handle. Imagine a humanoid figure that took on the appearance of an elderly black woman, crawling on its belly away from you. Its skin is peeling, so the black skin is peeling off, revealing this pale white flesh. The hair, female hair, is peeling away from the head. In that moment, it seemed like it was in fear of me. I felt empowered. It's crawling ahead of me about 25 feet when the legs bend up over the body to where the shoulders are, the hands press down and lift the body up, and now the head is looking at me. This thing smiles, the most devilish smile I have ever seen, and then scrambles off into the darkness. I'm standing there in shock at what I just experienced, and start to back away, keeping my ease on the woods, when I hear this sound. The closest thing that I have found is the howler monkey. It had the same depth but not the same range of sounds. When that noise started, it was like my body itself started to give way. I'm not sure if it was too much for me to handle or what, but my legs got weak and I turned and ran into the house. Now mind you, this entire time I had no idea my wife was behind me, looking on as all of this unfolded. It had never crossed my mind, and I saw her when I went back into the house, but I wasn't seeing her at the same time. I'm not sure I can make that make sense to you. I was in shock. Now, inside with the door closed and locked, I just stood there. I remember her talking to me, but not what she said. I remember the smell of the gunpowder from the shotgun. It was all becoming a blur, yet still clear. I remember walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and then I was out. Woke up the next morning feeling like I was in a car wreck. My wife had made coffee, and she says we need to talk about what happened last night. She goes on to talk about how much she loves me, and I'm confused. Like, for real, I'm like, I know you saw that. Listen, when my wife goes on to explain what she saw, it really, pardon my language, but we are all adults. Well, it really messed with my head. My wife went on to explain to me that what she saw outside the window was not only the old black woman, but along the wood line were these Indians dressed with feathered hats. They had spears and machetes, and as I was facing off with that thing, they were chanting, "Do you not hear that sound?" I explained to her that I heard nothing at all. She continued, saying it was almost as if they were watching the combat. They were smiling, and when that thing morphed and twisted its body and ran into the woods, they watched and celebrated as it ran. Then they all faded away. She described it like grains of sand being blown away. Listen, that was the first test, and frankly, looking back on it, that was nothing compared to what was to come. Let me talk to the men listening right now. Have you ever felt weak? I don't mean physically tired, not muscles and bones. I mean like your inner man is weak, like your soul has become weak. That's what I felt like when I went back to see Liz. I was drained to my soul. And when I knocked on her door, she opened it and said, "Come on in, son. I heard you down there shooting. Imagine it's been a rough few days." As she turned her back, letting me inside the house, seconds later, she poured me a glass of lemonade and started to cook. Then she said, "You know, when Frank had to deal with these things for days afterward, he would be tired." He described it as being tired unto death, like death had touched him in some way and started to drain his life out of him. It took me a while to realize that when he dealt with that stuff, he would stop eating, and it took even longer to understand why he lost his appetite. She paused, looked up from the skillet where she was scrambling eggs and cooking sausage at the same time, and said, "I used to think the appetite was scared right out of him. Then I noticed that every time they came, and he confronted them, he started to fast. Go without food for days. He didn't even realize it because it was his spirit man recharging for the next fight. I would make him food, and he would vomit at the smell of it until we figured out that when he was in that state, we needed to pray. 3 days, no food, he would pray, and when the time was over, he would be stronger, more vibrant than before. It was like he was in training. My husband would pace outside around the house like he was looking for a fight. Days would pass and nothing, then they would come and he would confront them outside. Strange things would happen. Tree roots would come alive, the east wind would blow, knocking him off his feet, 60 miles per hour winds, only hitting him, never the house. Then the wolves would come. They always came on the east wind. Dogs of hell is what I call them, but he would stand his ground, never back down, even as they closed in on him. Then one day, guess what? He figured out that they should be scared of him, and that turned into him believing it, and then I started to believe it as well. Well, when we figured that out, the bigger ones came. 14-foot-tall monsters, wolves, yeah, they were mad. But by then, so much had happened that my husband and I knew that God was protecting us. It didn't matter what they did. He would just go on about his business. I'm not talking about church and religion stuff. I'm talking about the power of God, Jesus walking on water power. Once my husband figured it all out, he would walk right into the woods with them and they would not do him a thing. You know how it is when old folks talk. You can tell they are reliving what they are telling you. She stopped talking and plated the food and said, "Now, I need you to eat, and I need you to bring your wife with you the next time you come. We should talk." Then Liz touched me on my shoulder, and when I tell you I have never felt anything like that. It was like an electrical shock wave hit my body. I felt like a car battery that had been just jumped after sitting in the cold. It felt like the room became brighter, the food smelled better. To this day, I cannot explain it. What I knew in that moment was that she had tapped into the power of God. I just didn't know how much she had done so, nor did I understand that Liz was going to play such an important role in the next 3 years of my life and my family's life. Over the next 30 days, things were quiet, almost as if we were given a reprieve, a break from all the craziness. During that time, my wife and son spent a lot of time with Liz, and she asked me to mentor her grandson. She told me about his life. His father, her son-in-law, was arrested for attempt murder of the man who tried to rape his mother, her daughter. This happened in Little Rock. His father gets arrested for attempted murder. Then her daughter was overcome with what she called a spirit of guilt. Her eyes watered as she explained it all. She prayed, tried to pray that spirit off of her, but her daughter wouldn't let it go. Yas, short for Yasmina, just couldn't accept the fact that she couldn't have done anything different to prevent that wicked man from trying to rape her. Then one day, she saw him out on the streets, free, and her husband in prison. So she went to the car, got a gun, and shot him in the head in broad daylight, mafia style, walked right up behind him. Then she went home to be with her son and waited. When the police came, they took her, leaving the grandson with her and Frank. Well, I started to spend time with her grandson, and you could tell he was yearning for male attention, just someone to talk to. Now he had to get over the fact that I was white and that I was an ex-cop. However, after we got past that point, he and I hit it off well. That's when he opened up one day. We were at my house in the back. He was helping me with the lawnmower when he said, "You know what? I think these things in the woods, they want you to treat them like they are the boss, you know. They all seem the same to me. They want us humans to be afraid and fall down shaking in front of them, and when we don't, it confuses them." Warren went on to tell me this story about when he was 14 years old, and he and his grandfather went into the woods looking for their dog. The dog had been barking all morning, broke the chain, and took off into the woods. His grandpa, Frank, loved that dog, so they went looking. According to Warren, they walked for miles before they found him, and when they did, he was hiding inside a downed tree trunk. He said Frank knew where the dog was because they followed the growling and commotion coming from the woods. They could hear the dog barking and the sound of the chain. When they got there, they realized these creatures had chased the dog inside the log and had been rolling the log around. He said that's when Frank got angry, commanded them to show themselves. He said the leaf litter started to move, and it was like these creatures came out of the earth itself, and two of these big brown wolves stood there less than 30 yards away. Frank told them they had no right to mess with his dog, that they were legally in violation, and then he commanded them to leave. One turned and walked away, but the other just stood there looking, staring at him like it wanted to kill him. According to Warren, this was the most intense standoff he had ever been involved in. They just looked at each other for minutes before Frank said, "Get going before I call for backup." The wolf looked up towards the sky and then turned and walked away. When I asked him what he meant by backup, Warren said he never really understood it, but his grandpa told him that there were angels that would come if he called for them. When I asked him if he ever saw one, he said no. However, he did say he witnessed what looked like flashes of lights going through the woods when Grandpa would go out at night to confront them. Warren described it as lightning that went horizontally, burning trees and all. The next day, he took me to the trees on the backside of their property and showed me the trees he talked about. This was an entire set of trees still alive with holes through the middle of them. If you looked through the first, you could see where this energy hit and went straight through each of them, looking from one hole to the next. This was one of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Over the next few days, a sense of peace began to settle in as my wife and Liz grew closer, and my wife and I had more time to ourselves since Liz would babysit our son. She said it was important that the two of us keep a strong relationship. I can't recall the exact day, but it was early August when the activity started again. This time it was different. It was explosive. Have you ever seen trees swaying in the wind? How the treetops move with the wind? Well, imagine seeing them move back and forth without any wind and without any sound. That's what started to happen in the daytime, trees swinging in the woods behind the house with no wind and no sound. It was as if the trees were dancing, but it was when the sun went down that the really weird stuff started to happen. I could feel it in the air. It felt like a storm was approaching, but there were no storm clouds and no wind. Yet the air was electric, filled with this static, and I could sense that something was coming. What made it worse was this urging to go outside and face it. You know that feeling guys get when your bladder is full, how you feel swollen. It's not so much pain, but an aching to urinate. That's the same feeling I had in my gut, an aching feeling, as if something had to come out. It started early, around 8 p.m., when I heard my name being called from outside. It sounded like a man calling me, but the tone was authoritative, like a father calling a son. Come outside. Come outside right now. When I got outside, no one was there. To be clear, there was no person there, but something was. As I'm standing there, this light starts to move in the trees. It looked like a cell phone light, just a square, rectangular light, darting back and forth as if it were searching. Then it gets to this spot and brightens up, illuminating the entire area almost like a spotlight. This was the first time I saw one of the wolves. It was crouched low to the ground, moving in my direction like a lion stalking prey. What was even weirder was that it seemed unaware of the fact that it was completely lit up. It just kept stalking and moving slowly, its eyes locked on me. It was in that moment that I knew it saw me as prey. I'm not sure why I said this, but the words just came out. I can see you. It stopped moving and looked around as if it understood what I was saying. Then it started again. I said, I can see you. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but in a few minutes, I'm going back inside to get my shotgun and I'm going to shoot you in the face. Listen, this thing stops and slowly stands up. Watching this smooth motion, I understood how they could sneak up on people. There was no sound whatsoever as it moved. Now it's standing, every bit of 8 feet tall, looking directly at me. I think it realized that I could see it. Again, it's oblivious to the bright light suspended above it, and I'm looking at this thing in its eyes. Then it growls. This was different from the sound I heard before. This growl was like a spear. I felt it hit my body. It growled, then waited, and I said, Look, I can see you. Stay right there. I'll be back. As I started to back up towards the house, it felt like I was walking in water. Every motion was heavy and laborious. I grabbed the shotgun and walked back right up to the wood line, now 15 yards away from me. It wasn't until I raised the shotgun and pointed it directly at this thing's head that it realized I could actually see it. It looked at the shotgun, then at my eyes, and a look of confusion came over its face like, this one is different, and then it turned and walked away. I want to be clear, it did not flee like it was afraid of me. It gave me its back and walked off, as if to say, I dare you to do something humane. After that night, I believe I was now fully on their radar, because we all went through this intense period of being watched. Now, this is the craziest part about the months I called the watching hours. It didn't matter where we were. By we, I mean my wife and I. If there was a patch of woods, brush, or trees, they were there. How that happens, I have no clue. But what I can tell you is this. When these things watch you, you can feel it. And they don't hide the fact that they are watching you. That was the most confusing thing about it all. Until Liz explained it to me one evening. She and Warren were at the house for dinner, and I asked her if she had ever seen the wolves watching her and Frank when they were not at home. She laughed and said, oh yes, they studied us like we were their homework. Looking for weaknesses is what they do. They studied Frank and me for over a year. Then they made their move. Yes, it was all about Frank, though. Everything was designed to scare my poor Frank. What they didn't know was all they did was piss him off even more. That led to a fire. He tried to burn them out of their home because they tried to run us out of ours. The worst part about all the watching was that it felt like they had all the time in the world, like time was on their side, and they knew it. We had stuff we needed to do, burdens of just being human, the busyness of life. But for these creatures, we were their business. I will say this, during that time period it was relatively peaceful. Not much craziness happened, at least to any of us. However, there was a period when all hell broke loose in the woods. Warren called it the rumble in the woods. I remember that day. Our families had reached the point where we had keys to each other's houses. It was 9 a.m. Saturday morning, and I heard the front door open and Warren's voice saying, hey, you guys awake? 30 minutes later, we were outside in the back by the woods, and he said, listen, they will be fighting soon. All I heard was what sounded like birds singing, but the singing was off. According to Warren, whenever you hear those sounds, the fake bird sounds, it's the Bigfoot moving through the area. He said that Frank explained to him that this is when the fighting always starts. I'm standing there confused when he says, let's go see. I'm like, see what? See if they have been fighting yet. Now pause, I want you to understand at this point, I had seen so much I was desensitized to almost anything. So we went into the woods and he explains to me that we are looking for signs where the game has stampeded and left the area. It was at this point that I learned how much of a true menace Warren actually was. Because we are walking through the woods, and this is way before I understood what the signs of Bigfoot were in the woods, like the tree structures, the twisted limbs. And Warren is just messing with stuff. He walks over to these 3 trees that were neatly arranged and says, see this? It's a Bigfoot marker to let the wolves know they are here and not to come any further. Then he gets a running start and rams into it, knocking it over. Looks at me and says, that will help get the party started. We move further and come to this trail. He stops, looks, and says, oh, they have been hunting over here already. The wolves are not going to like this. Then he walks over and shows me this blind right off the trail, an ambush spot, less than 5 feet from the trail, filled with wax myrtle plants. He picks up a handful of that and starts to walk up the trail. As we are walking, just casually talking, he says, we might want to step off this trail. Sounds like something is coming. He pulls me to the side, and we stand there. I can hear movements off in the distance, and it closes on us in seconds. And it's deer. They are hauling ass. 25 in a row, leaping and bounding. You know it's some weird stuff happening when a deer runs past you and looks at you like you're crazy, like Bambi from a cartoon, like, stupid human, don't you see us running? You might want to run. Now remember, I told you Warren is a menace. After these deer pass, he says, seems like they are all hunting. He turns around, goes back to that blind, and crawls in and comes out with these wet leaves that smelled to me like 15 gallons of urine. He just starts to toss them all over the trail. Then he looks at me with this mischievous grin and says, well, there will be no more flushing game down this trail, so they will have to switch to their ground game and hunt at night. This is the main trail in this area. Now they will all have to hunt together at night until it starts to rain. Listen, we got back to my house and Warren starts to set lawn chairs out in the backyard. My wife and I are like, yeah, what are you doing? He says, no worries, y'all go do what needs to be done. I'm just preparing for later tonight. He has gone to the shed and gotten a little table, gets bottles of water, sets up this comfortable area, then says, I'll come back later tonight. My wife is like, Warren, we are not going to be up late tonight messing around with those things. He just looks and says, I know you don't want to be up, but you kind of don't have a choice. Then he leaves the house. Fast forward to 7 p.m. We were having dinner when Warren knocks and comes in through the front door sitting down at the table. He and my wife start talking, and he's visibly excited. She asks, Warren, what is about to happen? And he replies, trust me, you don't want to go to sleep. You have to hear this. We finish dinner and he takes her outside, showing her the comfortable spot he had set up for her, complete with a lawn chair, pillow, and blanket. By this time, Warren had started treating my wife like the mother he never had, and he was very protective of her. At the same time, he would listen to what she said and follow it. It was like having an older son that didn't live in the house, so now we were all outside just talking when we start to hear those birds again. They were bird sounds, but too deep to be birds, and Warren says they are hunting. He goes on to explain the sounds, and it was like we were given a key to a secret language of the woods. When the fake birds started, all other normal sounds of the woods stopped. No crickets, nothing. Warren says, okay, it's just a matter of time before it starts because there's no way they can all hunt in the same area. He reminisces about the last time they all fought. The woods looked like a tornado hit. Then he changes the subject and starts to talk about this book he and my wife were both reading. She had introduced him to Resurrection Bay, a book about a deaf detective. My wife tried to get me to read it, but I just couldn't get into it. Like, how are you going to solve a crime when you can't hear? It was just too much for me. Picture the scene. The two of them are geeking out about the book, and I'm getting up because now my wife, who wanted to go to bed, asks for a glass of wine. I'm thinking, well, I'll be damned. The two nerds are having a book club meeting. When I get to the back door, it starts. This yell, man, it sounds like a blowhorn going off. Warren says that's a sentinel telling the rest he spotted something dangerous. Then you hear this whooping from all over the place, and he's giving us a play-by-play. They're sounding off now, letting each other know where they are. Then it goes quiet, dead silent, for like 5 minutes. I go inside, get the wine, come back out, and sit down. Now my wife is all into it, asking, why is it quiet? Warren explains it's kind of a standoff. They're giving each other a chance to leave. There have been times this happened and then nothing else. Other times, all hell breaks loose. It was like nature, all of nature, was waiting for a response, and when it came, it sounded like a T-Rex dinosaur responded from way off in the distance. Then it was on. Growling, whooping, trees breaking off in the distance. Then we started to hear stuff near us moving, coming down the ridge to the west of us, and Warren said, now the big boys are coming. Cover your ears. Listen, there is this growl that converts to a scream, then to a roar, all in the same breath. And for the next 4 days, when the sun went down, it sounded like a war was happening. The beginning of the testing of the next generation was both amazing and terrifying. When we learned that Jewel was pregnant, I started praying for her and the baby, and those prayers were needed. The first thing we did was make sure the two of them got married. I called over Norman and had a conversation. He was excited, but felt the same way, that the two of them needed to be married before the eyes of God. So we spoke to Warren, and he was in full agreement. And he and Jewel wanted to, so we called one of the local pastors. Warren got a ring and they got married, and Jewel moved into the house. Then the crazy stuff started with Jewel. At first it was dreams that she was going to have a miscarriage. She would wake up in the middle of the night afraid, and this was in the first trimester. These attacks only escalated as the pregnancy progressed, this fear, intense fear and anxiety raging in her. I remember Warren and my wife talking, and he told her that she would spend more time with Jewel. The two of them started talking and hanging out, praying over the baby. This helped, but then something in the woods decided to visit. This was the first time I had ever seen or heard of something like this. Stop, and I want you to know something. These spirits work in teams of two. The spirit of fear opens the door to confusion. I believe that it was this fear that she was constantly being bombarded with that started all of this confusion that happened next. The day this thing came out of the woods, we were all having lunch together, Jewel and her father, me, my wife, my son, and Warren. The days had been going well, then all of a sudden it was like confusion came flying in. Jewel was in the kitchen, and her father was joking with her, and she got offended, saying, "I can never do anything right for you." She got offended, and then he got offended. The two of them started to argue out of the blue, and next thing I knew, Warren was jumping into the mix. I was standing there confused because he was just joking, and then it hits me. This is an attack. So I just start to pray out loud. Lord, I rebuke the spirit of confusion from this household, bind it, and cast it to the dry places according to your word. This I decree and declare in the name of Jesus Christ. It was like they were all broken from a spell because it stops. There is this silence, then it was awkward. This silence was there for a few minutes, and then my son broke it by saying, "I'm hungry. Can I have some chips?" Later that evening, just as the sun was going down, is when this thing came out of the woods. We were all sitting around watching TV. We hear this screaming. I mean, it sounds like a woman screaming, and you could feel it. The presence coming from the woods. We get up and go to the back door and go outside, and it sounds like a woman is being murdered. When we looked, it was a woman who looked exactly like Jewel, except she was off. She was pregnant, but her belly was dragging across the ground like she had multiple babies inside her belly. We are standing there looking like, "What the F is this?" And Jewel starts to freak out and hyperventilate and starts to black out. Warren catches her and takes her back inside the house, and her father and I stay outside. I wanted to get the shotgun and kill it, but something told me not to. It was not my place, so I looked over at their father and told him, "You need to rebuke this. It's a physical manifestation of the miscarriage of your grandchild." It was in that moment that Norman starts to walk towards this thing, and you can see that it was surprised. It was almost like it got a memo that it was time for it to show up, and it was late and didn't realize that the environment was not right for its appearance. Because as Norman walks forward, it slows down and starts to look around, like it's not just seeing him, but he is seeing something walking with him. Then Norman says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You will not have my grandchild, and I cast you away to a dry place on another continent. And I bind you from entering any human body or animal body to return. I assign 2 warring angels to chase you and fight you, and I blot out your evil prophecy against my family." I'm not sure if you have ever seen a portal open, but they look like flashes of light. There is a flash of light, and then it closes. It was a crazy encounter, and over the next 6 months, she didn't have anything strange happen. In fact, when the baby came, they named him after his grandfather. That baby was anointed and consecrated to the Lord the minute the blood was wiped from his body, and as soon as he was put in his mother's arms. Things calmed down for a few months, and all was good. Then Gordon was back on deck for trouble. He calls me one night and says that the wolves are on his property again and that he needed help. I'm still not sure why, but they love to mess with Gordon. This time they were just showing themselves to him in the day and night, trying to bring him into fear. Based on the sound of his voice, it was starting to work. When I got there, I asked how long it had been going on, and he told me it was going on 2 weeks, and they have been getting closer and closer. Mind you, it's nighttime. And he and I went outside, with the understanding of what my son disclosed to me, that these things were hearing from wicked spirits. So I tell Gordon, listen, tell them not to listen. He says, to what? I said, this is your property. You have to tell them not to listen to those spirits and bind those evil spirits from traveling onto your property with them. So he says, I bind you wicked spirits from entering this property. Then this is when it got crazy. This was the first and only time I saw these things behave that way. They came out of the woods into the open and showed themselves. It was 12 of them. They stood there where we could see them, and then they turned and walked away. They didn't hide themselves in any way whatsoever. I personally have come to believe that we were going through the process of taking dominion of these woods from the spirits that had been running amok for years, decades, and probably centuries. That is what I felt was happening. I will give you an example of why. A few days later, we are at home, and my son says that a servant wants to show us something in the woods. So we go into the woods, and he is just walking along, and you can hear this grunting and huffing. He looks and says hello, and keeps walking. Then I realize we are being shadowed as we are walking through the woods. He looks at me and says, that is their parents. They are just walking with us, Dad. We keep walking, and they do, and then it stops, and my son says, okay. The servant is saying that we are getting close, and we turn right and start to go up this hill, and remember those ruins I told you about. Well, there are these stones that are there, and I know that this is the place from that vision. My son's servant is telling me this is where it all started and that you need to know it. Then my son walks off and says he sees one of the little wolves and starts talking to the bushes and asks where its parents are. Then I see the bushes move and this giant wolf head comes out, and I'm like, son, move away from that thing. I start to head in that direction, and he reaches out his hand and it licks his. I'm flabbergasted by what I'm seeing. Then it pulls its head back into the bushes, and then my son says, okay, that is all the servant wanted you to see. Let's go home. So we head back home. That was the start of the wolves visiting my property, just looking. Nothing aggressive or crazy. They were just there.
Vibrate before Yahweh Elohim. There is a courtesy that they understand. One of such courtesies is a courtesy of reverence. Another courtesy of standing before a spirit that is holy is the courtesy of honor. Another courtesy is a courtesy of expectation. If your heart is not full of expectation, you will walk past where creatures of glory are walking through, and you will not connect with the energies of Zion. We are ascending the mountains of God. Those are not songs. They are chants of war. They are summons into heights of glory. They are not songs, brothers and sisters. Only men that make it to the top of the mountain will command the armies of God. They are certain that we not make it to the top. Life will not make so much meaning on ground. Hi, hi, hey, hey, ah, ah, hey, hey, ah. So you reign, you ancient Zion's king. Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty on your throne. You reign, you reign, you reign. You reign, you ancient Zion's king. Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty on your throne. You reign, you reign, you reign. You reign, you ancient Zion's king. Kadosh, Kadosh, you are mighty on your throne. You reign, you reign, you reign.
entered into a time where things seemed to level out around the area. I mean, there was a presence of wolves and Bigfoot, yes. However, it was as if they had peace. I came to believe and understand that this was due to us partnering with God to subdue the territory. Then things started to change again when someone bought the property across the road from me and began to clear the land. I remember it like yesterday. These crews came out with construction equipment, bulldozers, to clear the land, and they started working fast. In days, they had cleared the land, and then they started leveling it. The foreman on the job, Eric, came over and knocked on the door, and he was a gentleman. He said, "Sir, I know over the next few months there will be a lot of traffic in this area, and I want you to know that if for any reason there is damage done to your property, we are fully insured. We plan to put a modular house here, and eventually we will be bringing out a crane to set it on its foundation. I will coordinate with you when that day comes. I just wanted to introduce myself." I was impressed by him, and he went on to tell me that he had plans to develop in this area 5 more houses. In that moment, I thought to tell him that was a bad idea, but I didn't want to sound crazy. However, I did tell him, "Listen, Eric, I would not sink too much money into this land all at once. Take it slow and let things come to you. These are tough lands, and I hate to see you have problems." This look came across his face, and I think he took it more as a threat than a warning. However, I'm not sure how you warn someone about monsters and demons. You know, that is a conversation that has to start after they come to understand what is in these woods. It didn't take long for things to escalate, not long at all. About 2 weeks in, they left their equipment out there, and in the middle of the night, it sounded like a freaking car accident was happening. I looked out the front window and you could see one of those bulldozers rolling like a freaking tumbleweed across that cleared land. And what made it worse was the trailer that they used to bring it to the construction site. The wheels were laying in the middle of the road, and I knew in that moment that this construction was going to be a major problem. The following morning at 8 a.m., there was a knock at the door. It was not Eric, it was one of his guys, and he was pissed. I understood, and he was asking what happened, and I told him I did not know. He accused me of doing something, and in that moment, I didn't know what to say. "How do you explain what happened?" I just told him, "I'm sorry, but I had nothing to do with it." An hour later, Eric knocks on the door, and he is more diplomatic about it. He says, "Sir, do you have any clue who was here and did this?" I say, "Eric, it was not a person that did that. Who do you know that can do something like that? Rip the wheels off the trailer." The look on his face was strange as he grappled with what was being said. He looked at me with this blank look and said, "I don't understand?" I tell him, "I know you don't." I tell Eric, "I know you don't understand, but just don't leave equipment here overnight. It's not a good idea." He is just standing there trying to comprehend what I'm saying, and then he turns and walks away without a word. That entire day was spent salvaging the trailer and getting the bulldozer flipped over. The next day I wake up and see trees and logs on the cleared lot, roots and all. So I walk out there and look, and I want to be clear with you. These trees and logs are not from the immediate area. They are thrown all around, some of them driven into the ground. Imagine seeing a 15-foot log driven into the ground like a pile driver was used. I'm standing there in amazement when Eric pulls up, gets out of the truck, and says, "What the freak is going on?" Listen, I have seen something since I lived here, but this was crazy. There are 3 of these that made a triangle. Now Eric is mad, I mean pissed, but I don't know what to tell him. He just stands there and looks silently. So I go back to the house, and they spend that day removing all the logs from the plot of land. That evening, he knocks on the door and asks if we can talk. I say sure, and he comes inside and starts to ask questions. I'm doing my best to work him into understanding the bad decision he made to buy the property when my son comes into the room. He is listening, and you know how kids are. He says, "The things in the woods are not going to let you build on that land. They don't know you." Then he walks off. The look on Eric's face is even more crazy than before. He says, "What is he talking about?" And I start to tell him our story, the same story you have heard. I get about 10 minutes in, and he looks at me like I'm crazy and says this makes no sense. He excuses himself and leaves, and then makes a huge mistake. 2 days later, he comes out with a witch. He knocks on the door and tells me that he has a solution to the problem, and when I looked at her, immediately I knew she was a witch. As he is talking, I tell him, "Listen, don't give that witch dominion over your land. You have dominion, don't hand it over." She looks at me with this look of anger, and I tell her, "You know exactly what I'm talking about." She says, "That is his choice." I warn him again. I say, "Eric, you don't know me or anything about this place, neither does she." As I'm talking, she starts to back away, looking like she is scared, and she keeps going back and back until she is in the road. I say, "Eric, you are making a mistake. I can explain to you what needs to be done, but this is a mistake." He does not listen, so I close the door and watch through the window as they cross the street, and she sprinkles some stuff all around the property. 3 days pass, and there is nothing. They are not digging a foundation and preparing to lay the slab. You know how you lay the wood frame, and rebar for the foundation, right? They do all of that, and that night it rains. At 4 a.m., it sounds like World War VII outside. It wakes my entire house up, and we look outside. But it's dark over there, but it sounds like stuff hitting the trees. This goes on for about 30 minutes, and when the sun comes up, the rebar has been ripped out and is up in the tops of trees, and there are logs driven into the ground right where the foundation was. I already know this dude is going to freak out. When he gets there, I tell my wife if he knocks not to answer the door. Sure enough, he knocks, and we ignore it. He had made his decision, and it was his choice. Later that day, the witch shows up again, and the window is open, and I hear them talking, and she tells Eric that I'm a sorcerer. "Stop right here and let me explain something to you, those who are children of darkness. Lying is a part of their religion. They lie boldly even when lying makes no sense." I'm listening, and I walk outside and call for Eric, and I say, "Eric, I want you to listen to me. I heard what this woman has told you, and it is a lie. I warned you, but let me ask you a question. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you go to church?" He says yes. I ask him, "Then why did you turn to a witch instead of God?" And he looks at me like I'm crazy. He had no answer. Then I turn to her and say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." She looks at me and turns and walks away. Over the next month, Eric and this woman came back and forth, and every time she came, it got worse. I would just ignore Eric and his issues, and when I prayed, God said he will come when he figures out what is going on. Well, I don't know if it was his idea or her idea, but Eric decided to park his truck in the middle of the lot and stay there overnight. I remember coming home and seeing him sitting there as the sun went down and thinking, "Dude, you are in for a rude awakening." Sure enough, it happened, but this time it started early, 9 p.m. I'm just getting out of the shower, and I hear what sounds like another car accident. I didn't even get a chance to get to the bedroom before he was beating on the front door, and when I opened it, I knew Eric now understood what was going on. He tries to barge his way into my house, and I stop him, putting my foot behind the door. "Stop right here and let me teach you something. Anyone who has come into agreement with a witch, you should never come into agreement with them if you are Christian. You open yourself to their consequences, and you darn sure don't let them in your house." So I go outside. He is in full panic, and when I look over, his Ford truck is flipped over on its side. Taking a closer look at him, he is bleeding from the back of his head. Again, he insists that I let him in, and I say no, I will take him to the hospital, but he isn't coming into my house. So we get in my truck, and I ride him over to the hospital, and he is in a daze. I get him to the emergency room and leave him. His truck sits there for 2 days before he returns and has it flipped back over. Then he comes to talk and tell me what he saw. He said he was sitting in the truck and he thought he saw something move in the trees. So he turned on the headlight, and when the tree line lit up, it was nothing but golden Aishin in the woods. Then he says, "You know how you see something moving out of the corner of your eyes?" I say yes. He says, "That's how fast it happened." There was motion out of the corner of his eyes, and the next thing he knew, his truck was flipped on its side and being pushed sideways and down into the earth. Then he asks the million-dollar question, "What is going on out here, and what do I do?"
Over the next few days, I explained to Eric what he has gotten himself into, and at first I thought he understood. But you know what they say? A hard head makes a soft behind. Because he comes back out with the witch again. Now, mind you, it has been over 2 months, and all he has successfully done is clear the land. Everything else is sabotaged. When I see the two of them, I go inside and watch TV. I never thought that what happened next could happen. It was crazy. So, you will understand, about a mile up the road is where the creek crosses over. It runs behind Gordon's house. There is a little bridge over the road, so that means the creek is a mile away from this man's land. Well, I wake up and the whole thing is flooded underwater, and I'm like, this is new. I got to go see this. So, I head to the bridge where the creek is and listen. The water that was flowing through the creek, if you stand on the bridge and look to the left, it flows for about 45 yards and then it drops into this hole in the ground and dries up. Somehow, these things had diverted the water underground and to Eric's property, and I'm standing there like, okay, this is wild. When I'm walking in the woods next to the creek, it's dry, so I go back to try and find where the water is coming from on his land, and I can't get back in there. I knew this was going to be it for Eric. This was too much for me, but again, hard heads make sorry behinds. Now, you would think that after me explaining to Eric what was going on and him seeing for himself, he would reconsider. Take a moment to reflect on what has happened and come up with a new plan. However, pride kicked in, and man, when I tell you that he decided he was going to go to war with the creatures in the woods, he did. Eric bought even more land, mind you. He has not been able to build a house yet, but he sinks more money into the project. This was done at the advice of the witch he was seeking wise counsel from, and what I will say is this. That was the worst decision that this man probably has ever made in his life. It was at this point, when 6 bulldozers came in, that I knew Eric didn't stand a chance. We are all at my house having dinner, Gordon and I are talking, and he is asking me why I didn't explain things to Eric, and I tell him I did, gave it that good old Boy Scouts try, and he wouldn't listen. That is when Gordon shares with me what has been going on at his house, that it has been silent, quiet as a Baptist church on Saturday morning. He says, when the woods go quiet like that, it is not a good sign. We all knew he was right, but what could we do? This point right here is where I first encountered the dream walker, that witch, walking into my dreams and interrogating me. Stop right here for a moment, and let me teach you something that I learned the hard way. The dream realm is real, very real, as I have told you before, but I didn't know that a person could come into your dreams. One night I'm asleep, and I'm having this dream that my family and I are sitting at the dinner table talking. But there is this other person there in the conversation. It's a female, and I can't see her face, but she is asking all these questions. One I remember clearly was, have you seen an altar in the woods? I remember answering the question in the dream and waking up at 4 a.m. feeling like I was violated, then going right back to sleep and into the same dream, where I was being asked questions, and then I said, I'm not telling you anything else, and the person gets up and walks out of the house. This goes on for about 3 more nights until I talk to Warren, and he says his dreams have been crazy, people asking him questions, people he does not know. Then it is confirmed by Gordon that he is experiencing the same thing. We are all sitting around talking one day when Warren excuses himself and says he will be right back. He's gone for 30 minutes and comes back with Frank's diary and starts to read about the dream realm. And he said, I knew I had heard of this before. Grandpa used to have people come in his dreams once in a while. Some would share information with him. Others would try and get information. That is when I learned the true meaning of the wheat and the tares in the Bible. Matthew 13:24-30. Another parable he put forth to them, saying, "The kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. But when the grain had sprouted and produced a crop, then the tares also appeared. So the servants of the owner came and said to him, 'Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then does it have tares?' He said to them, 'An enemy has done this.' The servants said to him, 'Do you want us then to go and gather them up?' But he said, 'No, lest while you gather up the tares, you also uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, First gather together the tares and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn.'" Frank had meticulous notes on this scripture that explained that we are God's field, our body, spirit, and soul, that God is always planting in his field. However, there are those who come along at night and plant alongside what the Lord had planted in our life. He goes on to explain that when Adam was with God, the dream realm is where he communicated with him what he could not during the daytime. But when Adam fell, all of creation fell with him, opening the entire creation to the influences of darkness, including the dreams of man. Frank furthermore explained that sleep is only for men. Angels don't sleep, spirits don't sleep. They rest, and that God never sleeps or slumbers. That sleep is only for the world of men, including animals. Frank laid out how he stopped people from dream walking, and it was all in that scripture, a true understanding of what was being said. It was angels coming to the Lord, informing him that tares were planted, and that the Lord gave specific instruction to tear up the tares, bind them, and burn them. That the tares were demonic programs sown into our body, soul, and spirit, waiting on a day to manifest in our lives. Also, that the enemy could be a person, a spirit, or a fallen angel. So we must ask the Lord to reap the harvest early and separate the wheat from the tares and burn the tares and arrest the enemy. We are all there looking at each other after he reads this and are like, wow, that is wild. However, we prayed right then and there in that moment. And when I tell you that it was like electricity flowing in our bones, it was crazy. That night, I went to sleep, and it was the most peaceful dreams I had ever had. The next day, Eric is back, and they are clearing more land, something that we all knew would stir up everything in the woods. That is exactly what happened. He decided to hire a security crew to guard the property at night. That only lasted for 2 nights. The first night, it sounded like a zoo outside, all the noise coming from that side of the road where his property was. But the second night is when the gunfire started, small arms, but they started shooting. My family and I spent time on the floor trying not to get shot. That shooting lasted about 15 minutes. Then you can hear the trucks starting up and peeling out down the road. The next morning, Eric is back, and at this point, he is not speaking to me anymore. He just gives these evil glances like I'm the reason he has problems. However, at this point, it was his problem, not mine. They continue to clear the land, and it just gets worse. Over the next few days, an entire bulldozer disappears. Now, you explain to me how an entire bulldozer goes missing. The thing was dragged off into the woods. That was the most amazing thing I have ever seen. This goes on back and forth, him taking land and them destroying his equipment. One day he tells me that he has lost over $500,000 in equipment. I simply say, Eric, you need to leave it alone. It will only get worse. He looks at me, and again that pride kicks in and says, I have never started a job and didn't make money. I will not lose to some monster in the woods. Eric was serious because the next day there was a crew of hunters that came out. 6 men went out into those woods with rifles, and I knew that we would not hear from those men again. Imagine for days those men's trucks were parked right out on the road and never came back. I'm not sure where they were from, but after 4 days, their trucks were loaded on the back of 2 trucks and taken away. Never heard or seen from them since then. The next time I saw Eric, he looked down and dejected. He tells me he is having problems with the bank. From there, it only went downhill for Eric. Part of me felt sorry for him, but at the same time, it was his decision to make. Years later, that land still sits untouched, undeveloped. The last I heard about Eric, he went bankrupt. I never really ventured into the woods across the road from my house. Hell, I had my hands full with everything that was going on behind me. Then, after years, Warren and I decided to take a walk in those woods. The two of us are just walking along, talking about how crazy things had been, the death of Liz, the birth of little Frank, all the stuff that happened. In that moment, I realized that Warren had become a man. Although he was left with a good amount of money, he was managing it and his family well. I was proud of him. We walked for about 35 minutes before we started to hear what sounded like metal clacking together, but the sound was coming from above our heads. We looked at each other and turned around to start to leave. We were on our way back, and this noise was just constant, and it was forcing us to look up and around, and I noticed that the wind was blowing in the trees, but it was weird. We didn't feel any wind on the ground. We kept walking, and it was like we left the sound behind, but you could still hear it. Warren says he wants to go back and see what it was, because it doesn't make sense to him. I vote against it, and we go home. Well, the next day, about 12 noon, Warren shows up and tells me, "You've got to see this," and tells me to follow him back into those woods. Now there is no noise at all. Then when we get in that area, the noise starts again. He says, "Look up at the tree." When I look up, it's two pieces of metal hung on a rope, and this rope is going from tree branch to tree branch, and you can see that it's being tugged. This is when I learned that there were little people in these woods, because we follow that rope, and the next thing I know, 2 hours have passed, and we did not walk for 2 hours. Hell, we did walk for over 300 yards, but it took 2 hours, and I was tired. When I realized what was happening, we turned around, and that is when I saw one of them. Listen, have you ever seen something and did a double take? I mean, look at it twice. That is what I did. Right next to a tree was this little greenish being, and it was just looking at us and smiling, showing its yellow and black teeth. I tap Warren and tell him to look, and he is like, "What the hell is that?" Then it vanished right before our eyes. Now, what was crazy is that everything else in these woods brought on fear. This thing just brought on confusion. I mean, like stumbling words, trouble thinking confusion. Over the next few days, I just felt off. My words were not clear, my thoughts were not clear. It was pure insanity. And when I talked to Warren, he was dealing with the same thing. What we all encountered next was so different that it took a while for us to even figure it out. What I'm talking about are the tricks that started to happen around the property. I now know why they call little people tricksters. The first thing that starts to happen to me is stuff just goes missing. We aren't talking about little stuff. My entire shotgun is gone from under the bed. I ask my wife and son. No one has seen it. Then keys that I always hang right next to the door, missing, gone. I find them later inside the microwave. Then my son comes to me one day and says that a servant has told him we have little people around the house, that they are spirits that love to mess with stuff. That same day, a lamp goes missing and we find it outside in the shed. Now, while this was going on at my house, the stuff happening to Warren and Jewel was a bit more scary. Jewel was complaining about diapers going missing and random stuff that she needed for little Frank, just disappearing. Then it escalated to one night she wakes up to check on little Frank, who was in the room with them, and finds the cover over his head and him struggling. She had a bad feeling like something was in the room, so she sat on the edge of the bed and watched in the dark, and something from under the bed grabbed her ankle and pulled. That woke Warren up, and while he was looking under the bed, something pulled little Frank from one end of his crib to the other, and after that they started praying. It stopped, but in their house, these little people were targeting little Frank so much that they would not leave him in the room alone. This went on for a few days before Jewel showed up and asked if she could stay with us, signaling that it was a major problem. So Gordon and I go up to Warren's place and talk to him, and Gordon lays out all he knows about the little people. He asks when we encountered them. Did we bring anything back from their area? And I said no. Gordon goes on to explain, by anything he means a blade of grass, soil on the bottom of our shoes, anything at all. That is the day Gordon talked about territorial spirits, and that is what little people were. That when you enter their territory, it's their domain. If you bring anything back, you have agreed to them retrieving it from your territory. In other words, you have opened a door. Gordon tells us this story about when he was in his early 20s, he met a native girl, started dating her, and the girl's dad didn't like it at all. You know how things were back then. Racially, it was a no-no. Well, the girl had 4 brothers. One of them was a little more or less traditional than the others, and when they went on a date, that brother and his girlfriend joined them. They went to this burger joint and had a great time. Well, when he takes everyone home, one of the other brothers comes out and talks for a while and then hands him this quarter, tells him it's a token of appreciation for taking care of his sister and making sure nothing bad happened to her. Gordon said in that moment, both his girlfriend and the other brother who was hanging out with them looked strange, and as he went to the car, his girlfriend asked him to give the quarter to her as a gift. He told her no, he appreciated it and kept the quarter. Well, Gordon leaves, heads to the gas station, pulls up to the pump, gets out of the car, leaving the keys in the ignition, and walks inside to pay, and when he comes back out, his keys are gone. The car is there, keys are gone, all of them. He checks his pockets, checks the floor, checks everywhere, but nope, nowhere. That started a series of events that affected his entire family. His father, his mother. Stuff that just didn't make sense until one day it affected his girlfriend. She wanted to go out to dinner, so she came over to the house early that day, brought her purse, put it on the sofa. Her father had given her money that morning, but it was the money for all the bills in the house. I was supposed to take her to the bank at 2 p.m. We got to my house at 1:33 p.m. Well, she put her purse on our table. It's just me and her in the house. We go into the kitchen to get a glass of water, and I go to the bathroom to pee. The plan was to get right back in the car and go to the bank. As I'm relieving myself, I hear her fussing and screaming, saying, "Give me my purse back." When I come out of the bathroom, she is talking to the room, looking around. Her purse is gone. That is when she loses it and tells me what her brother did, saying the only way to get that purse back is to destroy the quarter that her brother gave me. Stop, pause, listen. My mind didn't interpret the words. All I heard was that this entire time stuff has been going wrong. She knew why and didn't tell me, and I was pissed and I let her have it. She starts to cry and begs me to find the quarter or else her father would be mad. It was all the money they had. Well, the problem was I had a lot of quarters. Hell, I had a mason jar full of spare change, and I knew for a fact that I put that quarter in that jar. So now we are taking every coin from that jar and drilling holes in them, trying to destroy them. This goes on for an hour. Then all of a sudden she says, "I think we got it." We go back inside and look, and her purse is right there on the table. After that, we had a long conversation about what had just happened. She explained to me that her brother did it. That is why she tried to take it, because she knew what he was doing. She tried to help, in her own words. However, that was it for the two of us. That is when Warren realized that he did take something from the woods. He had taken a small piece of metal from the woods. He goes home, takes it, and throws it back across the road into the woods. Then Gordon questions me about whether I had taken anything from the woods, and I told him I had taken nothing. He suggests that I throw away the shoes that I wore into the woods, and I say, "Damn, I'm not throwing a good pair of shoes away." And I decided to just pray and cast them out. Never had another problem. The following day, I wake up to a bunch of fancy cars on the road, and Eric is back. Now, let me say this. To me, that was the dumbest man I had ever met. Turns out he has a group of investors that he is trying to pawn this land off on. As I come outside to look, I see Eric walks up and whispers to me, "Listen, don't screw this up for me." I tell him that it's a bad idea, but he does the deal anyway. And the next thing you know, there are signs on the property, "New homes coming soon." Well, sure enough, in a few weeks they had a foundation and were framing the house and things were going fast. Next thing I know, they got an entire house buttoned up, and I'm frankly surprised based on everything that had happened. Well, they have that home as a model home, and I go over and meet the investors myself. Turns out, one of the investors is a man named Pastor Hines. Well, we get to talking, and I congratulate him on the house, and he says that the land was bad, but he dedicated it to the Lord and took dominion over that land. I tell him, "Sir, you have no clue how bad it is here." He goes on to explain to me that the Holy Spirit told him, also gave him the design for the house itself. He walks me through and shows me this small room, and he explains that every house he builds has a prayer closet. That was why his business was successful. Every house that he builds is dedicated to the Lord, whether the buyer is Christian or heathen, it doesn't matter. The Lord has a place in every house. Well, as construction went on, Pastor Hines and I got closer, and when I tell you this man knew things that he should not have known, it was crazy. One day he comes to the house, knocks on the door, and says, "I know now why the Lord had me buy this land. I saw it in a dream. You people have been subduing this darkness on your own. Can I come in?" He comes into the house, and my son comes running out of his room, and he says, "Hello." Pastor Hines is looking around and says, "This house is amazing." But he was not talking about in the natural realm. He says, "Yes, it's nice, but if you could see your house in the spirit realm, you would really be amazed." He starts to describe these things he sees. He says, "You have flaming swords that swing in circles on your ceiling and all the windows." In that moment, it was like he was hallucinating. He just starts walking around my house and goes out the back door and stands there looking and says, "Holy cow, there is a hedge that goes all the way into the woods. This is amazing." He asks if I have an altar. I tell him I have a place where I pray. He says, "Great, I will be back with a gift for you." We talk for a little while and then he leaves. A few days pass and he comes back and brings me this anointing oil and asks for my permission to anoint the house and pray. I let him. And when I tell you that it was like my house got brighter, the lights seemed brighter in the house. Well, Pastor Hines took a liking to my son, and we ended up going to his church, all of us. They built out all their houses, and then it was crazy because the house just sat there. It seemed like nobody wanted to buy it. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches, The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on? That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trashed, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this. So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand. I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on. And that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that. And the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then when I looked down that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch. And inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up, and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny. It was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me, and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen anything like that in my life, it was crazy. However, that was how I got to know my neighbors. Weeks went by and there was absolutely zero activity at the newly built houses. Now a person seemed interested. One Sunday after church, I was talking with Pastor Hines, and he said, "Do you mind if I come over this evening? We need to talk." I agreed and headed home. My wife and I got the place together for Pastor Hines' arrival. We were expecting him at 5 p.m., and when 5 p.m. rolled around, there was nothing. By 5:30, still nothing. By 6 p.m., we figured he was not coming at all. Something must have happened, so we went on about our business. At 6:30, there was a knock at our back door. Looking out, it was Pastor Hines. We opened the door, and he smiled and apologized for being late, but told us that the Lord took him into the woods on a little tour. He came inside, sat down, and started talking about church at first, a few of the things going on. Then he started to talk about the houses and said, "Listen, I believe that Eric, the guy who sold me the land, was a Satanist." Pastor Hines went on to explain that Satanists love to pose as Christians. However, they are wicked. He said, "I'm trying to figure out what they have done to this land. So, I wanted to ask you some questions to help." Immediately, I told him about the witch and what Eric was doing, and, get this, it turns out that Eric was working with them and the church on projects for years. They had no clue that the guy they were buying land from, a consultant who was consorting with witches. The look on Pastor Hines' face was a mixture of surprise and anger. Then he said, "Tell me exactly what happened." So I went through all the events with him, everything that happened. How the witch would not come on our property, how the men came out and went missing, how the bulldozer was flipped. Pastor Hines looked at me as if I were crazy. Then he said, "We need to go into the woods." Now stop right here and let me say this. There are men of God, and then there are men who have the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit, and power. Pastor Hines was a man who had the Holy Spirit plus power. Because we got out and went out the front door, walked across the street, past the house, uphill, and into the woods. Listen, the sun was going down, and you know how, when you go into the woods before sundown, it's already dark in the woods. Well, we entered and started walking, and it was like he was being guided because he said, "Turn this way." We walked for about 45 yards into the woods, and he said, "It's here, look around." Well, we were now looking on the ground at the leaf litter, and it was too dark to see anything. Then the wind blew, and you could hear sticks clanking in the trees. Looking up, there was just enough light to see these structures hanging from the trees, tied up with ropes, circles, triangles, hexagons, and pentagons. They were 20 feet up in the air, and he started to climb the tree in the dark. I said, "Pastor Hines, you're too old to climb the tree. Let me do it." But this man kept climbing. I said, "Sir, get down." He climbed all the way up in the tree, in the dark, and untied those things. They came crashing to the ground. Then this man climbed down. Listen, his foot never slipped, nothing. And he asked me to pick these things up and help him carry them out of the woods. We got back to the road, and he said, "Listen, do you have some gas?" I said, "Yes, I went to get gas from the shed." We got the gas, and we burned those things right there on the side of the road. As they were burning, he started to pray, asking God that as these tokens of witchcraft burn, so does the altar of the witch that created them. Then he says, "Good evening," and walks up to his car and leaves. Listen, 2 days later, they have an open house and there are nearly 35 people out there. Weeks later, those houses are selling like hotcakes, and Pastor Hines is back negotiating to buy more land. He comes over and sits with me and my wife and says, "Have you been watching the news?" I tell him, "No, we don't watch much TV." He says, "Well, there was a house fire a few days ago. I was at home having dinner with my wife when it hit the news. The Lord said that it was the witch's house burning down." Then he goes on to explain that he called Eric and made small talk with him for a few minutes. And Eric was still pretending, talking to him about other projects that they could work on through his nonprofit, how he had some other land that he would happily sell to him. Pastor Hines asks, "So how is your friend doing?" Eric goes silent, and Pastor continues, "Your friend, the witch that put a spell on my land to make it invisible to buyers." Again, Eric is silent. Then he says, "Listen, son, now you know that what you did was wrong, but it was not just wrong against me, it was you wronging my God. I know her house burnt down, and I want you to know that every dollar you made by deceit will leave you. It's his money that you got. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will no longer do any business with this church or any company associated with it." Now, for the record, Pastor Hines was connected to a large group of Christian businessmen that spanned the entire state. So went Eric's connections that he managed to gather from Pastor Hines. Everything was fantastic for a while. I think 2 years passed before anything strange happened again. We had new neighbors. Things were going well. Then some of the neighbors' kids went into the woods behind my house. Twin boys, I call them kids, but they were teenagers, Scott and Bryce. These two were pretty well-built boys, 6 foot tall, athletic, handsome young men. Well, I'm coming home and see the two of them venturing off into the woods from the road. So I pull over, jump out, and tell them, "Listen, don't go back up in these woods. It's dangerous." Well, they look at me and nod their heads and just keep going. In that moment, I knew it was going to be a problem. I just didn't know what type of problem it would be. A few hours pass and I see them come out of the woods, and it looks like they are arguing with each other. I figure it's brothers being brothers. Think nothing of it. In my mind, they were fine because they made it out of the woods. Well, it was maybe a week or so when Pastor Hines comes over, knocks on the door, and says he needs to talk. Have you ever been in a situation where a person is kind of talking around a point? That was the situation I was in. Pastor Hines was trying to get to something, but it was like he was beating around the bush, asking questions about had anyone ever went into the woods and didn't come out the same. I say to him, "Pastor, just talk straight to me. What's going on?" That is when he tells me he believes that one of the kids is possessed. Has anyone ever encountered spirits in those woods that could possess a person? And the answer is yes. I go again to tell him more about what we have seen, about the Native American spirits that would stand and watch, and this look comes over his face and he says, "Come with me." We leave my house, cross the road, and go up to the door of the house where the twins lived. Well, he opens the door and we go inside, and there is this smoke in the air, like someone is burning incense, but way too much of it. Looking around, it looked like a madhouse, clothes all over the place. The kitchen was trashed, dishes all in the sink, flies everywhere. We are talking about a brand new house, and this woman is on the sofa crying. Pastor Hines introduces me to her. Her name is Andrea. The look on her face was sheer terror. He says, "Andrea's husband is in Japan on business, and her 2 sons are behaving strangely. I just want someone with me for this." So we go down the hallway, and they have holes in the walls like someone was punching holes in them. And we get to the first bedroom. The door is cracked and it's a complete mess. The mattress and box spring are off the bed. There is half-eaten chicken on the floor. It's crazy town in this room. There is scribbling and writing on the wall, and he opens the door, and this kid is laying on the floor looking up at the ceiling, smiling, and he says, "Bryce, it's Pastor Hines. I came to check on you." The boy looks over with this evil smile on his face, and then this voice comes out saying, "Sorry, Pastor, Bryce is resting right now. He can't talk to you." Then he looks at me and says, "The warrior has come. That is what we call you, God's warrior. What business do you have with me? This is not your house." Then this thing tells me to leave. I understand. I am standing there, flabbergasted, trying to figure out what is going on, and that is when I hear God say he is possessed. Look around the room. He took something from the woods. As I start looking and Pastor Hines starts to talk to him, he says, "Now, Bryce, I know you are there. You're going to have to resist this thing." Well, it starts laughing, and it was like I could feel that Pastor Hines got pissed off because he says, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. Be silent and be still." Well, the boy is silent and still while this is going on, and I'm searching. Have you ever had a fight and someone snuck up behind you and punched you? You know the feeling you get right before that. You feel it coming just as it's about to hit you. Well, I get that feeling, and when I look over my shoulder, it's his brother jumping from the hallway at me. Now, to be clear, the kid did not run and jump. He just leaped like frickin' Spider-Man and cleared like 14 feet. And I only had time to swing my arm, which sent him flying into that mattress and box spring. He falls, hitting his head on the rail that runs horizontally, holding the box spring in place. His neck should have been broken, but he gets straight up and charges me, and now I'm trying to fight this kid off, and he is strong as 3 men. He is punching me, and when I tell you it feels like his hands are bricks, it hurts. Now, I want to be clear with you. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I reach over and grab this lamp that is on the floor and bust him in the head with that, and the kid is out, knocked out cold, but even as he lay there, he has this twisted smile on his face. It was then, when I looked down, that I saw these silver coins on the floor. You know how you see something and it looks old? Well, when I grabbed those coins, they are connected by an old chain to a pouch, and inside is jewelry made of silver, but it's encased in what looks like leather. Now I'm standing up, and I hear God say, "Take that outside the house." And as I'm walking out the door to the bedroom, I hear Pastor Hines start to pray, asking God to deliver these kids from evil, binding the spirits. This is where it gets freaking crazy. I'm walking out the front door, and their mother attacks me, asking me where I am taking her jewelry. She is pulling me, trying to keep me from leaving the house, and pardon me, but no woman is supposed to be as strong as a man. And I kick her, and she turns and runs to the kitchen, and I knew that she was going for a knife, and I had to get this outside. Mind you, she had pushed me damn near back down the hallway to the room, and so I would have to sprint past her to get to the front door. I run full speed, and as I'm heading through the living room, she is jumping over the counter like one of Charlie's angels. I'm not trying to be funny. It was not funny at all, but that's how this woman jumped over that kitchen island. And when I barge outside that door and into the front yard, she stops and is just standing there. Then I see these 3 orbs of light the size of basketballs shoot across the street into the woods. Listen, this woman looks around at the house, looks at me, and says, "What did you do to my house?" She is pissed. Then she turns and goes into the house, and I stand outside. Next thing I know, her, Pastor Hines, and her 2 sons come outside. All of them are confused, and Pastor Hines explains to them that they were overcome by a spirit. Listen, when I tell you that I had never seen anything like that in my life, it was crazy. However, that was how I got to know my neighbors. Have you ever had someone get to know you, but you don't realize how well they know you? That is the place I found myself in with Pastor Hines. He had gotten to know me well, or it's better to say, trust me. I came to this realization when he invited me to take a missionary trip with him to Africa. Now, I knew that Pastor Hines was a powerful and influential man. However, I had no clue that he was connected worldwide. Also, I didn't know that he had 2 sons who were preachers in Africa. Now, let me say this to you. I never in my life expected to travel to Africa, more so travel under these circumstances of being a missionary. Well, we get to Congo-Kinshasa. Truthfully, it is nothing like what I expected. Now, of course, I didn't expect there to be huts, lions, and elephants. However, it was way more developed than I expected. When we got to the church where the revival would be held, there were hundreds of people from around the world. Well, we get there, and there is praise and worship immediately, and right in the middle of it, the man on stage says, "There is a witch here." Now, to be clear, There are people of all races here. He starts to walk down the aisle with the microphone, and he is walking with his eyes closed and just humming. Well, he stops and turns and says, "Come out from where you are." And this man comes out, an older black man in a suit and tie, and mind you, the pastor still has his eyes closed, and he says, "Take the charms out of your pocket." The man starts to cry and say, "They didn't tell me your spirit was ancient." He screams it aloud, "No one told me your spirit was ancient." He drops the charms on the ground and he takes off running up the aisle, and I don't know if you have ever seen a person get tackled by an invisible force. However, I witnessed this man get hit like Lawrence Taylor had just smashed into him, and he hits the floor. Then the pastor opens his eyes, walks over to him and says, "The Lord is giving you a choice. He will take your powers and let you live for a period of 45 days, or you can repent and serve him." Listen, I had never seen anything like this at all. When I tell you it was a frightening display of the Lord's power, it was terrifying. That is how the trip to Africa started, and from there it only got more bizarre. When we arrived in Inongo, it was like walking into a heaviness. It was just the three of us, Pastor Hines, his oldest son, and me. 3 men walking into a place that, at the time, I didn't know housed one of the most powerful sorcerers in Congo. No sooner had we entered the house we were staying at than the strange events began. The owner of the house was a man named Dante, 6 feet tall with a slender, muscular build. He was excited to host us and immediately began to share stories about the level of darkness in the area. He mentioned that he and people from the local church, which met in a tent in a field, were constantly harassed in their sleep and dreams. He then told us that 2 men had come to him and warned that we needed to pay, or else it would rain on every day we planned to have our revival. I looked at Pastor Hines and he seemed unbothered. However, a few hours later, it started to rain, and we're not talking about a drizzle. It was thunder and lightning, with the thunder sounding like it was groaning and screaming. We lay there and it sounded like something was trying to rip the roof off the house. Well, Pastor Hines' son, Max, gets up and starts to sing, then prays, "Father, we have work to do here in this town. I need you to stop this rain, and I need the sun to be bright in the morning and a clear sky so that the sun can dry the soil. Then, Father, I need it to be slightly overcast when we start tomorrow evening, with dry soil and a light breeze. We are here to do your work. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." Then he goes and lays back down in his spot on the floor. An hour later, it stopped raining. The next morning, when we got up, the sun was bright and hot, the kind of sunlight that burns the skin. By the time it was evening and we were to start the preaching, the ground was dry, hard, and brittle. There was this makeshift stage there, and we were waiting for people to come in the hot sun, but no one was showing up. We had been there for 15 minutes when Pastor Hines walked down from the stage and started to walk up the road. So we followed him and came to this small bridge that had been washed out by the storm the night before. On the other side of that bridge were 2 buses full of people and a crowd of people on foot. Well, Dante turns and runs, borrows a car from someone, and comes back with a bullhorn. Pastor Hines stands on the hood of the car and starts preaching using the bullhorn. It was the most powerful thing I had ever seen. These people were standing right on the edge of the washed-out bridge, and some of them were now going down into the small river and wading across the water to get to the side we were on. We stayed outside until the sun went down and then returned to Dante's house. That night was the first night I experienced real powerful witchcraft. We were at the dinner table eating, and a man appeared standing before us and started to talk. It was the sorcerer, and he said that his territory was his, and that if we didn't leave, he would kill us. For a moment I was scared, understanding that this was a transparent man standing there talking. This fear came over me like a cold chill, almost as if my body was getting sick. Then Max, still eating his food, looks over and says, "If you had the power to do that, you would have done it when we arrived in your territory. You have no power over us, and you have no power over our God." Then he kept eating. This guy just stood there for about a minute looking at us, and everyone but me was ignoring him. That's when Pastor Hines looked at me and asked, "Are you afraid?" I didn't get a chance to say a word before he rebuked the man and asked for an angel to take him away. Stop right here and let me say this. I have seen a lot of things in my life, but this was over the top. Right behind that man appeared an angel, massive muscles, no more than 6 feet tall, and he grabbed him by the back of the neck and slammed his head on the table, holding him there. The crazy thing was the table didn't move, and he was looking at this sorcerer with the most fierce look of anger I had ever seen. And then they shot up into the ceiling. I jumped back because this scared the hell out of me, but all of them just kept eating. Then afterward, turned off the light and went to bed. I stayed up the rest of the night replaying that over and over again in my mind. When the sun rose, everyone had a different demeanor. It was like they were all angry, but not an anger that was pointed at each other, just this general sense of anger. I didn't know then that we as humans can share in the anger of the Lord, but I was about to learn what happens when the Lord is angry. That day when we left to go back to the area where the bridge was, we discovered that the people had stayed there all night and made a makeshift bridge. There was no way to drive a bus or a car across it, but you could walk across, and looking on the other side, there was no one there. Yes, the buses were parked there and cars, but the people were not there. Well, we headed to the crusade ground where the preaching was to go on to get set up, and when we got to the area, hundreds of people were already there waiting, some sitting patiently talking, others moseying around the area. When they saw Max, Pastor Heinz's son, come up, they started to cheer and clap. Now, we were not supposed to start this early, but within minutes Max started preaching the gospel. Listen, I have read the Bible. I have gone to church. However, the revelations that Max was bringing forth to these people was God's Holy Spirit talking in power. Listen, he started off talking about how important Jesus was. He explained that we as mankind had no clue what God spoke about when he referred to man in the scriptures until Jesus came in the flesh. That when Jesus came, he revealed that pattern for the sinless life of all men. He stops and addresses the crowd saying, "There are sorcerers here that say that Jesus did not live a sinless life. That is a direct attack on your salvation, and it's hogwash." Then he went deeper into scriptures and started to explain. He spoke about when the woman was found in adultery, the book of John chapter 8, verses 1 to 11. And he says the Pharisees asked Jesus, should the woman be stoned? And if you remember, he was there writing in the dirt. They scream and raised their voices at him, demanding an answer. Jesus just kept writing, making them more furious. Then he stands and says, "He who is without sin, cast the first stone." What Jesus was revealing to us is that mercy is greater than judgment. He says, however, if you don't know that he is the pattern for all men, God in the flesh, showing us how we are to interact and live on this earth, then that simple point goes over your head. He went on to say that the sinless life of Jesus revealed to us that it is possible to walk perfectly in this body of flesh while we are here, not when we get to heaven. Then he goes into talking about salvation and the power that Jesus Christ gave us to tread on serpents and scorpions. Then he starts to address the things that have been going around the area. He says that he knows what the sorcerer has come to visit people to intimidate them. And he tells the story of what happened at the dinner table, and the crowd is silent. He says he appeared to us, saying he would kill us. But an angel of the Lord snatched him by his neck and removed him, and the crowd cheered. I'm talking about a rambunctious cheer. Then Max starts to jump, saying, "Jesus, jump up and down." The crowd is jumping up and down. This was wild. I have never seen a church service like this. Then all of a sudden a group of men on the right-hand side of the crowd take off running. 30 men at full speed. They leave. Max keeps preaching. He goes into Jesus having power over the winds and how we have power. He asks them, where is the rain? There were men here that promised it would rain. They are here in the crowd. He tells them to come out and accept Jesus, for judgment has come. Well, 2 young men come to the front and lay on their faces, and the crowd goes wild, screaming, "Jesus, you make the darkness tremble." Those 2 young men received Jesus Christ, and this goes on for hours. In America, church is 2 hours max, and people are ready to go. This went on so long I had to take a seat at the foot of the stage for an hour. Then Max let the crowd go. We are on our way back to the house when we see a crowd gathered in the woods. And when we go over and look, they have the sorcerer and they have beaten him. I mean, beaten him to a pulp, and he is begging for mercy. Max looks at him and looks at the crowd and says, "Show him mercy. God has a plan for him." And we keep walking. Well, get this. That night there is a knock on the door, and it's that sorcerer. He has crawled from the woods to this house, and he is asking for Max. This is the same man that appeared to us at the dinner table. He asks if we would help him, so Max brings him inside and lays him down and starts to tend to his wounds. He tells Max that he would not have done the same for him if the shoe was on the other foot, but he decided that if he came for help and we helped him, it meant that what he said was true. That man, a powerful sorcerer, asked Jesus in that broken and beaten down state, and when he did, there came this storm. This storm did not build up, it just came, and you could see the fear in his face. He said that the spirits have come to take his life. Listen, Max and Pastor Hines tell me to go outside with them. We walk out into this storm, and Max says, "He is now covered by the blood of Jesus. You cannot have him." And we hear a voice in the wind say, "He is mine. I will have his life. He owes his life." Again, Max says, "This is the last warning. Leave in the name of Jesus Christ." Nothing happens. And he starts to pray out loud and say, "Father, you sent us here to set the captives free from sin and death. I ask that you, the Almighty God, the one who sits on the throne, rebuke this spirit. Bind this wicked wind and send it back to its home. I ask this in the name of Jesus Christ." There is this wind that comes from the north, a powerful wind felt like a hurricane gust. And that storm blows away like something from a horror movie. Clouds move like a movie and fast forward. We go back inside and that sorcerer is shaking like he was left on the side of a mountain. Then he falls asleep. The next morning we are headed to the crusade ground, and he says he wants to come and listen. So we get men to carry him, and when we get there, the crowd looks and they are silent. Some of them look angry, others afraid. Max stands on the stage and announces that he has accepted Jesus Christ, and they break out into a cheer, chanting Jesus' name. There are moments in life when you realize that you are a part of something big, and then there are moments when you feel how big things are. In that moment, I knew that God had delivered these people from fear, and that day 150 accepted Jesus. The next day, more people came, and 200 people accepted Jesus. By the time we left, 673 souls had been saved. That was an amazing trip. I returned home with a deeper understanding of the power of God through Jesus Christ and felt energized, like I could walk on water. Pastor Hines had decided that they were going to develop more property in the area, starting on the side near Gordon's place. So he and I went to talk to Gordon, and that is when I discovered that Gordon was not doing well at all. He was looking sickly, had lost almost 20 lay-bees, and when I asked him what was wrong, he started to cry and said he had cancer, colon cancer to be exact. You could tell he was afraid, and moreover that he had almost accepted his fate, that he had come to the conclusion that he was going to die. We were talking, and Pastor Hines was just walking around his house. Then Pastor Hines says, "Gordon, can I share a story with you? When I was a young man in my early 30s, I was told that I was going to die from cancer. Back then, there wasn't much that could be done about it. The doctors gave me 6 months to live. I remember the feeling that came over me at that time, like someone took a wet blanket and threw it over my shoulders. I remember the fear, so much life ahead of me. What will happen to my wife and my children if I go?" That night I prayed and asked God to heal me and went back to the doctor, and nope, everything was still the same. Well, I refused to believe I was going to die because I believed in God, and there is no sickness in his body. We are the body of Christ, so there can be no sickness in me. Well, I prayed again and asked God to spare my life, told him I did not want to die, that I had work to do for his kingdom, and I asked him to spare my life. He looks at Gordon and says, "If I understand things correctly, you have been like a grandfather to everyone around here, correct? And you have taught them what you know and learned about these things going on. Correct? I want you to let me pray for you, but I want you to understand what I learned. We are not going to limit God in our prayer. We are going to ask him to heal you. whether it be by his hands or the hands of man or by new medicine. However, we want you healed, do you agree? Gordon, with tears in his eyes, says yes. Then Pastor Hines says, now, when you get this healing, you have to come out of this isolation you are in. It's not healthy. God does not want you spending so much time alone. And he has a partner for you, a woman that will help you if you are brave and open yourself up. Listen, Gordon starts bawling, crying, tears, and says, I have been told that for years. However, I don't want to lose anyone else. I don't want to go through the pain again. Pastor looks at him and says, that is a spirit. It's not you talking. Understand? And when we are done, it will be gone. Listen, the pastor starts to pray, and I'm not sure if you have seen a man start to look younger and more vibrant after someone had prayed for them. But when he is done, Gordon does not look the same. His skin is lighter, less yellow, and he falls to the ground, crying, snot coming out of his nose and his ears. He stands up, goes into the bathroom, washes his face, and comes back out as a different man. I don't know how to explain it, but he is just different. He knew it and we knew it. They talk about the land that the pastor was going to buy, and he tells it all about the wolves and them killing his hogs and dogs. How they are still around, but they have not been going crazy because we bound the spirits. But he is not sure how they will behave when the pastor starts to clear the land. Imagine for a moment you are there listening to this conversation, and it's just stated as plain and simple facts. Pastor Hines, after experiencing and seeing what he had, took it just like that as a matter of fact, and he tells Gordon not to worry, they won't go crazy. A month later, that land is bought, and I would like to say that the pastor was right, but he is wrong. Very wrong. These things lose their minds when he starts to clear that land. When I say that these wolves lost their minds, they went crazy over that land being cleared, it's an understatement. The weird thing about it was that they didn't try to stop the land clearing. They didn't even bother the men when they started construction. They waited until the houses were almost completely framed and then destroyed the frames of the houses. I remember talking to Pastor Hines, and he said these things have a supernatural intelligence. They waited until we were deep enough into the project, at a point where we had been ordering more materials, and they attacked. They didn't touch a human, never showed themselves at all. The only way we knew it was them is because they urinated all over the downed lumber. This is where it gets crazy, because then they went to Pastor Hines' home, where he and his wife lived. Understand? This man lived 45 miles away from the job site. One night I get a call. It's 9:35 p.m., and it's Pastor Hines, and he sounds terrified. He says, listen, I knew you told me these wolves were real, but I think they are here now at my house. Now, Pastor Hines was a businessman, and he had a nice home with a guest house, a pond, a gazebo, the whole 9 yards. He tells me that these things are splashing around in his pond, like they are having a frat party, growling, making noise. That there is one on the roof of his guest house right now looking at him. Then he asks me what I would have done in that situation. Listen, for him to be asking me that question, I knew right then and there that he was brought into fear. I also know that if he stayed in that fear, they might kill him. So I say, listen, do you have a shotgun or rifle? He says, yes. I tell him to go get it and then come back to the phone. You can hear his wife in the background panicking, scurrying around. He comes back to the phone and says, okay, what else? That is when I tell him, listen, they are testing you. Go outside and rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ. I say, walk right up and rebuke them. Now stop right here and let me say this. I didn't realize that Pastor Hines was crazy. I'm not joking. I mean, he is loose a few screws because he hands his wife the phone and she is giving me the play-by-play. She says, okay, he went outside and he is walking towards the pond. Listen, when I told him to walk right up, I didn't mean in their faces, but he took this literally. Because she tells me that Pastor Hines walks all the way out to the pond, and she is describing how the wolves are now climbing out of the water and surrounding him. Some down on 4 legs, others standing on 2. Pause. This right here is why I say the man is crazy, because she says that he starts to point the shotgun at them and fuss at them like they are kids, saying, "What makes you think you have the right to come here and mess up my property?" He is talking to them like he expects an answer. His wife's voice starts to crack as she describes one of them bending down, looking at him face to face. She says these things are monsters. Why is he talking to monsters? Then she says all of them stand up, and they are looking down at him, and then they turn and walk away. When he comes back inside and gets the phone, he says, "Okay, I need a drink," and invites me over to the house. So I leave and head to his house. I get there 30 minutes later, and when we go out back, they had destroyed his yard. That is when he tells me what really happened. Also, this is the first time I ever heard Pastor Hines curse. He says, "Those sons of bitches, they tore down my gazebo, messed up my pond, and look at the roof of the guest house, the shingles are knocked off." He is angry, and you can see it on his face. Then he looks at me and says, "Do you know they had the nerve to tell me that I should be afraid of them?" He said up until that point I was starting to worry, but then they decided they were going to speak to me in my head like a demon. And I knew that was what was making them do this, a spirit. I have had many spirits talk to me, and they are always arrogant. They want to make you fear them. That's when I really got angry. Those spirits are using those animals to terrorize people, and then one of them had the nerve to get right up in my face. So I cast the spirits away from them to the deserts in the name of Jesus Christ, and bound those spirits so they could not enter human or animal, only insect. Then he takes a sip of his beer and starts to laugh, saying, "Let's see how long it takes for them to make it back." That's when they all just left. Pastor goes on to say the sad thing about it to him was, he realized that those creatures were vessels, just like us humans are vessels. We can let things inside of us, but they have no choice. They have no way of stopping it from happening to them. So we will pray for them that they have peace. The two of us sit and talk until 2:30 a.m., and then I experience something else. He says, "Will you join me in some warfare tonight?" This is when Pastor Hines taught me how to war in the spirit with the angels. He explained that all around the planet there is constant warfare going on in the spirit realm. Some battles are small, some are large, but God is the dispatcher, and if you let him know you are willing to go to war, he will send you. It can be done whether you are asleep or awake. Then he starts to pray and asks God to take us. This goes on for like 5 minutes, him begging God to take us and use us where we are needed. Then he gets quiet and says, "Wait for it. Watch." Next, it's hard to explain what I saw because I don't know if I left my body or if my body was taken there. But what I know is there was a family at the dinner table, and in the corner of the room was this woman watching them. She looks up and sees us and runs through the wall, and Pastor Hines takes off after this woman through the wall. So I follow, and then this chase happens, and it's like something from a movie. This woman is running and jumping off of buildings. It's crazy. And finally, I guess Pastor Hines realized we would not catch her, so he stopped. Then we went back to the house with the family at the table, and he prayed over them. And like that, the two of us were in his backyard again, and it was 4 a.m. My body was cold as the temperature had dropped, and I felt like I had been running a marathon. Then we go inside, and I sleep on their sofa. The next morning I ask him about what happened, and he explains to me that there are all manner of ways we can help the kingdom of God. However, only those who have faith will do such things. You know, you never expect to get a lesson on witchcraft from a preacher, but Pastor Hines was no ordinary preacher. He goes into talking about astral projection and how it is illegal in God's kingdom, how based on the law of dominion, every spirit is assigned to a body, and it is to stay in that body unless the Lord calls it out, or that person dies and they go before him for judgment. Then he explained to me that for years he would beg the Lord to let him go into the astral realm with angels to fight those who came against the children of God. And sometimes the Lord would let him, other times he was just told to pray. He called it an anointing for war in the realm of the spirit. He said he was too old for it now and that he wanted to pass it on, and asked me if I would be willing to do it. Listen, there are some questions that you should take time to consider, and this was one of them. I will tell you more tomorrow, but I thought long and hard about it before I answered. When I tell you I thought long and hard before agreeing to anything with Pastor Hines, truthfully, I was afraid. I mean, what did it mean? What did it entail? The following Sunday after church, I asked him to explain to me what it all would entail. He explained to me that I would be vetted by God to stand in the gap for others. When I asked what that means, he started to explain to me that in the kingdom of God, we operate by a different set of rules than the kingdom of darkness, and that I would be put through a series of tests by God. Number one, the test of purity. That is when he started to explain that I, as a priest of God, which is how all men are supposed to function based on Revelations chapter 1, verse 5 through 6, are to be those who pray for our families and friends. That when we are active priests, that is when the testing for intercession begins. God knows our hearts. So the test is not about the state of our heart. It is if we are willing to bend the will of our heart to what His will is, or if we love earthly things more than Him. He says the second thing He will test you on is brokenness. Pastor Hines goes on to explain to me that only those with a broken heart and a contrite spirit can truly wield the power of God. It is that brokenness that does not allow pride to take over. He says, those who work for the darkness are prideful. Why? Because they are rewarded for that pride. However, in this kingdom, pride is a stain on your garment. When we become proud, God Himself will resist you. It is that understanding that will never allow you to become proud. Knowing that God does not lie, and when we become proud, the God of heaven resists us. It's that also that is a weapon in prayer when a witch or warlock that is proud shows their head, you present them to God in that pride. However, when we are humble according to His word, He gives much grace. Pastor Hines looks at me and says, "Are you getting this?" I had to learn these things the hard way. Then he goes on to talk about the test of burden, stamina in the spirit, and discernment. He goes on to explain to me that an intercessor of God is a lot like the wind. You know when to fight, you know when to run, you know when to hide. These are the tests that you shall have to pass. Think on it, but don't take too long to figure out what you want to do. Well, that night I go home and pray to God and say, "Listen, Father, if this is what you want me to do, show it to me in a dream." And I ask Him to purify my dreams by the blood of Jesus Christ. That night I have a dream that I am in a room full of men. They were all talking about business, and one of them looks at me and offers me this money as a bribe to agree with him. I didn't agree with what was said at all, and so I turned it down. Then everyone around the table, their faces started to change, to twist and distort. It was crazy. So I get up and walk out. Well, when I get in the hallway, there is this woman, and she is wearing torn clothes, and she asks for money. I reach in my pocket and only have a few dollars and give it all to her, and when I hand it to her, she just smiles and says, "You will do just fine as an intercessor. You have a good heart." Then she stands, and the next thing I know, I wake up. Now, I'm confused about the dream, and I want to rebuke it. If you remember, I told you the dream realm is a real place where deals are made, but the Lord tells me no, the dream came from Him. And that is when this peace comes over me, and I knew that it was my answer. So I call Pastor Hines and tell him yes. Now here is the crazy part. He says, "Hold on, let me go to a private place." And he prays and asks God to give me a portion of His mantle, and as he is praying, I feel like something is descending on my head. Then that is it. Well, 2 days later, he calls me again and says that he wants me to go to a meeting with him about a project. So I go, and I enter into a room full of men sitting at the table. It felt just like my dream. These are all men that Pastor Hines knows and has worked with him. He tells them that I will be helping him on a few projects and will sit in on the meeting for him. And hear the presentation, then he leaves. Listen, this is a project that they need to partner with a nonprofit organization to get state funding, and they lay it on thick. It was like these men smelled blood in the water, and they are trying to get me to agree to the project. However, I explained to them that I'm only here to get the information. I have no authority to make the decision at all. Again, they swing back even more pervasively, making offers about dinner and access to all kinds of stuff. And I just say no. Well, the meeting ends, and the project seemed pretty good to me, outside the fact that they seemed to believe they needed to persuade me, and even that was understandable. However, when I get outside, one of them says, "Hey, listen, do you party?" I say no, I'm too old to party. Then he says, "Do you like steaks?" I say yes. Who does not? Well, he would like to take you and your wife to dinner. In that moment, I said no. I didn't beat around the bush. I didn't make an excuse. I just said no, I will pass. I thanked him and walked off. Later that night, when I went to sleep, I awakened at 2 a.m., feeling like someone shook me out of my sleep, and the Lord says, "Pray." I ask about what, and he says, "Start, and I will explain." Well, I start by giving thanks. And as I'm doing that, he says there is a man who is about to be killed in a car accident. Now I'm thinking, cool, I'm going to see it, but nope. Nothing fancy at all. He says, "Just pray for his life." So I pray, and then it is over, but I'm wide awake. I'm like, "What are we doing now, God?" And he says, "That's it. Go back to sleep." However, I can't. So I get out of bed and head to the kitchen for a glass of water, and I see out the back window all these eyes looking at the house. So I head outside, and I'm like, "What is wrong with y'all?" It's 20 sets of eyes in those woods. That is when I realized they were not looking at me. They were looking up in the air, like 30 feet up in the air. So I turn and look, and there is nothing to see. Well, I head back inside, finish drinking my water, and go to sleep. The next morning, my son comes down, starts, and says that the servant told him that there is a new angel here, and that he's bigger than the house. He is a shield angel, and has 4 shields on all sides of his body, and that nothing from the woods would dare come near this house. The kid says it so matter-of-factly, and then just pours some orange juice and gets ready for school. A few hours later, Pastor Hines calls me for my opinion on the project, and I tell him what I thought, and he explains why it's a bad idea. He goes on to tell me that there was a man present named Brent, and that Brent had a reputation for bribing politicians, and that any project he is involved in, he stays away from. However, he wanted the men to get to know me, especially since his sons were in Africa and could not help. He needed someone he could trust. That was a shocker for me. I was honored. I was super excited. And then the drama started. I was in bed one evening at 8 p.m., and Pastor Hines calls and says we needed to pray for Max, that he was up against a powerful witch doctor, and they were trying to kill him with magic. I asked him if he had spoken to him, and he says no, but the Lord told him. So I get out of bed and go to the living room and start to pray. Now, I'm not sure if you have ever heard imprecatory prayers. Hell, at that time I had never heard them myself. Well, not like this. Pastor Hines starts to ask, God to kill this witch doctor, and he is serious. He lays out an entire case for the death of this man, that according to God's words, a witch should not be suffered to live. And he goes into the witchcraft being rebellion against God, and, Pastor Hines goes nuclear in this prayer. He calls for God to release the same angel that killed every firstborn in Egypt to go to where this witch doctor was and take his life. He called forth legions of angels to attack the demons that were protecting that witch doctor, and then suddenly he stops talking. I don't mean for a few seconds. It's like 3 minutes, and I say hello. He tells me to be silent. He is listening for the sounds of warfare. Now, I can't tell you what he heard, however, I can tell you what I heard in that silence. It sounded like shields and swords banging in rhythm, like an army marching out to battle, then silence. You can tell he was crying when he spoke again, and he said, "It is done. It's in the hands of the Lord now. I will talk to you later." Listen, when we started to pray, I was sitting on the sofa. When I opened my eyes, I was on the floor on my face. I don't know how I got there. All I know is that when I stood up, I was weak. I mean, weak like I had not eaten in days. I stumble up to bed and go to sleep, only to be awakened again at 3 a.m., shaken from the bed. Listen, when you are tired, it's tempting to tell God no, but I knew that was not the right thing, so I prayed again. This time it was for a hedge of protection around my house and my family, that nothing would befall them, and that God would deliver us from all evil. Well, as I'm praying, I'm on the sofa again, and it feels like someone sits on the sofa next to me. You feel the weight of that body on the sofa, and I start to freak out, but I don't feel afraid. So I keep going, and when I'm done, whoever it was gets up. I can feel the weight shift. 3 days later, I talk to Pastor Hines, and he tells me that the villagers took the witch doctor who came against his son, poured gasoline on him, and lit a match because he was transforming his body into a wolf. He said that his son were coming home for a while, and that when they get in town, he wanted my family to come over. Listen, I knew that when I agreed to carry this mantle that it was something special. However, I didn't understand the test that I would go through at all. My life was about to change in a way that made all the sense in the world from a spiritual perspective. However, from the natural sense, it seemed like just complete turmoil. I was entering into a new phase of spiritual warfare, hand to hand. Combat that only God could teach me how to manage and deal with. This was the beginning, and I want to share this with you. Before, when I prayed, I was praying from my own will. What I mean is I was praying from what was inside of me. However, the moment I agreed to intercede for people, places, and things, I realized something new about God. Wait, to be exact, I learned something new about God. See, when you pray, you travel. It was why I was sitting on the sofa praying and ended up on the floor on my face. The more I prayed in the night, the more I traveled in the spirit realms and, frankly, in the natural realm. I would end up facing a wall or in the hallway. That is when I realized what Pastor Hines meant about the test of burdens, and I want to explain this to you. You see, as I went weeks praying in the middle of the night, God would tell me what Satan had planned for people, places, and things. I was partnering with him to bring about what he wanted on this earth. It was a burden, but it was his burden that I was being given, and when I realized that and accepted it, wow, boy, things really started to happen. Listen, have you ever been with someone and something told you to pray for them? As soon as that thought comes into your mind, you feel silly, right? It's followed by other emotions and thoughts like, who am I to pray for this person? Well, that is God, moving you to help that person. You are tapping into his burden at that moment. For those of you who will say, why does God need me to help someone? It's because he gave man and woman dominion on this planet in Genesis. What I have discovered after years of dealing with this is that Christians don't understand this. However, witches and warlocks do. That is why when a Christian runs into a run-of-the-mill witch, they are afraid. Or worse, they act as if they have more power than them. Truthfully, they have more knowledge than most Christians. However, when it comes to access to power, there is no real comparison. I had accepted the burdens that God laid on me and was happy walking with him when I hit the radar of something powerful and evil. I had started to go outside in the backyard and pray when I was awakened at night because my wife would stir as I was talking. One morning, I'm outside praying for Pastor Hines's church, and this time I'm translated into the spirit. I come out of my body, and this is the first time I saw the angel at the house. He was massive, his eyes were flames, and his shields were on fire. I'm looking at him, and he looks down and smiles. There were flames in his mouth. It was intense. Well, I see that. Then next thing I know, I'm in this room with these women, and they are talking about Pastor Hines. They are plotting against him and the church. One of them says, the last time we sent someone into that church, they didn't walk for a week, and he didn't even know she was there. I think it's a bad idea. Another one says, well, I can send lust into his bedroom. I think that is a weakness. Now, among them was this spirit. It was a giant snake. It was crazy because he was wrapped around each of their bodies, transparent but not. To be clear, this was not a dream. I was there. They could not see me, but the snake did. And he looks at me and says, what business do you have here? This part is hard to explain, but I go to talk, and he says, Your intentions are not hidden, and the next thing I know, I'm yanked out of that room. And as I'm being pulled back, it is pursuing me. Suddenly I'm back in the yard, but I'm not in my body. And that giant snake is coming at me, and that angel smashes it in the head with one of those shields. And it looks up, the snake, I mean, and this fear comes over its face like, oh crap, and it turns and leaves. Seconds after that, I'm back in my body, but it feels evil outside, like something is there, just in the woods. I knew that feeling, had felt it many times. This time, it was more intense than ever. Part of me wanted to go inside, but God said, stay and sing. Sing me a song. This morning is when I learned about the Sword of Revenge. The song that came to mind was Old-Time Religion. You have heard it before. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Since that time, I now have my own songs that I have heard from heaven. But back then, this was what came to mind. We sang it in church all the time. So I sing and clap. Understand it's dark outside, and next thing I know, I'm clapping and singing, and it's like I'm slammed back into the spirit realm. And now I see the snake and those women in the spirit realm. They are all there in the darkness of the woods, but they are looking around like, what the hell is going on? Now this right here was awesome, because they were surrounded on all sides. I saw the wolfmen in the spirit realm looking down on them, and angels the size of men looking down at them. Now this right here was awesome because they were surrounded on all sides. I saw the wolfmen in the spirit realm looking down on them, and angels the size of men looking down at them. There was an entire army in the woods, and they were not happy about them being present. I can't tell you what they do to get into the spirit realm, but what I knew was they were not being allowed to leave. This went on for a while. I can't say exactly how long, but I know that when I stopped singing, I was sweating and my muscles were tired. Then I was told to go inside and rest. Over the next 7 days, I was in constant prayer for Pastor Hines. Then his son arrived in town, and he invited me and my wife over, and things got even more wild. As soon as I walked into the house, Max hugged me and said, "Thank you for helping my dad." I thought he meant in church and with the meetings, and he says no. I was told you were interceding on his behalf, and we dealt with the things in Africa that were stopping us from traveling to see him. Then Max goes on to explain a series of events that unfolded, how, when they decided to come home, it rained for days, then he couldn't get a flight. Once he got a flight booked, his passport went missing, just gone out of the drawer, then how his brother got sick. Pause right here, and I want to say this. The reason I'm not discussing Pastor Hines' other son is because he asked that he not be discussed at all. However, what I will say is this. If you think Max is something, his brother is like Billy the Butcher in the realms of the spirit. Let's be clear moving forward. The way I will speak about spiritual matters is most likely unlike anything you have heard at church. This will make you uncomfortable, and it will challenge many of you to come to the realization that you are playing at being a Christian. I don't mean that in any way to be offensive, however, it's true. Jesus said to the disciples in John 14:12, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, that will I do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If ye shall ask anything in my name, I will do it." Most people are not educated enough to ask God anything. Sure, they will blame him for their decisions, the bad results of their actions, attack him for what they perceive to be his flaws, which are nothing more than their flawed thinking and lazy understanding. However, what happens next is pure warfare at its finest, and it is what intercessors experience on a daily basis. Because I'm back home in the kitchen making dinner when a woman appears in my kitchen and starts looking at me up and down. Like she is studying a puzzle, she is there for 30 seconds and gone. A few days later, another woman appears. Later that same day, another woman appears and they are looking at me like I have two heads and then disappear. Well, eventually this starts to get old, so I call Pastor Hines and tell him, and he says he has experienced this before, that these are witches, powerful ones trying to see what you are in the spirit realm. He goes on to explain to me that there are levels in the realm of the spirit where people don't travel, they just appear, and the simple fact that they have shown themselves to me means that I am one that can and will make it to that level. That in the realms of the spirit there is nothing hidden from men. It's a matter of who is willing to make the sacrifices needed to get to that level. Pastor Hines asks me to go have a bite to eat with him, and we head to a local restaurant, and Max and his brother are there. We are just talking when Pastor Hines says to Max and his brother that I was visited by witches, those that teleport to locations. Now to me this was terrifying, but Pastor Hines' son, the one I called Billy the Butcher, starts to laugh, and then this man talks. And it is unlike anything I have ever heard. He says you have to learn to leave your body and go before God. That only comes from prayer, learning to pray, and more importantly, to sing. Songs are ladders in the spirit realms that take you to higher levels. They kill animals and use blood to make sacrifices. They will sleep in graveyards. They will eat human flesh. They will do the most vile things to separate them from God and bring them closer to Satan, to become closer to his level of wickedness, his level of rebellion. We make the sacrifices that Father wants to get closer to his throne. The closer you are to him, the more power you have access to. It's not your power. It's his, but he trusts you to use it. He goes on to tell me that he has 17 legions of angels at his command as a man that walks the earth, that they are his fellow servants in the kingdom, and that they all go to war together for the death of enemies of the kingdom. Listen, he didn't say it was for the defeat. It was for the death and judgment of those who come against the kingdom. Then he says you need to spend some time in prayer and fasting. As for those who are spying on you, leave them to me for the moment. Then he goes silent and never says another word for 3 entire hours. He gave me the creeps. Later I learned why he gave me the heebie-jeebies. Just like Satan had men and women who were assassins in the realm of the spirit, he was the same for God's kingdom. There was and is to this day something strange and powerful about him, yet you could tell it's under control. I got confirmation of this one night at 3 a.m. I'm outside praying, with my eyes closed, when I hear his voice calling my name. I open my eyes, and he is standing right in front of me, and he starts to teach. He says, in order to stand before him as your king, you must understand that he is Yahweh Elohim. There must be reverence, there must be honor, there must be expectation. He is holy and separated from all things. Nothing exists like him. You are about to connect to the energies of Mount Zion, and this will take time, but you will have the time. Then he disappears. When he was gone, it felt like God had me up just to talk to him. So I went to bed and went into the most terrible dream I have ever encountered. I was in a classroom, and there was a man lecturing, teaching. The man had multiple crowns on his head, and there were other students in the room of all races and colors. Well, it was like some of the students were fading in and out of the room. Thinking back on it, I think it was them waking up from the dream realms. But anyway, as he is teaching, the door opens, and these black, misty, red-eyed creatures come in and start to attack people in class, and he just keeps teaching. Well, they are only attacking certain people, and I move to help one of them, and he says, "Stop. When it was your turn, no one helped you. You learned the same way we all did, trial by fire." Then I wake up, and this is the first time I have ever experienced this. I was slammed back to sleep like I was forced to sleep, and he is still talking to me, and he says, "Class is not over." Now, the weird thing is, I barely remembered what he was saying at all. Well, over the next month, these dreams go on, and during every class, people in class are attacked. One day, I call Pastor Hines just to talk and tell him what is going on, and he says, "You need to talk to my son." So he gives the phone to Billy the Butcher, and he says quickly, "It's the school of the Spirit. The lessons are not written on your mind. They are words from God, written on your heart." He says, "I will come visit you tonight and show you what is there after that." Have you ever had a man tell you something and you're like, "Sure, buddy, but you're crazy"? I'm thinking you ain't coming into my dreams. Well, sure enough, as I fall asleep, I'm back in class and the teacher is teaching, and I get touched and look to my right. It's him. Well, he says, "Come with me," and touches my shoulder, and we are gone, standing on the side of a mountain. The entire mountain is covered with war angels, and on top of that, the mountains themselves are the backs of angels. Down below are these people. They look like they are in a city. You can tell that they are panicking, scrambling about. He looks at me and says, "This is what it looks like when territory is taken in the realms of the spirit." Now, it was weird because there was light, but it was not daylight. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but when the daylight came, there was this charge like a mighty wind blowing, and those angels descended on that city and fire came from the sky. It was wild. Then I was back in that class, and I woke up. That is when the terrible dreams started. I would fall asleep, and the next thing I knew, I would be standing before a creature. The first one I saw was a giant head, and gold coins came spilling out of its mouth, and it would speak and say, "Take the coins, they are yours." It was spilling so many coins that the room was filling up with coins. I would tell it that I didn't want the coins, and nothing would happen, and I would wake up feeling like I was suffocating. This goes on for a few days when one day I was in the bathroom and I said, "God, what is this dream? What is going on?" A few minutes later, God says, "I want you to see me. When you see me, you shall be like me." This was the most confusing thing I had heard, but later that day I was just walking around and I hear this song playing in my head. It says, "Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. I want to see you." So I start to sing this song, and I'm just happy singing this new song that appeared in my head. I sing it all day, and when it's time to go to bed, I say prayers with my wife and fall into this deep sleep, and I'm back in this room full of coins, and this giant golden face is saying, "Take the coins, you can have them." Listen, I don't know why this never occurred to me, but I simply say, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." And as I say that, I wake up. Well, I'm coming awake, and I can feel like something is in the room. Like there is a bad presence in the room, so I rebuke it again, and then I fall asleep. The next dream is one of the wolves from the woods. This thing is talking to me about what has happened since I moved here and how the land is not the same, and how it was angry at me, but it is not anymore because we ran the evil spirits away, and it was like it was buttering me up. Then it says, "Now, if you want peace for as long as you live here, just give us your son, and we will never bother you again." That pissed me off, so I tell it, "You are not going to bother me one way or the other, and I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ." And it asks me not to bind it, that it had information. Stop right here and listen to me. Evil spirits lie. Men with evil spirits lie even more. There is no bargain or talking to evil men or spirits. They have zero honor. I learned this the hard way. Trust me on this one, because listening to what this spirit had to say about the woods led me into a lot of trouble. So unknown to me, I had graduated into a realm of the spirit where my ears were wide open, and I could hear things that others could not. I was caught aback by this conversation with this spirit. Understand? I had heard the Lord God speaking to me for a long time. However, for other things to speak was different, so I pray and I ask God, why am I hearing this? And I'm given a scripture, Romans 11:29. For the gifts and calling of God are without repentance. This I didn't understand, so I called Pastor Hines and asked him what it meant. And he explained that when God gives us spiritual gifts, he does not take them back. He explains that this is why Satan is so powerful. It's not because God is weak, it's because God honors his word. I go on to tell Pastor Hines that I have been being spoken to by a spirit, and it's not the Spirit of God, and he tells me that it happens to him all the time. When I tell him that I don't want to be bothered with it, he says that's all part of the game. We deal with these kinds of things, and you would have to learn to deal with it. When I asked if he had any advice, he simply said, "They lie." A few days later, I'm home alone in the backyard working on the mower when the spirit says, "I want to introduce myself. I am the supervising spirit of these woods." Understand, I'm hearing this in my mind, and I decide to ignore it. Then it says, "You have stretched forth your hand against me, and we shall speak." Remember, this is the same spirit that begged me not to bend it. So now I'm getting aggravated, and I say, "I bend you in the name of Jesus Christ. Stop right here, and I want to teach you something." Binding and pleading. The blood of Christ against a spirit is important. You do both. The bind is like in boxing, a straight jab. But when you plead the blood against them, it's the knockout blow, a Mike Tyson uppercut to the chin. I learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. Well, the spirit keeps talking and says, "Great, so now I can't leave, but we are going to talk. You have taken over my woods, and you have weakened my altar." This thing starts to make allegations against me, a long list of them. It says that I cast away the other spirits that service its altar out of the wolves and the bigfoot, that I interfered with its business with the family across the street, stopped it from accessing the baby. I mean, this goes on for like 15 minutes. This thing is just talking, and then it says it wants justice for what I did. Listen to me. Have you ever thought you had gone crazy? I mean, like you have really lost your freaking mind. That is where I was after about 15 minutes of this crap. Just a voice in your head, accusing you, and so I pray and ask God for help, and nothing. Not a word. This goes on for the next few days. This spirit just starts to talk and accuse me. So much so that when I'm in a conversation with people, it's interrupting me. I think I'm going crazy because I constantly have the 1,000-yard stare, and this thing won't shut up. I call Pastor Hines to talk, and he is all of a sudden not taking my calls. So one day I just say to the spirit, "I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ," and then it goes silent for a few hours. In that time period, I realized how much mental peace actually meant to me. I mean, I could think clearly, and the next thing I knew, it was back. So finally I went outside and spoke to it, and this was the crazy part. It says all it wanted to do was to make me an offer. I tell this spirit, and I don't do deals with spirits, and it says just hear the offer. It wanted me to go to the altar in the woods and service it with water. Then it would leave me alone. I say, "No, I'm not helping you in any way, shape, or form." Then it goes silent for over a week, and things are awesome. I'm back to normal. The only thing that was weird was Pastor Hines would not take my call. After church, he was avoiding me. It was like I had offended him in some way, and I didn't know what I could have done. This really started to bother me because I had grown to love the man and his family. It was after church on Sunday. I'm in the yard grilling when I hear the spirit again. This time it's laughing, and it says, "I found someone to help me and bring water to my altar. It's too late. They are on their way now, and when they are done, I will kill you." A few days later, I'm home alone in the backyard working on the mower when the spirit says, "I want to introduce myself. I am the supervising spirit of these woods." Understand, I'm hearing this in my mind, and I decide to ignore it. Then it says, "You have stretched forth your hand against me, and we shall speak." Remember, this is the same spirit that begged me not to bind it. So now I'm getting aggravated, and I say, "I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ. Stop right here, and I want to teach you something. Binding and pleading the blood of Christ against a spirit is important. You do both. The bind is like in boxing, a straight jab. But when you plead the blood against them, it's the knockout blow, a Mike Tyson uppercut to the chin. I learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. Well, the spirit keeps talking and says, "Great, so now I can't leave, but we are going to talk. You have taken over my woods, and you have weakened my altar." This thing starts to make allegations against me, a long list of them. It says that I cast away the other spirits that service its altar out of the wolves and the bigfoot, that I interfered with its business with the family across the street, stopped it from accessing the baby. I mean, this goes on for like 15 minutes. This thing is just talking, and then it says it wants justice for what I did. Listen to me, have you ever thought you had gone crazy? I mean, like you have really lost your freaking mind. That is where I was after about 15 minutes of this crap. Just a voice in your head, accusing you, and so I pray and ask God for help, and nothing, not a word. This goes on for the next few days. This spirit just starts to talk and accuse me, so much so that when I'm in a conversation with people, it's interrupting me. I think I'm going crazy because I constantly have the 1,000-yard stare, and this thing won't shut up. I call Pastor Hines to talk, and he is all of a sudden not taking my calls. So one day I just say to the spirit, I bind your tongue in the name of Jesus Christ. And then it goes silent for a few hours. In that time period, I realized how much mental peace actually meant to me. I mean, I could think clearly, and the next thing I knew, it was back. So finally, I went outside and spoke to it. And this was the crazy part. It says all it wanted to do was to make me an offer. I tell this spirit, and I don't do deals with spirits, and it says, just hear the offer. It wanted me to go to the altar in the woods and service it with water. Then it would leave me alone. I say, no, I'm not helping you in any way, shape, or form. Then it goes silent for over a week, and things are awesome. I'm back to normal. The only thing that was weird was Pastor Hines would not take my call. After church, he was avoiding me. It was like I had offended him in some way, and I didn't know what I could have done. This really started to bother me because I had grown to love the man and his family. It was after church on Sunday. I'm in the yard grilling when I hear the spirit again. This time it's laughing, and it says, I found someone to help me and bring water to my altar. It's too late. They are on their way now, and when they are done, I will kill you. So now I'm panicking, and I head into the woods to the place where my son and I found the altar, and when I get there, no one is there. However, there is a wooden bowl on the ground with dirty water in it. When I call it a bowl, I don't mean like what you would have in your kitchen cabinet. This is like a part of a tree that was hollowed out, and there is just water in it. Looking around, I see eyes in the trees looking at me, and the spirit says, give me water or they will kill you. So now I'm standing there thinking about it. Did this thing just lead me into a trap? Understand, at this point I had not had any problems with anything in the woods for a while. In that moment, I knew I was about to make a decision that could change everything, and then I heard from God. It was simple. Who am I? It was clear, and it felt like my body vibrated with the words. Well, that got my mind racing, and I realized in that moment that up until this point, this spirit had gotten its ass kicked. I mean, think about it. At every turn, it had taken a beating. Now it needs me to do something for it. So I kick the bowl over and declare out loud, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Listen, that spirit started to physically manifest in broad daylight right in front of me, and it's a shadow, shimmering like TV static, with these red eyes. It startled me so much that I just started rebuking it. Then I said, I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ, and nothing. Then I said, I plead the blood of Jesus against you. And I didn't know that spirits could feel pain, but you could see it shaking, and clenching in pain and holding its chest. That is when I got a glimpse into the realm of the spirit and saw what happens when you plead the blood against a spirit. It was being stabbed through the back by an angel with a spear, and this angel didn't look like you see in books. It was in full armor with blood all over its face, arms, legs. This angel looked like it was in a constant state of war, and it looked mad. Not mad at me, but at it. I get a 5-second glimpse, and then they are gone. The walk back to the house was quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. Looking around, nothing was there at all. As soon as I walk into the door, the phone rings, and it's Pastor Hines, and he apologizes and says that the Lord told him not to speak to me until it was time, and now was the time. I start to tell him everything that happened, including what just happened, and he says, "Awesome, you did a good job. I knew you were being tested. I just didn't know what kind of test." Pastor Hines goes on to explain to me that he has been through a similar test, where a spirit came to him with an offer, and that in fact they come all the time with offers because they have a right to make us an offer due to God giving us free will. He explains that all spirits who want to accomplish something in the earth realm have to partner with a human. In order to do so, they need a body. He laughs and says it's a lot like that movie, The Body Snatchers. They need a human to partner with and do their bidding. You think what happened to me was crazy. Listen to this. There was a time in Africa when Pastor Hines was staying in a hotel, and he said that the moment he walked in, he knew it was owned and operated by a spirit. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but if you have listened to anything I have taught you about altars, then you know altars are where spirits live. And this entire hotel was an altar to a spirit of perversion. In the lobby was this statue of a naked woman. He said it was so beautiful it seemed to be alive. Well, everything was fine until the sun went down. He needed more towels, so he goes to the lobby of the hotel, and the bar is jam-packed with people. He gets a towel, and the next thing he knows, he feels drawn to that room. In the middle of that room was another statue of that same woman, naked, down on her knees, looking up to the sky. Pastor Hines told me that when he walked into the room, he was looking around, and the women's faces seemed to morph and stretch, like their skin was torn and flesh was falling off. Then seconds later, it would be normal. He walks right up to that statue and gets a closer look, and he said he could feel that it was a spirit inside of it, and this was the main altar. However, it was not his business. He was only spending one night. So he goes to his room, and this is when the madness started. He says he is laying in bed, getting comfortable, when he hears a voice say, "You can have any woman here you like. What do you want?" He looks around the room and realizes it's a spirit, and he says out loud, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ and bind you and cast you away from me." The spirit responds, "You can't rebuke me from my own altar." Then there is a knock at the door. He walks over and looks out the peephole, and there are two women outside the door, dressed in clothes that would put a prostitute to shame. So he makes sure the door is locked and gets back in bed. They knock again and then leave. Then the spirit says, "No one comes to my altar without making a sacrifice," and he instantly falls asleep and is in a dream downstairs in that room, and people are having sex all over the place. Pastor Hines says in the dream, he is trying to leave, and the same two women who were outside the door to the hotel are there, but they have beautiful female bodies, but demonic faces and serpents for tongues. The room has glass walls, and his wife is on the other side of the glass looking at him. In the dream, he is literally being chased by these women, stepping on people having sex. It was wild. This fear sets in inside the dream, and it gets worse. And he wakes up only to feel like someone is climbing on top of him to have sex. And he starts to pray, lays on the floor and prays, but she is still talking to him. He can even hear the spirit pacing around the room. He said it was in that moment that he remembered that he needed the blood of Jesus. That is where the power is, so he started to plead the blood of Jesus against it, and he hears the spirit start to curse him and scream. However, now he was pissed because he would have just minded his own business, but it decided to come to him, so he gets up and pulls the sword of revenge. He starts to dance and sing just like the Israelites did when they were losing a battle. After all, that is what spiritual warfare is. It's a battle in the realm of the spirit. Pastor Hines dances and sings until 3 a.m. Then he lays on the bed and goes to sleep drenched in sweat, and he's back in the dream. This time he is in the same room and everything is afraid, but not of him. They are all looking up at something. So he looks up, and it's Jesus himself standing there, looking down at all of them, and they are trembling. Then he wakes up to his alarm clock, and it's 8:30, and when he takes his shower, he hears God saying, "You broke this altar last night. It will never return." Now, get this. He is there in Africa for another 2 weeks. He is staying with a family and working to plan a revival. One day, they drive by that hotel, and they are removing the statues, so they stop and watch. The sculptures were made inside the building after it was built, so they could not get them out the doors. So these men took sledgehammers and broke them into pieces and then carried them out. The conversation with Pastor Hines was an eye-opener and led me to an agreed understanding of how things work, how warfare worked, how altars work. However, at the same time, it was strange because there was only so much he could share with me. Have you ever had a conversation with a person and it comes to an end, but you weren't aware of the fact that that conversation just came to an end? That's how it was with Pastor Hines. He was done talking, but I just kept going on talking more and more. Looking back on it now, I know that this was a part of the process. There were things that he was only allowed to talk to me about after I encountered them, and there were certain tests that he was only allowed to help me with and discuss with me after I passed them. Now, I'm pretty sure you're sitting here listening to me right now and saying, well, God doesn't put people to the test. And if that's what your belief is about God, then you're sadly mistaken. Because it's very simple. Look at Abraham and Isaac. He was asked to sacrifice his son. That was a test. Look at the events in Job's life. That was a test as well. Now, looking back on it, I realize right now that I was going through the test of ascension in the realm of the Spirit. A few days later, after that conversation, I'm invited to another meeting with Pastor Hines. A few days after that, I'm invited to another meeting with Pastor Hines. This time, it's a discussion about the building of a new hotel. I want to be clear with you. I know very little about construction. But at the same time, I do understand men. I understand how men behave. I understand how to look a man in his eyes and see if he's telling the truth in that. When we entered into this meeting, as soon as I walked through the door, I had this bad feeling. And it's hard to explain what I mean by bad feeling. It's like something else is there in the room. Of course, it's us men sitting at the table as you look around. But it's like there's this other presence in the room. They're making a presentation for this hotel, and they want Pastor Hines's nonprofit to come on board again so they can get some federal grant funding. And just like the last meeting right after it starts, Pastor Hines gets up, excuses himself, and says that he has to go to another meeting. And he's leaving me there in his place, and just like the last meeting, they all pour it on. Every eye is on me, like I'm the one that's going to make the ultimate decision. So I stopped them and said, "Gentlemen, I need you to listen to me. I am not the ultimate decision maker here. Pastor Hines is the one and only decision maker. I'm here to gather the information and just get it back to him." But again, they start to press in, and then all of a sudden I feel like someone sits in a chair right next to me where Pastor Hines was sitting. And I noticed it's going to sound crazy, but there's a presence in that chair. And it ain't the presence of God. This feels icky and dirty. Filthy is the best way to describe it. But this presence is there. And it's almost as if I could feel it leaning over and whispering into my ear. Because the next thing I hear is, "You can do it. You can approve this. He left the decision up to you." I understand what I'm saying to you right now. Those men are talking to me. But there was another voice in my ear telling me that I can do it, I can approve it, I can make this happen. It was right then and there that I realized that this was a spirit, and that one of these men came into this room with this spirit. Stop right here and let me say this. Have you ever found yourself in a situation like this where you're in a crowded room full of people or in public, and you know that there's a presence of a spirit there, and it ain't the Spirit of God? Don't freak out. Don't do what I did this time, because it makes the situation extremely awkward. because what I did was I stood up from the table and I said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." I sounded like a southern black pastor when I said it. The meeting comes to a stop. Everybody's looking around at me like I'm crazy, and I realized that I just embarrassed myself. Now, to be clear with you, that spirit is gone. And in that moment, I looked around the room, and I realized who the spirit was with. There was a man that sat all the way at the far end of the table. He had a space between him and everybody else. The look on his face when I rebuked that spirit in the name of Jesus Christ let me know that it was associated with him. 5 minutes later, the meeting calms down and everything settles down, and then he gets up and he leaves. And when he left, the whole air of the room changed. Things felt lighter. The guys started laughing and joking. And then the truth started coming out about the project. You see, they were looking for funds to build this hotel. They were looking for partnerships to build this hotel. But they hadn't even gotten the land under control yet. That's kind of like saying you're going to buy a Ferrari, right? But you work at McDonald's. How can you build something that you don't even have the land for? They had no leverage in the conversation. No leverage in negotiations. They had nothing. But it was like, as long as he was in the room, there was this air of power. Like they were the ones that could get it done. I leave that meeting, head home, call Pastor Hines. And he doesn't answer the phone. 2 hours later, I call him again. He doesn't answer the phone. The next morning, I call him. He doesn't answer the phone. And I'm saying to myself, okay, maybe Pastor Hines just really doesn't give a damn about what's going on with this hotel. So I put it on the back burner. Well, that same night, I'm laying in bed and this wind comes now. Let me tell you this, there are winds. And then there are winds that come. For example, you live in a place where the wind comes and goes. Ooh, woo. It's kind of spooky like the old school scary movies, right? Then there's wind that comes that howls and growls. This wind comes and this wind sounds like an airplane crashing outside of our house, and it's growling and groaning and going. Absolutely. Crazy, so much noise. I mean my house. So powerful, so strong that my house is shaking. My wife is afraid. And when I sit up in bed, I get pissed off. So I head downstairs, through the kitchen, out the back door, into the yard, and the wind is still blowing. Now here's the freakiest thing about this wind. It's blowing, but it ain't blowing on me now. You and I know that if there's a strong wind blowing and you throw a leaf up there, that leaf is going to blow away, right? Well, the wind is blowing, but it's blowing against my house. It's not blowing against me. It's directly targeting my house. I listen, what I'm going to say next is going to sound crazy. It's going to sound strange. And some of you guys won't believe this. But I turn in the direction of the house, and I start to speak to the wind. And I say, "Hey, you wicked east wind. Whoever sent you, I plead the blood of Jesus Christ against you. And I command you to turn and go back to your home." As the words, "go back to your home," come out of my mouth. The wind intensifies this time. Its target is me, and for a split second. And it's dark out there. For a split second, I see into the realm of the spirit. And it is a person in the wind. It's not just the wind. There's a face in the wind. And that face is looking at me with anger and disgust. And I say again, this is my last time telling you. Wicked east wind, go back to your home. If I have to tell you again, I'm going to send you back where you came from. And then, just like that, that wind stops and it's gone. Walking around the house and looking at the house, there's no damage on the house, but from the inside of the house, you would have believed that a tornado was ripping the house apart. But there's zero damage. Anyway, I go inside, go back to sleep. Wake up the next day, call Pastor Hines again, no answer. And I want to be clear with you back then. It hadn't dawned on me that Pastor Hines probably had already been through everything I was going through. And it was probably just as hard for him not to answer the phone as it was for me not to call him, but I'm not going to lie to you. I got pissed off. So I hop in the car, drive over to the church. He's not there. I drive all the way over to his house, knock on the door. His wife comes to the door. I say, "Hey, I need to see Pastor Hines." She says, "He's busy." I understand. This man And the entire time that we have been talking never said that he was too busy for a conversation with anyone. And right then and there, the spirit of offense came over me. I don't know if you've ever been offended. Like, you give an example. You're at home with your wife. She's cooking dinner. You guys are laughing and joking and playing around. And then all of a sudden, she says something and you just get offended out of the blue. Now you were just laughing and joking 5 minutes ago, but all of a sudden, now you're mad. It's called the spirit of offense. Well, this spirit of offense hits me and I become angry. I'm talking about full of rage, and I'm like, Pastor Hines, you need to get out here and talk to me right now. He comes walking out of the back, walks up to the front of the door, looks at me in the eyes and says, "Wicked spirit, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." And right then in that moment, I returned back to normal. And he says, "Listen, I can't talk to you right now. You're going through things that you have to go through alone. Yes, I'm aware of what happened last night. I'm aware of a lot of things that happen when they happen, but I can't talk to you right now." And then he closes the front door. Have you ever felt alone? I mean, like in a room full of people at a party around everybody, but you still feel alone? As he closed that door, I start to feel like I'm all on my own. But I know he's right. And I know the way I behaved was wrong. And so I head back into the vehicle and I repent. I said, "God, I'm sorry for behaving that way. I just don't understand everything that's going on." Well, I guess I'm riding back to my house. And I'm headed home. All of a sudden, this tree falls in the road, and I'm talking about a massive tree, falls in the road, right about 15 feet ahead of me, to the point where I slam on the brakes and my front bumper bumps into the tree. Had I been a few seconds earlier, that tree would have fallen right on top of me and killed me. It was right then and there that I realized that there was some type of warfare going on, except for this time during this warfare, my life was being targeted. Whoever or whatever this was trying to kill me. Now, at this point in time, I'm not sure who's going to listen to this story, who's going to believe anything that I have to say. But the best way for you to understand what I'm going to explain to you next is for me to show it to you in a Bible. For those of you who will say that, "Oh man, this guy's losing his mind. This can't be the truth. This is a stretch." Right? Go open your Bible to the story of Job. Every day Job made sacrifices for his wife and his family and his children. Then one day, all of a sudden, an array of catastrophes came and they killed his family. They killed his cattle. Now these were disasters and calamities that came his way. What I realize now is that I was going into a time where I was learning how to deal with disasters and calamities. And the disasters and calamities that were coming my way were unlike anything that I could ever imagine. And luckily enough, my wife had enough sense to steer the vehicle off the road onto the side. Because the next thing she knows, this 18-wheeler carrying logs comes flying by, goes into a curve and rides off the road into the trees. An hour later, we discover that that 18-wheeler that was carrying all the logs, the brakes went out. That man died. So, had my wife not steered that vehicle off to the side of the road, that 18-wheeler would have slammed into her and my son and killed them. Now, what I'm about to say to you next is something that most Christians will never, ever hear. There was someone or something trying to kill us, and so when I went to pray, the first thing I prayed for was that God would reveal to me who or what it was, because it didn't make any sense. It was all of a sudden. But as I prayed, I didn't get an answer the first day I prayed. I didn't get an answer the second day I prayed. I didn't get an answer. The third day I prayed. The answer came in the form of a vision. It was just a flash of me being back at that meeting, sitting at the table, looking at that man at the end of the table. The next day I pick up the phone and I call the developers. And I asked them, I said, "Who was that guy in the meeting with you?" They go on to say that he was a friend of a friend who just came in to see the presentation. And when I drill down even more, questioning them about this guy, they say when he heard that Pastor Hines was going to be there, he had to be there for the meeting. Now stop, pause, and I want you to think about it because I spent a lot of time thinking about this. So Pastor Hines works with all types of businessmen. This guy finds out Pastor Hines is going to be at this meeting, and he's a friend of a friend. And he's sent to the meeting, and there was a spirit with him. Not on him. This spirit was with him. I rebuked that spirit during the meeting. Pause. Let me say this. And I wanted to address this for you. If you find yourself in that situation, and in the name of Jesus Christ, to jump on, it's real simple. You can mumble it, as long as the words come off your tongue. I rebuke any wicked spirit here, any wicked by the power of the blood of Jesus Christ, and in His name. You can mumble it under your breath and wham, it'll go away. But back to what I was saying. So this guy comes, he's anticipating targeting Pastor Hines. Well, when he left, guess who else it had to hit? So then in that moment, I realized that that was the impetus for what was going on. It was that man, that spirit. And was that man in that spirit? Let me, when you realize you don't delay, you don't start praying against it, all asking God to send it back, to reverse it, turning it on Him, giving God His own word back. Afflictions of the righteous, but deliver them from them all. Or deliver them from them. And going scripture to scripture until I was physically tired. And then I went outside and did it all over again, praying. This went on for 3 days and 3 nights. But it was like I didn't know if it was working, and that was weird because with the Holy Spirit, you get this electrical vibe, this electrical chill on your body, right? None of that was happening. So that I had, was absent. And no go, right? Get this. I'm sitting up and I kind of get agitated. And I said, Lord, do that, you are hearing me, and that this issue is resolved. It was resolved. Back then, I didn't understand that the Lord could answer by fire. I didn't know. They even, oh buddy, and I learned that night. But that He's the guy that answers by the wind. Because that morning, because that by the wind, because this wind comes rushing through. Problem was raw and terrifying. It was strong. This wind came directly at me, and it was like a funnel meat and slamming directly in the matches. God had stepped in, and He decided that He was going to deal with it. It's a day and a half after that I went to meet again. I can't make the meeting. Why don't head down to the office, go to the meeting, and when I walk in, to that same guy is sitting there. But this time. So I don't feel anything on them. I had to get a call from, he says, but the Lord tells me to go sit next to him, to meet. So I go sit right next to the guy, and as that they raised, they've got the land now under control. It's just me and this guy sitting. Did you sit in that spirit at me? Joking. And he looks and to go for you. Tip right Nick and ask him what's going on. I want you to understand something about the realm of the spirit. Been now under. It really is in their business. It is the technically. Yes. And I said, but that spirit had no right to come over and start whispering in my ear in any shape or form. So when it decided it was going to persuade within my rights, a fear business. And gentlemen, to stay in something. Because as the meeting goes forward, these guys back and forth ideas in front of us. Normally, into the meeting, they say, listen, we're going to have to adjourn this meeting and meet with you guys again because we may not even need additional funding. And so they throw the two of us out of there. As the meeting and I understand this, he, teaching, already knew. Of us, that guy who was sitting next to me already knew that. That guy sitting next to me already knew the ramifications of me rebuking. That spirit meant that this deal was going to fall through for him and whoever his conglomerate was. This is when I came into a deeper understanding that behind all successful businesses is a spirit. Men partner with spirits to get advantages in business and in life. This also was the moment when I realized that Pastor Hines was at war, both in the natural realm of business and in the spirit realm. He was pushing forward God's agenda in the realm of business as well as functioning as a pastor. When I tell you that my eyes were open to the war that takes place in the realm of the spirit and I saw what life was really about, it was both amazing and terrifying. How did this happen? Drove the success of men, and a few days later, I'm driving down the road and I get to this busy intersection, McDonald's on one corner, Chick-fil-A on the other corner. Off in the distance, a vapor store, and there were spirits resting on top of each business. McDonald's had a demonic-looking clown that just sat on top of the building looking down at me. Chick-fil-A had an angel holding a cross that was planted in the ground in the parking lot. That Vap store had what looked like an Indian with green eyes and smoke coming from his nostrils. This was just the beginning of what I would see, and this was the point where I learned not to talk about what I was seeing.
Simple Jack, yeah, you went all out on that one, huh? You did. Really swung for the fences, huh?
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, it was an intense experience. You know, I just did the work. Watched a lot of retarded people. Spent time with them, observed them. Watched all the retarded stuff they did. But, you know, there were times when I was doing Jack that I actually felt retarded, like really retarded.
Damn.
In a weird way, I had to sort of just free myself up to believe that it was okay to be stupid or dumb.
To be a moron.
Yeah.
To be moronical.
Exactly. To be a moron.
An imbecile.
Yeah.
Like the dumbest motherfucker that ever lived. Stupid ass Jack.
By the end of the whole thing, I was like, wait a minute, you know? I flushed so much out, how am I gonna jumpstart it up again? It's just like...
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
You was farting in bathtubs and laughing your ass off. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was just really it was crazy.
It's like working with mercury. You're serious? You don't know. Everybody knows you never go full retard.
What do you mean?
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
I awaken to my dogs growling and barking. Once outside, I see Rex and Star. Noses pinned against the chain link fence. On the other side, a monster, 5 feet tall on all fours. Then it growls back, and they take off running. I should have known that listening to these crazy ass people on the internet was going to be a problem. It's harmless, they said. It's not flesh and blood, they said. It's demonic, they said. They're not aggressive, they said. Well, guess what? That thing right there looks very fucking aggressive to me. And now I'm here all alone. My dogs have retreated under the house. It all started when I went to the Dogman Facebook group. Why? Because I was looking for help with my issues. Now, first problem I ran into was I didn't have a real computer, just my cell phone. So when I posted my pictures, some of them were kind of blurry, and I got all kinds of toxic comments. Some people said there were 10 Dogmen and 2 Bigfoot in the picture. Other people just said it was pareidolia, and other people said I was crazy for posting pictures with nothing in it but leaves. But I figured this was one of the biggest groups out there. These people had to know what the hell they were talking about. It's not like there's a cable news channel for people who deal with werewolves. So where else am I going to find help? But boy, was I wrong. I told them my story and how one of my dogs had been killed, ripped apart, and that I witnessed a giant black wolf do it, just like the black wolf that they showed in the variants pictures. Now I know I fucked up, but I took their advice. And that's what led to me being face to face with this creature. The only thing separating me from it, my flimsy metal fence. And listen to me, when I tell you I used everything that these people told me, I used the AR-15, I used the AK-47. Nothing I shot at this creature worked. Now, I can tell you what I know for sure about Dogman. I'm absolutely certain about this. Dogman is strong, and it's fucking sadistic. It could have jumped the fence and killed me. Nope, it ripped the fencing from the post and threw it at me. Imagine for a moment a section of 15-foot fence flying through the air at your freaking head. Now that wasn't enough for the Dogman because it ripped the fence post out of the ground and threw it on the roof. That entire night I was stalked. It didn't matter what room of the house I tried to hide in, it was at that exterior wall. When I went into the attic, it was on the roof, scratching the roof, twisting doorknobs, scratching windows. But what I still don't understand is why it didn't just come in the house and kill me, because it damn sure could have. Now listen to this. 3 days after my encounter, I'm referred to one of the most popular Dogman YouTubers in the community. It takes him a week to get back to me, and when I do finally speak to him, he's only interested in interviewing me. And so I reach out to another Dogman YouTuber who never gets back to me. After that, I reached out to this channel. And the advice was very simple. Do you own the house? No, I replied, I rent. Then break the lease and move. Move over 200 miles away, or it's going to eventually kill you. Understand, I didn't have that kind of money.